In the realm of Douluo, the world modulation mode, is the martial soul the world? This is assured. Wait, the world modulation mode? Is this martial soul legitimate rested upon Wang Donger's delicate, silken legs as he attended class? Donger, have you ever heard the tale of fathers who regard their daughters merely as instruments of financial gain? Chapter 1. Hui Yutong. As they made their way to the dormitory on the first floor. Hui Yutong, momentarily astonished by the other's actions, stood frozen like a marionette, allowing herself to be led toward the dormitory. After their departure, a tall figure appeared silently behind Muan, a refined middle-aged man who respectfully bowed and addressed him. Teacher. I initially wished to bask in the vivacity of youthful exuberance, yet unexpectedly, I find myself accompanied by such a lethargic young fellow. Though his words suggested disappointment, a benevolent smile graced his features, reminiscent of one speaking of a beloved grandchild. And Zhen, an orphan, aged 11, a 23rd ranked soul master, whose martial soul embodies the world, possesses a remarkable ability to evoke emotions. Even when aware of his capacity, one cannot help but lower their guard in the face of his enthusiasm, becoming influenced by him. Xiaozhe, you are overthinking. Mu In gently shook his head. Do not allow adult perceptions to cast suspicion upon child. Humans are social creatures. Why resist the warmth of the world? A hint of embarrassment flickered across the refined man's face. The student merely finds this child quite extraordinary. With a key, the door was unlocked. Gripping Hui Yutong's wrist to halt her entry, and Zhen raised a hand, and with a swift motion, a tempest scattered the stagnant air, raising clouds of dust throughout the room. This dormitory has been uninhabited for quite some time. You stay here. I shall take care of this. As the dust was swept into the corners by the wind, Hui Yutong gazed on in astonishment. Opening the window for ventilation, and Zhen remarked, the living conditions for ordinary students leave much to be desired. He expressed his discontent, recalling how the dormitory spanned merely around 10 square meters, lacking a private bathroom. Much like his university accommodation in his previous life, though his former quarters had the luxury of air conditioning. This was the continent's premier academy, where each entrant could easily be hailed as a genius. The frugality of Flanders certainly endures. Thank you, brother and Zhen. Hui Yutong expressed her gratitude. It's nothing, and Zhen waved dismissively, just a trivial act on my part. However, my control over water is not yet sufficiently adept. You shall have to handle the remaining tidying up yourself. You can control water. Brother and Zhen's martial soul is truly remarkable, the blue-haired, boyish girl exclaimed with genuine admiration. Sensing the kindness emanating from him, her previous insecurities began to fade, and she curiously inquired, my martial soul is the spirit I. What is brother and Zhen's martial soul? The world, he silently added the 4 words in his mind, modulation mode. This was a scenario that ought to appear in a less than proper context. Chapter 2. Reflecting the world. The young girl exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. So powerful and mysterious. This was the first impression of Hui Yutong. Truly impressive. She marveled, devoid of any trace of jealousy. The spirit eyes, her innate martial soul, were remarkable as well. For a fleeting moment, her starlight gaze dimmed, revealing a hint of insecurity and melancholy, but she quickly regained her composure. Cleaning up, the young girl filled a basin with water. Her petite form bent as she diligently swept the corners, removing dust that had not been stirred by the wind. And Zhen, on the other hand, summoned the previously discarded lounge chair from the void with a mere gesture. Hui Yuhua and Hui Yutong were present, and considering that she was the only one here at the moment, it was evident that the possibility of Hui Yun'er expecting twins had been eliminated. The child of fortune had vanished, replaced by a daughter of destiny, diverging from the original narrative. Alas, it seemed that the subsequent timeline had become chaotic as well. With this new variable, the very fabric of reality had been disrupted. Yet, why was this child disguised as a boy? No, the softness of her voice could perhaps be attributed to the turbulence of adolescence. Her petite and adorable demeanor did not necessarily imply masculinity. A closer inspection was warranted. Having not returned to her dormitory, and Zhen reclined on the lounge chair, closing his eyes. Martial soul, manifest, he intoned. In a golden sea. A silkworm adorned with 10 golden stripes lifted its head as if sensing something approaching. Yet, it seemed as if nothing was there. Never mind, it thought. That human elder is far too daunting. It is better to remain hidden. Though it may sound peculiar, it was undeniably advantageous. And Zhen stood up, observing the petite figure before him, a smile of delight gracing his lips. The little rear, raised in diligent labor, was a charming sight as she continued her cleaning. With a swift motion, he wrapped his arms around her small frame. There was no struggle, no cry of surprise. The diminutive body nestled into Zhen's embrace. as if it had lost its very essence. World Modulation Mode. Centered around in Zhen's physical form, his mental energy constrained the dimensions of this world. Akin to a vast virtual game, individuals from the real world would be projected here, simulating their actions as NPCs. Upon interaction or command from Zhen, they would take on this soulless guise, allowing him to assume the role of a deity within this realm. Moreover, the concealment of the martial soul was exceptionally high. And Zhen had once met the illustrious Silver Moon Douluo, Kong Deming, through the connections of his esteemed grandfather, yet even he had failed to perceive it. His only concern now was the enigmatic Mu Enyu. However, if some elements remained unchanged, there was indeed another presence here. And Zhen gently tapped the back of Hui Yutong's head, and in an instant, 3 blue screens materialized before him. If one were to ascertain the highest quality of spiritual power on the continent today, it would undoubtedly be attributed to none other than this individual, the former Son of Light. The lingering soul of the undead calamity, Ilex. Even in fragmented form, it embodies divine consciousness, a realm beyond mortal comprehension. With hands as fair as porcelain, he delicately grasped the void, conjuring a grayish orb of light in his palm. The young man murmured softly, Ilex, do you recall Flora and Perona's betrayal? In the original narrative, Hui Yuhao's profound hatred was blinding. It is unfathomable that, under the influence of his martial spirit, he could utter the names of the princess who once betrayed Ilex and the son of the Pope who annihilated his kin without any reaction. Is it possible that this fragment of a soul has yet to recollect such matters? And Zhen ventured out to seek Mu Lao but found him absent. Had he already departed? In light of this, a chuckle escaped him. Little Yutong, we are now free from any uncertainties. He hastily returned to the dormitory. With a mere thought, a pristine and orderly bed materialized within the room, gently placing the delightful little one upon it. Upon inspection, one could not help but marvel at her lineage as a descendant of the white tiger. Why, then, must such a charming girl disguise herself as a boy? And Zhen was oblivious to the reasons behind it. With another thought, the entire dormitory was instantly rendered immaculate. A mass of gray refuse coalesced at the entrance. In the realm of reality, and Zhen slowly opened his eyes. A young girl, seemingly malnourished, was diligently wiping the table with a damp cloth. All right, allow me to take over. He felt a profound sympathy for this girl, whose life had been fraught with hardship. With the presence of the dream ice silkworm and Ilex, coupled with her frail appearance and washed-out clothing, it was evident that her fate mirrored that of Hui Yuhao. Had it not been for Tang San, she might have lived a life akin to that of a protagonist rising from obscurity, yet the fated child of destiny had been tamed. The forces of the realm ultimately pale in comparison to the might of the divine king. The child of destiny, regardless of gender, inevitably draws the attention of the divine king, who treats the Douluo realm as his own garden. Should he ascend to godhood in the future, it is likely that she too will find herself under his scrutiny, with the best possible outcome being to serve as his loyal companion. Having been granted a second chance at life, and Zhen yearned for a life of freedom and joy, he did not wish to perish, but rather to ascend to divinity. Such a formidable martial spirit could be deemed a cheat. If former angels and sea gods could ascend, why could he not? He acknowledged his own limitations. Yet this extraordinary martial spirit might very well be a god in its own right, perhaps even an entity that surpasses the divine. Thus, forming an alliance with the daughter of destiny may prove to be a remarkably astute decision. After all, the divine realm is no longer a domain ruled solely by Tang San. It is still under the governance of the two sovereigns of life and destruction. Even he himself is subject to the divine law that forbids the deities from descending, though he shamelessly invoked the excuse of his daughter in the end. At the very least, the Douluo continent is not as desolate as it was during the era of the Dragon King legend, where two secondary gods could target one at any moment. In the depths of the all-encompassing black eyes, a petite and adorable figure is reflected. Hui Yutong, I have come for you. And Zhen requires the assistance of the daughter of fortune, not solely in opposing Tang San, but also for a matter of great significance concerning his cultivation, one that only a person favored by fortune could aid him with. First soul skill, reflection. A bright, golden, illusory ring materializes beside the youth's leg, a beam of luminous yellow spiritual light emanates, and an enigmatic wave envelopes the entire dormitory, excluding Zhen and Hui Yutong. Under the astonished gaze of the charming little girl, the dormitory is transformed in an instant. First soul skill, reflection. It has the ability to manifest reality in the form of Zhen's world, altering the present or projecting elements from Zhen's realm into reality, people, objects. Even his own cultivation can be influenced, and he possesses a degree of control over them. However, conjuring objects from thin air or causing things to vanish requires a considerable expenditure of energy. This energy derives from two sources. One is Zhen's own soul power. and the other is the energy accumulated by his martial spirit, which is akin to a large and unique feeding bottle. To be candid, aside from the soul power it provides, the soul ring offers little else to Zhen. The soul skills merely unlock certain authorities within his world. For instance, the wind and the lounge chair that appeared earlier did not require a soul ring because they were inherent abilities of his martial spirit. The soul ring merely serves as the key for unlocking them. In daily life, it proves quite convenient, allowing for effortless changes of attire and grooming, and also provides certain enhancements to his training. As for combat, knowing in advance who the opponent is and their location can be quite advantageous, provided there is time to prepare. However, significant disparities in levels can lead to backlash, which can be quite troublesome. Nonetheless, this soul skill is not intended for combat. Chapter 3. Tanya and Bei Bei. Make the bed. And Zhen gently tapped the dazed little girl on the forehead. This intimate gesture did not provoke any aversion from her. Her fair complexion flushed slightly as she lowered her head. I can manage with a wooden bed. And Zhen was taken aback. He recalled that at this time, Hui Yutong's tuition fees were paid by others, and without the income from selling grilled fish, she could indeed be described as penniless. By the way, have you eaten lunch? And Zhen shifted the conversation. Perhaps he was somewhat displeased with Hui Yuhao's actions in the later stages of the original story, such as blowing up the capital, but for now, none of that had occurred, and Hui Yuhao had transformed into Hui Yutong. At the tender age of 11, a girl and her mother suffered at the hands of the Duchess of the White Tiger, witnessing the harrowing demise of her mother in such a brutal environment. Their years were fraught with hardship, leaving the young girl in a state of distress. Yet, hunger gnawed at her, prompting her to express a desire for sustenance. Come, I shall take you to the dining hall, suggested Zhen, leading the girl to the purple-hued cafeteria situated behind the dormitories. The white dining hall, designated for newcomers, was devoid of tables and chairs, marred by an abundance of strict regulations. In contrast, the purple hall catered to the 4th and 5th graders, boasting cleanliness and brightness, with luxurious tables and chairs exuding an air of sophistication. The silver sheen of the metallic furnishings radiated a sense of advanced technology, and as mealtime approached, the rich aromas wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Xiao Yutong, little junior brother? Upon entering the cafeteria and approaching the serving window, Zhen was greeted by 2 familiar voices. Turning to see a boy and a girl making their way towards them, he noted the girl leading the charge. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, her long black hair tied into a ponytail cascading down to her waist, clad in a purple school uniform that accentuated her youthful charm. Her lively phoenix eyes and delicate, oval face radiated beauty. Trailing behind her was a boy of similar age, tall and poised, dressed in deep blue shorts. His handsome visage exuded a refined elegance, if he embodied the mature and composed essence of an older brother. And Zhen resembled a spirited youth, reminiscent of a character from a tale, effortlessly charming those around him with an extraordinary charisma. Xiao Yutong. The girl hurried forward, joy illuminating her features as she embraced the little girl. What brings you here? I brought classmate Hui Yutong to eat, and Zhen clarified. Who are you? The little girl, taken aback by the sudden warmth, was instinctively drawn behind Tanya, who regarded Zhen with a protective demeanor akin to a hen safeguarding her chicks. I am Zhen, a first-year student, summoned by an elder to look after my classmate. The young man replied earnestly, stating nothing but the truth, having merely offered a modicum of assistance. Teacher Xiaoya, and Zhen brother has taken good care of me, the little girl interjected, defending him. And Zhen nodded in agreement. It was widely acknowledged that he was merely a kind-hearted boy with a penchant for helping others. Is that so? Tanya's expression was one of skepticism, her lovely brows knitting together slightly. All right, Xiaoya, I believe this young brother is merely being helpful, the refined boy explained apologetically to Zhen. I apologize. My Xiaoya is overly concerned for little junior brother when he is out alone. Not at all. One must indeed exercise caution when venturing outside. And Zhen waved his hand dismissively and proceeded directly to the serving window. As Zhen departed, Bei Bei and Tanya drew Hui Yutong into a secluded corner. Xiao Yutong, hasn't Zhen discovered your disguise? Tanya inquired with a hint of concern. Surely not, was the girl's reply. Hui Yutong was somewhat uncertain, for her feminine traits were not particularly pronounced aside from a slightly delicate voice. Perhaps we should disguise the appearance of our junior sister. Bei Bei remarked with a hint of exasperation. Why should there not be charming boys in a world filled with lovely girls? Tanya retorted, retrieving a somewhat tattered book from the arms of the tall boy beside her. I just found this in the dormitory. If you practice your voice a little, you can easily transform into a male. Just say you've been unwell due to a cold. Thank you, teacher. By the way, shouldn't you be heading to the first-year cafeteria? Tanya inquired, puzzled. Brother Zhen said there are no tables or benches over there, so he brought me here. Hui Yutong, who was new and uncertain about many rules, asked with concern, is it forbidden for us to come here? It's not that it's forbidden, Tanya replied, touching her cheek. Usually, first-year students do not come here, as the dormitories and cafeteria for first years are indeed lacking. When I first arrived, I thought I had come to the wrong place. Excuse me, have you finished your conversation? A voice interjected. A smiling young man approached, balancing a tray laden with a sumptuous array of 3 dishes and 2 soups, the exquisite cuisine exuding an irresistible aroma. Setting the tray down, and Zhen gestured to the empty seat across from him. Hui Yutong, hurry and sit down to eat. The energy from these dishes is quite gentle. Anyone who has awakened their martial soul can handle it. Huh, I didn't expect there would be a portion for me, Hui Yutong replied in surprise. Tanya pressed down on her shoulder, urging her to sit. Why not take advantage of someone treating us? The lovely girl narrowed her eyes playfully, smiling as she sat beside Zhen. And Zhen, your interests aren't in adorable little boys, are they? She placed particular emphasis on the words little boys. No, my criteria for a partner lean towards mature and intellectual young women, he replied. That is a valid standard, but there are no restrictions on having multiple preferences. After all, and Zhen had done nothing wrong. An 11-year-old boy simply appreciated beautiful things. Hui Yutong's brilliant eyes momentarily dimmed, and a blush crept onto her fair cheeks as she hastily lowered her head. Oh, Hui Yutong, you've only just met. Brother Zhen is merely being kind. How can you think that way? As more content continued to load, it was evident that the young girl's past was fraught with misfortune, causing her to cherish every rare act of kindness with great caution. So, does this mean I fall within your criteria for a partner? She teased, her demeanor lightening. And Zhen could only respond with an amused smile at the sight of the girl in long boots perched on the chair. What does he mean? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. The girl, momentarily flustered, turned to her boyfriend, Bei, with a fierce expression. Do you think I am unaware of my own immaturity? My Xiaoya is certainly mature and knowledgeable. The young man, with a tender smile, gently played with her hair as he responded. Who belongs to you? Moreover, you must address me as teacher. Zhen, wishing to avoid the display of affection, hastily finished his lunch. With more than half of the dishes remaining, he noticed Hui Yutong, still timidly clutching her soup bowl, not daring to touch her chopsticks. Zhen stood up and said, Hui Yutong, you'll need to take these bowls to the recycling station later. Remember, do not waste food. Okay, she replied. Zhen left the cafeteria, thinking that if he stayed, this child might very well gnaw on the bowl. As soon as Zhen departed, Tanya halted her playful scuffles with Bei, her expression turning serious as she contemplated their earlier conversation. Caressing her chin, she recalled the situation that had escaped her notice. A thoughtful look crossed Bei's refined face as he spoke. I heard that a new student had a conflict with their roommate, and they ended up fighting in the soul arena. One of them possessed a rather mysterious martial soul, and with just a glimpse of their soul ring, the other inexplicably collapsed, covered in bruises, prompting them to request a change of dorms. Didn't the school intervene? Hui Yutong exclaimed in surprise, shocked that there had been a fight so soon after enrollment. Xiao Yutong, Tanya said as she pinched the soft cheeks of the little girl. Entering the soul arena is entirely voluntary. Furthermore, the growth of a soul master is inherently tied to combat. The school supports resolving personal grievances through open battles in the soul arena. By the way, Bei, what was that person's martial soul and name? I don't know the name, but I heard their martial soul is called World. Chapter 4. The Rejection of the World. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Neither lightning nor light. At this stage, Bei's bloodline remained unstable. In the virtual realm, Zhen observed Hui Yutong, who was eating, along with the boy and girl seated across from her. Zhen quietly watched them discuss him. Earlier, he had indeed fought with his roommate, seeking a private space, and they had agreed to resolve the matter through combat, as was customary for soul masters. The roommate, named Huang Chutian, was a somewhat significant minor character in the original story, a passionate fellow who later sought to call Zhen Big Brother, a proposition he firmly declined. He wondered if the others had arrived yet, recalling the talented individuals from the original narrative. His second soul skill, Impression, allowed him to manifest people, objects, martial souls, and everything from the real world within his virtual domain. However, once they left the confines of his virtual world, they would vanish unless he had previously interacted with them. This ability, however, was limited to human subjects, and each time he closed the martial soul virtual world, it would refresh itself. With the ability to create impressions, he could project them into the virtual realm. Initially, he had cast impressions of numerous low-tier soul-guiding devices. Yet the weapons of the Hongqian siblings were certainly not suitable for display at Shrek Academy. Consequently, apart from Meng Hongqian, the rest dissipated. Meng Hongqian, having been adopted by the Hongqian family after a brief period in an orphanage before the age of 6, was treated exceptionally well by her family, with ample provisions for food, drink, and cultivation. Thus, he resolved to focus on his training. An opulent bed materialized before him, and he seated himself upon it. And Zhen was currently studying two meditation techniques. One, a top-tier ancestral method from the Hongshan family, and the other, a common meditation practice from the Doling Empire. The latter utilized for concealing his identity. However, the meditation methods offered him little substantial assistance. From a unique perspective within Shrek Academy, a colossal ethereal sphere rhythmically expanded and contracted, akin to a living being inhaling and exhaling. It was the world itself breathing. In that rhythm of respiration, strands of vitality emerged from the surrounding creatures, being drawn in, as sunlight, gentle breezes, and both tangible and intangible elements were instinctively absorbed. The practice of cultivation is fundamentally the human endeavor to sense the laws of the universe through their own physical structure or to mimic formidable entities in order to absorb the energies of the world. The very method of absorption employed by the world itself is divine in nature. As for why Zhen had only reached the rank of a 23rd level soul master at this point, his dark eyes, seemingly capable of encompassing everything, opened to reveal a hint of resignation. Here, in this realm, the rejection he experienced was somewhat mitigated. For in Zhen, the world was his soul, at every moment. It quietly absorbed the energies of heaven and earth, and his spirit gradually expanded, yet his soul power failed to grow at a comparable pace. The reason for this lag was his rejection by the universe. In the context of the Douluo world, he was akin to a thief, pilfering the energies of the cosmos. Although these forces were but a minuscule fraction in the grand scheme of this realm, a thief remains a thief. In the Douluo world, he resembled a bacterium within a human body. His singular presence posed no significant threat, yet how could one harbor goodwill towards harmful bacteria? Even the subconscious rejection he faced was an irresistible force for Zhen. Initially, upon awakening, his cultivation speed mirrored that of a naturally gifted soul master. But as his rank increased, the pace of his advancement decelerated significantly. Now, his cultivation level in the external world was merely 1/10 of his original potential. In the virtual realm, his cultivation reflected a rate of 2/5, allowing him to achieve a 23rd level rank, which attests to Zhen's diligent efforts. Alas, he was but a small world, weak and pitiable. How could he possibly compare to the Douluo world? And Zhen's reasoning for persuading Jing Hongshan stemmed from this very notion. He believed that Shrek Academy might hold the key to resolving this predicament, mirroring the complexities of the mortal realm. Jing Hongshan remained oblivious to the fact that Zhen was ostracized by the world. Yet, he firmly believed that the research conducted by Shrek Academy on martial souls was unparalleled across the globe. If there existed an individual capable of resolving this dilemma, it would undoubtedly be found within these hallowed halls. The person Zhen envisioned as the potential solution was none other than the daughter of fortune. The world favored Hui Yutong. Thus, if she were to favor him in return, could the issue not be resolved? As for confronting the world head-on, who among us wishes to pit an egg against a stone? Moreover, in this metaphorical contest, he would scarcely be deemed an egg in the presence of such a formidable stone. The pursuit of cultivation, an exhilarating journey of perpetual self-improvement, was profoundly addictive for Zhen. As twilight descended, the flow of time in the virtual realm mirrored that of the outside world. Returning to reality, he dispensed with his reclining chair, venturing into the bustling street stalls to procure some barbecue delicacies before heading back to his dormitory, room 110. Upon entering, he was greeted by a lavish bed that occupied a significant portion of the space, alongside a bathtub and a wardrobe. He refused to deny himself the pleasures of life. Having been granted a second chance, he intended to eat well, drink well, sleep well, and indulge freely. If he were to traverse such a vast universe only to toil like a beast of burden, what would be the purpose of his journey? From the depths of the wardrobe, he extracted a sumptuous quilt, crafted from silk, down, and wool, all sourced from soul beasts with centuries of cultivation. The majority of the resources granted by the city lord were visibly invested in such luxuries. For instance, the meal Zhen savored at noon, which cost a staggering 35 gold soul coins. He felt no remorse in these expenditures, for every coin was wisely spent. Knock, knock, knock. And Zhen rapped on the door of room 108. The door creaked open, revealing Hui Yutong, whose face brightened with delight. Her melodious, youthful voice chimed, "Big brother Zhen, what brings you here?" As Zhen gazed into the dormitory, he noted the two wooden bunk beds remained unchanged. With a gesture of warmth, he tossed the quilt he carried onto the bed, which bore a basin of water. Before Hui Yutong could utter a word, Zhen furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has happened to your voice?" This. I had a slight cold earlier, which caused my voice to sound rather odd. Now, I feel much better. And my voice has returned to normal," she explained, flustered. "Odd. I find it quite charming, soft and sweet. I dream of having a little sister with such a delightful voice." And Zhen countered earnestly, "Don't refuse the quilt," he added, as he retrieved a chicken leg from the bag and playfully stuffed it into her cherubic mouth, silencing her protest. You probably haven't had much to eat this afternoon. I brought some soul beast meat. While it may lack balance and nutrition, it is certainly nourishing. And I also have a bottle of sour plum soup, as there's quite a bit of fat in the meat. Having set the bag down and fulfilled his daily act of care, and Zhen couldn't resist ruffling the little girl's hair. Don't waste food. I must be off now. Rest well. Big brother and Zhen, why are you so kind to me? The azure bangs concealed her brilliant eyes, while the petite girl lowered her head, obscuring the intricate emotions that danced across her face. Her pristine little teeth caught the delicate curve of her cherry lips. With his benevolent heart, could not bear to witness such misery so close to him. After all, it was disheartening to think that a little girl next door lacked even a blanket and subsisted solely on vegetables and bean sprouts. And his own life in the dormitory was one of luxury, and the contrast weighed heavily on him. A veil of mist lingered around her sparkling large eyes in this virtual realm. He, adorable little Yutong. The handsome young man cradled a diminutive, charming figure in his embrace. Her fitted black and white made outfit accentuating her youthful curves. Her modest chest was endearingly small, and her petite, pert backside was enticingly beautiful. The delicate white stockings enveloped her slender, fair legs, and her dainty feet were exquisitely charming. She was cute and petite, yet alarmingly frail, a clear sign of malnutrition. The detestable Duchess of the White Tiger. Such a person was not merely jealous, but truly malevolent. The rosy tips of her fingers gently traced the delicate outline of her silken feet. The young man, holding the soft and sweet little darling while playing with ice cream, suddenly displayed a look of perplexity. Something had attempted to intrude forcefully into his virtual world. Although and could prevent this intruder from entering, the feeble aura and the innate yearning of the world towards this entity compelled him to consider consuming it instead. A pair of starry eyes fluttered open, a peculiar gaze stimulating her senses. And Go, was she dreaming? And replied with a mechanical turn of his head, meeting her dazed yet lively eyes. Observing her tiny foot, which had already brushed against his chin, and felt he might still provide an explanation or at least distract her. Actually, you are dreaming, he said, his voice imbued with sincerity. Isn't this a dream? Chapter 5, Living with a Girl. Shouldn't Ngu take the time to explain things to Yutong? The slender little hands gently patted her disheveled dress, and the girl, with an air of coolness, crossed her arms and spoke. I'm not some naive fool, you know. Suddenly clad in such strange attire, with her delicate feet having been brought to his chin, and knowing that he was already aware of her identity as a girl, she pondered when he had learned this. Was Olivin's kindness towards her merely a deception? Indeed, an explanation was warranted, and nodded solemnly. Do you wish to know why you are here, or whether my kindness towards you is genuine? Her cherry lips pressed tightly together. The little girl felt a tumult of emotions within her, even refraining from contesting N's address of her. Standing there in a state of uncertainty. This rare kindness may not be abundant in Hui Yutong's life, yet each instance is immensely precious to her. As she reaches out, a petite figure suddenly materializes in Zhen's embrace from 2 meters away. In response to Hui Yutong's struggles, the young man speaks. Here. You may perceive it as a realm of dreams. It is a manifestation of my martial spirit's abilities. With a snap of his fingers, a charmingly delicate silhouette appears before them, her flowing attire rendering Hui Yutong momentarily speechless in her earlier struggle, her eyes widening in astonishment. Is that me? The figure bears an uncanny resemblance to her, save for the distinct dress. Would you like to examine it? Both inside and out, it's an exact replica. Obeying Zhen's will, the doll approaches slowly, grasping the hem of her skirt. Don't. Hui Yutong, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, instinctively covers Zhen's eyes. Why are you covering my eyes? Shouldn't we be subduing the doll? After a moment's hesitation, she concedes. Fine, I won't look, not as if I haven't seen it before. Disperse the doll. As for how little Yutong found herself here, it may be attributed to Zhen's advancement in strength, unlocking a new capability within his martial spirit. Previously, after acquiring his first soul ring, Zhen had inadvertently imprinted the template of dream red dust, even without a second soul ring. The essence lies in the fact that the soul ring itself serves as the key to unlocking the powers of this world. The abilities and authority reside within him, allowing him to manifest such phenomena. Thus, aside from the breakthrough in soul power, the soul ring is entirely superfluous to Zhen. Is that so? Sitting upon Zhen's lap, the little girl wore a contemplative expression, her delicate feet lightly swinging in the air. Hui Yutong felt as though she were experiencing the lucid dreams her mother had spoken of, where one can achieve anything within the dreamscape. However, her current concern lay in discerning whether Zhen's kindness was genuinely born of goodwill. Not entirely. Is he a bad person? The azure depths of her eyes dimmed, as if losing their luster. The little girl leaped from Zhen's lap to the ground, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Zhen, for your prior assistance. Upon my return, I shall repay what belongs to you, whether it be the reward you desire or something else. And Zhen remained silent, resting his chin upon one hand, gazing at the retreating figure of the little girl. Before long, a luminous portal opened beside him, and the melancholic girl, lost in thought, collided directly into Zhen's embrace. Haven't you figured it out yet? With a resigned sigh, Zhen gently tapped the girl's brow. In his world, where could this little one possibly wander? In her bewildered gaze, he enveloped her in his arms, the scent of masculinity enveloping Hui Yutong's senses. What intentions could a boy have toward a girl of his own age if he shows such kindness? The little girl was puzzled. The little girl was astonished. More content is loading. Please wait. The little girl was shy. It cannot possibly be the situation she imagines. With a blush adorning her delicate face, she timidly raised her gaze to meet a pair of eyes brimming with warmth, causing the timid doe to instantly lower her head. Had Yutong never encountered such matters before? Generally speaking, when a boy invites a girl to dinner without any apparent reason, it is a clear expression of his affection. In her past life, such utterances at this age would have drawn reprimands from both families. However, in this era of romance, it is rather commonplace, akin to early relationships in high school of the past. No, she stammered. It seems I was rather quick to act, if that is the case. This charming girl is mine. What a nonsensical exchange. She gently pushed against Zhen's chest with her fair hand, her cheeks flushed with confusion, her mind a whirlpool of thoughts. Hui Yutong yearned for the love described by teacher Xiaoya and her senior brother. Yet, the sudden intimacy and the affection from another left the innocent girl, unacquainted with such matters, in a state of bewilderment. I apologize, brother Zhen. I am unsure how to respond to your kindness, but I do not wish to accept your goodwill without reciprocation. I promise I will repay you. The young girl, standing firm, spoke earnestly, unaware of what made her worthy of such affection. Understanding her feelings, she unconsciously reverted to her original address for him, still intent on declining his kindness. Very well, and Zhen replied with a straightforward nod. The self-reliant little girl was admirable. However, her refusal did not imply that he could not treat her. Yet, I have some questions. Sitting on the bed, and Zhen's youthful countenance bore a hint of confusion. Why did you, little Yutong, disguise yourself as a boy to attend Shrek Academy? The girl found herself momentarily speechless. It's all right, and Zhen gently assured her. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and I am not one to pry. But certainly, you came to Shrek to grow stronger, correct? Moreover, having a new roommate might prove to be quite inconvenient. Indeed, the girl nodded solemnly. When my new roommate arrives, I plan to rest fully clothed. Yet, that would ultimately be inconvenient. I have a suggestion. You could move into my dormitory. I initially intended to discuss this with you, but I lacked a suitable reason, fearing you might misunderstand. And Zhen recalled from the original story that Hui Yuhao had only arrived the day after Wang Dong, and with his intervention, it remained uncertain whether they would still share a dormitory. If they did, so be it. Sharing a dormitory with brother Zhen? For some reason, Hui Yutong suddenly recalled the doll that bore her likeness and the memory of being cradled in Zhen's arms, her delicate feet resting against his chin, along with her peculiar attire. According to Zhen, her body here was akin to that doll. Could it be that Zhen had discerned her gender through such means? Surely, he would not engage in any strange behavior towards Yutong. Lowly acquiesced to Zhen's address. Of course, previously, she was merely a doll. For the true Yutong, I would never engage in any impropriety without her consent. Yet, Yutong assented. Despite Zhen having previously rested her foot against his chin and adorning this doll in such peculiar attire, Zhen was a good person. Very well. If that is the case, let us engage in meditative cultivation, for my martial spirit possesses the ability to enhance training. Chapter 6. The Soft Life begins. How delightful. What a vigorous and exhilarating practice session. The radiant morning light cast a dreamlike sheen upon her dark hair, and the weather today remained as bright as in Zhen's current mood. Apart from the brief period following the awakening of my martial spirit, it had been a long time since I felt such rapid progress. The first soul skill, reflection. An ethereal realm descended upon this place, overlapping with reality, modifying it. Soul power materialized out of thin air, accompanied by a sudden expansion of my meridians. A level 24 soul master. The energy drawn was from the virtual world's reserves. Typically, Zhen operated under such conditions, for it was indeed a small world, and the current insignificance was relative to the Douluo dimension. Furthermore, this world adhered to the law of conservation of energy. How could a level 23 Zhen manifest as a level 24 entity? If this trajectory continues, reaching beyond level 30 by the end of this semester seems quite achievable. The Lady of Fortune. With the Lady of Fortune present in his virtual world, there was astonishingly no sense of world repulsion whatsoever. It was remarkable how a dilemma that had plagued Zhen for so long was effortlessly resolved. He felt akin to a dependent, a small company harnessing the resources of a larger enterprise. A stranger would certainly object to using their funds, however insignificant. Yet now the small company had managed to court the jewel of the larger company, becoming the son-in-law. What a peculiar metaphor. Regardless, the outcome is favorable. Dressing. As Zhen stepped out of his dormitory, he knocked on the door of room 108. After a brief moment, a sleepy yet adorable figure, neatly attired, opened the door. And Zhen, brother, lowly gazed at the youth with a hint of melancholy. Although cultivation in dreams was swift, awakening felt akin to having endured a long night. With no advancement in her cultivation whatsoever, I am here to assist little Yutong in enhancing her cultivation. More content loading, please wait. And Zhen affectionately reached out to gently pinch Lowly's soft cheek. No. Hui Yutong shook her head, but as his fingertip made contact with her tender skin, she relinquished her struggle, her sparkling eyes resembling a timid fawn. A golden soul ring materialized. The first soul skill, reflection. The weariness of the night suddenly dissipated, akin to having indulged in a deep, restorative slumber. An unexpected surge of vitality coursed through her veins, a power that, although seemingly conjured from thin air, felt as though it had been meticulously cultivated through diligent training, flowing seamlessly within her. How delightful! And Zhen gently pinched the cheeks of the young girl. At this moment, Hui Yutong epitomized the most vulnerable and powerless state, a child without a home in search of solace. This is precisely why the original protagonist, Hui Yuhao, extended his unwavering support to the Tang sect and Shrek Academy, for he truly regarded this place as his sanctuary. Thus, why could I not be Hui Yutong's pillar of support? Suddenly, a somewhat endearing large insect lifted its head above the golden sea, inquiring, "Little Yutong, what has transpired? Why have you become so unexpectedly strong?" "Apologies, Sister Tianming, but I promised brother and Zhen not to divulge anything to others," the girl thought to herself. As the boy continued to pinch her cheeks, she had pledged to brother and Zhen last night. First, to keep the secret of his martial spirit, which allowed one's consciousness to enter. Second, to use her original voice when they were alone together. "But I am not human," the large insect retorted, peering through Hui Yutong's perspective towards the outside world. "Little Yutong, when did your relationship become so close? And when did you acquire such secrets?" The Tianming Eye silkworm was somewhat bewildered, akin to a daughter who had been obedient and sensible just yesterday, suddenly returning with a man today, declaring, "This is my husband." What on earth happened last night? Did it sleep for several days? First, let us have breakfast. We shall see if any teachers from the administration are available regarding the dormitory transfer. After freshening up, the two made their way to the dining hall. At the entrance of the pristine white cafeteria, and Zhen effortlessly picked up the petite girl and quickly set her down. "Let us go." The handsome youth blinked innocently, saying, "To express my apologies for my earlier actions towards classmate Hui Yutong, I shall treat you to breakfast." A teasing voice echoed in the ears of the startled girl, who likely did not wish to be cradled in his arms before the public gaze. "Humph," the girl pouted. "Brother and Zhen, how mischievous you are." Ultimately, Hui Yutong succumbed to his charm. Upon arriving at the purple cafeteria for the 4th and 5th grades, under Zhen's playful threat of lifting her high and spinning around, the little girl had no choice but to open her cherry-red mouth. "Eat more," and Zhen placed a piece of soul beast omelet onto her plate. The foundation of cultivation lies in maintaining good health. "Thank you, brother and Zhen." The girl buried her face in her food. She could not repay his kindness at present, but would silently remember it in her heart, vowing to assist brother and Zhen in the future. With a contented expression and a pleasantly rounded belly, Hui Yutong reclined in her chair, never having imagined that breakfast could be so satisfying. With the pancakes being both fragrant and soft, an idea that had previously seemed utterly implausible to her. Having indulged, she decided to return and rest for a while, as the teachers in the guidance office likely wouldn't arrive until around 9 or 10, and Zhen sipped on a cold drink, nodding obediently like a charming little girl. As for Hui Yutong's future endeavors, Zhen contemplated the possibility of opening a milk tea shop, drawing inspiration from experiences in her past life. Aware of the immense allure such establishments held for young people, especially if she incorporated some premium ingredients to elevate the prices. In this world, the majority of powerful martial souls originated from bloodline inheritance, with beneficial mutations being a rare occurrence. Shrek Academy, being an institution for the elite, catered to students who were generally not averse to spending a bit of money. The potential earnings from grilled fish were modest. It was time to astonish this alternate world with some technological advancements and remarkable innovations. With just a slight effort on my part, the average wait at Shrek Academy would likely see a notable increase. Upon returning to the dormitory, Hui Yutong found her door ajar, indicating that her roommate had arrived. "Who are you?" A young boy emerged from within, his fair skin and dreamy, powder blue silk attire setting him apart. Beneath his elegantly arched eyebrows lay enchanting eyes, reminiscent of jewels lost from the heavens. making him quite the handsome lad. And Zhen, a freshman residing next door, a great soul master with the martial soul of the world. Wang Dong, also a freshman, a great soul master with the martial soul of the goddess of light butterfly. He proudly introduced himself, though Zhen pondered the peculiarity of a martial soul being the world itself. Goddess of light butterfly, and Zhen murmured, her gaze towards Wang Dong growing increasingly peculiar. What does that look supposed to mean? The handsome youth inquired, his expression shifting to one of discontent. Entering the dormitory, and Zhen swiftly pushed Hui Yutong inside and closed the door, noting that despite its simplicity, the dormitory boasted excellent soundproofing. Little Yutong, it seems you won't need to change dorms this time. Hui Yutong responded with a puzzled expression. Wang Dong turned his attention to another boy in the room. So you are my roommate? Given how clean you've kept the space, I suppose that's acceptable. Is cross-dressing to attend school in vogue these days? Unfortunately, my grandfather insists that any boy disguised as a girl entering the girls' dormitory risks expulsion. You, Wang Dong exclaimed, his pale fingers pointing accusingly at Zhen, momentarily at a loss for words due to his excitement. You're the one who's feminine. The flush on his face was ambiguous. Perhaps a mix of embarrassment from having his identity exposed and the anger of being insulted. Had Zhen not been familiar with the original narrative, she might have genuinely believed that it was the indignation of someone insulted. Goddess of light butterfly, and Zhen had already devised a rationale, which I had once stumbled upon in a tattered ancient tome in the Lord's library during a bout of ennui. Its exquisite beauty left a lasting impression. For this soul beast may well be extinct, yet as a martial spirit, it is said to manifest solely in enchanting women. The Lord's estate might not possess this particular volume, but such information is indeed chronicled in various texts. Your disguise is commendable, yet it seems you are unaware of this detail, aside from a few who occasionally peruse such works or are deeply versed in martial spirits. It is likely that few are privy to this knowledge. Chapter 7. Certification by the Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit Sect. Wang Dong fell silent. He had not anticipated that his flawless disguise would falter on this piece of information. Hui Yutong's eyes widened in surprise. She had not realized that her roommate was also masquerading as a male. Is she? Wang Donger regarded the petite figure with curiosity. Indeed. And Zhen gently nudged Hui Yutong forward. What is your relationship? Wang Donger inquired suspiciously, her gaze drifting to Hui Yutong's pale attire and in Zhen's luxurious fabric. Could it be that a young master is accompanied by his little maid? Do not misunderstand. And Zhen raised his hands. I have only known her for a day. I am an orphan, and I merely sought to assist this child who seems to be struggling. An orphan? Hui Yutong tilted her small face in confusion, studying Zhen. Your attire hardly supports that claim. With hands on her hips, Wang Donger regarded Zhen with a disapproving expression. Who decrees that orphans cannot dress well or eat well? I am merely benefiting from the support of the lord of my previous city, the youth asserted with righteous indignation, disregarding the generous aid he had received. Rest assured, I shall not disclose your secret, although I am uncertain as to why the two of you are in disguise, since fate has brought us together in this dormitory. Let us not squander this opportunity and coexist harmoniously, she declared. With that, Zhen swiftly departed, creating space for the young ladies. He was off to seek out his esteemed mentor. Master. At the entrance of the new dormitory building, a level 99 Limit Douluos appeared, seemingly materializing at random. Master. You must have been at this academy for many years. The obedient-looking youth approached the elderly man basking in the sunlight, inquiring with curiosity. Many years. Indeed. It has been quite some time, the elder replied, a mixture of puzzlement and nostalgia in his tone. As the dim yellow eyes opened, it seemed as though the past had slipped away long ago. Do you know the gluttonous Douluo? Do you think this old man knows a title Douluo? The elder regarded Zhen with a bemused expression. You have been at this school for quite some time, and Zhen gazed expectantly at the elder. The elder remained silent. I have heard that the gluttonous Douluo has quite the appetite. I intend to open a beverage shop and wonder if I might solicit your advice and perhaps share in a taste. If any other title Douluo or Shrek teacher were present, they would likely have swiftly knocked this naive young lad to the ground. A dignified title Douluo of level 98, one of the foremost powers in the world, was invited to sample the offerings of his shop. The old man was unaware of this. But if what you claimed were true, that title Douluo with a penchant for fine cuisine might indeed find this intriguing. The elder spoke slowly, adding that with the recent influx of newcomers, there should be no shortage of taste testers. But this beverage is rather unhealthy. It could harm those delicate buds. And Zhen remarked earnestly. In that moment, the scene seemed to freeze. The recipe for milk tea, syrup, milk, and water was not particularly complex. Attractive packaging and a variety of flavors were essential. Regrettably, the lack of specialized packaging machinery meant he was left with only plastic lids. Real estate in Shrek City was exorbitantly priced. After some inquiries, Zhen decided to abandon the idea, although he had some funds left. It was clearly insufficient unless he sought the company of a wealthy woman. In the afternoon, after a long day, and Zhen, having refreshed his energy, sought out his elder with 2 small shelves in tow. Elder, is there a gentle, understanding, attractive woman with a good figure who is willing to spend on men, emotionally devoted, and possesses both strength and wealth? A young lady, or perhaps a lowly would suffice. Constructing a makeshift recliner, the youth lay back, feeling physically rested yet mentally fatigued. You wish for me to sample an unhealthy beverage? An aged voice resounded. Upon hearing it, and Zhen turned, following the sound. Before him stood a greasy, disheveled old man, his once white robe now stained a grimy brown, with only the collar faintly retaining its original hue. He was gnawing on a chicken leg. It was he, a level Douluo, a member of Shrek's Sea God Pavilion, an honorary elder of the Holy Spirit cult. Indeed, unfazed by the title Douluo's reputation, and Zhen reached for a nearby shelf. We have pearl milk tea, chocolate milk tea, original flavor, succulent grape, watermelon slush, and lemonade. What would you like to try? Let us have one of each, the elder replied. Very well. The handsome youth opened the cabinet beneath the shelf, revealing several large jars, each equipped with a tap. Soon, 6 transparent plastic cups adorned with flowers and girls were filled with the beverages. Elder, would you care for a cup? I'll have the original flavor, he responded. Chuanzu, a gentle voice, tinged with urgency, echoed behind the elder. It was only then that Zhen noticed a woman standing silently behind him, as still as a statue. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, framing a delicate visage that radiated tranquility and flawlessness. The fitted school uniform accentuated her alluring curves, reminiscent of a serene silver moon suspended in the night sky. Only Zhang Lishuan and Bei could address her as Muon. A cup of pearl milk tea for this child. All right. Trembling. And Zhen accepted the milk tea and handed another cup over. Zhang Lishuan remained still, resembling a statue. A good child listens to their elders. And Zhen firmly placed the milk tea in her hand. Drink it if you wish. Were this beverage presented at a high-end banquet, it would be deemed nothing short of industrial waste due to its excessive sweetness. Now, what if we were to consider its worth at a street-side barbecue? It's all the rage on campus. A cup of milk tea paired with a chicken leg. They are practically a match made in heaven, mused Xian Lao. Pondering the pricing. What do you think is a suitable price point? Pricing? Perhaps 1 gold soul coin? The affluent rarely find themselves lacking in funds. And Zhen closed his eyes, then opened them again. Instantly, 2 large promotional posters were affixed to the small delivery trucks. Gourmet Douluo Xian Lao certified, pricing established. A discount of 30% for the entire venue. With these signs, not only would there be a star effect, but the pricing would also remain reasonable, even though, with quality materials and labor, each cup would only cost a silver soul coin. The most critical factor was that this was Shrek City. Any imitators would need to dare to sell here. Once I open for business, I will ensure you are well taken care of. How does that sound? The obedient young boy looked eagerly at the elder. When will you be opening? In a moment. That is acceptable. And Zhen entered the dormitory, having prepared work for Xiao Yutong, knowing he must tend well to the young lady since his training depended entirely on her. The disheveled elder took a sip of milk tea, recalling the wooden board that had mysteriously appeared without his notice. His once dull eyes now sparkled with a fierce awakening, akin to a beast roused from slumber. Is this lad's martial spirit truly of this world? To pursue whatever one desires, driven by fervor or personal will, that is the essence of youth, Lishuan. The aged man spoke, offering sage advice. Guardian of the academy is precisely what Lishuan wishes to undertake. The gentle woman, akin to a cool silver moon, remained ever tranquil, existing in solitude. It is I who have wronged you, my child. Chapter 8. The World and the Moon. Are you two fighting? The dormitory 108 was eerily quiet. A girl and a young girl sat on their respective beds, the atmosphere thick with an unsettling silence. And Zhen keenly noticed the disheveled clothing on both, reminding him of the altercation depicted in the original narrative during their first encounter. The young girl nodded obediently. Humph. The young lady turned her head with an air of arrogance. Why are we fighting? The current situation might differ from the original narrative. They are both girls, although Wang Donger displays some traits of a spoiled young lady. She is ultimately a kind-hearted girl who, in the original story, could embrace a male counterpart without hesitation. As for Hui Yutong, there is no need to elaborate. Aside from the resentment she harbors, she appears as a blank slate at this moment. Wang Donger remarked, Brother and Zhen, your care for me must have ulterior motives. To which the blue-haired short girl explained that the cause was quite simple. Wang Donger was curious as to why Hui Yutong disguised herself as a boy, being frail and lacking in strength, which seemed like a forced choice akin to those in tales. Due to Wang Donger's genuine concern, the two fated girls began conversing, eventually leading to a mention of Zhen. Wang Donger suspected Zhen had other intentions, believing he squandered the funding meant for cultivation. Naturally, Hui Yutong could not tolerate such accusations and defended Zhen. Wang Donger felt her kindness was being mistaken for foolishness, escalating their verbal dispute into a physical altercation. Ulterior motives? Zhen's gaze fell upon the two delicate feet encased in pure white socks, and he silently nodded. Indeed, there was some truth to that. Brother Zhen, the shy voice of the girl echoed, recalling the moment when Zhen had rested her small, silk-clad foot under his chin. That doesn't mean I am a villain, he said, gently scratching his cheek. Have you not already acknowledged it? With arms crossed, the poised young lady looked down at Zhen from her elevated position on the bed. Never mind, I shall not elaborate further. Savings are unattainable. One must learn to earn. As the situation unfolded, Wang Donger insisted on witnessing the tangible results. The funding was a topic difficult to explain. As Zhen hailed from the Sun and Moon Empire, he beckoned to Hui Yutong. Come along, little Yutong. I have secured a job that will certainly yield profit. Upon exiting the dormitory, two figures accompanied Zhen. I'm curious to see how you plan to earn this money, Wang Donger teased, hands tucked into her pockets as she followed him, while another boy, seemingly of questionable upbringing, tugged along a cart. However, do you not fear being expelled from Shrek Academy for leveraging the title of the gluttonous Douluo? Wang Donger questioned, bewildered by his audacity. Why not? Could it not be permitted? Zhen retorted. Would the gluttonous Douluo endorse your little stall? Wang Donger nearly burst into laughter, as Zhen's handsome visage appeared softened by her mirth. Why shouldn't it be? Even the Star Dough auction house lacks such qualifications. Indeed, Zhen nodded lightly. For such prominent figures were never in want of money and would not expose themselves for trivial matters. But what if it were a charming junior? This is not a significant industry. For them, it is merely a child's plaything, a means to occasionally amuse the younger generation. Wang Dong remained silent. At the school gate, the foot traffic was quite substantial. Observing the ebb and flow of students, Zhen nodded in satisfaction. 2 shelves, 3 handsome boys. This peculiar combination instantly captured the attention of a large number of students, who then noticed the sign on the shelf. Feasting Douluo, exclaimed a senior with excitement. Is what you wrote here true? A bespectacled senior in a purple school uniform inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Everyone knows that the Feasting Douluo is the strongest in our school. Would I dare to spread rumors? Would you? I wouldn't. The senior replied with a sincere shake of his head. Then would you like to try it? After glancing at the sign, the senior ordered a classic flavor. Hui Yutong. Follow my lead. The process was not complicated. One merely had to remember the ingredient list. Hui Yutong was a clever child. After just one glance, she was adept at preparing it. Keep it up. It must be said that the star effect is indeed powerful, with the endorsement of the Feasting Douluo at Shrek Academy. Even ordinary water attracted a throng of students eager to sample the taste. As soon as Hui Yutong prepared her first cup of milk tea, a long queue had already formed behind her. How does it taste? Zhen asked Wang Dong, who was nibbling on the straw. Very sweet, quite good. The sweet flavor significantly improved the young lady's mood. But can this really make money? Why not? People love desserts, and here we have a multitude of vibrant, purchasing power-laden youth. Plus the endorsement of the Feasting Douluo. And can you guess the cost of a cup of milk tea? The boy appeared utterly confident. But you have ulterior motives regarding her. Beautiful things always tempt people to possess them. Moreover, this is merely a normal relationship between a man and a woman. After all, I did not coerce or deceive her. The boy's candor took Wang Dong by surprise. The young lady cast a glance at the busy girl nearby, realizing that perhaps she had indeed been meddling. As twilight approached, the sales of milk tea soared, prompting Zhen to replenish the raw materials twice. For reasons unknown, even the sharp-tongued young lady went to assist Hui Yutong. This is more like it. Watching this scene, Zhen felt a sense of contentment. They were all just 11-year-old children. How could there be so many schemes and plots? A silver moon quietly drew near. Are you selling at the school gate? Is that not allowed? It's not written in the school rules. Indeed, it is not written, because any normal person would not have the audacity to sell things right at the school gate. The senior sister of Shrek Academy quietly appeared at the gate. Aside from the boy who had engaged her, no one else noticed her presence. I have a question. As more content loads, the serene beauty with long black hair, cradling a cup of milk tea, speaks with a calm demeanor, her eyes reflecting the stillness of a tranquil well. Shouldn't one introduce themselves before inquiring about others? Zhang Lishuan. And Zhen, I am intrigued by your martial soul. Oh, the ability to conjure things from thin air is remarkably potent. I believe it could be developed in various directions. Oh, your martial soul is formidable, capable of eluding even titled Douluo's perception. If you are willing, the school will provide substantial support for your training. Oh, sister, are you a teacher? And Zhen empathizes with Sun Wukong's struggles. No, but I shall be a teacher at Shrek in the future. Since you are so curious, why not experience it firsthand? The serene beauty nods gently, her expression as unwavering as ever. Very well. At that moment, a furious voice interrupts in Zhen's thoughts. Kid, do you believe I will overturn your stall? Su Sancher, what do you intend to do? The milk tea stall erupts with conflict. When Zhen rushes over, she sees a tall, dark-skinned youth, embodying his martial soul and wielding a tortoise shell, confronting a furious girl, while a refined youth stands protectively beside her. Wang Dong gazes at the tortoise shell youth with an expression full of anger, and Hui Yutong mirrors his sentiment. The stall is covered in spilled milk tea. Standing before the stall is a golden-haired beauty, tall and graceful, her skin as fair as snow, with eyes resembling a clear lake, akin to an elegant and pure orchid. Gentle and refined. Within Shrek City, the use of martial soul power for private disputes is strictly forbidden. A gentle yet cold voice resonates, and upon noticing the newcomer, the students instinctively step aside, while the bewildered freshmen are hurriedly pulled away by their seniors. Senior sister. Senior sister. Respectful voices arise from the depths of their hearts. The first beauty of the outer court and the first beauty of the inner court of Shrek Academy gather here. Chapter 9. A heavy blow to the turtle senior sister. The once fierce-looking dark youth immediately deflates. Senior sister. Her tranquil gaze sweeps over the crowd, and as she spots a certain refined youth, a subtle curve appears at the corner of her mouth, unnoticed by others. Are you causing trouble at my stall? And Zhen's gaze fixes on the tortoiseshell youth who has activated his martial soul. Zhang Lishuan's eyes also settle on Su Sancher, who, despite his seemingly calm demeanor, feels compelled to explain, Senior sister, it's him. The lively beauty exclaims. Not only did he cut in line, but he also attempted to force a purchase, bullying my Yutong. I paid. He showed no respect to Nan, hence, none to me. Su Sancher retorts coldly. Yutong, Wang Dong, are you both all right? And Zhen approached the two young ladies with a concerned inquiry. I'm fine, Wang Dong replied, shaking her head with evident anger. This person just cut in line, threw money to seize the milk tea, and when Yutong refused, he scratched her wrist. Yutong and Zhen gently grasped the slender arm of the girl, lifting her sleeve to reveal red fingerprints on her fair skin. How dare you lay your hands on her? You insolent wretch. The cold-faced youth turned to berate him. It was no wonder this fellow was unsuccessful in romance. Such a disposition was hard to change, and he still displayed this arrogant demeanor, cutting in line and using his strength to bully younger students. Kid, just as Su Sancher was about to unleash a fierce retort, he caught sight of the striking figure of a girl with long, straight black hair beside him, causing his words to falter. How much? I'll compensate. Apologize to her, or we'll head to the dual spirit zone. And Zhen yearned to strike, fiercely. Su Sancher's suppressed anger flared up again. It was unthinkable for him to bow his head in apology before the girl he cherished. So, you intend to push your luck? Su Sancher turned to Zhang Lishuan. Senior sister, he demanded this himself. Whatever punishment comes, I accept, but I activated my martial soul because Tangyi used a hidden weapon against me. He was the one who bullied my junior brother first. A refined youth stepped forward. Such a commotion? An elderly voice interjected, and they beheld a disheveled old man, his clothes exceedingly greasy, leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg as he approached. Elder Xian, Zhang Lishuan greeted with a respectful bow. Elder Xian, the surrounding students, even those unfamiliar with him, hurriedly bowed upon witnessing the senior sister's deference. What transpired? And Zhen inquired, turning to Wang Dong. Wang Dong, please prepare some milk tea for His Excellency Tao Dai, and recount the events. Oh, the dazed girls snapped back to reality, realizing that the scruffy elder before them was indeed the renowned Tao Dai Douluo. The surrounding students, who had been puzzled, suddenly felt their legs go weak. Goodness. This milk tea is actually certified by this esteemed figure. Su Sancher's face drained of color. He had thought this was merely a student playing tricks. The sequence of events was straightforward. Jiang Nanan had taken a keen interest in the milk tea, yet even with the discount, the price remained steep for common students, prompting her to negotiate. Up to this point, everything seemed normal. However, due to Zhen's lack of prior instructions, Hui Yutong felt unable to reduce the price unilaterally. At that moment, someone attempted a heroic rescue, tossing money to forcibly take the milk tea, but unexpectedly, Hui Yutong caught on, and during the scuffle, she sustained a scratch on her wrist. Witnessing this, Tangyi intervened. Su, you brat. I am here. The once arrogant Su Sancher now resembled a quail, thoroughly subdued. With a mouthful of chicken leg and a sip of milk tea, the distinguished figure slowly spoke, acknowledging that the fault indeed lay with him at the outset. His dim eyes briefly glanced at Hui Yutong, who was being shielded by Zhen. Very well, there's no need to head to the Soul Fighting District. You can battle right here. If you win, you shall compensate with 1,000 gold soul coins. If you lose, you will owe 4 Xianshui pills and apologize. Tangyi felt an inkling of unease. After all, this individual was acting to defend Yutong, and he was but a newcomer while Su Sancher was in his 6th year. All right, it shall be as you say. And Zhen readily acquiesced. Tangyi was somewhat disheartened. What was this fellow thinking? Had he not noticed the sixth-year uniform worn by the opponent? Subrat, an aged voice emerged. If you agree, I shall certainly comply. Although possessing the dragon whisker needle within, bullying a newcomer seemed rather too easy. Then clear the area, the elder commanded, gently patting Su Sanchi's shoulder. A golden thread, finer than silk, was flicked forth, transforming into a grain that was casually tossed to Tanya by the elder. Su Sanchi's spirit soared. Observing the slight smile that crept onto Zhen's lips, he thought to himself, "You're finished." Finished indeed, Tanya remarked with a despondent expression. Teacher Xiaya, is the opponent truly formidable? Hui Yutong, her wrist being adorned with an unknown liquid by Tanya, inquired with concern. Despite her disdain for this individual, she could not deny his strength. The Xianming turtle, a mutated martial soul, matched Bei in cultivation, both being top-tier beast martial souls, one known for its formidable offense and the other for its unparalleled defense. Had the dragon whisker needle not been retracted earlier, her friend might have had a slim chance, but now, there was none whatsoever. What an impulsive fool, she thought, lightly biting her cherry lips, as the enchanting glint in her eyes reflected the silhouette of the dark youth. Xian Lao, this is quite unfair. Amidst the astonished gazes of others, the powder blue youth expressed his dissent to the title de law. What compelled this lad to covet another's treasures? Mused the elder, gnawing on a chicken leg. Moreover, how can you ascertain whether it was impulsiveness or confident control? Su Sancher, Soul Master, Xianming Turtle. You would do well to surrender now, he warned. And Zhen, Grand Soul Master, the world. As he spoke, the youth suddenly retreated several meters, closing his eyes, only to open them a second later. Are you not going to attack? Heh. The short youth, exuding an air of confidence, had yet to unleash his martial soul, boldly declaring, I shall grant you 3 moves. Soul power surged forth. Yet the crowd had yet to witness any manifestation of the youth's martial soul or weapon spirit. Your left leg, the young man softly proclaimed. A bright yellow soul ring materialized. Ah! A shrill cry echoed as the 6th-year senior unexpectedly knelt, contorted in agony. You rascal! He exclaimed as the Xianming turtle enveloped him. Muscles bulging, an astounding aura emanated from the fierce-faced youth. Suddenly, Su Sancher felt a dampness on his face. With a chuckle, Wang Dong, who was spectating, exclaimed, Huh? Look at you, turtle. The surrounding youths and maidens could not help but burst into laughter. Su Sancher was bewildered. His martial soul was the Xianming turtle, and it was not to be ridiculed. Su Turtle, look at your face, taunted Tanya gleefully. It was only when Su Sancher retrieved a mirror from his soul guide storage device that he realized the source of their amusement. Turtle was scrawled across both sides of his face. When did this happen? He had just activated his martial soul. Have you ever been bullied, Su Sancher? A chilling voice inquired. Just a childish trick. Su Sancher dismissed it with disdain. Is that so? And Zhen stepped forward leisurely. I could easily strip you of your clothing and inscribe even more humiliating words upon you. But I am not a villain. Besides, there are so many ladies present, I wouldn't want to offend their eyes. The golden soul ring glimmered. Su Sanchi's furious roar abruptly ceased, and the laughter in the air died down. Coughing, the students watched in silence as the 6th-grade senior knelt in agony, expelling the dirt that had mysteriously filled his mouth, along with a crushed milk tea cup. Previously, his face had been defaced. Now, he was choking on soil. When had this transpired? Was this fellow truly a great soul master? What if it had been filth instead? Suddenly, a playful smile crossed the youth's face. The presence of the milk tea cup was a clear indication that he could do much more than simply stuff dirt into your mouth. You wouldn't dare? Su Sancher bellowed. Having extracted the dirt, why wouldn't I dare? Even if your father were the emperor or a titled Douluo, it wouldn't prevent you from consuming excrement or refuse at any moment, and Zhen calmly replied. What had initially seemed a jest of a skirmish now commanded a newfound respect. No one dared to underestimate the newcomer. If even the so-called strongest in the outer academy, Su Sancher, could be so easily humiliated, what of them? With a modicum of strength and a touch of flattery, they had become insufferable. Give it to me. Su Sancher, who had intended to gather strength for a surprise attack, fell to the ground, clutching his previously uninjured leg and screaming. No matter how great your lineage or abilities, they pale in comparison to the might of the gluttonous Douluo. True figures of authority do not bully the weak. Why do you, a mere talent, presume to do so? At the entrance of Shrek Academy, the previous merriment seemed to have come to a standstill. Under the gaze of the multitude, an extraordinary confrontation unfolded. You wish to impress your beloved in front of others, yet why must you bully my people? Gazing at Su Sancher, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog, having come to terms with his fate and ceased his struggles, and Zhen let out a sigh, concluding his act of retribution. He spoke softly. It must feel terrible to be bullied. I have heard of Jiang Nan Nan, the most beautiful girl from the outer academy, born of common origins. Upon hearing the name of his beloved, the young man lifted his head. Commoner, he reflected, perhaps she was unfortunate in her childhood. and more than 90% of the misfortunes that befall commoners stem from the upper classes, from nobles such as yourself. She suffered the indignities of the aristocracy in her youth. How could your noble demeanor ever win her affection? I understand you might argue that neither you nor your family has ever bullied commoners, but when a sheep has been harmed by a wolf with sharp fangs, will it not fear other creatures with similar teeth? Will it not feel the pain of its wounds? Boastful and overbearing, using your strength to intimidate those weaker, what distinguishes you from them? After delivering a sound thrashing, Zhen felt a sense of vindication. Silence enveloped the moment, as if the world had been placed on pause. A voice, nearly choked with emotion, broke through. I concede. The young man, his face contorted in agony, propped himself up from the ground. Yet, despite the pain coursing through his body and the derisive laughter of others, nothing could detract from the sorrow that enveloped him. In his misty eyes, he beheld his hands, caked in dirt, and for the first time, Su Sanshur felt a profound sense of filth. Nan, have you always viewed me this way? Chapter 10. The Thoughts of a Young Girl. My sincerest apologies. To both of you, I deeply regret my previous rudeness. Bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, though his expression remained hidden, his voice resonated with sincerity. Thus concluded the confrontation between the new students and the sixth-year seniors. The disheveled dark-skinned youth approached Zhen, retrieving 3 exquisite jade vials and a slender black card from his soul guide device. As per our wager, this is the Xian Shui Dan I promised earlier, and this black card is a savings card. I am grateful for your earlier words. Please, accept it. With that, the young man, his face smeared with mud, bowed deeply once more before striding away. Disperse. The remaining milk tea is all mine. With these words, the upperclassmen, either wishing to indulge in the milk tea or merely intrigued by this junior who combined intellect with prowess, began to leave, animatedly discussing the peculiar bout they had just witnessed. Truth be told, had it not been for the presence of a prominent figure and their prior knowledge of Su Sanshur, the most infamous sycophant of the outer academy, they might have thought they were witnessing a staged match. Well done, Zhen. A lively young girl leaped up, playfully patting Zhen on the shoulder. Not only had he triumphed over Su Sanshur, the great turtle, but he had also subdued him. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the previously serene youth, exuding an aura of a great hero, suddenly turned pale, his vitality fading instantly, his figure swaying unsteadily. Supported by the swift-moving Bebe. No way, Tanya remarked, puzzled, glancing at her own hands. Are you trying to pull a fast one? Thank you. Zhen nodded gently to the young man. It's nothing, he replied. Zhen, my brother, Hui Yutong said anxiously, stepping forward. Wang Dong, nervously offering milk tea, looked at the prominent figure lingering nearby, only to find that he had already vanished without a trace. I may have overexerted my martial spirit, but I'll recover after a night of meditation, Zhen explained, his complexion ashen. The martial spirit's criteria for altering reality is based on a comprehensive assessment of an object's rank, energy, and the power conferred upon it. Under normal circumstances, Su Sanshur would fare better. The disparity between a soul master with an active martial spirit and one without is considerable. For Zhen, currently, a soul master without an activated martial spirit is far easier to deal with than a spirit beast. However, I had to put on a show and serve as a warning. Alas, demonstrating one's prowess in public always incurs a price. Furthermore, this state induced by the martial spirit cannot be refreshed by it. To wield such power inevitably demands a toll. The crowd silently nodded, remembering how astonishing the earlier scene had been. The top-tier beast martial spirit, the Xianming turtle, a soul sovereign, seemed to have its proud defenses rendered non-existent before a grand soul master. Those unaware might have thought it was a title Douluo bullying a child. Zhen, Tanya exclaimed excitedly, her eyes brightening. Would you like to join the Tang sect? If you join now, our sect leader will appoint you as the third in command. He.S. a genius. Xiaoya, Bebe said with a hint of exasperation, pulling his girlfriend back. He.S. still injured. Shouldn't we let him rest? At that moment, Xian Lao and Zhang Lishuan had already quietly departed. With Zhen appearing so frail, although several of them were eager to forge connections, it was evidently not the right time. That night, why must I carry you? Wang Dong's voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, echoed. Due to her previous task of making milk tea, Wang Dong had been regarded as Zhen's aide. Given Zhen's injuries, the petite and weaker Hui Yutong was clearly unable to shoulder such a burden. Thus, Wang Dong, being a tall male and seemingly on good terms with Zhen, was reluctantly assigned this task. Wang Dong couldn't quite fathom why he hadn't refused earlier, especially when the youth had appeared so weakened. Oh well, that giant turtle apologized to me and Yutong because of you, so I'll consider this my act of kindness. Otherwise, I'll make you ride back tenfold. With gritted teeth, the girl expressed her fierce disdain, yet a charming blush flitted across her cheeks the next moment. Her shyness was a breathtaking scene under the night sky. though regrettably, no one was there to appreciate it. As the content continued to load, the girl exclaimed, "You scoundrel! You dare to reprimand me!" The boy, serene, rested his head on Wang Dong's shoulder, his dreamy powder blue hair cascading down, while the faint scent of the girl lingered at Zhen's nose. Shortly after, Hui Yutong positioned 2 shelves in front of the dormitory and carried 2 jars filled with gold and silver soul coins into Zhen's room. Wang Dong gently placed the immobile Zhen onto the bed. They had sold a total of 226 cups today, a detail the frugal little girl remembered quite clearly. "Is that so?" Zhen extracted approximately 50 gold soul coins. "All right, you can split the rest. I do not require any." The young lady disdainfully turned her head away. "Brother Zhen, this is far too much," she protested, clearly astonished by the considerable sum presented in cash, ruffling the little girl's hair. Zhen gently nudged the 2 buckets toward her. "Here, take them. This is the fruit of your hard work." Turning to Wang Dong with a smile, Zhen mused, "This must be the first money you've earned on your own, or are you planning to work for me for free? I won't let you take advantage of me." The young lady paused momentarily before quickly shifting her demeanor. She could not allow him to exploit her again. "Hui Yutong, I'm taking these back to the dormitory now." With that, she seized the 2 jars and dashed away. "Remember to wash the coins." And Zhen called out, grabbing Hui Yutong's wrist. He opened his mouth, and a plump pill fell into the obedient girl's mouth. The Xian Shui Dan, does it have any side effects? And Zhen suddenly recalled descriptions from the original text regarding this transformative pill. Its effects were mild, capable of raising the soul power of soul masters below level 20 by at least 1 level, and purifying the body of impurities. However, this purification process would be quite odorous. "Oh, it seems I've led Wang Dong into a predicament." He shrugged. At worst, he could let her use his room for the night. "All right, let us return and rest." Without mentioning tonight's meditation, Zhen escorted the girl out. He intended to test whether his cultivation progress would change in the absence of little Yutong. The girl, clad in a thin nightgown, felt quite pleased as her delicate, rosy feet touched the soft sheets, and a smooth, fair leg lay exposed to the air. Wang Dong gazed at the pristine gold soul coins with delight, the outcome of her hard work. Upon reflection, she thought, that fellow isn't too bad. Her feelings for Hui Yutong were not concealed. Instead, she openly admitted them. And her pursuit was not off-putting, especially given the commendable job she had arranged for Hui Yutong. Previously, that 6th grader clad in a black uniform, akin to a turtle, also stepped forward. Well, he somewhat resembled a man, behaving somewhat decently while leaning over her. However, it felt as though this fellow possessed a wealth of knowledge. Wang Dong recalled Zhen's earlier remarks during their confrontation, sensing that this individual appeared to have a rich emotional history, managing to bring the large turtle to tears in an instant. The young girl cast a fleeting glance at the petite lowly beside her. With her presence, Raintong would certainly not fall victim to this fellow's bullying. And Zhen's brother, whose eyes sparkled like a myriad of stars, reflected a jar brimming with gold and silver. Within the misty depths of his pupils, the events of today flickered momentarily, the image of his resolute figure reverberating in the lowly's mind, as if to engrave this scene eternally in her memory. Indeed, a tale of hero rescuing the fair maiden had unfolded. Yet the roles of hero and beauty had been exchanged. Chapter 11. The erosion of the world. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of vigorous knocking reverberated, and upon observing the trembling door, it was evident that the person outside was not in the best of spirits. "Damn it, Zhen." Wang Dong, clutching her bedding, fumed. A beautiful maiden ought not to utter profanities. The calm-faced youth spoke slowly, something murky seemingly coalescing within his dark eyes, as a thread of emotion was drawn away. "How dare you say that?" Her fair cheeks flushed, not from the late-night intrusion into another boy's dormitory, but out of anger. Just as she was about to lie down to rest, she caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance, turning to see a layer of blue mist enveloping Hui Yutong. Remembering the item Zhen had won from that 6th grade turtle, it was indisputable that Hui Yutong was under the influence of the Xian Shui Dan. Wang Dong could hardly believe that this fellow was unaware of the effects of consuming the Xian Shui Dan. While she was astonished that Zhen would willingly use a pill worth tens of thousands of gold soul coins on someone he had only known for a day or two, her anger surged, infuriated that he knowingly allowed Hui Yutong to take it at night. Where would she sleep? Would she seek refuge with this guy? A spark of clarity suddenly exploded in Wang Dong's mind. Her dreamily beautiful powder blue eyes instantly filled with a vigilant gleam, her figure swathed in snug sleepwear, slightly lowering as if poised to spring into action at any moment. "Xian Shui Dan, you dare claim it was unintentional?" "Unintentional about what?" Zhen stood up, retrieving a clean, soft blanket from the wardrobe. As if struck by a sudden thought, the youth took a bold step forward, his handsome face breaking into a smile as he cornered the girl clutching her bedding. The girl raised her delicate fist, seemingly conveying that she was not to be trifled with. "Wang Dong, Do you truly think this is a scheme to share a room with you? Isn't it? Wang Dong vowed, assuring that if this guy dared to harbor any thoughts akin to those of a scoundrel, her fist would undoubtedly find its mark on his face in the next heartbeat. I truly had not anticipated this. And Zhen gently shook her head, ensuring a suitable distance remained between the two, her soft voice resonating. Let us stay here for the night. I will handle things outside. Loading more content, please wait. Could she have truly misjudged? Wang Dong pondered, yet the youth had already mobilized, clutching a blanket. The two objects arced gracefully through the air before landing on the bed, 2 keys to the dormitory. Is this for real? Love it or leave it. A slightly cold voice interjected. Do you dare to scold me? Wang Dong discerned the unkind tone underlying those words. However, just as he intended to respond, the youth's unsteady silhouette vanished around the corner. Humph, at least you know your place. Bang. The dormitory door slammed shut in a fit of pique. I'm not scolding you. And Zhen sighed helplessly as she exited the dormitory, the struggle in her eyes becoming increasingly evident. This was merely a consequence of overexerting her martial soul. A person can influence their martial soul through aspects such as willpower or innate qualities. Conversely, a martial soul can also affect a person. Take, for instance, the evil fire phoenix martial soul, or certain souls that bear the mark of an evil soul master upon awakening. This is not merely human prejudice, but rather a painful legacy from the past. A formidable martial soul resembles a sentient artifact, capable of being wielded. Those who can master them may rise to become unparalleled powerhouses, while those unable to do so become slaves to their strength. The world modulation mode, or the world itself. Undoubtedly, this is a remarkably powerful martial soul. The innate full soul power is not its limit, but rather the limit of Zhen's physical vessel. Unlike the countless families within the martial soul hall, he does not possess divine blood, nor does he receive blessings through rigorous divine trials each generation. Since his martial soul embodies the world, what then is he? The way of heaven. And Zhen found a remarkably fitting term through the myths and legends of his past life. The way of heaven is mercilessly impartial. It operates like a machine devoid of thought or emotion, orchestrating the orderly functioning of the entire world. The martial soul autonomously absorbs the energies of heaven and earth, continuously augmenting his spirit, resembling a cheat code. Yet, in this world, there are no rewards without cost. The erosion of the martial soul gradually draws him closer to the way of heaven, and that is the price to pay. However, the ordinary erosion is not overly severe, scarcely affecting his daily life. Yet, each significant enhancement of the world or increase in the authority he wields, or in instances of burdened power usage, the erosion intensifies abruptly. The world rejects him. The martial soul erodes him. Goodness, it truly isn't easy to grow stronger in this day and age. Fortunately, the former issue has been resolved. With Hui Yutong around, all is well. As for the latter, Zhen has his own solutions. The way of heaven, human nature. Since the martial spirit aims to transform him into an emotionless embodiment of the heavenly path, he could simply fortify his own emotions to mount a resistance. Or perhaps augment the anchors of his humanity. Ultimately, mastery over all awaits. Fortunately, in this lifetime, his body has matured early, otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient to engage in certain matters. However, whom should he seek this time? Although it is impossible to refresh and reset his status with a mere click in the virtual realm, solutions can still be found within that world without impacting anyone, preventing Zhen from resorting to the reckless actions typical of Ma Hongjun in his teenage years. The youth, with somewhat unsteady steps, strolled through the academy under the cloak of night, amidst a sky adorned with countless stars. The silver moon hung high above, casting a luminous glow upon the earth, bestowing a shimmering beauty upon the azure surface of the lake by day. Is this the Sea God Lake? Within Shrek Academy, it seems there exists but one such expansive lake. Is it part of the outer courtyard? A crisp and refreshing voice echoed in Zhen's ear. The boy, wrapped in a blanket, turned around and closed his eyes beneath the gaze of the other's puzzled expression. More content is loading, please wait. In the virtual realm. The second soul skill, imprinting. He opened his eyes. If he encounters any difficulties, he can always consult a teacher. The tall figure, radiant in fiery red, left behind those words, and in the next moment, the once cool night air surged in warmth, as crimson flames shaped a graceful bird, enveloping that tall figure and gliding across the lake like a shooting star. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. With a pale visage and an appearance of considerable frailty, he found himself wandering outside, draped in a blanket, rather than resting in his dormitory at this late hour. Shaking his head, he spread the large blanket upon the grass and lay down, pulling a corner over his abdomen. In the virtual realm, the Sea God Lake was graced by a striking figure, adorned in red boots, stepping lightly upon the earth. She was a vision of beauty, with long crimson hair resembling flickering flames. Beneath her bangs lay a delicate oval face, radiating the allure of youth in her teens. The cool contours of her visage lent an air of aloof elegance to her breathtaking beauty, while her resplendent red gown accentuated her perfect curves, showcasing alluring and voluptuous lines. Imparting reality, relationships, and the fervor of young lovers, the virtual deity issued commands. And Zhen? A voice tinged with curiosity broke the silence. In the next moment, soft, supple warmth pressed against the boy's cheek, akin to a whimsical yet enchanting dream. And Zhen rarely endowed character projections with genuine emotions, for projections are inherently false. Yet, that beauty beckoned a desire to indulge. Nevertheless, in this moment, he chose to revel in the experience. As his physical capabilities gradually matured, the primal desires of a soul that had lain dormant for years began to awaken quietly. The gaze of the maiden, filled with tender affection, looked upon her beloved with intrigue, before she willingly offered a sweet kiss, transmitting a semblance of fervent love to the real boy. A tall and graceful figure appeared beside the two, adorned in a revealing maid outfit that accentuated her fair skin, complemented by her long yet voluptuous legs encased in black stockings, resembling the beauty embracing in Zhen. Chapter 12. Individual sentiments. A languid sigh escaped as a pair of delicate arms stretched out from the comfort of the bedding. In the center of the expansive bed, amidst the soft linens, a porcelain visage emerged. This creature truly knew how to indulge herself. Sitting up, the drowsy girl murmured to herself, delightfully stretching her form. While her small bed was cramped, this grand bed allowed for delightful rolling. Yet the demure young lady ultimately dismissed the enticing notion, for it was, after all, a man's bed. A series of knocks echoed through the air. Could he be returning? Reflecting on last night, she realized she had misjudged him, though, humph. It was he who had fed Hui Yutong the medicinal pill at that time. Her tender feet touched the sheets, and her fair fingers gently adjusted the neckline that revealed her exquisite collarbone, tidying her attire. "Ka, Wang Dong," came a melodious voice. A charming face graced her dreamlike vision. Hui Yutong. The unusual sensation jolted Wang Dong's mind into clarity, and with a sudden force, he slammed the door shut. The girl instinctively glanced back at the empty bed, momentarily stunned before breathing a sigh of relief. And Zhen was not there. Right. She had merely spent the night alone in this room. Why was she so anxious? Wang Dong opened the door. "Wang Dong, what are you doing here?" The little girl, perplexed, instinctively peeked into the room. "Isn't it because Zhen fed you that pill? How is it? Did you wake up to find the room reeking and yourself unclean?" "Pill." The girl nodded gently, confirming her bewilderment as she recalled the round object Zhen had given her the previous night. Indeed, that was known as the Xian Shui Dan. Wang Dong elaborated. It purges impurities from the body and enhances innate soul power. Such a precious item. A mist of emotion clouded her brilliant eyes, causing them to glisten. Being treated with such kindness, along with the offer of food and a high-paying job, was a first for Hui Yutong, apart from her mother. Moreover, Zhen had even sustained injuries last night to defend her. Injured? Right, Wang Dong, where's Zhen? The girl inquired anxiously, having only just washed and changed into clean clothes from the wardrobe, rushing out without tidying her dormitory to check on Zhen's recovery. Zhen? The thought of home crossed her mind. The girl, unable to contain her pride, declared that she had driven him away the previous night, chastising him for choosing to feed you the elixir under the cover of darkness. However, the little one, with a look of astonishment and disbelief, recalled that Zhen had been injured the night before. Wang Dong paused, a fleeting image of the boy's unsteady departure flashing through his mind. Although there were inns in Shrek City, the girl's words faltered. Even with accommodations nearby, it was still a considerable distance away. Ordinarily, this wouldn't pose much of an issue, but Zhen had been in a wounded state last night. "Wang Dong," exclaimed the adorable girl, tears welling in her eyes as she stamped her foot. "How could you do this? I never anticipated such a consequence. The allure of beauty has left me utterly haggard." The boy, gasping for breath, reclined on a pair of shapely thighs clad in black stockings. As if refreshed, the weary boy suddenly brimmed with vitality, his previously fatigued visage now radiating energy. As for relinquishing desire, how could that be possible? Desire is the very impetus that drives one forward. A muffled sound emerged, akin to flames flickering in the air, as long, graceful hands, marked by distinct joints, playfully tapped Zhen's thigh. Cough. In a maid's ensemble, Ma Xiaotao covered her mouth as she coughed, her already enchanting beauty now enhanced by a touch of youthful delicacy. Regrettably, without Hui Yutong present, her cultivation level reverted to its former state. Zhen's expression betrayed a palpable sense of regret as he gently caressed the soft red silk in his embrace, the delightful sensation stimulating his mind and dispelling momentary displeasure. Meanwhile, the girl's arrogance obscured Zhen's vision as the enchanting spring ambience bore down upon him. Lazily rising from the lakeside, the young man activated a brilliant yellow soul ring, instantly transforming the dirt-stained blanket and disheveled attire into a pristine state. leaving a patch of soil on the ground. Let us go grab a bite, he suggested, directing himself toward the purple cafeteria, where he swiped the metallic card given by Su Sanshur. With over 20,000 gold soul coins to his name, he was indeed affluent, being the grandson of Jing Hongchun, and Zhen naturally lacked for nothing, although he knew better than to flaunt any suspiciously acquired wealth here. And Zhen, a bright, spirited voice called out, halting the boy as he held a tray in hand. He turned to see a lively girl with a single ponytail, her excitement evident as she waved him over. Come sit here. Good morning, senior sister Tanya, senior brother Bei Bei, he greeted, attempting to maintain a sense of formality. Don't be so formal. Just call me Tanya, and refer to him as Bei Bei, she replied cheerfully. Very well, and Zhen acquiesced. How is your health? She inquired. After a night's rest, I'm perfectly fine, and Zhen responded, sipping his sweet soup. Have you considered joining Tang's sect? She proposed. The young girl, with sparkling eyes filled with anticipation, gazed at Zhen. Tang sect? Indeed, that is the very Tang sect founded by our ancestor Tang San, she exclaimed. And Zhen's expression turned contemplative. Our Tang sect boasts the unparalleled Xiantian skill and an array of formidable hidden weapons, Tanya boasted. I'm afraid I'm not interested. And Zhen replied, shaking his head in refusal. The allure of hidden weapons held no charm for him, nor did the Xiantian skill offer any benefit. I see, Tanya said, her spirits inevitably dampened despite having foreseen such a response. By the way, the refined young man addressed Zhen, Su Sanshur, the fellow you bested yesterday, is hosting a gathering this noon. He wishes to formally apologize to you, your junior brother, and Wang Dong. Will you be able to attend? That sounds fine. I'll quickly consume this small steamed bun worth a gold soul coin, and perhaps bring some for Hui Yutong and Wang Dong, if they haven't eaten yet. Ah, good sir. You've arrived quite early today, a voice resounded as a level 99 Limit Douluo appeared at the dormitory entrance. I'm getting old, sleep eludes me. I merely came out to relish the vitality of youth. And Zhen's gaze fell upon the side, where the elegant senior sister, Zhang Lishuan, stood gracefully. Do you fancy her? The elderly voice inquired playfully. Gentle, kind-hearted, beautiful, well-built, affluent, and powerful. I, as your junior, perfectly embody the criteria you mentioned that day. I do, and Zhen nodded gently. Being an honest boy at heart, would you like to spend some time together? The elderly man's eyes sparkled with delight. Is that permissible? And Zhen's face lit up with eagerness. Truly, who could remain unmoved by such a serene and gentle beauty? The world is vast and accommodating. The elder fell silent as Zhang Lishuan stepped forward. You promised me last time that you would use your martial soul. However, you must bear the consequences yourself. The languid youth, with his unperturbed black eyes, was well aware of the original narrative. He possessed a certain understanding of this senior sister. In this academy, even a randomly chosen female student, including the scarred Jiang Nan, would have a higher success rate in romantic pursuits than this senior sister. Of course, he affirmed. Martial soul. Manifest. With closed eyes, he opened them again, and the crystalline clarity of his gaze reflected a fleeting glimmer of spirit. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. As he looked into the eyes of the young man, Zhang Lishuan's delicate figure suddenly trembled. World? This was the vision Zhang Lishuan beheld through in Zhen's eyes. 2 golden soul rings appeared beside his hands, illuminating in succession. Imprint. Reflect. Snap. A steaming little dumpling fell onto the black attire of the senior, and Zhen did not wish to encounter unnecessary trouble, for she was a formidable soul Douluo with 10,000 years of soul rings and bones. In truth, he made no alterations to her. He merely fixed the dumpling above her head, a simple manipulation of an object that posed little exertion for him now. Additionally, there was the imprint of senior Zhang Lishuan. The senior with long, straight black hair retreated beside Mu'en, and I sensed no fluctuation of soul power. It was the reshaping of the spatial world. His murky gaze lingered on the air where Zhang Lishuan had just stood. When one attains the pinnacle of a Limit Douluo, such sensations become palpable. Limit Douluo, Zhang Lishuan murmured. Do you hold him in such high regard? If the cultivation of a tidal Douluo is akin to the destruction of a forest, meticulously planning and executing each step to hunt and drive away creatures, and to fell trees, then he is a blazing phoenix. The elderly man, frail and nearing the end of his days, gently closed his eyes as the vibrant voices of youth filled his ears. The gentle senior turned with a complex expression towards the dormitory building. Some strive throughout their lives yet attain nothing, while others are born with everything. To your health. A drink containing a hint of alcohol splashed from the cup. It was my fault earlier. Here, I, Su Sanshur, wish to sincerely apologize to both of you. In an elegantly decorated room, a costly rosewood table was laden with exquisite dishes. A short man in black bowed in apology to the handsome boy in powder blue and the charming youth beside him. Upon returning to the dormitory, and Zhen found neither Wang Dong nor Hui Yutong, so he tidied up Hui Yutong's room and meditated for over 2 hours. As noon approached, Intending to visit the address provided by Bei Bei, he encountered a remorseful Wang Dong and an anxious Hui Yutong at the restaurant. "Senior, you have already apologized before," Hui Yutong remarked, having never witnessed such a scene. Wang Dong appeared somewhat distracted, his dreamlike powder blue eyes occasionally glancing at the handsome boy sitting quietly nearby, his slender fingers nervously fidgeting with his clothes. The next chapter formally begins. The previous was merely a warm-up. Chapter 13. And Zhen's affection for ice cream, let us make acquaintances. After all, there is no significant animosity among us. In this prestigious academy brimming with talents, no one wishes to harbor ill will over trivial matters. The head of the Tang sect, in dire need of members, sought to recruit Wang Dong, who, true to the original narrative, readily agreed to join. After a meal, they had acquainted themselves with one another. Returning to the dormitory, and Zhen was puzzled as he watched Hui Yutong close the door. Wasn't he this his dormitory? Why had these two followed him in? "And Zhen, big brother," Hui Yutong exclaimed, leaping forward. Her fair arms tightly embraced him, and with tear-filled eyes, she gazed up at the boy. "Are you truly unhurt?" After searching anxiously for half the morning, Hui Yutong was on the verge of tears. Had it not been for the reassuring words of teacher Xiaoya, stating that brother and Zhen was unharmed and appeared rosy-cheeked when seen at the restaurant, she would have succumbed to her worry long ago. Her delicate, fair hands were exploring and Zhen's body, seemingly seeking to ascertain something. Why would I be in trouble? The warm sensation emanating from the little girl's fingertips sent an unusual tickling sensation coursing through Zhen's nerves, compelling him to grasp Hui Yutong's arm. Such wandering touch could lead to unforeseen consequences. It was imperative to refrain from such behavior. Realizing her actions were inappropriate, Hui Yutong, with cheeks aflame like a ripe apple, hurriedly attempted to retract her hand. However, Zhen held her arm firmly, leaving her in a dilemma. Continuing or withdrawing was equally awkward. The petite figure maintained an embracing posture, her little head nestled in Zhen's embrace. "It is indeed my fault," murmured the handsome youth stepping forward, lowering his head in embarrassment, the tips of his shoes gently tapping the ground. A blend of regret, shyness, and worry swirled within him. "Last night, I should not have expelled you when you were injured. That is of no consequence. After all, Wang Dong is a girl. It is entirely understandable that she should not share a room with a boy she has only recently met." Hui Yutong's guilt deepened. "All right, let us return. I have tidied your room." And Zhen released his grip on Hui Yutong's arm. Being in brother and Zhen's embrace was so comforting. With her blush still lingering, Hui Yutong reluctantly withdrew. "Let us meditate this afternoon. After our meal, I shall take you to buy milk tea." Clutching her bedding, Wang Dong followed Hui Yutong, still lost in thought. The virtual world felt somewhat restless. As Zhen pressed his fingers against his cheek, he sensed something amiss. The recent contact with Hui Yutong ignited an inexplicable warmth within him. He recognized what it was, but was he truly so yearning? How peculiar. Second soul skill, imprint. A tall figure materialized before Zhen, adorned with a stunning visage and a gentle smile, her long, flowing hair cascading like a black waterfall. Zhonglishuan, martial soul. As her soul powers circulated, a crescent moon appeared behind her head, two golden soul rings shimmering beside her graceful form. The moon martial soul. This was no ordinary soul. It represented a truly top-tier martial spirit. Yet, is not the moon martial soul the inherited martial spirit of the Sun Moon Empire? The Sun Moon Empire, the sun, the moon, and the ancestral dragon known as the ancestor of dragons, the mythic companion of the dragon god, the purple radiant annihilation dragon. With few exceptions, most martial spirits stem from the bloodline of one's parents, often serving as a means to authenticate lineage. The moon martial soul. Which soul could possibly transform into the moon? This martial soul likely stems from ancestral inheritance. Shaking his head, Zhen chose to cease pondering such matters. After all, he was not a member of the Sun and Moon Imperial family. Moreover, today's protagonist was not the senior sister. Upon opening the door, moments later, the youth cradled a figure in his arms and gently placed her upon his bed. A petite girl with short blue hair. A stunningly beautiful maiden adorned in a powder blue ensemble. Today was indeed a splendid day. With a playful snap of his fingers, a crisp sound resonated. In the next instant, the girl's hair automatically lengthened until it reached their waists. Their original garments vanished, revealing charming sky blue dresses that accentuated the girl's fair shoulders, as creamy and inviting as whipped cream. Their shoes and stockings disappeared, replaced by knee-high white socks. The moment of harvest had arrived, and Zhen cast a knowing glance at the blue-haired girl with closed eyes, gently cradling one of her delicate silk-clad feet, as if it were a finely crafted pastry. The beautiful maiden indeed exuded a delightful fragrance. Lowering his gaze, a soft gasp escaped his lips. Hui Yutong instantly sat upright, her white silk-clad legs pressing against the sheets as she recoiled. However, upon seeing the youth's beaming smile, the little darling realized that Zhen had already known of her arrival. This was, after all, his dreamscape. How could he be unaware of any external presence? Nonetheless, he had intended to continue this reverie. With a gentle smile, Zhen reached out and pulled the blue-haired cutie into his embrace. Hui Yutong made no attempt to resist, her eyes narrowing in bliss as she relished the overwhelming sense of security and warmth enveloping her. Was this the original form of Wang Dong? Hui Yutong gazed at the enchanting beauty lying on the bed, adorned with dreamlike pink and blue strands, her exquisite features framed by elegantly arched brows. Though her cheeks still bore the remnants of youthful plumpness, she was undeniably a breathtaking beauty. How lovely, Hui Yutong marveled. Although she and Wang Dong had previously examined one another for male anatomy, she had never beheld Wang Dong's true visage. My little Yutong is no less than her, he mused, finding her adorably charming. Lowering his head, his handsome face magnified in her brilliant eyes. With a gentle sigh, he slowly closed his eyes, his delicate lashes fluttering softly. Hui Yutong did not shy away. The next moment, she felt a moistness upon her cheek. Was it merely a kiss upon the face? A wave of disappointment washed over her. Her sparkling, lively eyes opened, as if resolved to act upon a decision. Suddenly, Hui Yutong leaned forward, her rosy lips clumsily finding their place upon Zhen's. How bold! Zhen thought to himself. Would he perceive Yutong as a frivolous girl? After the incident, Hui Yutong lowered her head, resembling a child who had erred. How could this be? Zhen gently caressed the girl's small head, his voice brimming with tenderness. I truly cherish little Yutong, in that way that exists between a man and a woman. If Zhen Gij has affection, then, the blushing girl, seated upon Zhen's chest, offered no further words. The peculiar sensations and impulsive emotions resurfaced, as her delicate feet gradually lifted. Teacher Xia once remarked that Yutong's feet are quite adorable. The girl reminisced about the first encounter with Zhen Gij in her dreams. It is well known that ice cream is an indispensable delight of summer. A summer devoid of ice cream feels incomplete. Chapter 14. A good brother's touch. The charming girl is fragrant and soft. As a first-hand experiencer, Zhen is wholly qualified to state this. Little Yutong's ice cream is indeed luscious, soft to the touch, more comfortable than the softest fabric. Moreover, due to her lower innate talent, Hui Yutong has exerted more effort than others in her training, rendering her foot muscles remarkably resilient. Being massaged is nothing short of indulgence. As for Wang Donger, the exquisite maiden embodies the essence of a classic beauty. Every curve reflects a blend of youth and splendor, her ice creams resembling exquisite artworks, cradled in hand with care, lest they fall, savored in mouth with caution, lest they melt. Doesn't Zhen Gij know why Yutong dresses as a boy for school? The adorable girl nestled in Zhen's embrace altered her address as per his request, her cheeks flushed. Her petite feet, now clad in white socks, were playfully tickled. Typically, there are 3 reasons for such a scenario. Firstly, the young lady's curiosity. Secondly, a male identity may be more suitable for certain endeavors. And thirdly, to evade specific individuals. Thus engaging in disguise, altering one's species and gender serves as the finest camouflage. The girl tilted her head upward, her gaze filled with a longing that nearly overflowed. She yearned to divulge her secret to him. In truth, my adversary is akin to what Zhen remembers, the Duchess of the White Tiger, that venomous woman. Fearing exposure, the cautious little girl had been masquerading as a boy since departing the Duke's estate. Feel free to cry, little Yutong. I am here for you. I am family. After offering comfort to the small girl, Zhen awaited her emotional equilibrium. Had Yutong not shared this with Bei Bei and the others? No. The little one gently shook her head, revealing that she had mentioned having an unspeakable burden. I see. With a shift in intent, the white socks on her petite feet vanished, replaced by sheer white tights enveloping Hui Yutong's slender calves. A single finger traced a graceful curve from her heel, advancing toward her delicate legs. Caution in disguise is indeed commendable. However, within the confines of Shrek Academy, one finds oneself rather secure. According to the narrative of the original work, Dai Huabin and his mother regarded them as mere ants, perpetually tormenting them whenever they were within reach, deriving their own joy from the suffering of others. When the ants attempted to flee, they were of no concern, for she held no regard for Hui Yutong. In the original tale, even when Hui Yuhao decisively overpowered Dai Huabin, he failed to recognize that the individual now standing above him was once the insignificant ant he had casually crushed. Moreover, when the indignant Dai Huabin sought to assassinate Hui Yuhao, the assassins only took action outside the academy. Loading more content, please wait. Now, let us commence today's training. Hui Yutong was curious. Wang Dong had mentioned that the Xian Shui Dan could elevate her innate soul power by 1 level. So she wondered if her progress in cultivation would accelerate. And Zhen's fingers reluctantly departed from the soft, fragrant skin, mindful of the presence of a guest. And thus she prepared to entertain her well. The young duo sat cross-legged on the bed, entering a state of meditation. In the next moment, an invisible barrier enveloped them. A figure materialized beside the slumbering Wang Dong. Indeed, it was Zhen. The same Zhen was also cultivating alongside Hui Yutong, akin to a split body. Yet consciousness remained singular. And Zhen possessed the capability to replicate multiple Ma Xiaotao, and naturally, she could also replicate multiple versions of herself. The sole purpose of this duplicate was to cultivate, and subsequently, to use the first soul skill, reflection, to transfer the cultivation attained by this body back to her primary self. Cultivation is not something to be undertaken lightly. The long lashes fluttered, and a lively expression emerged upon her formerly serene visage. Her dreamlike eyes slowly opened, revealing a stunning girl in a state of bewilderment. Is this in Zhen's dormitory? Upon seeing the same scene as that of the morning, the girl momentarily froze, then sprang up in excitement. How could she be here? Initially, she had noticed Hui Yutong beginning to meditate and had followed suit. But now, as her beautiful eyes fell upon the person beside her, she gasped, and Zhen. Her delicate white silk-clad feet instinctively retreated, and in her haste, she stumbled and fell, landing on the bed with her skirt-clad form. It was then that Wang Dong noticed her attire was not what she had expected. It was an off-shoulder dress, complemented by knee-high white stockings. What was happening? Gently caressing her cheek with slender fingers, Wang Dong realized that the disguise on her face had vanished. And why did she have such soft, flowing hair? You may consider this as a dream orchestrated by me, spoke the youth seated at the edge of the bed. So it was you playing tricks. I had thought the young lady had figured it out herself. What are you planning? The girl huddled in the corner, her expression one of vigilance. You, Wang Dong. After a moment, a tempting blush crept up from her alabaster neck to her cheeks. And Zhen, I misjudged you. The girl pointed an accusatory finger at Zhen, her voice rising in indignation. How can you treat Yutong this way? You scoundrel. Hey, don't make baseless accusations, and Zhen replied, gazing at the girl who was now a mixture of anger and embarrassment. If apologies were in order, they should first be directed to Meng Hongshun. So tell me, why am I here? Where did my clothes come from? With arms crossed, her dreamy eyes clouded with mist, a bitter taste surged within her. She had previously felt remorse toward him, wishing to make amends. But upon reflection, it was clear that this fellow had ulterior motives all along, even going so far as to change her attire. Oh no, my innocence is gone. Is it possible that this body you inhabit is not truly yours? Huh. The silent weeping ceased, and her dreamy eyes stared blankly at Zhen. With a snap of his fingers, a stunning figure appeared beside Wang Dong. Adorned in powder blue silk and possessing her enchanting eyes, now donned in a short boy's outfit. To be precise, everything here, aside from your own will, is mine. All people and things are creations of my own design. Another snap echoed, in the astonished gaze of the girl with powder blue eyes. Her dress transformed into a white short-sleeved top and shorts, revealing her fair, strong thighs, with white socks adorning her petite feet, all clad in sporty sneakers, radiating youthful exuberance. This is how your clothes were changed. As for why you are here, it must be because you are unique, such as the fated girl, Hui Yutong. As the daughter of the God King, and more accurately, half of Tang Wutong, Wang Donger was undoubtedly exceptional. In other words, she was beneficial to this world, gradually being drawn into the virtual realm that was beginning to unlock its corresponding powers. I am indeed special. The girl in her sporty attire lifted her head proudly, showing no trace of the tears she had shed moments ago. So, are you saying that my consciousness has merely arrived here while my body remains in the dormitory? Yes. That is why I refer to this as the realm of dreams. And Zhen nodded gently, unless reflected. Everything born here is as ethereal as a moon in water or flowers in a mirror, save for memories. Will it affect reality? Wang Donger inquired further. If I utilize my primary soul skill, I can selectively transform this into reality. Otherwise, it will not have any impact. So that is how you defeated that giant turtle? Indeed. The beautiful girl leaned closer, her curiosity evident. Miss Wang, please maintain an appropriate distance. You must be considerate of your friend. And Zhen silently retreated a step. Of course, I am worthy of Yutong, the blushing young lady declared, yet she pondered why she felt that this body mirrored her own so perfectly. It was an exact replica, down to the internal organs. How can you claim you're not being lewd? This is akin to having her completely exposed. With her long, powerful legs, she forcefully stomped the bed beneath her, as if treating it as a person to trample upon. No, I cannot. Wang Donger shook her head, her dreamy locks gently swaying. Please return me to reality, and then allow me to give you a sound thrashing. For Yutong's sake, we shall certainly spare your life. Having just wept, Wang Donger now found herself unable to cry again. Despite her previous actions, she harbored some fondness for him, sensing that he was quite agreeable. However now, although it was not her body, it resembled hers exactly, and she felt like a puppet in this man's hands. And Zhen offered no reply, but instead turned to the unresponsive Wang Dong. Meditate and cultivate. The petite girl sat cross-legged on the bed, her soul power circulating. By practicing in this world, I can reflect my cultivation onto the corresponding person when I exit. With hands cradling his face. The boy smiled warmly at the astonished Wang Donger. Very well, let me escort Miss Wang out now. Later, I shall seek forgiveness. Wait a moment. The long, fair legs stepped forward, and the powder blue eyes gazed at the boy with anticipation. And Zhen, I have always regarded you as a good friend. What does Wang Donger enjoy? She revels in play. Dual spirit souls, resources from Haotian sect, with even a modicum of effort in cultivation. It is impossible for one of her age to remain at the second ring. Dai Huabin and Ning Tianke are both at the third ring, and Wang's talents and treasures surpass theirs. Yet, this child detests cultivation, the precious substance that enhances physical prowess, whale gel. She finds so distasteful that she wishes to vomit it out. So, my dear friend, may I touch your thigh? His dark eyes fell upon her delicate, fair skin. And for some inexplicable reason, a thought flashed through his mind. A good brother, touch the leg. Chapter 15. Embraced on both sides unwillingness is one thing. But why resort to violence? With a resigned expression, Zhen rested his head on the warm, silk-clad leg, gazing quietly at the ceiling, while two delicate hands gently massaged his cheek. Beside them, the girl in the powder blue athletic attire fumed. She had indeed kicked him just moments ago. Yet he had effortlessly dodged, claiming that in dreams, he was invincible. And now, he had a girl clad in silk stockings and a dress providing him with a knee pillow and massage. Very well, here you go. And Zhen quickly responded. That is more like it. With her arms crossed and a sense of triumph from having compelled Zhen to lower his head, Wang Donger felt quite pleased. The most significant aspect was that she had grown stronger without the need for cultivation, although she was uncertain about what she could accomplish during her time here. The absence of training indeed brought her immense joy. A sharp snap of fingers resonated in the air, prompting Wang Dong to instinctively glance around. Curious about the changes this time. Was it necessary to snap your fingers every time you activated your powers? No, it merely added a touch of ceremony. The barrier dissipated, revealing a young girl in a meditative pose before Wang Donger, while the boy seated across from her vanished. Yutong, she murmured, as a pair of radiant eyes opened, filled with a hint of confusion. It seemed she had just heard Wang Dong's voice. Their gazes locked, two girls disguised as boys, now adorned in splendid dresses, encountered each other upon a man's bed. Good afternoon. Wang Donger found herself momentarily speechless. Good afternoon, came the gentle response. The young girl nodded slightly, her tone calm as she inquired, when did you arrive, Wang Dong? Just now, she replied. Silence ensued as the two girls turned to look at Zhen, who was now cradling a long-haired Yutong in his arms. Hey, you mustn't bully Yutong like this, Wang Dong shouted in protest. Bully? I merely assigned Yutong a cultivation task, and Zhen said, extending his arms toward the girl beside Wang Dong. In astonishment, Wang Dong observed as the blue-clad girl, her legs elegantly encased in white stockings, approached Zhen and nestled against him, her cheeks flushed. You too, she exclaimed, realizing that these two had evidently been together behind her back, without her knowledge. Even with her usual naivety, Wang Dong had pieced together the situation. Clearly, Yutong was no stranger to this dream world. It was apparent that the two had indulged in clandestine escapades on numerous occasions without her awareness. Suddenly, Wang Donger felt a pang of exclusion. And Zhen, can't you conjure something more entertaining? She suggested after their afternoon meal, as the trio ventured out for milk tea. Wang Dong could not help but express her thoughts to the boy. The joy of not having to cultivate was undeniable. Even idleness was delightful. However, the prospect of engaging in more thrilling activities was far too tempting for someone like her, who relished amusement. Why don't you learn from Yutong? And Zhen shot back, rolling his eyes. While freeing up time for meditation, Yutong did not succumb to mere revelry. Instead, she diligently practiced the Tang sect's profound skills of controlling cranes and capturing dragons. That entailed both meditative training and practical combat practice, doubling the effort required. The girl soon felt overwhelmed, realizing that such a regimen was indeed arduous. How can you even say that? Wang Dong glared fiercely at Zhen. You haven't engaged in anything substantial either. Pushing a small cart, Hui Yutong's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. All right, then later you can go buy some comics or novels. Anything within a certain range can be brought into the dream world. Wang Dong raised her fair chin in satisfaction. Actually, I find the beach quite appealing. How about I recreate it? You naughty one, don't think I don't know what you wish to see. A hint of crimson appeared on Wang Dong's face as she shot a glare at Zhen. She had previously believed him to be quite serious, yet unexpectedly. Within this single afternoon, he had revealed his true nature. Last night, he spoke of considering her feelings, enduring injuries just to spend the night outside, but this afternoon, he was embracing her and Hui Yutong, both clad in strappy dresses and white stockings. I want to see the sea, Hui Yutong's voice echoed with anticipation. This little girl had never seen a beach, only hearing about the splendid summer shores through her mother's stories. Yutong, Let me tell you, beachwear reveals a lot of skin. And this guy just wants to take advantage of us. Wang Dong leaned in, her expression earnest. But if Zhen brother wanted to, those who look just like us could also move. If he wished to do something inappropriate, he would have already done it, the blue-haired girl stated with a serious demeanor. Wang Dong was taken aback. That's true. Moreover, even if they themselves wanted to resist, they would have no capacity to defend against him should he choose to change their clothes or strip them bare. All right then, and Zhen, set up a beach for tonight. No, and Zhen shook his head. Why not? Wang Dong placed her hands on her hips. Because you just refused to let me make you happy. So I no longer wish to do it. However, Wang Dong, you wouldn't want Hui Yutong to be sad because of you, would you? The boy pushed the cart, his expression joyful, devoid of any sorrow. Wang Dong became flustered. How can you be like this? Huh? The blue-haired girl stifled a laugh behind her hand. As the sun set blood red, a cheerful atmosphere enveloped the three. Yutong, over here, at the spot where the milk tea stand had been yesterday. Tanya waved to the trio. It's all Su Sanchi's fault. I didn't even get a sip yesterday. The girl with a single ponytail shook her small fist. After Su Sanchi had come, Xian Lao arrived as well, and she had no courage to compete with Xian Lao, resulting in her not having a single drink. The refined young man stood quietly behind Tanya, smiling gently and nodding at the three. Many students were waiting nearby. Whether it was the milk tea endorsed by the formidable Duo or the new second-ring student who had easily defeated Su Sanchi, both were explosive news within Shrek Academy. Senior sister. A voice of surprise rang out as the serene beauty with long black hair approached. Tanya, this is for you. And Zhen, under the watchful gaze of Wang Dong, who seemed ready to bite, handed the milk tea originally meant for her to Tanya, retrieving 2 intertwined straws. A couple's design intended for sharing with a boyfriend. Thank you. The girl with a single ponytail accepted it with delight, recalling Zhen's earlier words. A faint blush graced her cheeks, rendering the elegant youth beside her momentarily speechless until the girl gently nudged him with her elbow, directing the other straw toward Bei Bei. Why are you dawdling? Consider this a treat from the master. Oh right. And Zhen's dark, shining eyes sparkled as she observed the serene beauty. Master sister, witnessing your younger brother and his girlfriend in such affection must surely bring you great joy. Chapter 16. And Zhen's late-night snack in high spirits. She reached out to stroke the head of a Siberian husky. The girl retreated a step, covering her head. We're all men here. No need to be so petty. And Zhen handed over the second cup of milk tea. The milky liquid filled her mouth, the sweet flavor spreading and soothing her earlier dissatisfaction. Her fair little fists clenched and then relaxed, ultimately resulting in a soft huff as she turned and took a hearty sip of the milk tea, as if savoring someone's essence. The youthful campus was never short of couples, and though merely an extra straw had been added, its significance elevated the sales of couple-themed items considerably. So, Master Sister, witnessing the love between the juniors must be quite heartwarming, wouldn't you agree? And Zhen stealthily beckoned the reluctant Wang Dong to join her for the milk tea, moving next to her Master Sister. Standing side by side with her hands clasped behind her back, embodying a figure of elder comfort. You seem to know something. The tranquil woman spoke with a calm tone, her demeanor seemingly unruffled. As a seasoned warrior, she was certain she had caught Zhen raising her brow after presenting the first couple's milk tea. Perhaps it was the Master Sister's inability to manage her facial expressions upon spotting a familiar figure. The boy replied with a grin, what ill thoughts could an 11-year-old possess? Childhood innocence prevails. I have come for you. Closing her eyes, the girl seemed to shift her mood, opening them to articulate word by word. Oh, I'm flattered. And Zhen beamed, guess if I believe you. Your martial soul is immensely powerful. I wish to understand it. The Academy could tailor a specialized growth plan for you. And even the previous gluttonous Douluo might offer to take you as a disciple. Zhang Lishuan spoke rapidly, showcasing her impressive lung capacity. With the growth plan devised specifically by Shrek Academy, Zhang Lishuan believed no one would refuse such an enticing offer. I'm not interested. And Zhen declined. Why not? The voice of the serene beauty rarely exhibited any emotional fluctuations. You may not comprehend the significance of this. The Academy has the ability to select the most suitable spirit beasts from a myriad of options, and you should recognize the importance of an appropriate spirit ring for a soul master. Does the senior sister know the origins of my 2 spirit rings? What? One is from a 400-year-old soft-boned rabbit, and the other from an 800-year-old blue silvergrass. Zhang Lishuan remarked that typically, a dragon martial soul must hunt spirit beasts with dragon blood, preferably those akin to the subdragon golden dragon. The beautiful maiden's mind raced. Yet even after recalling all her past knowledge, she could not discern any connection between these 2 creatures or their relation to the world. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that Zhen's first spirit ring is extraordinarily powerful and not the result of a misguided choice of spirit beast. I do not require a suitable spirit beast unless Shrek Academy can shatter a world and allow me to receive a spirit ring from it. Otherwise, I need only consider the age, as the awakened soul skills are inherently tied to my martial soul's capabilities. And Zhen felt he had spoken sufficiently for someone relatively unfamiliar. Thus, the young man lifted his dark eyes to gaze at the enchanting figure before him, inquiring whether the senior sister had any further matters to discuss. She wished to learn about his martial soul and soul skills. And Zhen rolled his eyes, distancing himself from the peculiar older sister. A moment later, the milk tea stall at the school entrance randomly refreshed a title de law. Old Xian, does Shrek Academy have any law enforcement teams? And Zhen leaned in to ask, why do you inquire about that? The elder responded, I have been harassed. The handsome young man looked pitifully at the imposing figure, as if clinging to a lifeline, recounting how an adult, a decade older than him, relentlessly pursued him with deeply personal questions. After taking a deep sip of milk tea, his hazel eyes suddenly radiated a fierce majesty, reminiscent of a lion awakening. The elder's expression darkened as he inquired, who? As the head of the Shrek inspection team. While primarily responsible for dealing with evil soul masters, he could not tolerate such a perverse individual being so brazen at the school entrance. It was akin to having his face rubbed into the ground. The individual's identity was remarkable, and Zhen explained. Even a title Douluo could easily send him sprawling with a single slap. It is she, indeed, and Zhen pointed towards the tranquil beauty standing quietly in the distance. Ouch! A cry of pain rang out, emanating from Zhen as he crouched on the ground, cradling his head. Do not act innocent after gaining an advantage. The disheveled elder muttered, turning away, no longer paying attention to the boy's antics. But what I said is the truth. And Zhen lamented, feeling that no one could comprehend his plight. The soul and soul skills are profoundly secretive matters for an individual, only exchanged in environments where camaraderie flourishes, such as within certain schools. It is essential to recognize that information can decisively influence the outcome of a battle or even a war. Being forewarned about another's soul and skills provides ample time to devise countermeasures, thereby enhancing one's chances of victory amidst the unpredictability of combat. An hour passed. Su Sanshur patiently queued to purchase a cup, reportedly earned through a day's labor with the intention of buying Jiang Nanan milk tea as a testament to his industrious spirit. This was indeed inspiring. Anjin felt a surge of emotion, akin to a 600% profit. After closing up, the group returned to their dormitory, while Wang Dong went off to buy comic books. Financial transactions ensued, leading to a division of earnings after deducting material costs, with each person receiving a third. Anjin reflected on his generous treatment of his employees. After freshening up, he lay on his bed and initiated his soul. Having experienced this process once before, he adeptly summoned the consciousness into the virtual realm, allowing the soul to draw him in automatically. He placed the two enchanting young women on the bed, changing their attire to short sleeves and shorts. One was petite and adorable, while the other was exquisitely ethereal. After a moment of contemplation, Anjin raised his hand, and translucent white stockings materialized on the girl's legs, as delicate as gossamer, infused with a hint of rosy hue. For these fair-skinned beauties, such adornment did not cast shadows on their physique. Rather, it accentuated their innocence, akin to cream embellishing soft white bread. He pondered whether engaging in additional activities would enhance this process, deeming it an endeavor worth exploring. Moreover, he had yet to indulge in a late-night snack that evening. Why not treat himself to some desserts? The girls opened their eyes to the familiar ceiling and the comforting presence of each other. Anjin, you're so slow, Wang Dong complained. Desire obstructs achievement. I believe you're the one lacking speed. You'll understand the value of slowness as you mature. This was a matter of considerable seriousness for the male perspective. Your words imply a maturity you do not possess, Wang Dong retorted, sensing something amiss. Why are my toes damp? The stockings cling to them. Confused, she scanned the room, noticing no water present. Anjin gently touched the corner of his mouth, confirming that indeed, the stockings had absorbed some moisture. The rounded toes curled, and the blushing cheeks of Hui Yutong regarded Anjin with unspoken words. The young girl recalled certain peculiarities of Anjin's preferences. Anjin, what is this water? Wang Dong inquired curiously, lightly prodding her toe, intrigued by its viscous quality. Ah, that, Anjin replied nonchalantly, is merely my saliva. The youth spoke in a calm tone, leaving Wang Dong momentarily stunned, as if he had merely mentioned that he had consumed an extra egg that morning. Saliva? The child exclaimed, taken aback to the point of stuttering. How disgusting. The girl quickly removed the white stockings from her feet and tossed them onto the floor, wiping her delicate feet with the bedsheet. With a slightly aggrieved expression, she lifted her head, her dreamy eyes glaring fiercely at Zhen. I haven't bullied you before. Why did you put those saliva-covered stockings on my feet? And Zhen fell silent. The little girl hurriedly stepped closer, whispering an explanation into Wang Dong's ear. Pervert. And Zhen, you absolute pervert. The girl scolded loudly. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Consider it from another perspective. and Zhen suggested, recalling the teacher's lesson about viewing problems from different angles. As a diligent student, he often applied this principle. You are the queen, and I am your servant. Wang Dong. She envisioned stepping on Zhen, making him lick her feet like a little dog. A glimmer of light shone in her pastel blue eyes, as if she found that rather appealing. Observing Wang Dong's mood brighten, even gracing her with a smug smile, and in Zhen's calm demeanor. Hui Yutong sensed that Wang Dong had perhaps been swayed by Zhen's words. After soothing the young lady, Zhen began to conjure 3 NPC dolls for training, transforming the scene into a beach setting, complete with the sea, sunshine, beach chairs, umbrellas, and swimwear. No, this won't do. Wang Dong's little head shook vigorously, like a rattle drum. Although this wasn't her true form, it was simply impossible for her to appear before Zhen in such an attire. Absolutely out of the question. Then let us revert to the previous sportswear. I will modify it to a non-absorbent material. That will work. And Zhen did not press the matter further. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. Perhaps due to certain special circumstances, their relationship was extraordinary in some aspects. Yet both young ladies were still proper maidens, albeit in a fabricated manner. Reclining on the beach chair, Zhen picked up a comic book purchased by Wang Dong. At the seaside, a pastel blue-haired beauty and a blue-haired girl joyfully leaped into the ocean, their fair legs gently stirring the water's surface, while a cute little white rabbit danced along with their movements. Under the influence of water and gravity, they formed a graceful silhouette, their elegant forms resembling swimming dragons. As a pair of alabaster arms embraced the little cutie, with the girls frolicking together. How delightful. Time passed swiftly, and the day before school began slipped away in the bloom of youth. Loading more content, please wait. So sleepy, Wang Dong yawned, contentedly setting down the comic book. Unconsciously, the neckline of her long dress revealed a glimpse of pure white, as she gently patted her slightly numb, fair legs. After staying up all night, she had finally finished reading it. Like a languid cat, the girl sprawled across the bed, her pert derriere elevated, and her pastel-hued dreamlike silk cascading around her. And Zhen, remember to bring me breakfast. A voice, heavy with drowsiness, emerged. No, please. The young boy, having set aside another novel, rested his head gently on the lap of the charming blue-haired girl, nuzzling softly. Yutong, the pitiable girl, crawled over, deliberately bumping her head against Anjin's, and playfully laid her head on the other leg of Hui Yutong, asking for breakfast. I want some too. Charge it to Wang Dong's account, Anjin lazily remarked. You truly have no shame. Likewise, Anjin responded politely. Wang Dong rolled her eyes elegantly and turned her head away, unable to best this fellow in a debate. All right, let's not quarrel. Gently caressing both heads, the blue-haired girl softly soothed them. Despite their maturity in some matters, they remained quite childish in others. By the way, the little girl suddenly recalled. Anjin, are you also in the freshman class? Wang Dong peeked through her eyelids. No. We were fortunate enough to be assigned to the 9th freshman class. Though Yutong, you've consumed quite a bit of medicinal cuisine these past few days. Such things require time to take effect. While your soul power has surpassed level 13, the improvement to your physical constitution is minimal. Refreshing his state, the lively Anjin rose. Your class's teacher, Zhou Yi, is rather strict with ordinary students unless they are her favorites. Her demeanor can be quite torturous. Wang Dong, if there are any physically demanding activities, please assist Yutong. Of course. The refined girl proudly patted her chest. I'll take care of it. Indeed, Lady Wang is quite reliable. Humph. In a moment of distraction, Anjin seemed to catch sight of a tail swaying behind Wang Dong. Get up. Let's check the levels and statuses of the 3 of us. Anjin headed towards the teaching building. At the Martial Spirit Department office, he confirmed that he was at the correct location and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Inside the understated yet classic office, a middle-aged man with short, green hair and a trimmed beard directed his gaze towards Anjin. What brings you here, Anjin? The director of the Shrek Martial Spirit Department, an 8-ring Soul Douluo, Du Weiluan. Anjin was not surprised that Du Weiluan recognized him. After all, having defeated Su Sanshur at the milk tea stall endorsed by the gluttonous Douluo, it would have been odd if he did not know him. Hello, Director Du, my martial spirit is rather unique, and the traditional classroom model doesn't quite suit me. Thus, I would like to discuss and apply for my proposed approach. Oh, he was aware that this young lad had defeated Su Sanshur in a rather peculiar manner. Although he had heard that the boy sustained significant injuries afterward, he was still a freshman. Furthermore, with the esteemed elder Xian showing particular interest, it seemed he had caught the attention of the Sea God Pavilion. However, aside from knowing that the martial spirit existed in this world, everything else remained a mystery. My soul skill allows me to remain in a meditative state while understanding the outside world, thus not hindering my studies, but it may appear akin to sleeping in class. The youth, somewhat shy, spoke up. So you came to the office early in the morning merely to request the privilege of sleeping during class? If it were anyone else, Du Weilin would have simply seized them and thrown them out. However, this particular individual had been expressly noted by Elder Xian for special attention. Do you possess any means to substantiate your claim? For the time being, he could not bring others along. It would only be permissible once he acquired a third soul ring. Du Weilin inquired. Does this imply that one can anticipate the abilities of the third soul ring in advance? Confused and bewildered, Du Weilin retrieved a book from beyond and Zhen's line of sight. Although the notion of sleeping in class was somewhat absurd, adhering to a student-centered teaching philosophy, if you truly possessed such an ability, I would be inclined to grant approval. Adjusting his glasses, Du Weilin spoke solemnly. Very well, I have a book in my possession. If you can identify its title and recite the contents of the first page, I shall believe you. After all, martial spirits are indeed diverse, and some extraordinary abilities can be comprehended. All right. And Zhen closed his eyes. 1 minute later, he stated, Director, the book you hold is a comic titled The Overbearing Young Master Falls in Love with the Common Girl. It bears the name Su Sanshur. And the first page features a beautifully crafted illustration accompanied by handwritten words, a love letter penned by Senior Su Sanshur to Senior Jiang Nan. Furthermore, Director, you have 2 gold soul coins in your pocket. And Zhen blinked and gazed expectantly at the director. An impressive ability, Du Weilin thought. Now understanding a bit more why this young man had garnered Elder Xian's focus. With his cultivation as an 8th ring Soul Douluo, he had surprisingly sensed no trace of spiritual probing. Then can I sleep during class? And Zhen asked regarding his training. Certainly, I grant you permission. You are from the new class 9, correct? When teacher Mu Jin arrives, I shall inform her. Thank you, Director. Just then, and Zhen turned to look out the open window. There's someone looking for you. And Zhen then exited. Du Weilin was momentarily taken aback. Someone was outside the window? In the next moment, a refined middle-aged man appeared in the office. Dean, Du Weilin said respectfully. What a promising talent indeed. Yan Xiaozhi's fervent gaze seemed to penetrate the walls, watching the departing figure. Moreover, he is an orphan. Class 9. When Zhen arrived, there were only a couple of individuals in the classroom, and he chose a seat at the back near the window. After a while, he accepted breakfast brought by Hui Yutong. Classmate, is anyone sitting next to you? A melodious voice inquired. No. A small bag was placed on the desk beside Zhen, and he turned to look at his desk mate. She was a tall girl. Her exquisite features, though not rivaling Wang Dong, were certainly not inferior to Tangya. Her short golden hair appeared remarkably neat, and her sparkling eyes radiated intelligence and vivacity as she greeted Zhen with a friendly smile. Hello, I am Ning Tian. And Zhen, I have long admired your reputation. The golden-haired maiden extended a delicate hand. Hello. They shook hands and then released each other. Young master. A figure clad in red dashed forth with lightning speed. Wind sister. The golden-haired girl softly admonished. The once fierce young girl's demeanor instantly softened, transforming from a ravenous wolf into a docile pup. All right, find a seat. Class is about to begin, she said with a tone that bordered on commanding. The girl in red, resembling a flame of a dragon, possessed exquisite features and skin as fair as jade, rivaling Ning Tian beside her. Her impressive figure starkly contrasted with the youthful Wang Dong, embodying the phrase big-chested yet brainless to perfection. To be honest, compared to Ning Tian, and Zhen found herself more intrigued by this Wind sister. Ironically, while she had fervently pursued her in the early stages of the original story, the dynamics had shifted, turning from the pursuer to the pursued. What a dramatic reversal it was. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as a short-haired woman, holding teaching materials, entered the classroom. She scanned the students from the podium, ensuring the count was accurate before speaking. We shall commence the lesson now. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Mu Jin, and you may refer to me as Teacher Mu or Teacher Mu Jin. For the next 3 months, until the class assessment begins, I will be your homeroom teacher. I hope we can get along well during this time. Should you encounter any difficulties in your studies or daily life, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Mu Jin paused momentarily, her gentle expression shifting to one of seriousness. First and foremost, I must clearly outline our objective for the next 3 months, the freshman assessment. Each of you has been meticulously selected as a young genius from the 3 great empires. A hint of pride flickered across the faces of many students, all of whom had been top performers in their previous schools, the cream of the crop among their peers. However, this place was not devoid of talent. To illustrate, 2/3 of the freshmen will be eliminated during the upcoming assessment, though they had been forewarned. The chilling reality of that staggering figure left most students momentarily stunned. Do your utmost to survive the freshman assessment. Only those who do can be deemed elite. Chapter 18. The Leather-Clad Wind, Ning Tian. And Zhen, Ning Tian. The young man and woman rose to their feet. Mu Jin nodded approvingly, particularly as her gaze lingered on Zhen. Until now, she had been unaware that her class concealed such a treasure. From this moment forward, They will serve as our class monitor and vice monitor. Ning Tian is the highest-ranked student in our class, a third-ring soul master. And Zhen's prominence over Ning Tian is attributed to a remarkable victory he achieved 2 days prior, under the auspices of a title Douluo at our academy, where he faced and triumphed over Su Sanshur, a 6th-year student renowned as one of the twin stars of the Outer Academy. A collective gasp resonated among the students as they beheld the youthful pair standing side by side, reminiscent of celestial beings. The 6th-year seniors, recognized as elite among elites, exemplified the Academy's long-standing ethos that those with the capability are entitled to ascend. Anyone who possesses the strength to defeat them may take their place. However, Ning Tian, being an auxiliary spirit master, had delegated the challenge to Zhen. And Zhen raised his hand and proclaimed, "Teacher, I too am an auxiliary spirit master." Mu Jin, momentarily taken aback, instinctively glanced at her lesson plan, astonished to find that Zhen's name was indeed accompanied by the designation of auxiliary spirit master. A chorus of students echoed their disbelief. Auxiliary? Is it truly possible to challenge beyond 1's rank these days? Ning Tian was momentarily stunned, yet he quickly realized that the battle presided over by the title Douluo could not have been fabricated. Your martial spirit undoubtedly possesses formidable combat capabilities, he conceded. But it is your auxiliary abilities that are even more impressive. And Zhen merely wished to remain in the background, fulfilling his supportive role. Mu Jin narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the youth before her. What you say shall be taken as truth. And Zhen, understanding the gravity of the situation, recognized his responsibilities as an obedient model student and would naturally adhere to the teacher's directives. Thus, the class representatives arranged the proceedings. Mu Jin surveyed the students and announced, "I shall grant you some time to familiarize yourselves with one another and to adjust your states of readiness. A few classmates should collect the learning materials. We will proceed to the Battle Soul area in 1 hour. Your entrance scores are merely written records to me. I must ascertain your practical combat abilities to facilitate appropriate groupings, enabling you to maximize your chances of success in the upcoming freshman assessment 3 months hence." As soon as the teacher departed, Zhen slumped onto his desk. "Class leader, how troublesome it is. I shall rely on you greatly in the future." The golden-haired girl playfully winked. "I cannot offer much assistance," came a despondent reply. Startled, the boy suddenly turned around, catching Wu Feng, who had been craning her neck in anticipation of the distance between Ning Tian and Zhen, off guard. "Do you aspire to be class leader?" The girl, who had been momentarily poised to express her irritation, was taken aback by the question and the glimmer of expectation in his eyes. "No, I cannot," she exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously, as if a fiery red flame were dancing about. "How could I possibly be above the young master?" Unbeknownst to him, she was indeed a lady of stature. And Zhen then turned to Ning Tian, formally introducing himself. "I am Ning Tian from the Jiubao Yili sect, and this is Wu Feng, my sister who has grown up alongside me, whose martial spirit is the Red Dragon." The golden girl exudes elegance, her demeanor poised and graceful, embodying a sense of decorum that captivates all who behold her. And Zhen, with the soul of the world itself, prompts soft whispers among the maidens. Is it truly possible for such a soul to exist? Undoubtedly, anything associated with these two characters is immensely powerful, particularly the very words themselves. Yet, what kind of world is it? A hidden realm? How does it manifest? As the heir of the 9 Treasure Glass sect, Ning Tian has a fair understanding of the prowess of Su Sanshur, renowned as one of the twin stars of the Outer Academy. To defeat him at such a young age is a testament to genius, a prodigious talent. The heir of the 9 Treasure Glass sect? And Zhen's eyes sparkled with feigned intrigue. Surely, she does not wish to dwell beneath others. Perhaps we should exchange positions. The voluptuous red-haired maiden regarded Zhen with newfound appreciation. Those capable shall occupy the position. The girl chuckled softly, shaking her head. Yet Zhen need not embellish her own profile. She yearns to explore the virtual world in search of enchanting maidens. Alas, in Class 1, there's that fellow Zhou. It seems unlikely he would grant her request to Director, due his success in securing approval is likely due to the attention of the esteemed Elder Xian. Moreover, Zhou is notoriously difficult to converse with, except when he can employ his third soul skill to draw them into the virtual realm. Currently, she stands at level 24. If all goes well, she may reach level 25 by tonight. After all, she possesses innate, full soul power, augmented by the virtual world. Throughout her life, she's consumed numerous innocuous treasures that enhance potential, particularly whale gelatin, for her grandfather is Jing Hongchen. If only she could obtain a soul elevation pill or celestial herbs. And Zhen longs for the generous patronage of affluent benefactors. You're daydreaming, scoffed Wu Feng, seated behind her, rolling his eyes. Celestial herbs have only appeared a handful of times throughout history. Given the state of life, am I not permitted to dream of something beautiful? Wu Feng found himself momentarily speechless, realizing the validity of her sentiment. The golden maiden's beautiful eyes reflected the image of a handsome youth resting his head on the table. Lost in thought, a flicker of realization crossing her mind. The virtual world, perhaps a cultivation avatar, could be devised. Any progress is still progress. Loading more content, please wait. With a curvaceous form, beneath the school uniform's long trousers, her long, shapely legs were encased in snug black spandex, firm and powerful. Beast martial soul masters, especially those with larger physiques like dragons or bears, undergo some transformation upon manifestation, particularly the crimson dragon Wu Feng, whose body ignites with flames. Currently, she likely cannot exercise control as adeptly as Ma Xiaotao or Lu Erlong. This spandex is likely custom-made for such circumstances. Quite splendid, indeed, a marvelous pillow. In her line of sight, a rounded mass of black obstructed half of Zhen's view. The black latex garment accentuates the young girl's exquisite figure, while the profound darkness adds an alluring touch of mystery. Coupled with her innocent and somewhat naive demeanor, she embodies a charming yet slightly provocative allure. Is it truly the case that even girls with fierce beast martial spirits, like Ma Xiaotao, possess such grace? Reflecting on his own blue-haired companion, Zhen feels a sense of calm. The future is promising. Reclining on the plush thigh of a robust figure, the golden-haired heiress dons a flowing azure gown, exuding classical elegance, her slender, fair legs resting upon the boy's back. Speaking of which, what about Xiao Yutong? As the walls dissolve, Zhen's gaze shifts to the playground in front of the teaching building below. He observes the petite figure of a lagging student, breathless and drenched in sweat, tears glistening in the sunlight. Merely to sift through quality students? No wonder the students you produce exhibit such a high caliber of excellence. After a while, the class leader, who had been dozing for nearly an hour, slowly opens her drowsy eyes and even stretches languidly. Zhen feels a gentle poke at his back. With eyes alight with enthusiasm, the girl exclaims, "I wish to challenge you." Very well, but the loser must grant the winner a reasonable request. Deal. Wu Feng wants to change seats. 2 chapters a day, totaling 5,000 words, 1 chapter at noon and another in the afternoon. Chapter 19, The Radiant Holy Dragon and the Red Dragon. You 9 may gather your belongings and leave the academy, declared a stern, silver-haired lady to a group of weary students. Shrek Academy does not require opportunistic students. Those who possess strength but lack a proper mindset will only bring disaster rather than aid to any nation after they are cultivated. As the new students of Class 9 descended the stairs, they were taken aback by the old woman's words. Were they truly being expelled? Their eyes instinctively turned toward Mu Jin, wondering if their teacher would truly act so harshly. Zhen's gaze found 2 familiar figures, a handsome young man supporting a breathless, adorable boy who seemed on the verge of collapsing. What kind of teacher behaves this way? Witnessing his beloved companion's pitiful state, Zhen felt a pang of compassion. The boy was already malnourished. Had he not recently consumed some nourishing food along with the Xiantian skill and Xian water pill, he wouldn't withstand such trials. Indeed, some students may have been opportunistic, but these 11 or 12-year-olds had not committed any grave transgressions. To impart knowledge and nurture these students should entail correcting their thoughts and guiding their attitudes. A truly capable teacher is one who can transform a mere stone into a priceless work of art. While the high value of a golden sculpture arises solely from the intrinsic worth of the gold itself, one can only say that Shrek Academy was fortunate eons ago, managing to attract such outstanding students under those dire conditions, even acquiring innate food system soul masters. If the heads of other academies were to learn of this, they would likely weep in despair. From a millennium ago to the present, and extending into the future, Shrek Academy has virtually monopolized the recruitment of exceptional students, with institutions worldwide desperately supplying their top talents to Shrek. Although the situation is not as exaggerated now, it remains commendable, which has afforded Zhou Yi and the new students the means to further sift through talent beyond the already stringent enrollment criteria. However, that is of no concern to him. Zhou Yi, despite all her faults, had indeed treated others well, particularly in her commendation of Hui Yuhao to Fan Yu. Her protectiveness was quite genuine. Zhen caught a glimpse of a figure. "Teacher, I need to speak with my uncle for a moment," Zhen reported. "Very well," Mu Jin nodded lightly. Despite it being class time, the teacher was lenient towards exceptional students. Yet, wasn't Zhen's background marked as an orphan? How then did he have an uncle within the academy? Uncle. Departing from the group, Zhen hurried to the elderly man who was basking in the sunlight, the respectful youth gently massaging the elder's shoulders and arms. "What is it?" The elderly man smiled warmly at the attentive youth. "Uncle, we're going to have a battle soon. More content loading, please wait." "Yes, the senior sister refers to you as Xianzu, so you must be a formidable soul master. Might I use my second soul skill to replicate your martial soul?" Although Zhen could covertly engage with this individual in the virtual realm, akin to how he had previously copied Zhang Lishuan. Once he employed it, it would undoubtedly be apparent to all that his second soul skill could replicate others' martial souls. Covertly using soul skills on others is considered exceedingly impolite if discovered. His second soul skill, imprint, and the first, reflection. Reflection can depict a person and, naturally, isolate and reflect their martial soul. Imprinting a martial soul and even soul rings onto oneself theoretically allows Zhen to directly mirror the complete prowess of the individual he has imprinted. However, while he could manage first and second rings without issue, sustaining the third would be strenuous for several minutes, requiring recovery afterward. The fourth ring would leave him severely weakened, while the fifth would render him unconscious. It serves as one of Zhen's methods of confrontation. Directly utilizing his martial soul world not only expedites resolution, but also adds an air of grandeur. Yet, displaying one's prowess in public comes at a cost. Suddenly, a brilliant yellow soul ring illuminated. Light Holy Dragon, acquired. A martial soul of exceptional caliber, surpassing even that of the blue lightning tyrant dragon and the Xianming turtle. In the virtual realm, an elderly man, frail and nearing the end of his days, sat with closed eyes in a wheelchair, resembling a slumbering dragon perched atop the world. Thank you, dear sir. Is there any small favor that I might assist you with? Anjin inquired, somewhat bashfully. Are you able to wield a replicated martial soul? Muan asked slowly. Indeed. I heard that you previously gave a proper thrashing to one of the twin stars from the outer court. A smile of benevolence spread across the elder's face as he seemed to recall something delightful. Then why not use this martial soul to give the other one a good beating as well? As you command. Bebe, this is the word of your esteemed ancestor. We must honor our elders and cherish the young. However, we must devise a careful plan for dealing with Bebe. After all, one must not strike too hard, lest both parties suffer injury. Muan was a commendable elder. Just as in the original tale, he personally ventured to the far north to confirm that Hui Yuhao's martial soul was not the ice blue scorpion, but rather the ice blue emperor scorpion. And he did not press him for answers, instead choosing to guide him with care. Anjin arrived at the Soul Fighting Zone in high spirits. The Soul Fighting Zone, a dedicated battleground for Shrek students, required a modest fee for entry each time, yet it boasted dedicated instructors as referees and support staff for healing. Here, students could unleash their abilities freely, with the refereeing teachers ensuring a fair measure of restraint. It seemed to carry on the tradition initiated by Flandra, who once sent the Shrek 7 monsters to the soul fighting arena to compete for ranks and earn badges for graduation. Even upperclassmen needed to accumulate sufficient points here to advance. I thought you had run off, exclaimed the spirited red dragon girl, darting directly in front of Anjin. I would never dare skip class. The boy, half a head taller than Wufeng, regarded the girl thoughtfully. What do you want? He queried. I suddenly find you rather appealing. Anjin replied earnestly, as if I need your opinion. The girl stamped her foot, her cheeks flushed, before turning to leave, only to pivot back with her chin raised and a proud smile gracing her lips. Wait, are you trying to curry favor with me? She teased, a look of playful recognition in her eyes. So naive, even more endearing, though perhaps a tad dim-witted. Think what you will, she retorted. It was uncertain whether the girl was merely self-assured or genuinely lacking in intellect. Humph. With arms crossed, the red dragon girl pointed at the vacant area beside them. Hurry up. Mu Jin was conversing with a man of average build, likely around 30, who wore glasses, atop a platform. I heard from the director that teacher Mu Jin has a particularly unique student in her class. It must be Anjin that teacher Wang Yin spoke of. The records indicate a world-class martial soul, but the specifics remain unclear, as students have the right to keep their martial souls and soul skills confidential. As Mu Jin conversed, her eyes suddenly brightened, and Zhen had arrived. Oh. Wang Yin followed Mu Jin's gaze and beheld a strikingly handsome young man and a girl in a red dress standing at the center of the arena. You can still concede now, the arrogant girl declared, her arms crossed, accentuating the elegant curve of her school uniform. Such arrogance, she added, her confidence palpable. Go for it. And Zhen encouraged with a wink. Retreating to a corner of the arena, Mu Jin proclaimed, you may only unleash your martial spirits once I say begin. Descending from the high platform with a teaching plan in one hand and a pen in the other, she prepared to record the events. The two competitors stepped back simultaneously. Start the soul battle. A thunderous roar erupted, filled with ferocity. Simultaneously, a wave of crimson energy surged from Wufeng, causing the girl's form to elongate, tearing her uniform and revealing a sleek black bodysuit beneath. The red aura enveloped her skin, a dense array of red dragon scales spreading from her cheek to her left arm, transforming her into a vision of fiery might. 2 golden soul rings ascended from her feet, illuminating one after the other. First soul skill, Dragon Fire. Second soul skill, Dragon's Fury. Flames blazed across her left arm, her long, powerful legs thrusting into the ground as she propelled herself forward like an arrow released from a bow. The fiery blaze in her crimson eyes seemed ready to spill over, drawing molten patterns across her fair cheeks. A wave of intense heat surged towards them. And Zhen, I will not be careless, she declared, covering a distance of over 100 meters in mere breaths. Meanwhile, the handsome young man maintained his serene smile. Sunlight gracing his face, resembling a sun of light stepping into the dawn. A resounding roar of a dragon echoed, filled with sanctity and authority. The warm sunlight seemed to envelop every student, instilling in them an instinctive reverence for this radiant figure. This is, Wang Yin exclaimed, rising in excitement. His gaze fixed on the silhouette bathed in sunlight, nearly rushing into the arena below. The holy radiant dragon. His dark hair shimmered with a golden aura under the sunlight. Dancing in the breeze, a gentle smile illuminating his handsome face. His platinum scales appeared as if crafted from the finest spirit jade. It was as though the sun itself rose behind him. First soul skill, Holy Light Dragon Claw. The golden soul ring glimmered, transforming into a claw of light that seemed to grasp a sphere of brilliance. What is happening? Wu Feng sensed a tremor within her heart and mind, as if the once invincible red dragon facing other beast martial spirits had encountered a superior presence, causing her to feel a sense of trepidation. I will prevail. She resolutely summoned her martial soul, suppressing her so-called fear. The fierce claws of the flame-imbued dragon met the radiant light head-on. Bang! The two fists collided. A sudden impact coursed through the young girl's arm, draining the rosy hue from her cheeks and dimming her fiery, burning eyes. The disparity in martial souls was far too great. After regaining some composure, Wang Yin gently shook his head, despite their similar soul power. The enhancement techniques of the two could not bridge the chasm separating the red dragon from the holy light dragon. Let us adopt a more serious tone in the next chapter and bring forth some joy. Chapter 20. No one can reject the world. The flames extinguished, and the light dissipated. A graceful figure was cradled in Zhen's arms, supporting the unsteady Wu Feng. This was a decisive confrontation. It was not that Wu Feng's strength was inadequate to withstand Zhen's initial strike. Rather, she had chosen to unleash her most potent attack right from the start, leaving the outcome of the battle hanging in the balance. In such circumstances, losing would not only mean enduring the backlash of her own strike, but also being wounded by the opponent's might. It was a matter of either victory or mutual destruction, or perhaps a severe blow to her own being. You deceiver. The girl, with her hands resting on Zhen's shoulders and her head leaning against his chest, spoke with a voice slightly muffled by the blood in her mouth. Isn't your martial soul the world? This is clearly a true dragon of superior quality. Wu Feng felt she had been misled. I never claimed my martial soul was the holy light dragon. How could you presume my gender? He removed his outer jacket and draped it over the reluctant Wu Feng. Deceiver. I refuse. She pushed against Zhen's chest, but even lifting her arms was a Herculean task, leaving her with no strength to resist. I did not deceive you. Be good. Listen to me. I'll explain shortly. The boy's voice seemed to possess a magical charm. No. It was more accurate to say that under the influence of the power of light, his already irresistible charm had intensified. No creature could withstand the allure of the world. In such proximity, the masculine aura belonging to her kind disrupted the young red dragon's senses. Wu Feng hung her head in silence, allowing him to drape the jacket over her and support her. Fengmei, Ning Tian descended from the high platform. A figure appeared beside them with remarkable speed. A gentle-faced woman wearing glasses and sporting emerald green hair. As she raised her hand, a dazzling array of 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, encircled her form. A blue lotus materialized in her grasp, and as a century-old soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring illuminated, a beam of azure light enveloped Wu Feng, who was then fed a lotus seed. In the blink of an eye, the pallor of the red dragon girl's face regained much of its color. And Zhen handed the still somewhat weakened Wu Feng to Ning Tian, draping a long windbreaker over Wu Feng's figure, thereby concealing her alluring curves. Teacher Mu, you have indeed stumbled upon a treasure this time. What luck! The girl with the golden hair beamed with delight. Classmate Zhen. A figure rushed to Zhen with utmost speed, their eyes gleaming with excitement. May I be so bold as to inquire if the radiant holy dragon you just summoned is the ability of your first soul skill? Can you replicate others' martial souls? Some students may have overlooked it, but the teachers had certainly noticed that prior to the emergence of the radiant holy dragon, a bright yellow soul ring had already illuminated. And Zhen, Mu Jin approached. This is our esteemed teacher Wang Yin from the martial soul department, who possesses a wealth of knowledge and research experience. Wang Yin. And Zhen recalled. I can replicate, but as for other matters, I cannot divulge. I see, Wang Yin responded with regret. The world martial souls inscribed in the records were unfamiliar to him, and the radiant holy dragon had only been described in a simplistic manner in the documents he had perused. For him, it was an irresistible temptation. And Zhen, Teacher Wang Yan's extensive theoretical knowledge will undoubtedly be a tremendous aid to your development, Mu Jin advised. Thank you, both teachers. But I believe no one in this world understands my martial soul better than I do. And Zhen comprehended the intent behind the teacher's words. This was indeed the truth. Theories about other martial souls could not be applied to his own. The youth was brimming with confidence. Mu Jin thought to herself that this was understandable. The child was indeed a genius, possessing the capital for such pride. However, as he matured, he would come to grasp the teacher's intentions. Classmate Zhen, you are truly remarkable. Class monitor, do you have time this afternoon? The class monitor, handsome and exuding a strong sense of approachability, had just showcased formidable power. In an instant, he became the center of attention. The other boys and girls quickly surrounded him, vying for his attention as they flocked around him like moths to a flame. Quiet. Mu Jin's voice rang out. Everyone, please take your seats and observe the battles between your classmates to get to know them. The next group, come down quickly. The image of the elderly instructor expelling students still lingered in the minds of the students, causing those who had been surrounding Zhen to disperse at once. In a corner of the audience area of the soul fighting arena, Wu Feng, having received treatment from a healing soul master and taken high-quality medicinal herbs carried by Ning Tian, had stabilized her injuries and was merely waiting for a moment of rest to fully recover. How are you? And Zhen approached with a radiant smile. Cheater. The girl in the coat turned her head, tossing a jacket directly onto Zhen. The golden-haired girl observed the scene with curiosity, somewhat perplexed by the situation before her. Was Zhen particularly interested in Wu Feng? I am not deceiving you. Martial soul manifestation. 2 resplendent soul rings ascended, with the second soul ring illuminating after the first. Fiery sparks cascaded from the heavens, accompanied by a wave of heat that enveloped the surroundings. A hint of crimson dragon scales, reminiscent of blazing flames, adorned the corners of the youth's eyes. Though he had not transformed into a dragon, this familiar scene was instantly recognized by Wu Feng and Ning Tian. The red dragon martial soul. With her cherry lips agape, the innocent red dragon maiden stared blankly at the red dragon youth before her. Could Zhen truly replicate another's martial soul, even encompassing their soul skills? Ning Tian was astonished, dismissing the possibility of the youth simultaneously possessing both the holy light dragon and the red dragon martial souls, as the quality disparity between these twin martial souls was minimal. Moreover, given Zhen's previous victorious confrontation against Feng Mei, it seemed that this replicated strength had not diminished significantly. Zhen nodded gently. The 2 maidens were taken aback. It was miraculous, yet undeniably unfolding before their very eyes. Now, perhaps it was time for someone to fulfill the wager. The youth gazed at the red dragon maiden with a smirk, looking down from his elevated stance. Although the tight-fitting attire lacked the allure of Snow White, the mystery of the rounded black beneath the coat possessed its own charm and beauty. To fulfill it, I shall, she declared, pulling her coat to shield her form. The previously bold and brash red dragon maiden rarely displayed a hint of girlish shyness. Perhaps due to the world's acceptance or the humility of the red dragon martial soul in the face of a mightier dragon counterpart. I recall there is a skirt within the girl's uniform. What are you planning? The red dragon maiden raised her fist, prepared to retaliate should he dare to act impertinently. And Zhen crouched down, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Is that all? Wu Feng's tension dissipated in an instant, having anticipated something far more inappropriate. Her slender yet powerful calves, encased in the black attire, swayed gently, glistening under the sunlight, blindingly radiant. Very well, I accept, she replied. The word count of this chapter is insufficient. The next chapter will commence with the classroom mode. Chapter 21, Cats and Dogs Afternoon. Team. Assault, Agility, Control, Support, Defense. The Shrek 7's distinction as the finest team in the entire continent was not solely attributed to each member's individual prowess, but also to their exceptional synergy and cooperation. After a morning of mutual introductions, you have witnessed the performance of your classmates in battle. Now, based on your collective thoughts, form trios to report back. This will be your team for the upcoming new student assessment in 3 months, and I will make relevant adjustments based on your capabilities. As Muchin's words resonated, the entire class instinctively turned their gaze toward Zhen and Ning Tian. Zhen had forcefully defeated Wu Feng, who possessed the red dragon martial soul, and had also triumphed over a 6th grade senior prior. Ning Tian, the formidable support capabilities of the 7 treasures, Glazed Pagoda, need no elaborate discussion, especially considering it is a third-ring spirit. Mu Jin stood quietly on the podium, observing. As long as there were no significant issues with the team configuration, she generally refrained from interfering with the students' choices. This scenario, however, could be deemed quite unfair for some students. Talents have always preferred not to associate with those of lesser intellect. Exceptional individuals naturally gravitate towards one another. A team comprised entirely of spirit masters above level 25 is bound to emerge, juxtaposed against another team barely scraping past the threshold of Shrek Academy. The performance in the freshman assessment directly influences each student's future, and she could not compel outstanding students to mentor those of mediocre ability, as this would be unjust to the former. Perhaps allowing them to select their own teams according to their preferences would yield superior results in the assessments, rather than being hindered by less capable members. Moreover, they bear no obligation to do so. She had already provided the platform. The network she had established is a portion of her strength, and the rest depended on the student's own capabilities. And Zhen turned around, extending her fair, delicate hand, her azure eyes shimmering like the cerulean sky, as the extraordinary girl earnestly stated, "I wish to invite you to team up with me and Wu Feng to secure victory in this freshman assessment." This was not a spontaneous idea, but rather a premeditated plan. Ning Tian had arrived at the academy on the first day of freshman orientation, and as the offspring of the Seven Treasures glazed sect's leader, she understood the foundation upon which her sect had stood for millennia across this vast continent. As the young master, nurturing her unique connections was of paramount importance. Shrek Academy, a gathering place for nearly all the continent's exceptional talents, was the ideal setting. Upon learning of Zhen's remarkable deeds, she had set her sights on him. "All right," Zhen replied, somewhat indifferent to the notion of forming a team, but the prospect of partnering with a charming and gentle girl was certainly appealing. The strongest presence in the class would be teaming up with the most formidable support along with a powerful attacker. Although Wu Feng appeared weak in the face of Zhen, after the morning's events, when the Crimson Dragon girl had recovered, he firmly established his status within the class through decisive action. The class leader paid no heed to the disappointed and resentful gazes of her classmates, nor did she exchange pleasantries with her new teammates. Instead, she produced a soft pillow from her desk. "More content loading, please wait." Ning Tian, Wu Feng. Other classmates. In unison, the students turned their attention to Mu Jin, the teacher on the podium. While the teacher had just permitted free discussions for team selections, wasn't it a bit excessive to fall asleep directly in class? Zhen's situation is rather unique. In this awakened spirit mode, he is able to cultivate without interfering with class time, as confirmed by Director Du, Mu Jin remarked, albeit with a hint of perplexity. However, it is ultimately the words of the superior, and whether it is genuine or feigned will become evident over time. Quite peculiar. The Red Dragon girl expressed her disbelief, yet refrained from poking the boys back, for interrupting someone during their cultivation is a profoundly impolite act. In the campus modulation mode, within the virtual realm, the handsome youth rose from his seat. The NPC figurines were in the midst of their training. Although he could envelop the girls' dormitory upstairs when activating the virtual world in the dorm, and the size of this virtual space was determined by his spiritual strength, thus avoiding any mental probing. Resembling a higher dimensional coverage, he had been spending his evenings with Xiao Yutong and Wang Donger lately. The classroom atmosphere felt more vibrant, more exhilarating. Don't you agree, Ning Tian? The young lady's skin was exceptionally well cared for, fair and supple, with a subtle fragrance wafting about her. Her shoulder-length hair transformed into a golden waterfall cascading to her waist, accentuating her slender waist. While her haughtiness was not as pronounced as that of Wu Feng, it was still quite compelling. The fitted white gown enveloped her tall, graceful figure, and a fluffy cat tail graced her pert backside. While snow-white cat ears sprouted from Ning Tian's head, her delicate feet were adorned with sheer white stockings. "Then let us become little kittens," she purred. With a glimmer of liveliness and dependence in her sky-blue eyes, her feet pressed against the plush carpet laid by Zhen, her hands resting on the ground. The white stockings wrapped around her form as she nestled her feet beneath her. The adorable pet leaped into her owner's embrace, embodying the essence of the noble and elegant young lady. The stark contrast held a unique allure and beauty. The boy's fingers gently caressed the soft cheeks of the white-clad cat girl, his slender digits slipping into her cherry-red lips as if they were a cherished toy, prompting her to instinctively suckle. Sucking on fingers yields no tangible reward. This is a matter of grave seriousness, even concerning whether you shall pass the freshman assessment in 3 months. At the podium, the teacher lectured with solemnity. Below, the youth held the cat girl close, and Zhen, feeling a flicker of heat within, tightly embraced the delicate form in his arms, his hands grasping her dainty feet. How could a cute kitten be without a teasing stick? Meow, meow, meow. Ning Tian gazed with confusion at her pale feet rubbing together. Some emotions are best expressed outwardly, and Zhen languidly stretched, reveling in the beauty of the world. The charming Hui Yutong and the exquisite Wang Donger made for delightful company, yet Zhen still harbored worldly desires. It is a disgrace to have thoughts of young girls, yet at this moment, the maidens appeared to be of a comparable age to his high school days in a previous life. And Zhen was a normal male, a boy in the throes of adolescence, brimming with vitality. And Zhen suddenly sensed an anomaly and gently raised his hand, summoning a boy in deep meditation before him. It was none other than his NPC puppet. The pace of the boy's meditation seemed to quicken. A flicker of silvery light danced in his dark eyes. And in an instant, countless streams of glowing energy reflected in Zhen's vision. These radiant flows represented the natural forces of the world being refined and absorbed, along with the soul power within him. Indeed, his meditative state had improved, rising from a mere 10th to 6/10 since the presence of Hui Yutong. This enhancement was not due to an increase in the virtual world's support, but rather a response to the oppressive forces of the Douluo plane. Undoubtedly, at this moment, the Douluo world had yet to give rise to a master of the plane, akin to a heavenly will. In the absence of subjective consciousness, all actions were driven purely by instinct. Resistance against the virtual world would not amplify the oppression, much like placing a stone upon an ant. Regardless of whether the ant resists, the stone remains unchanged in size, reminiscent of an artificial intelligence that acts solely according to rules. How did Zhen come to this understanding? Perhaps it was the instinct of the world itself, akin to how one instinctively uses their mouth to drink milk. Yet, resistance inevitably comes with a cost. In his lively black eyes, emotions and humanity were being meticulously unraveled, and Zhen did not hinder the virtual world's resistance. He could control it, but there was no necessity. In fact, it was an unexpected boon. The boy, emboldened by his first act of defiance against the grand world, smiled brightly, displaying a delightful surprise at this sudden opportunity. If one were to overlook the cold, emotionless gaze, he appeared to be an endearing young lad. Growth stems from oppression, and Zhen could distinctly perceive the expansion of the virtual world at this moment. His soul power was gradually increasing. Methods to enhance soul power in this world were still quite scarce. This era had yet to establish a specialized cultivation system, and even a detailed classification of levels was not yet in place. Aside from spirit-type martial souls, consuming celestial herbs, the purple extreme demon eyes, and the heavenly dream eye silkworm could also elevate soul power through resisting oppression and enduring the world's trials. However, this method should not be employed frequently, and the resistance must be kept within a measure that does not excessively drain emotional energy. He needed to regulate the intensity of the resistance, requiring an NPC to act as an emotional recuperator. And Zhen reached out to pull over the red-haired girl, who was engrossed in her studies. A pair of canine ears adorned Wu Feng's head. The white school uniform hugged her curvaceous form, and beneath her knee-length skirt, her long, powerful legs were accentuated by a pair of slightly constricting, over-the-knee black stockings. This was a pact Zhen had made with Wu Feng. He was not a villain who bullied girls. How could he possibly engage in any excessive behavior? Removing her ankle boots, and Zhen gently rested her slender calves upon the thighs of the youth. His fingers lightly traced the delicate edge of the black stockings, pulling and releasing, the elastic fabric snapping back against the taut, muscular thigh. It was somewhat provocative. His right hand, with fingers grazing the soft texture of the stockings, glided down the graceful curve of the leg, traversing the elegant arch formed by the heel and ankle to the supple yet resilient sole and the round, full toes. To be honest, Zhen did not possess any particular fondness for feet. He merely appreciated the beauty of exquisite things. The resistance he maintained during his practice, perfectly balanced at half intensity, was just right, neither excessive nor insufficient, though he occasionally required release. Embracing the barefooted cat girl and the black-stocking dog girl, he reclined on a comfortable bed, observing the teacher at the lectern. After countless revisions, he had finally passed, utterly oblivious to where he had erred. Chapter 22. The Sovereign of Soft Rice. Zhen had a fondness for small creatures. For instance, he adored little gold dragons, butterflies, fish, birds, and even charming little scorpions. The supple, curvaceous black-stocking calves rested upon the shoulders of the golden-haired girl, who remained silent, head bowed. Level 25. Suddenly, an NPC doll in meditation emitted a wave of soul energy. Initially expected to occur that evening, the resistance from the virtual world had hastened the result. He felt the weight of his training. Not only was he attending class while meditating, but now he was also enhancing his soul power through the virtual world's resistance, all while needing to replenish the emotions that were constantly being eroded. Surely, no exemplary student could match his diligence. Perhaps a pillow would help. A blue-haired loli appeared beside Zhen, resting his head upon her soft abdomen. Was this fellow training or merely sleeping? The red dragon girl, cupping her chin with her hands, observed the boy sprawled over the pillow with a hint of curiosity. The black-stocking beauty, her legs in short boots, gently swayed beneath the desk, seemingly eager to deliver a kick to the man in front of her. This fellow, despite having fulfilled her wager, he ignored her and simply laid down to sleep. Did her legs appear unattractive in over-the-knee black stockings? Never mind. The somewhat vexed gaze of the witch drifted to the golden-haired girl beside the boy, who sat elegantly, attentively listening to the lecture, illuminated by sunlight, resembling a precious work of art. Hee, Ningtian. Sleep on, and Zhen, continue your slumber, as this would reduce your opportunities for interaction with Ningtian. Ding ding ding. Unconsciously, the school bell rang for the end of class. The youth, who had been sprawled on the desk for an entire afternoon, slowly opened his eyes and, under the watchful gaze of nearly the entire class, rose to stretch languidly. Indeed, you were sleeping, the students collectively thought with a hint of sarcasm. A radiant yellow soul ring illuminated the room, and as the classmates pondered why the class monitor was employing his first soul skill within the classroom, a wave of soul power manifested around Zhen, unmistakably heralding a soul power upgrade. And Zhen retrieved a notebook from his desk. In the virtual realm, one could accomplish most tasks with mere thought, and taking notes was naturally a trivial endeavor. The youth approached the beautiful teacher at the podium, extending the notebook with both hands. "Teacher, here are my notes," he said. A flicker of surprise crossed Mu Jin's enchanting eyes as she accepted the notebook and perused the densely written pages. With a tone tinged with astonishment, she remarked, "To think that classmate Zhen has recorded my words verbatim during class. It is essential to pay close attention during lessons. After all, it is well known that Zhen is an exemplary student." Mu Jin nodded in satisfaction, finding this revelation even more remarkable than what the director had conveyed. The striking teacher then surveyed the remaining students in the classroom, glancing at Zhen's notes. "This is the example you should aspire to, especially for those of you who tend to drift off during class. While you indulge in daydreams, there are those who excel in both cultivation and study. Do not assume that they rely solely on innate talent to secure privileges. It is merely a testament to their diligent study habits." Having concluded her admonition, Mu Jin gathered her lesson plans and departed the classroom. "I'll leave the notes here on the podium," the handsome youth said, his eyes gleaming with warmth. "If anyone has missed something during class, feel free to take a look, but please do not remove them, as other students may also find them useful." With that, the helpful and considerate class monitor went to fetch his girl. No sooner had Zhen left than the students in the classroom surged toward the podium, their eager heads clustering together to glimpse the contents of the notes. "Wow, the class monitor truly recorded the teacher's words verbatim," exclaimed one astonished student who had been seated closest. Indeed, the reality was as the teacher had described. "Wait, you can actually cultivate while attending class," exclaimed another, bewildered. They had assumed the class monitor merely leveraged connections to sleep through class, only to discover he was, in fact, a relentless scholar. "Young master," Wu Feng remarked, glancing at Ning Tian, "that fellow truly possesses such extraordinary abilities." "Incredible," murmured the esteemed Miss Jean. "Does his soul skill only replicate martial souls?" As Zhen's deskmate, Ning Tian was quite certain that Zhen had merely closed his eyes and appeared to be napping, without taking any notes. Yet, upon waking, his soul ring shimmered. And not only had his cultivation advanced, but he also possessed notes. "Let us go eat," he suggested. As the two young women exited the classroom and descended the stairs, they encountered a youth standing at the entrance of the freshman class. "Zhen, are you waiting for someone?" "Yes," the boy replied, his gaze lingering upon the legs of the two girls. "Wu Feng, what is the matter?" one of the haughty young ladies asked coldly, her hands on her hips. "You are quite beautiful, and your physique is impressive," Zhen remarked earnestly. "Muscles that are regularly exercised feel remarkably pleasant to the touch." "Pervert." A blush crept onto the girl's cheeks, betraying her embarrassment or perhaps her anger. "We only agreed to today," the feisty girl declared fiercely. "Tonight, I will burn it down." "What a pity," Zhen expressed genuine regret at the thought of such a splendid sight disappearing. "Isn't Zhen interested in Feng Mei?" the affluent young lady, Jean, inquired suddenly. In an instant, fiery eyes glared at Zhen, as if urging him to think carefully before speaking. Who wouldn't admire a beautiful and vibrant young girl? Zhen, an honest lad, replied, his gaze also drifting to the elegant Ning Tian. "Of course, I find charming and wealthy young ladies appealing too." A fiery figure swiftly positioned herself protectively in front of Ning Tian, resembling a fierce little dog guarding its food. However, this was a fire-breathing little dragoness, and Zhen's words seemed uncharacteristic for a youth in the bloom of his life. Ning Tian smiled subtly. "A penny can thwart a hero. Besides, I am an orphan, without parents. One person eating well means the family doesn't starve. There are no notions of a lineage to uphold." And Zhen believed there was no shame in relying on the support of others. After all, one must possess the means to indulge in such luxuries. Women can seek wealthy men, just as men can pursue affluent women. From another perspective, if men are drawn to beautiful young women, women can naturally be attracted to handsome young men, thus advocating for gender equality. "I have what you need, you have what I need. Is that not a match made in heaven?" A glimmer of playful amusement danced in the azure depths of her eyes, concealing the thoughts of the clever young lady at that moment. "Not on your life," the protective dragon girl slowly uttered. "And Zhen, can't you have a bit of ambition?" A clear voice chimed in, as a striking boy in pastel blue approached, accompanied by an adorable younger boy. "What can I say? I'm just a bit lazy, but I will strive as well," and Zhen responded. "Lady of the Haotian sect, lady of the Jiobao Liuli sect. By the way, after parting from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, could Zhang Lishuan, adopted by Muon, be considered the young lady of this lineage? The Three Great Sects. Chapter 23, a flavorful chapter Awo. The handsome youth bit fiercely into the chicken leg in his hand. His dreamy pastel blue eyes occasionally casting a fierce glare at the boy seated across from him. The youth, far from being upset, smiled brightly as he placed a bowl of meat soup before the charming boy to alleviate the heaviness. The trio engaged in conversation about the day's events, with Hui Yutong primarily speaking, and Zhen listening intently, and Wang Dong glaring, her petite feet beneath the table incessantly kicking and Zhen's shins. 100 laps of running, joining the Soul Guidance Division, weight training, and becoming class monitor. The cheerful Loli eagerly shared her accomplishments, growth, and joy within Zhen. He reached under the table, directly grasping the delicate ankle peeking from beneath her long trousers and sneakers. Wang Dong suddenly gasped. Wang Dong, what's wrong? Hui Yutong cast a concerned glance. I ate too quickly and bit my tongue. As she spoke, a pained expression crossed Wang Dong's face. Eat slowly, have some soup. While Hui Yutong turned her attention to Wang Dong, and Zhen regarded the girl feigning pain with a cheerful smile, raising an eyebrow at her. For a mischievous child. This was merely the beginning. Quietly slipping off her white sneaker, a small foot clad in a white sock was exposed to the air. In that instant, Wang Dong's delicate body trembled slightly, and upon realizing it, she nervously glanced at Hui Yutong. The blue-haired Loli continued sharing her experiences with Zhen, oblivious to her roommate's peculiar behavior. Dreamy eyes shot daggers at Zhen, as if to say, let go of me, or you will regret it. Zhen never bowed to threats. The attentive young man listened earnestly to Hui Yutong's words while beneath the table. His fingertips gently caressed the soft sole of her socked foot. After 100 laps in the morning and weight training in the afternoon, Wang Dong's martial spirit offered no cleansing abilities. Logically, her feet should have reeked of sweat, yet they bore a uniquely rich fragrance instead. The scent of a girl was a bit intoxicating. The Soul Guidance Division holds great promise. History has proven that technological advancement is inevitable. The Douluo continent currently finds itself in a critical transitional phase due to the Sun-Moon Empire, and Zhen stated seriously. Time slipped by second. Wang Dong's thoughts had long abandoned the delectable food, focusing instead on resisting the unusual sensations emanating from her soles. The more she resisted, the more these sensations intensified. A faint blush crept across her fair skin, spreading from her neck upwards. Wang Dong felt a twinge of relief that Hui Yutong's attention was directed at that rascal. Otherwise, she would have let go. Wang Dong attempted once more to retract her foot. It was futile. A glance from those dark eyes flicked at Wang Dong. Fingers exploring upwards, gently tugging at the edge of her sock, pulling it down. The pastel blue, dreamlike eyes shifted from threatening to surrender, filled with pleading. Not in front of Yutong, please. The demand was clear, comply, and the toes would move. Delicate fingers inscribed words upon her soul. The curled toes lightly brushed against Zhen's hand. In the future, refer to me as Yutong. There has been no response. While sketching socks, I write. When it's just the two of us in private, my toes twitch slightly. When you wish to open the window, others in the room disagree. Yet, if you propose to remove the roof, they would acquiesce to your desire to open the window. Today, you have all undergone such training. So we shall not set up the stall. Yutong, I have some remaining Xianshui Dan in my cabinet. After such extensive training today, please take one and consume it. Do not refuse. Both Wang Dong and I possess innate full soul power, making this substance ineffective for us. Let's arrange tonight's matters. And Zhen turned to Wang Dong. What do you think? The girl, who was not paying attention, buried her head in her meal, eager to hide any signs of her embarrassment from others. It seemed that the shame of being playfully tickled by Zhen had vanished. After preparing dozens of cups of iced milk tea, I placed them at the spot where we originally set up our stall by the school entrance. Feasting Douluo collection, I hung up the sign and returned to the dormitory to sleep. After a while, a scruffy old man, munching on a chicken leg, picked up a cup of milk tea. In the new student dormitory building, and Zhen's brother has a penchant for pampered girls. A charming blue-haired girl sat by the bed, her petite feet in white socks gently swaying in the air, her delicate hands cradling an exquisite jade bottle. Her pearly white teeth pressed against her cherry lips, and her star-like azure eyes were filled with myriad thoughts. The girl was troubled. That golden-haired girl was so elegant and confident. Recalling past events, feelings of inferiority lingered in the little one's heart. Every new student seemed to surpass her, and her recent surge in strength was solely due to the Xianshui Dan gifted by Zhen's brother. A girl like that could undoubtedly assist Zhen's brother immensely, unlike her, who relied on him even for daily meal expenses. What is there to worry about? A languid female voice echoed in the little girl's mind, exuding a sense of nonchalance. Whether spirit beasts or humans, Only the strong possess the right to choose their partners. Once you grow stronger, you will be able to have him. Little Yutong. Even if you do not believe in yourself, you must trust in your sister Tianming. In the sea of consciousness, a plump elder sister, wrapped in fluffy pajamas like a caterpillar, confidently declared, exuding an aura of a homebody and laziness. It is just a boy. With her around, Yutong will effortlessly reach out and grasp him in the future. However, what concerns her more is why that fellow's use of a soul skill suddenly elevated Yutong's cultivation level. How infuriating. Why does that old man linger in front of the dormitory for such long periods? Such powerful beings exist in the human world, rendering her unable to speak freely each day. The little girl, reinvigorated, consumed the Xian Shui Dan. She is determined to grow stronger, become a formidable soul master, earn a fortune, and thus support in Zhen's brother. And Zhen's dormitory. Just finished showering? I brought a midnight snack. Dessert? Let us have some. The large bed, which occupied most of the dormitory space, was divided into two sections by a rope fashioned from a bedsheet. On the right side, a handsome youth clad in a short-sleeved pajama set leaned against a pillow, his delicate feet resting atop the blanket. Have you bathed? With a focus on his martial spirit. He closed his eyes, and the golden soul rings illuminated around him. All clean now. Quite convenient, Wang Dong remarked with a hint of envy. What are you standing there for? Get on the bed, the young lady instructed, observing the boy who remained stationary. Oh, lock the door. He set down his belongings and climbed onto the bed. Hey, Wang Dong abruptly stood up as she noticed him approaching. Her soft feet aimed at his handsome face. Wrong. And Zhen swiftly retreated a step and then climbed onto the bed from the other side. Pervert, weirdo, big lecher. Wang Dong scolded vehemently, her voice rising. The young lady seemed to know only these few terms. Had it not been for the incident where she had expelled this fellow, she would never have shared a bed with him. And Zhen quietly listened until she grew tired of her tirade. Fortunately, the dormitory had excellent soundproofing. Don't cross this line, understand? Wang Dong threatened, shaking her little fist. Otherwise, even if Yutong pleads for you, I'll sever that thing of yours. We're not sleeping normally. There won't be any accidents. As long as you know, she replied, her voice sharp and indignant. Did you eat gunpowder? And Zhen tentatively inquired, sensing Wang Dong's earlier anger towards the cafeteria. It's not just the cafeteria. At the mention of the topic, the girl instantly flared up like a furious kitten. What is up with that golden guy? Do you even care about Yutong? Just because I kicked you doesn't mean you can act like that next to Yutong. She had once promised to keep an eye on this fellow for Yutong. Ning Tian was our class's vice monitor. A young lady from the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School. She, along with me and Wu Feng, formed a trio to participate in the upcoming freshman assessment in 3 months. And Jin suddenly fell silent, her expression calm as she began to explain. Her pure, jet-black eyes turned to Wang Dong. So, is your anger stemming from feeling guilty towards Yutong, rather than from my actions? Of course, Wang Dong instinctively replied. Oh, and Zhen nodded gently. Then, under the gaze of those soft blue eyes, she crossed the line. What are you doing? Wang Dong exclaimed, her delicate feet pushing against the sheets as she retreated until she was cornered by the handsome youth. Your feet must be a bit sore from the morning's 100 laps and the afternoon's weighted runs. As the delicate and exquisite feet of the young lady from the Haotian sect were touched for the first time by a man, an unusual sensation coursed through Wang Dong's entire being. He stared in a daze as the boy cradled her soft, pink feet, a part of her that was so intimate. Now being caressed by someone he had only known for 3 or 4 days, a boy whom his good friend admired. The young girl felt as though her mind had succumbed to some kind of enchantment. Why did she not stop him? A slight hesitation crossed her lips, and her gentle voice betrayed the heart of a young girl. Let me give you a massage. And Zhen, indeed skilled in the art of massage, had learned it out of whimsy, having seen Ming Hongchun, the girl who clung to him post-training, request a hug, claiming her feet were sore. Silence enveloped the room. The boy's focused silhouette was reflected in her dreamy eyes as he diligently massaged her feet. After a while, a somewhat melancholic voice broke the stillness. We must not betray Yutong. She admired that resilient and hardworking girl. Wang Dong withdrew her feet, this time without resistance. Beneath her long eyelashes lay a sorrowful expression. The turmoil within her heart was palpable. She hugged her knees, her gaze a mixture of sadness and complexity, fixated on her feet, still warm with the lingering touch of another. This had nothing to do with Wang Dong. She was a good girl. The boy's gentle smile radiated warmth as Zhen wrapped his arms around the girl. Wang Dong felt as if she had fallen into a comforting embrace, the humid words carrying a hint of masculinity brushing against her fair and tender cheeks. It's my fault. I'm to blame for my fickle heart. In her past life, at over 20 years of age, she had encountered the world's affections. For a young lady who had left home, despite the early maturity of the people in God of Douluo, the innocence of being 11 or 12 could never truly prepare one for such experiences. Chapter 24. Hui Yutong in training soft and fragrant. The beautiful girl nestled in Zhen's arms, who skillfully lowered his head, his cheek drawing near to Wang Dong's. The breaths of the two resonated clearly in the quiet room, their dreamlike blue and dark eyes mirroring the affection reflected in each other's gaze. The proximity allowing them to share in one another's breath. Don't think this young lady is so easily won over. A petite and adorable figure flickered in Wang Dong's mind. In an instant, her fair hand pressed against Zhen's face, her previous sorrow and confusion dissipating as she snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Why are your movements so adept?" Comfort, acknowledgement, and embrace followed in swift succession. "I suppose it's something carried over from my past life," Zhen casually explained. "Huh, so it seems you were quite the scoundrel in your previous life." The girl retorted with a cold laugh, her delicate foot kicking against Zhen's chest, knocking him onto the bed. "No, in my past life, I merely possessed a wealth of theoretical experience. The practical side, however, was limited to Hui Yutong and Meng Hanqin. Wang Dong, hesitation will lead to defeat." And Zhen, with a sense of helplessness, sat up. It appeared that the moment for a kiss had passed. Speaking nonsensically, it was clear that a kiss was out of the question. Wang Dong shook his head. "Humph, regardless of whether he owed anything to Yutong, this fellow must not be allowed to obtain what he desires so easily." "Very well," and Zhen would not press the matter. Although this lady did not harbor disdain. At this stage, she would only permit him to hold her hand. The situation had already unfolded. She had already wronged Yutong. Furthermore, rising to her feet, hands on her hips, the young lady declared from above, this matter must remain undisclosed to Yutong. She did not wish for that lovely and resilient girl to feel sorrow. The truth cannot be concealed forever. Ultimately, it is your fault. You shall resolve it. Her delicate foot pressed directly upon Zhen's chest. Otherwise, this lady would have no qualms about punishing you. MMM. And Zhen nodded in agreement. However, the young boy, with a serious expression, questioned, could Wang Dong restore his original appearance? Otherwise, we might truly find ourselves in a precarious situation. To be fair, Wang Dong's current visage was indeed strikingly handsome, with his fair complexion serving as an irresistible allure for certain individuals with specific preferences. No way, she was not foolish. In such a scenario, revealing his true self would be akin to a lamb exposing its fleece before a hungry wolf. Moreover, witnessing the disappointment and helplessness on the boy's face filled her with unexpected joy. A triumphant smile graced her fair cheeks, her lovely form exuding a faint fragrance. Even in his handsome guise, there was an undeniable charm reminiscent of a captivating young lady. "Shouldn't we fulfill our agreement?" Sitting cross-legged, resting her chin on her hands, and Zhen broached another topic. The honorable young lady would not be one to shirk her commitments, would she? Wang Dong's expression of pride faltered momentarily. And Zhen, brother. How could she utter those 4 words? Lowering her head, her fair face reflected a mixture of entanglement. After a pause, a small hand gently tugged at Zhen's attire, and the young girl's light voice cautiously proposed, "Could we perhaps discuss this in the dream world? However, let us not speak of normal romance. Even training requires a gradual process." This was an innocent and carefree young lady, in need of tenderness. Neither an NPC nor a woman with ulterior motives. And Zhen summoned his martial spirit, while Wang Dong entered a meditative state. In the virtual realm, a powder blue-haired beauty, akin to a world spirit, possessed a youthful form that resembled a delicate piece of art. A dress of the same hue concealed her petite, perky rear, and her legs, perfectly proportioned, were white and supple. Villain. With her fair arms crossed over her chest, the girl curled up on the ground, as if seeking a semblance of safety in that position. Although it may not be reality, is this outfit not a tad too short? Aren't dreams merely a manifestation of the beauty unattainable in real life? The youth spoke with a radiant smile. Moreover, this is just the beginning. With a flicker of thought, a petite and adorable blue-haired girl appeared beside Zhen. And Zhen, what are you and Wang Dong doing? Wang Dong, startled, gazed with her powder blue eyes reflecting the charming figure. The beautiful girl was so taken aback that she sprang to her feet, hastily grabbing the quilt from the bed to drape over herself. Are you too? A haze of confusion clouded the girl's eyes, her cherubic cheeks displaying disappointment and sorrow from a sense of betrayal. Yun, the reality is not as you perceive. This is merely a misunderstanding. Adrenaline surged through Wang Dong, nearly overwhelming her with anxiety. Caught in a compromising situation. No, that is not right. She was pure and innocent, and Zhen was upright. Nothing treacherous had occurred here. In truth, this is simply a rather unique swimsuit, hence its brevity. The girl hastily explained, her dreamlike eyes filled with panic and urgency. Wang Dong instinctively turned to Zhen. Didn't you say you would take the blame if something happened? Why are you silent now? Their anxious gazes met, one filled with alarm, the other with a cheerful glimmer. Wang Dong sensed something amiss. You should wear black and white stockings and dance for Zhen. Hu Yutong said with utmost seriousness. You're messing with me. Wang Dong finally pieced it together. Even if Hu Yutong acknowledged their relationship, her character would never utter such words. The pixie-like girl pounced on Zhen, her small hands relentlessly pounding his chest, her delicate face fierce, revealing her pristine little fangs in a mock threat. Isn't this merely a rehearsal? After all, if we were ever caught in a compromising position, we wouldn't be so flustered. And Zhen had ample justification. You really dare to think that way? The girl fumed, her soft, pink toes aimed at his face. And Zhen stuck out his tongue. Wang Dong withdrew her foot. Pervert, scoundrel. This time, and Zhen did not wait for her to finish her tirade. He cupped her pristine little face in his hands, leaning closer, his warm breath tinged with a hint of masculinity brushing against her cheeks. This is a dream, right? Blinking her enchanting eyes, the girl suddenly inquired, as if to confirm something, solidifying a resolve. Indeed. However, it could also become reality. No. The tender, sweet voice of the girl resonated like soft water. And Zhen, brother. And Zhen felt his bones turn to jelly. In the luminous depths of her azure eyes, the silhouettes of two figures entwined in a close embrace were reflected. The NPC, Hu Yutong, stood there quietly, devoid of any further instructions. It felt somewhat restrictive. It would be far more exhilarating when the protagonist acquired the third soul skill, allowing the consciousness of others to be drawn into the virtual realm. Chapter 25, Wang Dong the defeated Ma Xiaotao. Affectionate gestures, kisses, hugs, and closeness were all that was permitted. A young girl, savoring the sweetness of youthful love, nestled into her boyfriend's embrace. Suddenly, with her dreamlike eyes wide open, Wang Dong recalled a crucial matter. You have yet to confess your feelings to me. This was indeed a vital step. All right, I like you, Wang Dong. No, not Wang Dong, the girl corrected with a shake of her head. It's Wang Donger. Wang Donger. The boy's dark eyes gazed upon the ethereal girl in his arms. Yes, she is Wang Donger. I like you, Wang Donger. Coughing lightly, the girl beamed with joy, raising her fair chin with a sense of pride. Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity to pursue me. In the realm of Haotian sect, her parents had vanished without a trace. And Zhen blinked in surprise, reminiscent of the original narrative. Yet now, Hu Yutong was a girl. What was that scoundrel Tang Sin scheming? Was he attempting to force a change? Like transforming one party into a male, as in the original tale with Ning Tian and Wu Feng? Surely, he couldn't be fixated on her. It seemed our goals had aligned. She had indeed attached herself to a petite heiress. The young man gently inhaled the fragrance of her ivory cheek. As long as you know. The girl tilted her fair neck upwards. Now, quickly attend to my needs. Get up. Reflect upon your cultivation. Tidy up Hu Yutong's room. Good morning, and Zhen Gij, Wang Dong. The young girl beamed with delight. Her cultivation rate had accelerated once more, though there hadn't been a significant advancement yet. According to Tian Meng Jia, after this consumption, a subsequent dose would elevate her innate soul power to the third level, albeit further doses would yield diminishing returns. Good morning. And Zhen greeted with a radiant smile. Morning. The handsome young man's gaze flickered, seemingly hesitant to meet those pure, unblemished eyes. However, the excited girl, eager to share her joy with Zhen, remained oblivious. Time for breakfast. Class begins. And Zhen was somewhat taken aback. Knee-high white stockings, he remarked, referring to Ning Tian. More content loading, please wait. Yesterday's knee-high black stockings, he noted, referencing Wu Feng. Now this is the essence of a beautiful youthful campus. What do you mean the same? I distinctly changed. I did not wear that pair yesterday. If I did not touch it, how would I know? And Zhen replied earnestly. Rogue. And Zhen felt wronged. Never mind. Time for cultivation. Before the class commenced, the class leader of the new students in Class 9 had already embarked on a rigorous cultivation journey. The exemplary leadership inspired a palpable sense of urgency among the students, who were initially inclined to engage in casual conversation with their desk mates. After all, even the top achievers had begun to intensify their efforts. Upon entering the classroom, Mu Jin observed that every student, save for one figure slumped over a desk, was diligently reviewing their lessons. She nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the commendable quality of this cohort. In a virtual realm, a girl with cascading blue hair and a delicate, fair complexion adorned with a rosy hue appeared remarkably charming. The two beautiful girls bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Blue Luo Luo and Blue Su Su, the twin sisters from the new Class 7. They were the inaugural wielders of the martial soul fusion technique as depicted in the original narrative. Yet, it is regrettable that so few could attain the awakened level. Typically, only certain vital parts of the body, such as the eyes of Hu Yutong and the unmanifested brain, could provide such an opportunity. The current strength of the heavenly net remains limited. One girl placed another beautiful maiden upon her thigh, as 4 petite feet clad in white stockings gently swayed in midair, reminiscent of 4 delicate cream cakes. It was a moment to revel in joy before anything else. As the class bell rang, and Zhen awoke punctually, the golden soul ring illuminated, and he proceeded to the podium to retrieve his notes, activating his first soul skill, reflection. When it came time to eat, the students surged toward the podium in a frenzy. This was a familiar sight. They meticulously transcribed every word without deviation. Must they be so competitive? They had already cultivated their bodies while simultaneously acquiring knowledge. Wind Girl, the golden-haired maiden in white silk, glanced at the girl beside her. Has the delivery arrived from home? Young master, your last-minute request has been delivered overnight by a senior SoulLand. According to the schedule, it has just arrived. However, Wu Feng was perplexed. Does that lecherous man truly deserve it? Although she had to concede his exceptional talent, making such an investment after just one day seemed rather hasty. Her slender fingers delicately tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear, and her exquisite, elegant profile momentarily captivated the red-haired dragon girl. Wind Girl, do you remember? He possesses the ability to replicate other people's martial souls. Indeed, that is a formidable power, Ning Tian replied, gently shaking her head as an unusual glimmer sparkled in her azure eyes. Do you know who the last possessor of the radiant sacred dragon martial soul was? From whom did Zhen replicate it? Who? Wu Feng inquired, bewildered. The former strongest in the continent, the dragon God Douluo. As the young lady of the 9 treasure glazed tile sect, being well-versed in the illustrious figures of the continent was part of her foundational education. Although that era felt distant, the continent's top powerhouses had never forgotten the existence that had swept through an entire epoch. The radiant sacred dragon had mutated from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. If the newly emerged possessor of the radiant holy dragon were indeed a member of the blue electric tyrant dragon lineage, one could not overlook the implications of their background as an orphan. Merely possessing such a formidable martial soul would preclude anonymity, unless clandestinely nurtured, which raises the question of how an individual like Zhen could gain access to such a secretive upbringing. Disregarding all improbabilities, only one possibility remains. The legendary dragon god Douluo, one of the fabled black and white dual sacred dragons, is still alive. And Zhen could very well be a disciple of this esteemed figure. Indeed, she must be. Yet, can she truly aspire to such a connection? Regardless, the tantalizing prospect laid before her compels her to seize the opportunity, even if she knows the odds are against her. Moreover, even if she cannot attain this goal, the identity of being a successor to the dragon god Douluo is a gift in itself. The red-clad maiden gazed upon that resplendent figure, her young master, an elegant and noble lady, with whom she shared an inseparable bond. Her heart brimmed with excitement and joy, akin to a maiden anticipating a meeting with her beloved. Yet deep within, she felt a dissonance. She was a power-focused soul master, yet she was still a girl. As a prestigious sect with a legacy spanning thousands of years, the Jiubao Glaze sect would never condone such indiscretions occurring to their own young lady. The thought of elopement was far-fetched, having grown up alongside Ning Tian. The girl not only understood his character, but also comprehended the immense stature of the Jiubao Glazed sect. As a loyal retainer, she could not sway her lady's decisions. With her head bowed, the girl's white sneaker tip pressed against the ground, her gaze fixated on the black stockings adorning her legs. Her well-toned calves, muscular yet elegantly slender, were beautifully highlighted by the stockings, which added an alluring charm to her appearance. Oblivious to the inner turmoil of others, Zhen found herself captivated by the softness of the beautiful girl's hand. In the purple-hued cafeteria, Zhen sat between Wang Dong and Hu Yutong, playfully toying with one hand of each girl. Surely, Wang Dong would not notice. They both thought simultaneously in this public setting. This fellow Wang Dong, with a spoonful of soup in her left hand, was feeding herself while her right hand was gently grasped by a warm hand, which caressed her fingers tenderly. The white sneaker came down heavily upon Zhen's foot. She was not one to be trifled with. A sharp intake of breath escaped Zhen's lips. Was this girl attempting to murder her beloved? Zhen, are you all right? Hui Yutong inquired, concern evident in her voice. Nothing at all. Just a little bite from some random dog, Zhen replied. What dog is there in the cafeteria? Hui Yutong questioned, puzzled. A moment later, Wang Dong, with her back turned to Hui Yutong, flashed a mischievous grin at Zhen, revealing her small tiger teeth, before leading the lowly away. Afternoon. The daily routine resumed. More content loading, please wait. The class leader once again provoked the whole class. Zhen, do you have time this weekend? The golden-haired heiress intercepted Zhen. I'm free. What is up? Zhen responded. Aren't we on the same team? Let us go out for a meal together. It's on me. Ning Tian said with a gentle smile gracing his cheeks. Sounds great. In the past 2 days, there has been little reciprocal communication with Ning Tian Wu Feng. During meals, I was accompanied by Wang Dong Yutong, and upon arriving for class, I simply rested my head on the desk, although Zhen had already gained considerable insight into them. As soon as Zhen stepped out of the classroom, he noticed two boys waiting at the door. What is the matter? Let us head back, he suggested. Upon arriving at Zhen's dormitory, Wang Dong suddenly inhaled sharply, her fair cheeks displaying an expression of lingering fear. You have no idea. We almost didn't team make it during lunch. Oh, is there such danger at the academy? Was it Ma Xiaotao? Yes, yes. Lan Luoli nodded repeatedly before being enveloped in Zhen's embrace, his hands gently caressing her delicate, white-socked feet. Her cheeks flushed, yet she offered no resistance. Her small head nuzzled against Zhen, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of safety. She slowly recounted the events of that afternoon when they left the cafeteria. A crazed figure clad in red suddenly emerged from the surface of the sea god lake, charging towards them. They were unable to escape and fainted from exhaustion. But upon waking, they found themselves unscathed. A teacher from the academy had even given them a soul elevation pill as compensation, instructing them to keep the incident confidential. Zhen Gij. The little girl retrieved a walnut-sized green pill from her waist, its crystalline surface exuding a faint fragrance, as if brimming with life. Here, at last. I can assist Zhen Gij. Yutong, you need this. Don't give him yours. Give him mine, Wang Dong insisted, producing her own pill. All right. Zhen smiled, gently tapping each girl on the head. Since this is the academy's compensation for you, you should keep it. However, I do know a bit about what you encountered today. Really? Wang Dong inquired, puzzled by how it seemed he was aware of everything. Let us set up the stall first. I'll explain everything to you tonight. After setting up the stall in the virtual world, I dressed the two beautiful girls in strappy dresses. Amid their astonished gazes, a stunning woman in a red dress appeared beside Zhen. The hem of her dress was rather scandalously short, exposing her fair, voluptuous thighs to the air. With a cool demeanor, she possessed a captivating oval face. Ma Xiaotao, a senior from the Inner Academy, is a disciple of Yan Xiaozha, the director of the Spirit Master Department. Her martial spirit is the evil fire phoenix, a descendant of Ma Hongjun, one of the original Shrek 7 monsters. Although Ma Hongjun's martial spirit has evolved, his descendants retain the essence of that malevolent fire, capable of eroding the mind. Should one fall into darkness, they could transform into a heartless evil spirit master of formidable strength. Hence, the need for secrecy. Even within Shrek, even as a descendant of Ma Hongjun, the three great empires would undoubtedly label her as an evil spirit master upon witnessing her lose control. The side dishes have been prepared. It is time to enhance and acquire the third soul skill, drawing awareness into the world to unlock more postures. Chapter 26. The Confession of a Young Girl's Heart, is that so? Hui Yutong gently nodded, pondering the revelation. It turns out the other party did not act with malice, but rather had their own struggles. Is the academy unable to provide treatment? Hui Yutong looked at the tall beauty with a hint of sympathy. It could either be extreme martial soul suppression or, like her ancestors, the consumption of divine herbs. As she listened to Zhen explain the backstory, Wang Dong suddenly sensed something amiss. That cool, alluring visage, the voluptuous, peach-like fullness of her figure, and her long, beautiful legs draped in black stockings. Wang Dong, despite not being a man, recognized that any man would undoubtedly be captivated, given Zhen's flirtatious nature. In a situation where NPC dolls could be animated, would this fellow possibly engage in some inappropriate actions? The young girl lowered her gaze, examining her own delicate, thin-strap dress that barely covered half of her thighs. It was clear, this fellow would certainly act inappropriately. Although this individual generally spent nights in their company, the daytime offered many more opportunities. She had heard that in Class 9. There was a class president who appeared to be sleeping during lessons, but was actually both studying and cultivating. Wang Dong suddenly felt a weight on her mind, as if something had been added. With an instinctive grace, her delicate hand found the correct place, gently resting on the boy's waist, seeking out that soft flesh. Then spinning at a perfect angle. All right. Gently stroking the little girl's head, she recalled that just days ago, she had consumed a mysterious water pill. After another 5 or 6 days, she could take another one, and once the effects were fully absorbed, she could consume that soul-raising pill. Yes, yes. The girl with flushed cheeks suddenly leaped up, wrapping her arms around Zhen's neck. With lips as soft and sweet as jelly, she gently pecked the boy's cheek before scampering away. I'm going to practice Tongmin's ultimate skills. So adorable. The reflection of the blue-haired girl's silhouette shimmered in Zhen's dark, smiling eyes as he gently caressed the moisture on his cheek. The boy turned to Wang Donger beside him, smiling as he observed the exquisite beauty. Are you tired? Would you like to take a break? In this virtual world, nothing escaped Zhen's notice, including Wang Dong's subtle movements. Here, even if one were to be torn apart, as long as they did not wish for pain, it would not be felt. With a mere thought, pink ribbons descended from the air, wrapping around Wang Donger, constricting her fair skin. revealing her youthful form in all its glory, a perfect display of the tortoise-shell binding. How about that? Still embodying the essence of a pink-hearted girl. And Zhen played with a round little ball, grinning as he gazed at the girl suspended in midair. What do you intend to do? As Wang Donger gazed at the small ball in Zhen's hand, a wave of foreboding washed over her, exacerbated by her current awkward posture. Within the virtual realm, and Zhen could only experience sensations in two modes, feeling or not feeling, devoid of the myriad pleasures that could be derived from a more nuanced existence. She pondered which soul ring would grant her complete mastery over the sensations of individuals in this virtual world, perhaps the ability to transform any sensation into a mere cough. Could it be possible to possess the entirety of another's essence, their memories and abilities? Was Wang Donger truly upset because of something she believed she had done to the NPC, Ma Xiaotao? Why should it matter to you what I do? She huffed, turning her head defiantly. I have, the youth suddenly remarked, observing the jealous Wang Dong. The matters of romance between men and women, he asserted, were far more extravagant than what was depicted in the tomes sold outside. What has been done cannot be concealed. Wang Donger felt as though something within her heart had exploded, a wave of inexplicable bitterness surging forth, blurring her vision. She had found someone she cherished. They had only just begun their journey together, yet why had it devolved into this? Do you want to hear an explanation? A raspy voice broke the silence, and Zhen gently lowered the floating girl into his embrace. Her delicate face was marred by sorrow, and crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. One could hardly contain the urge to exact vengeance upon the scoundrel who had caused her tears. The malevolent fire is a backlash of Ma Xiaotao's martial soul. Wang Donger, my martial soul, too bears such repercussions. Wang Donger was taken aback, her gaze momentarily vacant as she processed his words. As she lowered her head, the moist sensations and the distinct scent of another enveloped her senses, and Zhen began to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the deprivation of his emotions due to his martial soul. An elder had once imparted a profound truth. Everything in this world comes at a price. Was my martial soul formidable? Indeed. It could directly substitute the falsehoods of the dream world with the realities of the tangible world and replicate the soul skills of others. Yet, such power came at a cost. Thus, if one does not resist, one would lose their emotions. The pale blue of her eyes reflected the youth's countenance. Without any emotions, one would exist as a lifeless automaton, oblivious to sorrow or joy. I refuse to become such a being. That version of myself is not who I am. Hence, and Zhen chose to heed the desires of his heart. Certainly, one could also adopt other emotions to strengthen oneself, such as the profound love for another, which could counteract the encroachment of the world. Yet, and Zhen considered himself a selfish individual, incapable of relinquishing his life for another, unable to love someone with an all-consuming fervor. As for the rest, he had never deemed himself noble. Apart from his abilities, he was simply an ordinary person. The delicate cherry lips parted slightly, as Wang Donger chose to trust in Zhen's words. This decision stemmed partly from her desire to believe, and partly from the undeniable logic in his reasoning. His martial soul was indeed formidable. I vow, if I am deceiving you, then I, a fair, delicate hand swiftly covered Zhen's mouth. I believe you. No need for such oaths, the young girl chided, her voice tinged with irritation. Are you still angry? And Zhen held his girl tightly, saying, if you're upset, feel free to strike me. I've opened myself to your feelings. Humph, the enchanting girl with pastel blue hair scoffed, extending her hand. A peculiar sensation coursed through Zhen's mind, though it was not one of pain. You should go find that Ma Xiaotao, she said, her fair legs moving swiftly as Wang Donger hurried away, needing to wash her hands and feet and change her clothes. A charming girl, somewhat proud yet kind-hearted. She cared for Hui Yutong due to his fragility and resilient nature, often putting his needs before her own. It will always be this way, the youth remarked. All that remains is to eliminate a certain traveler. Who is Tang Wudong? I do not know. His girlfriend is Wang Donger. Chapter 27. The bait of the little heiress rise and shine. Reflect. Dine. Attend class. Though the routine was the same, this life was predominantly one of enjoyment. Embracing the young lady clad in white silk, resting on the alluring black silk legs of a beautiful girl, past daydreams transformed into reality. Class commenced, then concluded, and Zhen felt a sense of responsibility as the class monitor, as he actively fostered a positive learning atmosphere among his peers. Keep up the good work, Vice Monitor. The rest is in your capable hands. Woofing, those knee-high socks look splendid today, he remarked, slipping away under the embarrassed yet furious gaze of the red dragon girl. Ning Tian lowered his head, his gaze falling upon Woofing's strong, straight calves adorned with black silk socks, contrasting with his own over-the-knee white stockings. Didn't Zhen prefer black silk? Or perhaps he favored the type of girl Woofing represented. The golden heiress pondered. Setting up a stall, business thrived. And Zhen had indeed become a figure of prominence within the academy. not merely due to the milk tea, but also because of the uproar caused by new students overpowering the senior students. Such extraordinary talent naturally drew attention, especially with the presence of a titled Douluo at the milk tea stall. However, for Zhen, the only impact was the enhancement of his stall's business. Zhang Lishuan had not visited in recent days, which brought him a sense of peace. Su Sancher, however, returned to purchase milk tea. Having earned it through a day of hard labor, he recounted how Jiang Nanan had not discarded the milk tea he bought last time, but rather placed it on an empty table and then ignored it. Although Zhen saw no distinction in the situation, as neither had been accepted, it seemed to him merely a matter of indifference. However, observing Su Sancher's exuberant demeanor, one might assume he has made a momentous advancement. And Zhen, enveloped by affection from both sides, remains perplexed, yet it is true that everyone harbors their own aspirations. Upon returning in the evening to the virtual realm, Hui Yutong has become increasingly occupied, cradling metallic instruments and carving tools, as well as her complete set of Soul Master equipment. Originally, Fan Yu was reluctant to impose additional burdens on this diligent child, yet Hui Yutong, leveraging the fact that tomorrow is a day of rest, reclaimed her belongings. And Zhen toyed with an incomplete level 1 Soul Guidance Core artifact. It appears he too is a Soul Master, albeit at level 3. With his grandfather being Jing Hongchun, and Zhen enjoys access to premier educational resources in this domain. Fan Yu is undoubtedly a genius in this regard, yet a small pond cannot nurture a true dragon. Shrek Academy's prowess in soul guidance is akin to Mingda Hall, perhaps even inferior, as there are no level 9 soul masters within Shrek's ranks. Unfortunately, such talents cannot be exhibited here. Su Tian Ran, that fellow, is rather inadequate, providing only a flawless orphan identity without the background of a soul master. However, one cannot expect more from him. After all, despite being an undercover agent, Su Tian Ran never intended for Zhen to acquire any classified information, akin to tossing a toy to a junior of Jing Hongchun. Yutong, keep it up. The youth inhaled deeply, his pale cheeks flushed. For a slothful individual like him to work on soul guidance artifacts, it would be far more prudent to cultivate an exceptional soul master for himself. More content is loading, please wait. All that is required is a core formation array. With sufficient energy and time, he could easily mass-produce them. Level 10 Soul Master Hui Yutong, Level 10 Soul Master Zhen. Ah, the rosy-cheeked girl instantly brimmed with enthusiasm. After the little girl departed, Zhen wrapped his arms around Wang Dong's delicate form. The young lady acquiesced to the address. This time, it was only my foot. I don't spend 24 hours a day engaging in such activities. The youth feigned innocence, feeling wronged. He merely wished to embrace the fragrant, soft beauty and fall asleep beside her. If nothing were pressing against me now, I might actually believe that. Wang Dong rolled her eyes elegantly. Embracing such a clever, beautiful, refined, and charming young lady, a cascade of praises inadvertently lifted the corners of her mouth. If I were to remain entirely unresponsive, would that not render me a eunuch? She mused. Alas, who could blame me for possessing such allure? The proud young lady lifted her fair neck, nodding contentedly to the youth's flattery. All right, but you had better be honest. Of course. And Zhen is indeed a man of integrity. As a new day dawns, he reflects, I shall go dine with Ning Tian. Hui Yutong exclaimed, what? Wang Dong queried, as a foot aimed toward Zhen's legs. The handsome youth wore a face full of fury. After spending an entire night embracing this young lady, he then proceeded to date other girls. This kick was avenged for Yutong. Let me finish my words. With remarkable physical prowess, Zhen deftly evaded the sudden attack. Zhen elucidated the background. After all, they were on the same team. She was clearly trying to win you over. How could Wang Dong not perceive such an overt hint? When someone offers a gift, why refuse? Couldn't Zhen be oblivious? Of course, he was aware. Accepting favors may entangle one in another's schemes, so caution is warranted. With her powder blue eyes filled with suspicion, she scrutinized Zhen. The youth's knowledge and physical abilities were far beyond what an orphan should possess. The latter could be attributed to talent. Yet where did he glean the knowledge of Ma Xiaodao's mischief? She refrained from asking. A girl in love preferred not to ponder such matters. Wang Dong suddenly felt it unnecessary to warn this fellow. He was quite cunning and had never suffered a loss outside. However, her greater concern was whether he had taken a liking to Ning Tian and Wu Feng. Remember, do not betray Yutong. And me. Wang Dong threatened fiercely. Departing, she playfully pinched the little girl's cheek before stepping out. Shrek South City was a commercial district, and when it came to commerce, one could not overlook the illustrious Jiubao Yuli sect, which had thrived for millennia, its wealth so vast it could rival nations. Over the ages, the accumulated fortune was exceedingly substantial. Not to mention the 7-treasure glazed tower, a top-tier auxiliary possessing the ability to appraise treasures. A towering edifice stood proudly, resembling an enlarged 9-tiered pagoda, each level radiating a different splendid luster, as if countless treasures gleamed within. Jubao Pavilion. This must be a place for selling goods. Dining here? Clad in an exquisitely crafted black robe with golden trimmings, the dashing young man appeared as if he had stepped from the pages of a storybook. Surveying the opulent classical decor, his dark eyes reflecting a pristine innocence. Since it was a market, food must also be offered. Miss Ning Tian, adorned in a bright yellow gown, though her complexion appeared somewhat youthful, exuded an aura of regal elegance. In contrast to the two like celestial beings, the bored black-clad JK girl trailing behind them seemed rather out of place. And Zhen's attire was a gift from Ning Tian. Thus, was this a couple's outfit? The young man's gaze briefly flickered toward Ning Tian's gown, which did indeed resemble a matching set, without a servant to guide them. Miss Ning Tian was undoubtedly well acquainted with her family's establishment here, as this location was one of the most significant branches aside from the headquarters. In the towering wooden structure, there exists an advanced soul-guiding elevator. Though the tower is crafted from wood, the material rivals steel in durability. Perhaps it is a unique spiritual substance, or possibly a remnant of a formidable plant-based soul beast from a bygone era. On the third floor, the faint fragrance of incense wafts through the air, complemented by exquisite golden silk mahogany tables and chairs. The artworks adorning the walls are evidently the handiwork of a master, and every item within the private room would command a fortune in the outside world. In essence, it is a realm of opulence, yet imbued with classical elegance. Observing the youth languidly seated in a chair, devoid of decorum, one can discern the distinction between a mere nouveau riche and a lineage of esteemed heritage. Yet, even the most venerable families must bow before the equality of all things in this space. It seems that in such surroundings, one ought to speak in verses or poetic quotations. Except during times of war, this is not a place for the ordinary. After all, life is arduous enough without the burden of strict decorum. And Zhen, treat this place as your own home. Feel free to be at ease, said the demure lady, her demeanor poised and graceful. A comely maid presented the dishes, claws of a fearsome bear and a millennium-old purple fin tuna. Such extravagance, and Zhen mused, though he was impoverished. He recognized the worth of exquisite cuisine, each meal costing thousands of gold soul coins. Could the young ladies of the nine-treasure glazed tile school indulge so freely? Would they not eventually present a contract for servitude? The flavors were delightful, albeit slightly overwhelming. Compared to mere culinary delights, the food crafted from such materials resembled medicinal dishes. Ning Tian took a few bites before pausing for tea, aware that an excess of energy would be too much for her supportive soul masteress body. In the end, after Zhen and Wu Feng ceased their meal, 1/5 remained on the table. As long as you enjoy it, Ning Tian said, elegantly dabbing her lips with a handkerchief. Would you like to explore the nine-treasure pavilion, Zhen? Of course, I have long admired its reputation. Treasures of all kinds are housed within, those from the earth, from the sea, advanced soul-guiding devices, millennia-old spiritual artifacts, and even soul bones. There are soul elevation pills as well. And Zhen's gaze suddenly fixated on a solitary small jade vial in a corner, marked with a price of 9,999 gold soul coins for a soul elevation pill. Yet, do these pills not typically start at tens of thousands? The bait had been cast. He pondered why Ning Tian had refrained from discussing anything but academy matters during their meal. The potions at the nine-treasure pavilion are meticulously inspected, ensuring no quality issues exist. However, the pavilion also accepts consignment sales. Perhaps the owner finds themselves in urgent need of funds. Ning Tian herself felt skeptical of this claim. She recalled Zhen's previous expressions of desire for such potions, which are typically rare and would vanish from the market upon their first appearance. The item in question was recently placed there, intentionally with her subordinates guiding other patrons away from this corner. As for the low price, it is irrelevant since orphans cannot afford it. She had inquired and found no one in or outside the city selling the Xianshui Dan. A 4-digit price, when compared to a 5-digit one, subconsciously feels less daunting. One must offer benefits gradually, without haste, for such eagerness can appear overly utilitarian. Young prodigies often possess an air of arrogance, despite this particular individual having openly expressed a desire to be supported by a wealthy benefactor. Splendid, I shall purchase it. The boy exclaimed, his innocent and untainted eyes sparkling with excitement as they met Ning Tian's somewhat astonished gaze. And Zhen produced a black card. Miss, it seems you have miscalculated. Chapter 28. The third ring is about to get exciting. Xianshui Dan, priced at over 20,000 gold spirit coins. Su Sanshur likely never anticipated his defeat. A genius like him, significantly older, could not fathom losing to a newcomer. It is akin to a teenager failing to outmatch a 5- or 6-year-old child. Hence, he wagered such a substantial amount, convinced that the outcome was entirely predictable. As for the 20,000 gold spirit coins, Zhen struggled to comprehend the thoughts of someone infatuated and deeply devoted. Perhaps the other party genuinely appreciated his guidance. This card was indeed an anonymous savings card, not a credit card. Most of the students present were captivated by the battle. Some might have noticed the Xian Shui Dan being wagered, yet the details of the savings card seemed to have remained undisclosed. And Zhen approached the counter, accompanied by the silent young lady and Wu Feng, to purchase the Soul Elevation Pill. And Zhen, congratulations, you are one step closer to the third ring. The young lady's expression radiated sincere blessings, though her feelings were difficult to decipher. I must also thank Ning Tian for today's invitation. Otherwise, I would not have encountered such an event. After exploring 2 more floors and witnessing a glimpse of the profound heritage of the 9 treasure-glazed sect, they returned to the academy. Feng Mei was just heading back to retrieve some belongings, and Zhen and Wu Feng departed together. It is a lovely day, and Zhen remarked, his gaze shifting from the alluring black silk-clad feet. You scoundrel, the cold-eyed crimson dragon girl expressed her disdain before inquiring, where did you acquire your funds? Wu Feng was reluctant to allow Zhen to approach her lady, but did not wish to see her saddened by a failed plan. Su Sanxue provided it, along with the Xian Shui Dan. It seems Ning Tian was unaware of this detail, and Zhen explained, more content is loading, please wait a moment. Did you notice? The crimson eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. The boy sighed helplessly, Wu Feng, do not treat me as a fool regarding such an obvious matter. Then why did you not accept? With her hands on her hips, the somewhat irate red dragon girl questioned, for to her, her lady was the epitome of perfection. She resembled a devoted guardian, akin to a loyal dog. And Zhen found this rather endearing. Perhaps it was because she had not provided him with what he desired. What did he long for? Ning Tian murmured softly. She was not surprised that the other party discerned his intentions, as they were rather evident. However, being civilized individuals, they naturally could not be so direct in their discourse. Such matters rely on mutual consent. Wu Feng nodded. Yet he noticed that his lady's gaze had drifted to her slender black stockings. And Zhen returned and promptly consumed a soul elevation pill, which enabled him to enhance his rank from a level 25 to just surpassing 27. Regrettably, he could only consume one. Otherwise, he might consider replicating it in the virtual realm. The boy's expression, filled with satisfaction, also betrayed a hint of regret. This particular elixir was forged from various rare herbs, and while consuming more could yield benefits, it would also result in pill toxicity, adversely affecting one's potential, hence the limitation to just one. If he were to refresh his state in the virtual world, the elevated cultivation would similarly be cleansed alongside the pill toxicity. To refresh in the virtual realm, one must either store a prior state or utilize one's consciousness to clear any impurities, subsequently refreshing that improved state. It required celestial herbs, treasures of heaven and earth. A desire existed, yet it remained unattainable. During the 2-day weekend, and Zhen and his companions seemed to be influenced by Hui Yutong's diligence. Aside from venturing out to set up stalls, they predominantly practiced in their dormitory. The delightful weekend passed swiftly. Dormitory, cafeteria, classroom, stall, a continuous cycle. The infamy of the new class president of Class 9, known for dozing off during lectures, had spread widely. Initially, the new students suspected Zhen had gained entry through favoritism, yet upon witnessing Class 9's notes, they fell silent. It was common knowledge that the class president had not only decisively bested a senior in a confrontation at the start of the semester, but also possessed the innate ability to cultivate while attending classes. Incredible. Was there no respite? While the boys' dormitory remained oblivious, an anonymous first-year girl disclosed that the proportion of girls in the dormitory who replaced sleep with meditation at night had reached a staggering 98. The students' attentiveness during lectures significantly improved, and the competitive atmosphere that began in Class 9 expanded throughout the entire first-year cohort, even showing signs of spreading to upperclassmen. 2 months later, on a splendid afternoon, before the bell signaled the end of class, under Wu Feng's watchful gaze, a radiant yellow soul ring illuminated, and the fluctuations of soul power emanated from the dark-haired youth. At last, he had reached level 30. A flicker of joy appeared in his dark eyes, and the delight could not be concealed on his handsome face. The students of Class 9 were taken aback. This was too much. Not only was he competitive, but he also seemed to possess an unfair advantage in his endeavors. Congratulations to Zhen. On the podium, Mu Jin wore a joyful expression. With 2 soul masters on the same team, coupled with Zhen's previous achievements, she envisioned the moment when the championship of the freshman assessment would be claimed by her. Zhou Yi, this time I am certain of victory. Classmates, you must strive to learn from Zhen. Our class has the 3rd and 4th soul masters among you. Indeed. The students appeared somewhat despondent. As the class bell rang, they refreshed their notes. And Zhen approached Mu Jin and said, Teacher, I would like to request an afternoon off to absorb a soul ring. And Zhen, have you decided which soul ring you want? Is an afternoon sufficient? I have made up my mind. There are sales in Shrek City. Mu Jin felt a tinge of concern, as this was a prodigy whose potential should not be squandered due to a moment's negligence. Could you elaborate on this to me, please? The students were intrigued. For their class leader's displayed combat prowess was formidable, and her martial soul remained shrouded in mystery. A 700-year-old soft-bone rabbit. I purchased it from a hotel. The leftovers can be made into spicy rabbit heads and barbecued dishes. There are both soul rings and food. The students responded in astonishment. Mujin, perplexed, questioned, wait. You intend to absorb the soul ring of the soft-bone rabbit? She nearly felt the ground crumble beneath her. Ning Tian and Wu Feng exchanged glances, both reflecting a profound sense of bewilderment. Actually, my martial soul does not impose strict requirements on soul beasts. As long as the age is sufficient, it suffices. My soul skills derive from my martial soul, and the soul ring merely facilitates breakthroughs. Indeed, my first soul ring was the soft-bone rabbit. It is quite delicious. I will provide you with a response during afternoon classes. She gently rubbed her temples, realizing she needed to report this matter to Director Du. All right, I approve. A middle-aged man with short forest green hair appeared at the classroom door unbeknownst to them. Thank you. Director Du and Zhen excitedly departed. Director, this. Mu Jin expressed her confusion. Teacher Mu, as educators, we must place greater trust in our students. In matters of the unknown martial soul, their understanding may surpass ours, explained Du Weilan. In truth, he was merely adhering to the principal's directive not to interfere within Zhen's choice of soul ring. Chapter 29. The senior who comes to your door. A phantasmal purple ring adorned with intricate patterns enveloped the scene. All was proceeding smoothly. Level 31 Soul Master. Inside a private dining room, a pair of chopsticks lifted tender rabbit meat from the hot pot, the mother rabbit, succulent and delectable. In her dark eyes, a cold rationality suppressed the emotions of humanity, and Zhen felt her mind clearer than ever, her thoughts sharper than ever before. Third soul skill, sentient beings. Sentient beings refer to all living creatures in the world. The ability to capture the consciousness of living beings and immerse them in a virtual realm is formidable. Once ensconced, beings of a lower rank than Anjin can be manipulated at will, granting Anjin the coveted power to influence the sensations of characters. Moreover, there exists the concept of the collective imprint, which passively influences the creatures within Anjin's world, subtly altering them under the sway of the virtual environment, akin to the magnetic field of a more powerful entity. As for the rank determination, what precisely constitutes the rank within this virtual domain? It seems that the ability to evoke an instinctual repulsion from the Douluo plane suggests a considerable level of power. Shaking his head, Anjin deemed it futile to ponder such matters at present. These are concerns to address only after drawing the opponent into his domain. Should one desire to forcibly pull another into this realm, their spiritual force must exceed that of their target, and their soul power should not differ excessively. Yet, if one were to close their martial soul, where would the consciousness that remains go? He procured a soft-bone rabbit from the shop, a progeny of the one he had just consumed. With the third soul skill, all beings, a bewildered little rabbit manifested in the virtual world. Upon closing his martial soul, Anjin beheld a rabbit within his mental sea. Activating his martial soul again, the rabbit appeared in the virtual realm once more. He set the soft-bone rabbit aside and proceeded to eat and settle the bill. While not exorbitantly priced, the rarity of a millennium-old specimen still rendered it quite valuable. The youth, with an expression of icy detachment, approached the entrance. He had just dealt with the NPC Ma Xiaotao, yet the issue lingered. It was time to return to the academy. Senior sister, are you here to dine as well? Someone obstructed Anjin's path. With flowing locks cascading to her waist and a visage of porcelain-like perfection, she exuded an aura of tranquil elegance. No. Oh, Anjin attempted to circumvent her, only to be blocked once more. Is there something you need, senior sister? The boy's face remained impassive, as if any slight provocation could incite conflict. At this moment, Anjin felt an overwhelming urge to strike the senior sister. I heard you are absorbing your third soul ring. Her clear gaze scrutinized the boy before her. Yet she gleaned nothing, despite her soul Douluo prowess. This alone was nothing short of extraordinary. Previously, she exhibited no fluctuations in soul power. Had it not been for the bun that fell upon her head, she would have assumed the soul skill had not activated. My third soul skill is quite unique. It is an auxiliary ability that creates a dream world based on reality. After spending a period within, it can induce a meditative effect that reflects the essence of that time. Everything within this dream realm is grounded in reality. And I previously attended classes within that dream world, although events may unfold differently from reality, potentially revealing a person's inner demons. This was merely a facade for external presentation. The name of his third soul skill, all beings, signifies the reflections of the thoughts harbored within the hearts of all beings. Under the slightly astonished gaze of Zhang Lishuan, the youth candidly elaborated on the specific effects of his soul skill. The youthful boy's lips curled into an innocent smile, yet his eyes reflected a cold rationality. However, The disparity in soul power between the senior sister and myself rendered me incapable of aiding her cultivation, though it could reveal the inner demons lurking within. An invitation from Zhen surfaced, prompting the senior sister to consider the proposition. Just as a need arose, someone appeared at our doorstep. Despite the prior imprint of this individual, an NPC could never compare to a living being. Very well, the serene beauty nodded gently, for this was indeed her intention in coming here. Experiencing it firsthand was undoubtedly the best course of action. We require a place free from disturbances. And Zhen turned and led the long-haired senior toward the reception desk. Let us book a room, a double, and we shall depart in the evening. Senior sister, this is my first time. It may take a little longer. That is of no concern, the calm long-haired beauty replied with a subtle nod. Is this a relationship between senior and junior from Shrek Academy? The young receptionist gazed curiously at the enchanting duo before her, the handsome youth and the gentle long-haired beauty. But why a double room? Is there a need for separation of wet and dry? 9 gold soul coins. Our walls have excellent soundproofing. And Zhen did not extend a hand to pay, but instead looked back at the senior sister. It was not as if he had a need for a room. Senior sister. The taciturn beauty retrieved gold soul coins from the storage soul guide on her wrist. Both of you need to register your identity information. The receptionist was taken aback. For the first time, the senior sister is paying. Is the affluent senior sister keeping the junior? And Zhen promptly produced the school as freshman card, while Zhang Lishuan presented a red card. 3rd floor, here are the keys. Push the door to enter. The environment was pleasant. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, a space of over 60 square meters, complete with a balcony. The long-haired beauty sat on 1 bed, while Zhen reclined on the other. Senior sister, do not resist, otherwise I will be unable to pull you into the dream realm. Very well. The 3rd soul skill, all beings, emanated a radiant purple light. In the virtual world, as the serene beauty opened her eyes, the refined smile of a blue-clad youth came into view. Was this her inner demon? Senior sister, congratulations on your marriage. BB, I offer my sincere blessings. Zhang Lishuan was perplexed. Thank you. A familiar voice echoed, and Zhang Lishuan felt herself being embraced. An exquisite moment is worth its weight in gold. BB, we shall take our leave now. BB, she waved with a smile. Zhang Lishuan attempted to struggle, yet realized she was utterly unable to break free. Her current strength was insufficient to summon even a trace of soul power. BB. Just as she intended to call for help, a hand swiftly covered Zhang Lishuan's mouth, and in that instant, she caught sight of the figure holding her. And Zhen? The youth reached out and forcefully opened the adjacent door, ushering the long-haired senior into the room. The interior was strikingly familiar. Zhang Lishuan instantly recognized it as the hotel room they had previously occupied in reality. Yet, the walls had transformed into mirrors. Zhang Lishuan caught a glimpse of her current appearance, adorned in a resplendent black evening gown, her fair shoulders exposed to the air. Her lustrous black hair elegantly tied with a gray ribbon and adorned with twinkling stars upon the ribbon and gown. Her elegantly arched brows framed a flawless complexion, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Do you remember why you sought me out to understand the martial soul? She inquired gently. The senior, with a subtle tone, expressed, Xianzu mentioned you possess the potential to become a Limit Douluo. The long-haired senior instinctively spoke her heart's truth. I see, and Zhen mused. Though uncertain of the basis for Mu Lao's assessment, he found it quite accurate. Wasn't everything unfolding as the senior had hoped? The youth smiled as he continued. Beibei and Tang Yi lived blissfully together, and I have become the Limit Douluo guarding the academy. With the background established, it was now time for him to express his freedom. Yes, this is what she desired. But why? Zhang Lishuan was taken aback. As the youth's handsome visage suddenly contorted into a grotesque mask, his hands ripping away the long skirt to reveal the shapely legs, defined yet supple, encased in black stockings. Boom. Her alluring form was forcefully pressed against the door. You have bound me to the academy with lies, while your heart harbors another. As her palm lifted slightly, a sharp sound echoed. A shiver coursed through her. Smack. The sensation was undeniably thrilling. The youth reveled in the softness that his fingers encountered. Ugh. Zhang Lishuan gritted her teeth, her cheeks flushed, constantly reminding herself that this was merely a dream. Zhang Lishuan. A hoarse growl erupted, seemingly suppressing boundless fury. Why should I demean myself? I am a Limit Douluo, the strongest in the continent. I could easily step outside and eliminate that blue-haired boy, obliterating Shrek. Stop. The long-haired senior gasped. Regardless of the truth, this was something she could never bear to witness, the very essence of her life's meaning. A sorrowful voice echoed, resonating with a sense of utter abandonment by the world. The elder sister, prepared to endure further, was momentarily stunned. Why have you bound me to the academy? It was a farcical drama, hastily scripted by Zhen based on Zhang Lishuan's words. To keep the one with limitless potential in the academy. To become the closest person to this orphan. Yet, Zhang Lishuan's heart had long since made room for no other presence. In his realm, influenced by the imprint of existence, even a fabricated script can transform into a belief held as truth. After all, is this not merely a dream? Furthermore, he possesses knowledge that Zhang Lishuan remains oblivious to, lending a semblance of rationality to the situation at hand. I apologize. Watching the youth in the mirror lower his head against her back, a wave of sorrow enveloped Zhang Lishuan's thoughts. Once a fissure was opened, the world's influence quietly descended. So, is this her inner demon? It was the only time in years that she felt a utilitarian impulse towards an innocent soul. Yet, you do not regret your actions, do you? And Zhen inquired. Indeed, the Academy requires the presence of a Limit Douluo, and she could not bear to watch such a promising talent slip away before her eyes. TSK, that wicked woman who desires my body. And Zhen found himself missing his adorable little lowly, as well as the proud young lady. Never mind, let us commence dining. Adjusting the settings, all sensations transformed into delight. Let us begin. The long-haired senior pinned to the ground was turned over. Her full, cherry lips were pressed together. Zhang Lishuan felt icy fingers exploring her thigh, an indescribable pleasure continually stimulating her mind, as her feet, encased in black silk, arched in the air. No, in her clear, water-like eyes reflected the despair of another pair. Was it in Zhen, deceived and locked within the Academy? Since this is but a dream, 3,000 threads scattered, gray ribbons falling to the ground, accompanied by a flowing black gauze gown. Zhang Lishuan, I shall not fall in love with you, declared the sorrowful youth. I am sorry. The guilt-ridden senior extended her delicate arm to encircle the youth's neck, embracing him, as if this act might alleviate her inner remorse. The anticipated pain did not manifest. Ah, yes, this is a dream. But what of the agony felt prior? The long-haired senior, not dwelling too much on the matter, was soon swept away by a torrent of ecstasy akin to a deluge. Chapter 30. The guilt-ridden senior. What transpires when all sensations metamorphose into the bliss of pleasure? It results in an ecstasy that no one can resist. Zhang Lishuan deeply comprehended this. The morning sun illuminated the dark strands, revealing a delicate, pale body lying quietly. Crimson marks adorning her tender skin, half-dragged black silk clinging to her slender feet, and her flawless face bearing traces of tears, yet her rosy lips curved into a satisfied, joyful arc. It seems we may have gone a bit too far. The youth spoke slowly, devoid of any worldly desires. Since yesterday afternoon, he had been refreshing his stamina, only pausing after 5 in the morning. Surely, the senior sister won't break. His sensations had not been modified or enhanced, yet this was the result. The elder sister's figure, reminiscent of a fairy with her slender waist, flickered in his memory. Ah, may her resolve be sufficiently robust. As Zhang Lishuan's consciousness was released, and Zhen returned to reality. Slowly, her dark eyes opened, revealing a luminous golden soul ring. Elder sister? And Zhen softly called out, gazing at the figure collapsed on another bed. Suddenly, he was taken aback. The serene visage of the sleeping beauty bore a tranquil smile, accompanied by 2 trails of tears. How is it that her sleeping expression resembles that of the elder sister in the virtual realm? And Zhen was certain he had not utilized his first soul skill on Zhang Lishuan. Doing so would have disastrous consequences. This implies, then, that the third soul skill allows the consciousness drawn into the virtual world to experience sensations in the physical body simultaneously? A gentle sigh escaped as consciousness returned to the body, and the formidable physique eradicated the weakness of the mind. The graceful beauty opened her eyes, and the figure from her dreams stood before her. I'm sorry, the long-haired senior said, her gaze slightly dazed as she looked at him. Rising, her fair arms encircled the young man's neck, and with practiced ease, she bestowed upon him a tender kiss. Her long, elegant leg lifted, pressing his body to the ground. Zhang Lishuan sensed something amiss. Why doesn't Zhen's kiss feel so unfamiliar? Moreover, why is this position so peculiar? Elder sister. The young man forcefully pushed the beauty away. What are you doing? His handsome face flushed with embarrassment and anger, as though he had just been brazenly approached by an indecorous girl. The lively expression slowly dispelled the dazed look in her eyes. She was compensating in Zhen, or rather, she was still immersed in experiencing his third soul skill. Boom. The air crackled with the terrifying surge of soul power as 8 soul rings emerged, particularly the oppressive aura emanating from the crimson ring. Cough. The boy, pinned beneath the overwhelming force, choked on blood that hung suspended in the air, unable to expel it due to his position. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings glimmered. Zhang Lishuan, are you unwell? The radiant energy momentarily stunned the girl, yet the icy glint in her eyes remained unyielding. Pervert. How dare you do such a thing to me? You scoundrel. The platinum dragon claw aimed at the beauty's head, only to be deftly caught by a delicate hand. It was you who just took liberties with me, all right? In the dreamscape, just as she was about to speak, Zhang Lishuan abruptly froze, retracting her soul rings. The long-haired beauty rose and walked towards the bathroom, leaving behind a chilling remark, "Stay here, do not attempt to flee." Exhaling slowly, Zhang Lishuan began to assess her own body. Aside from the drenched undergarments, nothing else remained. Was it truly a dream? Or perhaps her inner demons? The ambitious youth, Bei Bei, and the academy she vowed to protect. Upon reflection, it seemed that Zhen was unaware of these matters, her relationship with Bei Bei, the profound significance of safeguarding the academy in her lifetime. Changing into fresh undergarments, she pushed open the restroom door, revealing a youth with a ghastly expression, crimson blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, akin to a shattered porcelain doll. For reasons unknown, a pang of heartache, beyond mere regret, took root within the fair maiden's heart. "Do you know what I dreamt of?" "How could I possibly know what you dreamt of? Speak plainly." The cold-eyed beauty with long black hair replied, "Under normal circumstances, we share the same dream, much like the reality we inhabit. However, you must have encountered your inner demons prior, for I experienced a nightmare in which a hazy entity relentlessly pressed upon me." Coughing, a piece of bloody flesh was expelled from the youth's mouth. "What? Do you have further inquiries?" Zhang Lishuan attempted to glean something from those dark eyes, but they were filled with animosity, resembling a wounded beast roaring in defiance. "Apologies, I was overly agitated earlier." A small white jade vial appeared in her delicate hand, and the remorseful beauty crouched down, offering the vial to the injured boy. "You are gravely wounded." With a sharp crash, the exquisite jade vial shattered on the ground, the priceless elixir rolling away. "Zhang Lishuan, you have persistently pestered me about the effects of my soul technique, and now you threaten to kill me." "Zhang Lishuan, what exactly do you intend to do?" At this very moment, it was as if time had folded upon itself. In a daze, the pale and twisted visage of the youth gradually overlapped with that of the figure from her dream. "I." The senior sister of the inner academy found herself momentarily speechless. Beneath her dark bangs, her beautiful eyes swirled with regret, struggle, and a myriad of emotions. The youth's body promptly collapsed into unconsciousness. "More content loading, please wait." In a virtual realm, Zhen opened her eyes, roaming the rivers and lakes. "How can one avoid the blade? Today marks my first encounter with it." However, the acting was quite commendable. "It truly hurts." As her will settled, her body instantaneously restored to its former healthy state, confronting the overwhelming pressure of a Soul Douluo. Had it not been for the indulgences of his past, a frail figure like Zai Yutong would have fainted outright under such force. Yet, it seemed not entirely regrettable. Joy danced in his obsidian eyes. The senior sister's candidness was delightful, revealing a wild side to the gentle beauty. To tease the senior sister, to instill a sense of guilt within her. Embracing the delicate form of the long-haired beauty, the smiling youth quietly regarded the reality reflected before him. And Zhang Lishuan gazed at the bed. Yet both beds lay in ruins, ravaged by the recent surge of her soul power. Sensing the adjacent room, she found it unoccupied. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight shattered the thick wall. Radiant hues of yellow, purple, black, and crimson manifested in 8 soul rings, akin to stars cradling a silver moon, heralding the descent of the formidable presence of the Soul Douluo. However, this time, the youth was tenderly sheltered in her embrace, as gentle soul energy flowed into Zhen, staving off the deterioration of his injuries. Carefully placing Zhen upon the bed, she lifted the hem of the boy's shirt, revealing his pale, unblemished skin, which tinged the cheeks of the gentle beauty with a faint blush. In her dreams, she would lay upon this very surface, but no, this was not the time for reverie. Lives were at stake. A bowl of dark medicinal paste materialized in Zhang Lishuan's hands, her delicate fingertips applying it to the boy's skin. After administering the remedy, a realization struck her. The ebony-haired beauty swiftly returned to the previous room, seizing the sheet upon which she had been lying, marked with a damp, circular impression. No wonder she felt somewhat dehydrated. She had initially contemplated administering the medicine via mouth-to-mouth, but upon further investigation, discovered the method posed significant risks. Chapter 31. When the brash brother encounters the true sister, my lord, if the service from that little pup does not meet your standards, it hardly warrants the destruction of my hotel. The hotel manager, having rushed over, was nearly brought to his knees by the sight of the crimson soul rings. She had heard from the front desk that this room had been booked only until last night, yet the guests had not checked out this morning. She presumed the youths had simply overindulged. Little did she know that such a prominent figure had graced her establishment. Who dares to act with such impunity in Shrek City? A figure enveloped in azure flame shot like a spear towards the hotel. Lishuan, the youthful fairy, Xian Liner, gazed in astonishment at the silhouette. Is there an enemy? No. Aunt Xian, could you please find a high-ranking healing soul master for me? Certainly, follow me. In the midst of Xian Liner's astonishment, the ebony-haired beauty turned and cradled a handsome youth in her arms. This child has sustained damage to his internal organs, but he is now stable. With half a day's rest, he should be able to move normally. Had anyone else uttered such words, Xian Liner would have unhesitatingly condemned the quack to the wall. Yet, for the esteemed figure before her, such injuries were trivial. Zhuang Yusen, the esteemed elder of the Sea God Pavilion, a title de law. However, his consciousness appeared to be absent. The elder furrowed his brow. After years of practice, he had never encountered such a scenario. Is there truly such an anomaly? Xian Liner pondered, her brow furrowing slightly. If even he could not resolve this, then only the medical immortal Douluo might be capable. A disheveled figure materialized beside them. Old Xian, the elderly man, with white hair, gnawed on a chicken leg, his murky eyes fixed on the figure lying on the bed. What is this young one doing here? The two girls from the outer courtyard are nearly beside themselves with worry. Lishuan brought him here. I saw Lishuan holding him at the hotel. The unassuming elder Zhuang blinked his eyes. It seems that youth possesses an undeniable vitality. Alas, what a scoundrel. Xian Liner turned on her heel and departed, for she harbored a deep disdain for such unfaithful rascals. And Zhen slowly opened his eyes. Dean Xian, please do not define Yan Xiaozhi's actions within the context of his grand and loving worldview. Elder Xian, I wish to apply for withdrawal from the academy. The performance must reach its conclusion. But what if it unravels? Yigai, Su Jiujiu, Nen Xiuqiu, there are so many lovely maidens outside. I must devise a plan to spirit away little Yutong. The primary reason lies in Zhen's certainty that Shrek would never acquiesce. Firstly, as Zhang Lishuan previously stated, he is an orphan with extraordinary potential. Secondly, the rationale for his withdrawal. A rationale? The disheveled elder was not taken aback by the youth's sudden awakening, fearing he might be unjustly struck down by the inner academy's senior sister. Loading more content, please wait. Elder Xian, Elder Zhuang, was the injury on this lad inflicted by that girl Lishuan? I had just achieved a breakthrough, unaware of why the inner academy's senior sister knew the precise time and place of my advancement, and managed to ambush me at the hotel entrance to inquire about my soul skills. Initially, I had no intention of revealing anything, but recalling her numerous inquiries, I had no choice but to showcase a bit of my abilities. The youth wore an expression of grievance. After experiencing my skills, she unleashed her soul ring, using her soul power to pressure me. Where's the justice in this? Where's the law? A soul Douluo bullying me, an orphan, simply because of her strength. Truly, it is a matter that evokes sorrow and indignation among the masses. Lishuan is not that kind of person, Elder Xian asserted with conviction. Indeed. A gentle female voice chimed in. Elder Xian, a graceful woman approached slowly, her dark and clear eyes resembling a tranquil and melancholic spring. What do you intend to do? A resounding dragon's roar erupted, and in the astonished gaze of Elder Zhuang, the golden-scaled armor enveloped the youth's right cheek, a radiant energy lifting him as he grasped the luminous dragon claw aloft. The holy light dragon. Is this a junior secretly nurtured by Elder Mu? But why is there such a poor relationship with Lishuan? Elder Zhuang recalled the two young ladies Elder Xian had just mentioned. Oh, it seems there is a significant revelation at hand. You may strike me. I will not retaliate. The beauty with long, straight black hair lowered her head. I am not foolish. And Zhen rose from his bed and strode purposefully toward the building's entrance, declaring, I shall withdraw and flee, even if Shrek possesses immense power. Should the three great empires refuse to accept me, I will venture to the Sun-Moon Empire. After all, I am an orphan, and wherever I go is my home. A greasy hand traversed the distance, seizing the youth by the nape of his neck. Youngin, there must be some misunderstanding here. Upon hearing the mention of the Sun-Moon Empire, the elderly Xian could no longer maintain his composure. Good heavens! Sending this young lad to the Sun and Moon Empire was akin to delivering their own Limit Douluos into the hands of the enemy. He regarded Zhen, lifting him as one would a chick, while casting a glance at the silent girl with her head bowed low. It was quite vexing. At his age, he still had to address the issues of the youth. One was bemoaning how a title Douluo was bullying children, while the other remained mute and withdrawn. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Xian's murky eyes. He cast the young man he was holding aside, enveloping Zhen in a radiant glow and gently placing him on the ground. This lad is now in your care. Remember, do not let him escape. After uttering these words, the disheveled elder vanished without a trace. And Zhen, a refined middle-aged man, greeted, his slightly long bangs obscuring one eye and a short beard adorning his chin. This should be our first formal meeting. Indeed, and Zhen nodded, recalling the man's previous presence outside the window. In Xiaozhe, the middle-aged man with an unwavering smile, continued, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Dean of the Martial Spirit Department at Shrek Academy, Mingfeng Douluo, a level 95 Douluo. Greetings, Mingfeng Douluo. I wish to apply for withdrawal from the academy. In light of your diligent spirit during this period and your ability to lead your entire class, even all the freshmen in their efforts. After discussions with the senior leaders of the school, we have decided to grant you the status of a core disciple in the Martial Spirit Department, along with all the associated privileges. Yin Xiaozhi spoke as if he had not heard in Zhen's request, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. No. The young man took a step back in fear. Misunderstandings must be resolved, lest they become lifelong regrets. A venerable voice resonated. Teacher, Xian ancestor, grandfather. An elderly figure in a wheelchair entered the sight of the crowd, prompting Yin Xiaozhi to hastily approach and assist in pushing the chair. And Zhen. I need not introduce myself, the elderly man chuckled, gazing warmly at the young lad. The sacred light dragon martial spirit, dragon god Douluo. Your legendary exploits are still recounted in many tales today. This was indeed the truth. Although his era had faded over a century ago, his legend continued to be celebrated. He was once an idol for all soul masters across the continent. Now, do tell, what transpired? And Zhen recounted the previous events, adding, he stole my first kiss and hit me. That was meant for you Tong, or Wang Dong. Muin turned his gaze towards Zhang Lishuan. Xian ancestor. I mistook my heart demon for Zhen, momentarily losing the distinction between reality and dream. Then, as Zhen described, the beautiful girl lowered her head, resembling a child who had erred. It is your fault? It is my fault. Since I took his first experience, I must take responsibility. Yes, Xian ancestor. And Zhen interjected. But I have a girlfriend. This is a matter that concerns you young people. Therefore, I implore you to provide me with some advice, lest I find myself in dire straits due to her. And Zhen maintained a stoic expression. Otherwise, I would never abandon my escape plans. Moreover, I am left pondering why Su has placed upon me such numerous conditions. Though I am indeed a prodigy, this academy is not lacking in talent, is it? Because you are a good child, the elder replied slowly, his voice gentle. I nearly met my demise due to a misunderstanding. Are you planning to wait until after the incident to offer your prayers? Allow me to visit the Mingda Hall in the Sun Moon Empire. Perhaps I can procure a soul-guiding device that meets your specifications. And Zhen exclaimed, what? You intend to give my grandfather a beating and seize his belongings for me? A 5th-rank invincible shield requires a soul king for activation, capable of withstanding the attacks of a soul Douluo. Moreover, given his current strength, he can already achieve this. But only with grandfather's protection. Let us draw the curtain on this drama, for even the dragon god Douluo has made an appearance. He has already been granted ample respect. It is inconceivable that I would act in such a way as to endanger my grandfather, leading him to be beaten and robbed. Never mind, I shall retreat. No need. The senior sister with long black hair suddenly interjected. Her pearly teeth bit into her cherry lips. The body of the Xian ancestor has deteriorated significantly, and this turmoil is of her making. It should indeed conclude with her. And Zhen was once again lifted, only to be cradled in a familiar, fragrant embrace. The scenery around them shifted rapidly, and before Zhen could react, the long-haired senior sister had carried him into a simply adorned yet cozy room. And Zhen was tossed onto the bed. Wait, what are you planning to do? He questioned. The senior sister, her purple coat falling to the floor, revealed a black gown beneath. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed. Boom. A scarlet soul ring emerged, and a powerful pressure of soul power descended. Yet, unlike before, this time it was remarkably gentle, merely pinning the illuminated sacred dragon-possessed and Zhen onto the bed, showcasing the opponent's exceptional control over their soul power. Do you prefer black or white? A shy yet alluring voice inquired. I like both, and Zhen instinctively replied. Some favor the purity of white, while others are drawn to the temptation of black. However, and Zhen, with his boundless love, cherished them all. The sound of rustling clothes followed, accompanied by the tearing of fabric, and Zhen struggled to lift his head, revealing the fair and bare shoulder of a gentle beauty. Her long hair tied in a single ponytail. The hem of her black gauzy gown was torn away, revealing thigh-high stockings, one black and one white, embodying both innocence and seduction. As her long, shapely legs approached him, why does this scene appear so familiar, aside from the differing stockings? Oh, from the virtual world. But wait, why has the character's identity shifted? I'm afraid, dear sister, what are you up to? I entrust myself to you, so you can be at ease. The boundary between reality and illusion seems to blur at this moment, as Zhang Lishuan recalls her former self, swaying like a knight in the darkness. Sister, I have faith in you. The delicate white, silk-clad feet touched the bed. Master sister, impulsiveness is the devil. The black silk-clad feet landed beside Zhen's legs. Old Mu, save me. The slender jade hands grasped Zhen's trousers. The exquisite, flawless visage magnified in Zhen's sight. The elderly man, with his white hair, took a sip of milk tea. Two good children together. Their days are bound to be prosperous. Truly, I am remarkable. Chapter 32. The big sister and the young boy. The age difference of 13 or 14 years between a couple is insignificant. Young girls are often attracted to mature, refined older men, while innocent boys are drawn to charming older sisters. This is a common occurrence in society. Marrying a woman in her 20s at the age of 30 is lawful and acceptable. However, Marrying an 11-year-old at the age of 24 or 25 is utterly unacceptable. Yet, the world is seldom fair. Some possess privileges that transcend the law. In this mundane world, the strong dictate the laws. Clearly, Zhang Lishuan, the youngest Soul Douluo of Shrek in 3,000 years, the possessor of a century-old soul ring and soul bone, and the great-granddaughter of the Limit Douluo dragon god Muin, likely holds such privileges, potentially destined to become the master of the Shrek Sea God Pavilion in the future. And Zhen's heart remained unperturbed, devoid of any worldly desires, nourishing the yang and replenishing the essence. In Zhang Lishuan's living room, a disheveled old man placed a jade vial before Zhen. I am not feeble. And Zhen felt wronged, bullied. How unfair. Is this enjoyable? Taking a bite of chicken leg, the old man spoke calmly, and Zhen wanted to deny it. But holding the soft and fragrant big sister truly made him wish to bury himself within her embrace. The boy's resistance against the gentle big sister was exceedingly low. With her long black hair, curvaceous figure, and tender demeanor, she was simply irresistible. The disheveled old man rose to leave, alone in the living room, and Zhen pondered for a moment before opening the jade vial on the table and swallowing the white elixir within. It was not that he was weak. He merely sought to minimize the consumption of soul power reflected. The disparity between a soul master and a Soul Douluo is vast. And Zhen, the gentle big sister with long black hair, entered through the door, her flawless face adorned with a warm smile. I have requested your leave and informed your two friends that you are well. After a long day, you may rest a little longer. Her delicate hands gently tidied the boy's somewhat disheveled hair, her proud demeanor softly encroaching upon Zhen's heart. And Zhen longed to voice a vehement rebuttal, to push away the person before him, yet the allure of her fragrance and softness was irresistible. Zhang Lishuan, I shall not succumb to love for you. This was his final bastion of resolve. No, she would not corrode him with her enticing allure. The depths of her dark eyes brimmed with affection, while a maternal glow graced her exquisite, unblemished cheeks. And Zhen met her gaze coldly, but a few seconds later, he averted his eyes. The day was drawing to a close. Zhang Lishuan spoke softly, my wardrobe lacks any intimate garments, though I do possess some black and white stockings, surely. A boy in his adolescence has perused such literature. A tempting flush blossomed on the older sister's cheeks, her youthful shyness illuminated by the radiant spring light. Zhang Lishuan recalled certain memories, not dreamlike, but from earlier that day, when she had sat atop this boy, gazing at his handsome, yet still youthful visage. An unusual emotion flooding her mind. Though initially painful, the experience later proved exquisite, particularly when he lay atop her, an exhilarating sensation awakening within her consciousness. Zhang Lishuan, you truly find yourself enamored with one so much younger. Yet, boys were typically assertive, relishing the position of dominance. As long as you desire it. The flirtatious older sister whispered shyly into the boy's ear. I can assume any position you wish. And Zhen's will was unyielding. At dawn, the coolly composed youth, clad in a pristine white school uniform, sat before the mirror. Is everything truly all right? A pair of delicate hands tended to Zhen's hair, while a gentle beauty in a flowing home dress meticulously attended to the boy, her long yet curvaceous legs accentuated by sheer white stockings, exuding a blend of purity and allure. A night devoid of rest was detrimental, even for a healing spirit master. My soul skills differ from theirs, by rendering himself weak, then utilizing his first soul skill to restore his strength, and Zhen was merely honing his abilities. Zhang Lishuan remained silent. Once the topic of soul skills arose, she refrained from further discourse. This is 100,000 gold soul coins. The gentle senior produced a card, placing it in Zhen's pocket. Spend as you please. If it's insufficient, simply ask me. And Zhen failed to comprehend the complexities of a woman's heart. His gaze fell upon her shapely legs adorned in white stockings. And he couldn't help but admire the stamina of the spirit masters, who could endure so long even while carrying him. Zhang Lishuan had indeed fulfilled her prior promise. At the very least, she had not retaliated when spanked. What if I were to buy things for other girls? As long as you are happy. And Zhen proceeded to his classes. Dropping out was not an option, faced with the choice of leaping from a building or withdrawing from school. How many would choose the latter? Report. And Zhen's figure appeared at the entrance of Class 9 for new students. Enter. Class is in session. Cultivation. Class dismissed. As Ning Tian was about to speak, and Zhen swiftly exited the classroom. He had to find his beloved Xiao Yutong and the young lady. In the violet cafeteria, the charming boy absent-mindedly fed himself, while the handsome lad in powder blue mirrored his disinterest. The delectable food before them felt as uninviting as dirt, devoid of any desire to eat. Bei, say something. The master of the Tang sect, sitting across from him, tapped his boyfriend. Alas, due to a certain youth, half of their Tang sect was now incapacitated. Junior brother and the elegant young man was ready to offer some words of comfort when his gaze fell upon a familiar figure, causing him to close his mouth. Why aren't you two eating properly? A well-known voice echoed in the ears of the two girls. And Gij. And Zhen. Two joyful exclamations rang out as a petite figure dashed into Zhen's embrace, burying her small face in his chest. All right. Why does it feel like a tearful farewell? Gently caressing the adorable girl in his arms, and Zhen's gaze shifted to the handsome lad beside him, whose eyes shimmered with a misty allure, warming in Zhen's heart. Being cared for was indeed a blissful experience. Would you like a hug? And Zhen smiled at the proud young lady. Humph. With arms crossed, she turned her head away, only to find herself wrapped in Zhen's other arm. The young lady feigned a struggle, resting her chin on Zhen's shoulder. Does their relationship seem a bit peculiar? Tanya observed the trio with suspicion. She recognized that the girl was Hui Yutong, but what about Zhen and Wang Dong? Beibei hesitated, then leaned closer to Tanya and whispered softly in her ear. Is that reliable? Tanya was taken aback. Such a handsome boy was actually a girl? That's what Su Lao told me. TSK. The petite girl with a single ponytail glared at Zhen, feeling a mix of irritation and betrayal, as if he were straddling two boats. And both were hers, representing half of Tang's sect's strength. Writing truly consumes one's energy. Chapter 33, Firepower Coverage reassuring the two concerned girls. He asserted that he was perfectly fine and that there were no issues. After several guarantees, he promised to explain everything thoroughly upon returning. Honestly, embracing in public like this. Breaking free from the boy's embrace, the young lady pouted defiantly, but she couldn't shake the lingering fragrance that had enveloped her moments before. Hui Yutong's cheeks flushed crimson. In her moment of excitement, she had forgotten they were in a public setting. And Zhen then glanced at the onlookers. Before the furious girl could approach to chastise the so-called scoundrel straddling two boats, and Zhen smiled at the elegant young man. Beibei, is Zhang Lishuan your sister? Yes. The refined young man nodded gently, somewhat astonished that Zhen was aware of this matter. Yesterday, Elder Xian had approached him, instructing him to convey to Wang Dong and Hui Yutong that Zhen was unharmed, and upon learning that Wang Dong was, in fact, a daughter, Elder Xian had merely stated that Zhen was cultivating in the inner courtyard, withholding further details. The petite girl stared at her boyfriend in surprise. Beibei, the senior sister is your sister? She had never known this before. Indeed, that is correct. And Zhen stepped forward, a radiant smile gracing his face as he addressed the refined young man with a loud voice. Your ancestor has commanded me to give you a good thrashing. And Zhen had come to fulfill the task assigned by his esteemed elder, Tanya, the students who were dining. As one of the twin stars from the outer courtyard, unlike the other who was a mere sycophant, the refined and handsome youth was regarded as the epitome of a perfect senior in everyone's eyes, thus receiving considerable attention in the cafeteria. However, a suddenly youthful-looking boy had declared his intent to thrash him. It seemed to be the freshman class leader from Class 9, who had caused quite a stir among the entire first year. Who? The one who defeated Su Sanshur. It was said that he had made Su plead for mercy, weeping profusely. Furthermore, rumors had circulated that he had seized all of Su's money, forcing him to work in a restaurant as a waiter. No. I heard he even won over Jiang Nanan. Oh my. Keep your voice down, or you might attract his ire. Oh no. After advancing to the higher grades. How could we be bullied by freshmen? And Zhen, who is spreading these rumors? When did I rob anyone? When did I win over Jiang Nanan? More content is loading, please wait. Casting a glance at the commotion of the crowd, and Zhen turned to Beibei with a helpless shrug. It was unavoidable. The request of his elder. Let us go? Beibei smiled wryly. Could it be that the ancestor thinks you have been too leisurely of late? Beibei, I can't shake the feeling that you are concealing many things from me. Tanya eyed the refined young man with suspicion. Beibei was at a loss for how to explain. He was aware that Tanya was a girl of considerable pride, preferring to work rather than accept his support. This was also the reason he had kept his lineage a secret. It's just the old man who basks in the sun in front of the dormitory. I often hear the elders speak fondly of the great-grandson and great-granddaughter-in-law. And Zhen interjected at the right moment to elucidate. The old man in front of the dormitory is the ancestor of the senior brother? Hui Yutong exclaimed in shock. And Zhen noticed a flicker of surprise in Beibei's eyes. Beibei, you haven't visited him, have you? He rests there every sunny day. What great-granddaughter-in-law? The blushing girl stamped her foot, having completely forgotten her earlier intention to reprimand the scoundrel. The fact that Beibei's elder was so close to them was astonishing. Meeting the parents. The three words echoed repeatedly in the girl's mind. I have seldom paid attention to the new student dormitory area. The refined young man awkwardly touched his nose. A group swiftly arrived at the Fighting Soul Arena. One of the twin stars from the outer academy was challenged by a freshman. Perhaps those aware of the abilities of the twin stars might deem this audacious. Yet what if this newcomer had previously delivered a resounding defeat to the other twin star? Following the rapid dissemination of information among the onlookers, a throng of students flocked to the Fighting Soul Arena. Was it a freshman poised to dominate the outer academy by overcoming the twin stars? Or would the formidable Bebe defend the honor that belonged to the seniors? A golden-haired freshman, adorned with a black cat-eared girl, bore a hint of arrogance upon his visage. Zhulu, let us go and witness this. The first year in Zhen was set to challenge the fourth-year Bebe. The rules were clear. Were they prepared? Bebe and Zhen nodded gently, retreating to their respective sides of the arena. Oh no. Tanya, having just recovered from the thought of meeting her parents, suddenly recalled another matter and cast a worried glance at Hui Yutong. And Zhen wouldn't he resort to the same tactics he had employed against Su Sanshur, would he? Bebe was so dashing. How could he endure public humiliation like that great turtle Su Sanshur? Surely not. Hui Yutong believed that Zhen, being such a gentle soul, bore no grudge against the senior brother, so he would not employ such measures either. Wang Dong, Yu Yutong. Wang Dong abruptly interrupted Hui Yutong, her pastel blue, dreamy eyes fixating earnestly on her. Did you catch a whiff of that subtle fragrance emanating from Zhen? Is he using cologne? What business does a man have with cologne? I mean, is he hiding something from us, perhaps involved with another woman? Wang Dong said with grave seriousness. And Zhen is not that kind of person. Wang Dong opened her mouth, but fell silent. What could she say? That while she was diligently engraving core formations and practicing Tang Sec's secret arts every night, she was also sharing affectionate moments with Zhen, even in playful ways. Phew. Truth be told, Bebe felt somewhat uncertain. His understanding of Zhen's martial soul abilities was quite limited. If Su Sanshur, with his formidable defenses, had been reduced to such a state, then what might that imply? Bebe recalled how Zhen had initially retreated during his battle with Su Sanshur. Could it be that the execution of such abilities required a preparatory phase? Let the match begin. Blue lightning materialized, as Bebe's right arm swelled, seemingly adorned with scales forged from lightning. Blue electric sparks danced behind him, propelling him forward like a bolt of lightning. A resounding and sacred dragon roar echoed. Platinum scales enveloped Zhen's right arm, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun, illuminating the youth as though he were a son of light descended upon this realm. Yellow, purple. Second soul skill, breath of light. The refined youth's astonished gaze mirrored the ethereal, sacred, and imposing figure of the colossal dragon. The radiant sacred dragon. Could it truly possess a dual martial soul? Bebe had no time to ponder deeply. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the radiant sacred dragon, an existence that surpassed even the blue lightning tyrant dragon. The three soul rings, yellow, and purple, began to illuminate, with the first yellow and third purple rings glowing almost simultaneously. The thunderous roar of lightning erupted from his body, and amidst a surge of intense blue and purple electric light, the scales that had initially enveloped his right arm swiftly expanded to other parts, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Simultaneously, a massive claw of lightning coalesced in his hand. The youth, bathed in light, leisurely lifted his head, and the gigantic dragon mirrored his movement. A glimmer of platinum coalesced before Anne's mouth, and in the next instant, the dawn's light unleashed unparalleled destructive force. The dragon's breath clashed with the blue-purple claw, the platinum light enveloping the figure of thunder. Breath of light, at maximum power. Boom. The blue-purple figure, akin to a shield against a torrent, suddenly flared with brilliance, successfully countering the deluge of light. With a desperate lunge to the left, it evaded the direct line of the breath. To Bebe's bewilderment, after continuing to dodge, the breath did not pursue. Instead, it shifted away from Bebe, shooting straight toward the opposite end of the arena. The soul fighting zone fell into an eerie silence. The students stared blankly at the vast marks left in the arena, a considerable area having been plowed through. Was this the destructive power of a newcomer? Indeed. The youth, arms crossed, gazed contentedly at the traces he had left behind. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. This was the essence of battle. Referee, Bebe, audience, ground. Is your opponent the arena? No. You could clearly change direction while attacking. Why strike in the opposite direction? Bebe, do you wish to concede? That should be my line. Bebe looked helplessly at the ravaged ground. Even the radiant sacred dragon martial soul must be low on soul power by now. Was this intentional? The youth appeared quite disheveled. His bangs were gone, and his clothes were tattered. Standing before the multitude of spectators, including the referee, it was evident that the situation was quite clear. They acknowledged that Anne's previous attack was indeed powerful, yet for a soul master to endure such expenditure was remarkable. One appeared disheveled, yet their aura remained largely intact, while the other seemed to have everything under control but was likely to be hollow beneath the surface. Do you think I have no soul power left? And raised an eyebrow lightly. You still do? Bebe was taken aback. Bebe, how can you make such a hasty judgment when you haven't even sensed the opponent's martial soul? The youthful boy, with a beaming smile, raised his chin and declared, my martial spirit is the world, not merely the holy dragon of light. And Zhen had just demonstrated a lavish expenditure of soul power. for he possessed both the capital and the qualification to do so. In the realm of the virtual world, he could have honed his skills like the sword fanatic, Jijuechen, yet Zhen preferred a more straightforward approach, rather than defeating his opponents through intricate techniques. He relished the sheer force of overwhelming power. Such is the world, to be traversed with absolute strength. With a fierce roar, the majestic and holy light dragon materialized. A glimmer of platinum light coalescing at Zhen's lips. Fire! He commanded, earnest and resolute. Chapter 34. Preparations before the party on that fateful day. The light dragon wreaked havoc in the soul fighting arena. That day, a torrent of brilliance surged skyward. The traditional combat philosophies of the students were utterly upended. The battle concluded amidst the resounding roars of the light dragon, followed by an eruption of cheers from the audience that resembled a tidal wave. Wind Sister. In her cerulean eyes, the figure of light was reflected, her excitement nearly spilling over as she grasped Wu Feng's wrist with delicate hands. Ning Tian's voice was filled with unwavering seriousness. I must win him over. As the heiress of the Nine Treasure, Glazed Tile School, Ning Tian was aware of Bei Bei's identity. He was a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sex Dragon God Douluo Muin. Yet, such a prodigy had been reduced to a pitiful state by a boy 4 or 5 years his junior. If Zhen's battle with Su Sancher was shrouded in mystery, akin to an unfathomable abyss, then his confrontation with Bei Bei was a perfect blend of violence and aesthetics. Utilizing absolute power to vanquish one of the twin stars of the outer court, the thunderous Bei Bei. Young master, but the red dragon maiden hesitated. But upon witnessing the excitement etched on her face, she continued, a hotel belonging to our sect in Shrek City was damaged yesterday. The perpetrators have compensated for the damages. But since they were students from Shrek Academy, the manager deemed it necessary to report this to you. Who? The inner court's master sister, Zhang Lishuan. Young master, do you know who she shared a room with? A serious expression crossed her delicate, fair face, which, if Zhen were to assess, could only be described as adorably innocent. Zhen? A ludicrous thought flashed through Ning Tian's mind. Indeed, that lecher must not be allowed near such a perfect lady. A contemplative glint sparkled in the golden maiden's eyes. Hasn't Zhen already been courted by other factions? She embraced her little lowly. But suddenly a hand came forth, pushing her away. You had better explain where that fragrance on you came from tonight. The fierce little girl shot a glare at Zhen before reluctantly leading the lowly back to class. Zhen, are you that perceptive? It is time for class. Under the awe-filled gazes of her classmates, Zhen returned to her seat. Zhen, whispered the golden-haired heiress. What is it? You didn't attend class yesterday. Is everything all right? The young girl inquired with concern. Feeling dejected, the boy slumped over his desk, recalling how he had showcased his third soul skill to Zhang Lishuan, inadvertently awakening her inner demons, which led to an unfortunate beating. Ning Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Does Zhen not harbor feelings for senior Zhang Lishuan? Not at all. Zhen replied firmly. He was resolute in his refusal to be entranced by the so-called gentle embraces of affection. By the way, the boy turned his head, his dark eyes fixed on Ning Tian. Would you like to try my third soul skill? It manifests as a dreamlike realm that mirrors reality, allowing one to cultivate and learn simultaneously, while also reflecting inner demons. I've gained proficiency in controlling it now. Ning Tian exclaimed. Is that even possible? With delicate fingers, she brushed a strand of golden hair behind her ear, visibly intrigued. Of course, we are friends after all. Zhen turned around, startling the red dragon girl, who had leaned forward in anticipation. The boy beamed at her, lowering his gaze. Those over-the-knee black stockings are quite charming. Would you care to join us, Wu Feng? What? You lewd fellow, Wu Feng retorted. Is it customary to greet someone by commenting on their legs? Ah, would you like to join us? Absolutely. Then after class, I shall seek permission from the director. The golden-haired girl observed in silence, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing her eyes. Zhen approached the Soul Master Department. The third soul skill, a dream that reflects reality and inner demons? Director Du Weilin adjusted his glasses. Indeed, Director Du as an auxiliary soul master. I possess the ability to assist others in their cultivation and learning, and the dream realm enables even swifter progress than reality. Zhen spoke with utmost sincerity, revealing that a skill initially exclusive to him could now benefit others. Recalling the arena that had been thoroughly trampled during previous battles, Du Weilin found it challenging to categorize this auxiliary talent before him. Shall we find a classroom for you to demonstrate? Certainly. Exiting the office, the two made their way to the first-year class. Director Du, is there something you need? Inquired an elderly woman with white hair, observing Zhen and Du Weilin as they entered. Zhen explained the situation. Conducting classes and cultivating within a dream? Zhou scrutinized the young man before her. She had often heard Mu Jin boast about it, knowing that the class leader of the 9th new class had caused quite a stir by studying and training simultaneously. I am friends with Wang Dong and Hui Yutong, and I hope to seek your approval. as this would greatly benefit their development. I would appreciate it if you and Director Du could experience it firsthand. Wang Dong and Hui Yutong. Zhou Yi recollected the anxious visit from two little ones the night before last, seeking her assistance in locating a student named Zhen. The following day, the academy issued a notice stating that Zhen had been temporarily summoned to the inner courtyard for seclusion. Those two youngsters. Zhou Yi nodded gently. Aware of Hui Yutong's circumstances, she undoubtedly required such cultivation support. The two instructors took turns, one delivering a lecture while the other entered the dream realm. Their cultivation levels surpassed hers significantly, rendering her unable to enhance their abilities. The matter of the NPC puppets must remain undisclosed. She would need to remind Hui Yutong and Wang Dong thoroughly later. The dream world indeed mirrored reality. Du Weilin nodded slightly, affirming Zhen's assertion. It would be unreasonable for a soul technique with such capabilities to lack any restrictions. Wang Dong, Hui Yutong, Zhou Yi called out. Present. The two figures immediately stood upright. The handsome youth wore a bright smile, having naturally heard Zhen's words. I permit both of you to cultivate while attending lessons through Zhen's dream realm. The beautiful elder, disguised as an elderly lady, wore a serious expression. However, Wang Dong, if you do not dedicate yourself to your studies and fail to achieve excellence in the final exam, you are aware of the consequences. Understood. Du Weilin suddenly inquired. Is there a limit to the number of individuals entering the dream realm? No, but I will experience some consumption of my manifested cultivation. The relationships among everyone remained unremarkable. Why would Zhen exert effort to assist others? Du Weilin and Zhen returned to the new student class 9 and explained the situation to Mu Jin, who naturally agreed to such arrangements. Leaning against the desk, in the virtual world, a purple light illuminated. Like the previous two soul techniques, the third soul technique could also be utilized against others in the virtual realm. 1 male and 4 females. Oh, someone's inner demons have accidentally been reflected. They cackled. Chapter 35. The maiden and the wife Wu Feng appeared somewhat perturbed. As the maiden opened her eyes, the smiling visage of a young man came into her view. Be cautious. In such circumstances, it is possible for inner demons to be reflected, revealing that which you most wish to avoid. Wu Feng promptly stood, her gaze scanning for Ning Tian, and upon spotting a glimmer of gold, she rushed forward in a single bound. Young master, Feng Mei. Ning Tian slowly opened his eyes, attempting to rise but was met with a sharp pain, as though he had pressed against his head. My head. Observing the golden cascade that seemed to reach his waist, Ning Tian felt a twinge of confusion. Young master, and our garments as well. A delicate white lace skirt envelopes the graceful figure of a young girl, the hem clinging to her thighs, accentuating her fair and supple skin. Her long, elegant legs rest gracefully on the ground, each movement exuding an indescribable elegance. In contrast, the red-haired girl embodies the spirit of a vivacious athlete, her white t-shirt taut against her proud form, revealing a slender waist exposed to the air. Black shorts hug her pert backside, while her strong, fair legs are clad in sheer black stockings. Zhen, Wu Feng interjects, her face a mask of vigilance as she positions herself protectively in front of Ning Tian. Is this your doing? The ethereal dreamscape reflects reality, and their appearances mirror the depths of my inner thoughts. Zhen strides forward, her dark eyes sparkling with mirth. So lovely. Such a flirt, Wu Feng retorts with disdain. Feng Mei, a delicate hand rests on Wu Feng's shoulder as a refined young lady approaches, her fingers playfully lifting a strand of golden hair. Doesn't Zhen prefer long hair? Yes, I like it long, Ning Tian replies, a hint of bashfulness reflected in Zhen's dark eyes. Like a hammer. Wu Feng's irritation flares. And I also adore the spirited Wu Feng, and Zhen's gaze drifts to the girl's slender legs adorned in black stockings. Humph. Wu Feng turns away, exclaiming, you heartbreaker. Recovering from the sudden confession, Ning Tian surveys the surroundings. It is indeed a classroom. Yet only the three of them and the silent Mu Jin, who stands at the podium, are present. Is this Zhen's dream world? But it seems to be just us and teacher Mu Jin. I've removed the others, although they can't see us. I wouldn't want anyone else in the same room with such beautiful Ning Tian and Wu Feng. His possessive words unmistakably indicate that he views the two girls as his own. As Zhen's words linger, Mu Jin's voice resonates, the sound of her lecture echoing in the ears of the trio. Ning Tian glances at the handsome young man, musing, how to say it. It's hard not to like him. Looking down at her attire, the ethereal white fabric reveals nothing, yet this pure hue carries an indescribable allure, tinting her fair skin with a rosy blush. And Zhen, does staying in the dream count as training? She inquires, her slender fingers toying with golden threads, shifting the conversation to other matters. Yes, loading more content, and Zhen has already conjured 2 NPC dolls. The young lady feels a mix of emotions. They have known each other for 2 months, having shared a desk, even if Zhen often dozed off on the table. Nevertheless, the trio has dined together frequently, with her always picking up the tab. During this time, and Zhen and Feng may have grown closer, often complimenting Wu Feng's beautiful black-stockinged legs, teasing her for being a flirt. However, and Zhen had been saying this for 2 months. Although Feng Mei spoke as she did, she had grown accustomed to wearing black stockings, primarily for Zhen's gaze. It turned out she truly admired her long legs. Indeed, just as Feng Mei had mentioned, she was rather lewd. The young girl's eyes fell upon her fair legs, feeling overly exposed. Yet, Ning Tian could sense the fervent gaze almost glued to her. The girl, overwhelmed with embarrassment, sat in her chair, seemingly wishing to adjust her posture to better showcase the beauty of her legs. However, with every slight movement, she could see the lace hem of her skirt inching upwards. Despite having recently experienced a confession from a boy, her sense of shame prevented her from allowing the hem to rise any further. This outfit was indeed too shameful. Wu Feng swallowed hard as she looked at Ning Tian, the somewhat obtuse girl not perceiving anything amiss in Zhen's words. Indeed, even if others could not see, they should not remain here. No, you cannot stay here either. The little dragon disdainfully admonished Zhen, questioning whether a change could not be made. It was possible, certainly, but perhaps to something even shorter. Feng Mei, never mind. Let it be, Ning Tian interjected, urging Wu Feng to cease her attempts to speak further and hurriedly sit down to focus on the lesson. Humph. She shot a fierce glare at Zhen, and the spirited little dragon promptly took the seat beside Ning Tian, where Zhen had sat. How delightful. The young lady, having had this intention all along, seemed somewhat moved. However, it appeared that the little dragon still required Zhen to take on additional duties. Bringing over a chair, Zhen settled on Ning Tian's other side. If you dare to make any moves on the girl, Wu Feng warned fiercely. What if I wish to make a move on you, Wu Feng? Zhen leaned back slightly, his gaze resting on her flawlessly shaped legs clad in black stockings. Give it a try? The little dragon flashed her small fangs. Very well. Zhen resumed his attentive listening to the class. TCH, Wu Feng scoffed dismissively. Ning Tian felt a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, she felt her hand being grasped, an unfamiliar sensation causing her delicate form to quiver slightly. Just a touch. Zhen's finger lightly traced her palm. She symbolically struggled for a moment, her azure eyes casting a resigned glance at the boy beside her who was diligently focused on the lecture. One must eat a meal bite by bite. Possessing an astute heart, the young lady of the Jiubao Liuli sect was certainly no lovesick girl. Ugh. The handsome youth with short powder blue hair languidly rested his head on the desk, casting a glance at the serious little girl beside him, his dreamy eyes observing the words that seemed to appear on the page. Teacher Wang, he held high expectations. It was best to pay attention in class for now. Affectionate gestures could wait until after class or during meditation sessions. I have no desire for that, Wang Dong murmured softly. You big pervert. Who knows if you are currently embracing another woman? The first soul skill, reflection. Amidst the envious gazes of their classmates, Ning Tian and Wu Feng's soul power suddenly surged. Such envy. Why am I not paired with the class leader? Class leader, even though I am male, I can still participate. Practicing while attending class. I would be lying if I said I wasn't envious. Originally, there was only one top student, but now there are 2, and in reality, it feels as though there are 4. It feels as if they have trained for an entire day. A glimmer of delight flashed in Ning Tian's eyes, and Wu Feng too reveled in the joy of her growth. My third soul skill inherently includes the enhancement of meditation, akin to existing in a perfectly simulated environment. The young man softly articulated his intentions. If you wish, I can leave a mark of sentience upon you, allowing you to enter the dream realm through the imprint of my third soul skill when I unleash my martial spirit at night. Would that be too much trouble? Ning Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. The rapid rate of cultivation was simply irresistible. Consider it a gesture of gratitude for my previous treat. Zhen extended her hands, clasping them together. A delicate blush instantly adorned the fair skin of her neck. Young master, Wu Feng tugged at Ning Tian's sleeve, wishing to maintain his previous demeanor rather than be in Zhen's company. Wu Feng, you should join too. How could tonight's protagonist be absent? No, Feng Mei. Very well. The little dragon lowered her head, understanding the implications of the young master's words. If before she had entertained fantasies of merely using resources to win Zhen over. After experiencing the earlier dream, the young master's willingness to present himself in such a manner before Zhen was undeniable. The matter she had long avoided had indeed surfaced. One must maintain tranquility of mind before entering. It is best to harbor no distracting thoughts. Though I possess some confidence, there remains a chance of confronting inner demons, which, while not detrimental, may lead to a nightmare. Zhen preemptively issued a warning. A ring of purple soul rings illuminated the space, though it shone in solitude, yielding no results. To this day, even Hui Yutong and Wang Dong remain unaware of the vastness of his virtual world's reach. In the first class of new students, Zhou Yi felt satisfied as she noticed Hui Yutong and Wang Dong's sudden increase in soul power after Zhen's arrival, gently nodding in approval. Let us head to the cafeteria. Midway, Zhen abruptly halted. I have a matter to attend to. You all go ahead and eat. I want to be setting up a stall tonight. I'd appreciate it if Yutong could prepare some milk tea to leave at the school gate for Elder Xian. And Zhen, are you alright? Hui Yutong sensed something amiss in Zhen's demeanor. I'm fine. It concerns an elder from the inner court. Do not vanish suddenly. Wang Dong said with a serious expression, of course. After a brief assurance, Zhen quickly returned to the dormitory, pushing the door open with a somewhat cold demeanor. A tall figure, clad in a black coat, stood with her back to Zhen, busily organizing his wardrobe. With a decisive slam, the door shut. Zhang Lishuan, what are you doing? I am fulfilling my duties as a wife. I never claimed I would marry you. But I did promise to take responsibility. The elegantly dressed beauty, adorned in an old-fashioned coat, turned around, her serene and gentle demeanor radiating warmth and tenderness. I prepared some pastries, rice porridge, and a few side dishes for you. The senior, with her long, flowing black hair, retrieved 6 plates from a delicate handbag resting on the table. By the way, I assume you don't fancy this style of coat. As the coat slipped off, along with her trousers, a carefully prepared surprise was revealed beneath, an alluring black bodysuit. Zhen touched his nose, a hint of crimson appearing on his fingertips. A consequence of the spicy meal he had consumed at noon. Well, forgive me for being unable to resist the allure of a gentle yet audacious older sister. The heart's demons began to stir. Chapter 36. Dining with the senior sister before Zhen lay a captivating silhouette, her voluptuous curves and pert posterior accentuated, exuding an extraordinary sensuality. The delicate, sheer black stockings clung to her shapely legs, adding an ethereal beauty to her already alluring figure. Zhang Lishuan, has your mind been compromised? Zhen instinctively took a step back, undeterred by her enchanting beauty. Her assertiveness felt oddly unsettling, as if a lamb had willingly ventured into the den of a wolf, shedding its fleece and seasoning itself for the pot. The older sister stepped forward, and Zhen retreated. So adorable, she remarked, a blush of excitement gracing her cheeks as she gazed at the young man before her. Zhen sensed something was amiss with this version of Zhang Lishuan. Where had the tranquil and gentle senior gone? Why had she transformed into this peculiar older sister? Beibei said you are his sister, and Zhen suddenly interjected. Indeed. The depth of her dark eyes flickered with a glimmer of reason as the black-stockinged senior paused in her advance. With her fair fingers, she delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, sitting upon Zhen's bed, her gaze clouded with nostalgia. There are certain truths I cannot conceal from you. Thus, the older sister began to recount her past. Her entire family had been exterminated, and she was rescued by a teacher from Shrek Academy. In her childhood, after Beibei lost his parents, she was raised by Mu Lao as his child bride, diligently caring for her younger brother, who was a decade her junior. You have feelings for him. The youth gazed quietly at the immense temptation before him, yet Zhen's heart remained undisturbed, for he was already aware of this situation. Beibei and Tanya had achieved their happy ending, and he had come to terms with it. If you could utter those words while looking into my eyes, I might believe them a bit more, Zhang Lishuan remarked, her long bangs obscuring her eyes, which resembled a serene pool of water. And Zhen felt as though he had regained control of the situation. Everything was well within his grasp. A fragrant aroma enveloped him, and Zhen felt himself being gently overwhelmed by something soft. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the tender gaze of someone whose crystalline eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing with emotion. The fiery intensity of her stare made Zhen instinctively retreat, while her dark tresses cascaded over him, exuding a subtle, comforting fragrance. You're being unreasonable. How can you act this way? A gentleman uses words, not force. Defeated my brother at noon, and now my sister has come looking for me in the evening. Tears streamed down the youth's face, betraying his composure. And Zhen, accustomed to the situation, resigned himself to lying back, if he could not resist. He might as well enjoy the experience. The flavor was delightful, the meat tender and perfectly seasoned. The dark-hued youth sat at the edge of the bed, his arm resting on the table as he savored the meal brought by Zhang Lishuan. Underneath the table, a pair of delicate feet, encased in black silk, touched the ground. The enchanting beauty, with her statuesque figure curled up, formed a captivating silhouette. Although a hint of discomfort flickered across her flawless features, the senior still persevered. She had prepared a meal for him, and out of both sentiment and reason, Zhen felt compelled to reciprocate her kindness. However, with little of value to offer, the junior could only present his most treasured possession. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. The sound had already arisen half an hour earlier, which Zhen had managed to brush off. He took a gentle whiff of the air, noting the peculiar scent mingled with Zhang Lishuan's floral fragrance. Out he stepped, fully dressed and ready. Upon confirming that Zhen was indeed fine, the two young women let out a sigh of relief. He had just taken a bath. This was no fabrication. He had been indulging in a romantic bath when the first knock had occurred. Really? Wang Dongming's dreamy eyes scrutinized Zhen, leaning in to catch a whiff of him. Of course, he replied, having prepared in advance to ensure he smelled fresh. With a cheerful invitation, he beamed at his girlfriend and prospective girlfriend. Would you like to join me for another round? I wouldn't mind at all. Pervert. Wang Dongzhao playfully scolded. The little lowly, unsure of how to respond, felt a mix of curiosity and embarrassment. Yutong, don't be swayed by this guy, Wang Dongzhao cautioned, holding back her slightly tempted friend. With this fellow's sweet words, Wang Dong had no doubt that if it weren't for her presence, Yutong would have been swept away to bed by this guy. And Zhen blinked, clearly more susceptible to flattery himself. The current intimate gestures between him and Hui Yutong were limited to gentle kisses on the cheek, warm embraces, and tender touches on hands and feet. This tacitly acknowledged their romantic relationship, yet it remained unspoken. In contrast, his bond with Wang Dong had been officially affirmed in dreams, where the normally serious girl transformed into a clingy girlfriend. While such displays of affection were not possible in reality, they were quite common in his dreamscape. One could not help but notice how adept the girl had become in her actions, were it not for the knowledge of her beauty and kindness. And Zhen might have questioned whether Wang Dong was hastily making advances. If you don't wish to pursue me, then go ahead and enjoy yourselves, he thought. In the dormitory shared by Wang Dong and Hui Yutong, aside from the bed, wardrobe, and desk, a rather sizable bathtub occupied the remaining space. Manifesting hot water from the virtual world, it was quite convenient to wash the girl's recently soiled clothes in this manner. How handy, Wang Dong remarked. As for entrusting intimate garments to a male for cleaning, it did invoke a sense of shyness. However, even the proud Wang Dong had come to acknowledge their relationship. Moreover, if Zhen truly desired something, he could easily replicate them as NPC dolls in the dream world. All right, take your time to enjoy, he thought as he returned to the dormitory. The sight of a gentle, curvaceous figure came into view, relaxed and unguarded. Oh no. The other party was a formidable presence. Though the dormitory soundproofing was excellent, nothing outside could escape her notice if she wished. Dressed in a flowing white long dress, the virtuous wife was tidying up the room. As the young man's hand was just about to rise, a playful slap echoed, causing the scholar's ample form to quiver slightly. Senior, does the academy have any methods for distraction? And Zhen suddenly recalled the distraction techniques of the nine-treasure, glazed tile school. He found himself grappling with the trivial troubles of adolescence. While he was certain he would not fall for Zhang Lishuan, he admitted that he could not turn down such an actively affectionate senior. Yet he also had plans with other young ladies that evening, and Zhen acknowledged his own fickleness, longing to embody a spirit of great love. At present, he was unable to simultaneously cultivate his martial spirit in the virtual realm while engaging in other activities in reality. His consciousness could not attend to both realms at once. Chapter 37. The Inner Demons of Witchcraft when it comes to distraction techniques. The methods of the nine-treasure glazed tile school are undoubtedly the most renowned. However, over the years, other predecessors at the academy have devised their own distraction methods, each with its own merits and drawbacks. The black-haired, straight-haired senior swayed her long tresses gracefully. You are aware of my circumstances. I aspire to cultivate my martial spirit while also attending to matters beyond. And Zhen indeed shares this sentiment. However, under such circumstances, one can generally only maintain the minimum level of cultivation. Otherwise, one must resort to alternative means to bolster emotional resilience against encroachment. As for self-creation, it presents a certain difficulty. Innovation is not merely a product of imagination. It necessitates a foundational knowledge for genuine creation, which Zhen lacks. It is unrealistic to assume that I could simply conceive it in an instant. And Zhen wishes to gather some methods of distraction. Suitable ones would be ideal. But if none are found, he may adapt and create based on these foundations. You have now become a core disciple within the martial spirit system, thus possessing the requisite authority. I shall seek out these methods tomorrow. Zhang Lishuan turned over. I appreciate your efforts, senior sister. And Zhen embraced her long, elegantly shaped legs, which were adorned in white stockings. After a while, the handsome youth, with a serene expression, curled up in the warm embrace, burying his face in the softness and closing his eyes. And Zhen gazed tenderly at the boy in his arms, whose own plight mirrored that of an orphan. I will take responsibility for you, even if you do not love me. Remain in Shrek, it shall become your home. Gently, he wrapped his fair arms around the boy, carefully pulling him closer, ensuring that his warm form shielded the youth's body. And Zhen conveyed to Hui Yutong and Wang Dong the version shared by the elders of the Sea God Pavilion and Zhang Lishuan, omitting the details regarding his relationship with Zhang Lishuan. The individuals in the inner court seemed to be quite troublesome, constantly creating issues for us newcomers. Wang Dong fumed. recalling his earlier encounter with Ma Xiaotao. Is that senior sister Zhang Lishuan, the elder sister of the senior brother? Yes, and Zhen nodded gently. He had mentioned this during the day. Their ancestral master, the elderly gentleman who often basked in the sun in front of the new student dormitory, is currently the strongest in the continent, rivaling the 99th level Limit Douluo, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, and the Dragon God Douluo, Muin. The two women exclaimed in astonishment. No way. And Zhen, you cannot be jesting with me. Wang Dong was taken aback. A Limit Douluo, leisurely sunbathing in front of the new student dormitory? The Holy Dragon of Light, my Holy Dragon of Light, was replicated from him. Wang Dong believed him. The Holy Dragon of Light has indeed been possessed solely by the former Dragon God Douluo for centuries. The elder brother's background is so formidable? Hui Yutong was astonished. A 99th level Limit Douluo, such an entity truly exists in this world. It seems the person whom Tianming Jie has been evading is this venerable elder, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, one of the top 3 sects with a lineage spanning millennia. And Zhen scooped up the adorable blue Xiaoka into his embrace, remarking that Yutong was equally impressive, having subdued the heir of the Haotian sect on the second day of school. The little girl seemed a bit bewildered. Half a second later, the dazzling azure eyes turned towards Wang Dong. The exquisitely flawless girl proudly lifted her chin, initially intending to interact with you all as a mere commoner. But now she cast aside the pretense. Indeed, I am the young master of the Haotian sect. Oh, the blue-haired girl nodded gently. Hey, Yutong, can't you at least show some shocked expression? Wang Dong placed her hands on her hips, recalling the astonishment that had adorned her face moments ago. Hui Yutong struggled, then ultimately surrendered. Wang, I cannot do it. The adorable girl was unable to fulfill her friend's request. Oh, Wang Dong's frustration surged. It was just another day of cultivation. Hui Yutong engraved the core soul guiding formation into her memory, watching the little girl return to their dormitory the next moment. The slender, azure-haired beauty clad only in a knee-length white dress leapt into Zhen's embrace, her delicate cherry lips skillfully capturing the young man's. After a while, the girl nestled in Zhen's arms, her dreamlike hair cascading freely. Her small head rested quietly against the boy's chest, her azure eyes gazing dazedly at his cheek, her ethereal voice revealing her worries. And Zhen, I truly long to hold you and kiss you during the day. I was so frightened when you didn't return that night. I promise, there will definitely not be a next time. And Zhen gently kissed Wang Dong's fair cheek, their ears brushing against each other. However, I feel rather guilty towards Yutong. The intimacy we share each night makes me reluctant to acknowledge you during the day. Watching you and Yutong together seems to alleviate the guilt within me. That sounded rather strange. You rascal. The girl's sparkling eyes tenderly gazed at her beloved, her delicate arms wrapping around Zhen's neck. When do you plan to tell Yutong about our relationship? The bond between Zhen and Hui Yutong was but a fragile bubble, easily burst. Yet Zhen hesitated to take action. Yutong harbored insecurities stemming from her abilities and past, and she needed to grow on her own, earning the title of genius for herself. Only then would it be the right time for her. They were akin to Tanya and Bei Bei, and Zhen and Wang Dong shone too brightly. Hui Yutong's current efforts were not solely for revenge, but also to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, to hastily reveal their relationship. And Zhen feared that the girl would impose more pressure on herself. She did not wish to be a girl who relied solely on her partner, like Tanya. They desired the capability to face the future alongside a more radiant counterpart. Damn you, White Tiger Duchess. Fine. After a moment, tossing aside her white socks, Wang Dong joyfully sprawled on her bed, engrossed in her comics. Within a new female student dormitory, the red-haired girl sat cross-legged on her bed, unsure of how many times she had opened her eyes. Has that fellow not begun cultivating yet? Bang, bang, bang. In the early hours, a sudden knock echoed at the dormitory door. Clad in a flowing white nightgown, the golden-haired maiden abruptly rose, her delicate feet touching the carpeted floor with a sense of delight as she hurried to the door. Who visits at such a late hour? Wu Feng wondered, perplexed by the sudden joy of the young master. In disbelief, she beheld the scene where a dark-haired youth cradled the golden maiden in a princess carry, her fair arms encircling his neck as she fervently bestowed a kiss upon him. The NPC doll, Ning Tian, had seamlessly shifted into a clingy girlfriend mode. And Zhen, Wu Feng exclaimed in fury, ready to charge forward. Yet, a figure surged towards her, pinning her onto the bed. With wide crimson eyes, she gazed in astonishment at the person atop her. It was herself. Wu Feng, what are you doing? Are you trying to harm Ning Tian? I am not. Wu Feng retorted defiantly. In an instant, the surroundings morphed, Ning Tian vanished, and Zhen followed suit. Then why do you impede them? Because you have feelings for Ning Tian. The NPC Wu Feng thundered. Attempting to summon her soul power, Wu Feng felt utterly drained, devoid of any strength. Is it your selfish desires that will bring ruin to the young master? I would never harm him. She loves him dearly. The two identical red-clad maidens grappled fiercely, rolling on the ground. And what of it? The scene continued to shift dramatically. To Wu Feng's astonishment, the peculiar doppelganger faded, revealing Ning Tian in a resplendent red wedding gown, tearfully smiling as she ascended into a bridal carriage. The tableau transformed once more. The golden maiden lay prostrate on the ground, her porcelain cheeks marked by distinct handprints. A faceless man with a ravenous grin loomed over her. Scoundrel! Wu Feng yearned to charge and dismantle him, yet her body felt as if it had instantaneously lost all vigor, collapsing to the ground. Ning Tian's figure materialized before Wu Feng, her azure eyes dimmed, reflecting sheer exhaustion, her once luminous skin marred by red marks. The earlier words echoed like a haunting specter in Wu Feng's ears. This is an illusion, the crimson-haired maiden cried out. Even without Zhen, I can protect the young master. I will not allow this. A melodious voice broke through the tempest of her rage, bringing Wu Feng back to her senses. She beheld the golden maiden's desperate face, tinged with a flicker of anger and a glimmer of hope. Wu Feng recognized the deception. Please, don't let me become this way, the golden maiden implored. Very well, Wu Feng replied, yet she knew she could not refuse the young master. And Zhen, is Feng Mei all right? The golden maiden in her nightgown anxiously gazed at the young man beside her. It was a vivid nightmare, the architect of which spoke with a nonchalant tone. A tormentor of the heart. The brush of fate inscribes its strokes upon others with reckless abandon. And Zhen does not harbor illusions that a flawed and deceptive mirage can alter a person's thoughts. However, it undoubtedly sows a seed. After all, it is the heart's demon. Moreover, he believes in Wu Feng's affection for Ning Tian. Love is a formidable force, capable of instigating profound change. Such were the musings of the proud time traveler. The outcome shall be favorable, and Zhen remarked with a radiant smile directed at Ning Tian. Chapter 39, and Zhen's task gulp. And Zhen gazed appreciatively at the shy yet alluring older sister, with a beautiful companion by his side. Regardless of her innermost thoughts or affections, the pleasure of the moment was undeniably comforting. Having been granted a second chance at life, why ponder excessively? Joy was the ultimate pursuit. After relishing the morning hours with the captivating older sister, and Zhen stepped out to manifest the cultivation for Wang Dong and Hui Yutong. Meals and classes ensued. Before long, the visibly drowsy Ning Tian and Wu Feng entered the classroom, manifesting cultivation, refreshing their state. Thank you. A glimmer of light flickered in Ning Tian's azure eyes. Her fiery gaze fixated on Zhen, revealing a complex array of emotions. This morning, she had inquired with the young lady, who mentioned that Zhen had spent the previous night in her company. A hard-ass demon? Amidst the envious gazes of fellow students, the trio leaned over their desks. Dressed in the same attire as the previous day, the once spirited red dragon girl now appeared distracted, her skin tone black, stockings nonchalantly crossed. Young master, Wu Feng suddenly called out. The golden-haired girl jolted, her fair hand escaping Zhen's grasp, her expression shifting naturally to Wu Feng. Wind sister, what is it? You desire to lead the sect, do you not? Wu Feng asked earnestly, posing a question that took Ning Tian by surprise. Yes. The girl's eyes sparkled with visions of the future as her delicate fingers brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, clasping Wu Feng's hands. Wind sister, I believe you will certainly assist me. Indeed. The red dragon girl nodded vigorously, a genuine smile illuminating her cherubic face. The young master's aspirations mirrored her own. Loading more content, please hold on. She would undoubtedly help the best Ning Tian realize her dreams. Surely, as long as Ning Tian found joy and happiness, everything would be worthwhile. And Zhen quietly reveled in the beautiful bond between the young women. Love and affection truly embody the splendor of existence. Humanity is defined by its rich tapestry of emotions, which compel individuals to act selflessly, even leading the wayward back to redemption. Alas, Zhen merely cherished the feeling of being loved. And Zhen, Ning Tian perceived this as an opportune moment. Her azure eyes locked onto the boy's gaze. The golden heiress extended an invitation, her words and demeanor imbued with hope. And Zhen, would you be willing to assist me? Of course. The youth readily nodded in agreement. Without a moment's hesitation. We are friends, and I will naturally assist you as much as I can. But for now, this is all I can offer. Thank you. Ning Tian wore a radiant smile on her face, yet this answer was not what she desired. The red dragon maiden silently observed this scene. Her crimson lips pressed tightly together. In the ensuing moments, Zhen refrained from toying with the girl's hand, adopting a demeanor of earnest attentiveness to the lesson. The art of teasing and retreating is indeed a skill, particularly when the other party is in dire need of him. However, he must intensify his efforts. As the morning classes concluded, Zhen was approached. Zhen, would you care to join me for lunch? No. Previously, Dean Yan granted me the status of a core disciple in the martial soul department. And I have asked Senior Zhang Lishuan for assistance in finding a rather unique cultivation method. Ning Tian's smile instantly faltered. The status of a core disciple in the martial soul department? When did this occur? Naturally, Ning Tian considered it perfectly reasonable for Zhen to attain such a position given his extraordinary talent. Yet it felt akin to having her cherished toy snatched away by another. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhen was enveloped by the enticing aroma of delectable food. Her lustrous black hair was neatly tied into a sleek ponytail, and she donned a black trench coat that gracefully cloaked her exquisite figure. Her long, voluptuous legs were shod in knee-high black boots, presenting an image of a spirited older sister. There was an unmistakable desire to conquer. Oh, gazing at her prey, the longing in her eyes stirred an unusual sensation within the black-haired senior, compelling her to suppress her impulses as she returned to the matter at hand. There exists a secret technique, once created by a former title Douluo, which may align with your requirements, Zhen. However, such a level of technique is beyond the reach of even your current privileges as a core disciple, but it has been specially approved by the Sea God Pavilion Master. Zhang Lishuan delicately produced 3 volumes. She presented 3 similar options. One of the books she recommended belonged to a former elder whose martial soul was dream, a being whose consciousness resided partially in reality and partially in dreams. However, cultivating this method demands an exceptionally strong soul power. Otherwise, one may struggle to distinguish between reality and illusion, leading to madness. Zhang Lishuan recalled her own past, when she could not discern reality from fantasy, ultimately stealing Zhen's first kiss and causing him harm. I possess great confidence in my soul power. Among the remaining 2 volumes, one was created by a martial soul associated with shadows, which could even transform its wielder into 2 separate entities in the later stages. The other featured a gourd with spatial attributes, known for burrowing inside and using itself to strike opponents. Zhen decided to experiment with the first tome, titled Who Awoke from the Great Dream First. However, at this splendid moment, he had something even more pressing to attend to. The youth reached out and grasped the calf encased in the senior's long boots. Senior, I discovered an intriguing method within a book. The spirited elder sister strolled along the shores of Sea God Lake, yet a lingering oddity shadowed her beautiful features. Should anyone observe closely, they would notice her gait was markedly peculiar, as if her feet were numb or perhaps injured. Upon her feet, she was still adorned with shoes. The senior sister? A voice, cool as the breeze, echoed through the air. A beautiful maiden with flowing snow-white hair gracefully approached, her porcelain skin rivaling the purity of snow. Her delicate visage was undeniably charming, yet it bore an expression of aloofness. Her fragile form seemed almost weightless, reminiscent of a princess emerging from an ancient realm of ice. Luoqing, the gentle and serene senior sister, nodded lightly. Are you taking a stroll? Indeed. I have no pressing matters today, and felt an urge to wander by the shores of the Sea God Lake. This isn't Zhen's task, she added, as we have classes in the afternoon. In the virtual realm, under the puzzled gaze of Wu Feng, the typically lively youth abruptly placed a book on the table and immersed himself in its pages. For the sake of his splendid nocturnal adventures, or rather, for the sake of his future self, Zhen resolved to push his limits. The Great Dream, Who Awakes First, is divided into 3 tiers: entry into the dream, illusory dream, and awakening from the dream. Entry into the dream involves identifying the demarcation line between dreams and reality, not allowing them to morph into 2 disparate consciousnesses. To illustrate, envision a line where the left side represents reality and the right side symbolizes the dream. Entering the dream entails Zhen standing upon this line, with his left half in reality and his right half in the dream. Successfully maintaining this balance signifies the completion of the dream entry process. The illusory dream, however, requires prolonged existence upon this dividing line, enabling simultaneous control over both the dream and physical form in reality, a rather lengthy adaptation phase. Awakening from the dream means becoming the very dividing line, possessing the ability to freely manipulate both oneself in the dream and in reality. The technique itself is not overly complex. The challenge lies within mastering this skill and the requisite formidable soul power. Currently, alongside the initiation of the virtual world, he needed to discover its point of contact with reality. I wonder if my soul power is sufficient, he mused as his thoughts settled. The heavenly path conveyed commands to the world. Before him materialized a simple wooden door, adorned with a sign labeled reality. Chapter 40, Three's Company, All My Girlfriends. Am I truly a genius? Or is this endeavor simply too effortless? Perhaps it is the influence of my soul power. The youth, resting his head upon the table, quietly opened his eyes. In his vision, the world bifurcated into 2 halves, one populated by his classmates in reality, and the other inhabited by a coolly clad beauty from the virtual realm. He succeeded on his first attempt, seamlessly entering the illusory dream phase. Yet, and Zhen felt an overwhelming reluctance to move. He could merely observe the scenery across the divide, struggling to even control the movement of his arm. According to the records, the process of the illusory dream resembles the journey of a person recovering from paralysis, either through gradual and persistent practice or by enhancing one's soul power. Fortunately, he found he could still control his form quite adeptly in the virtual world. Resolutely, and Zhen withdrew, acknowledging the necessity for further practice. Wufeng observed the youth lying in an odd position within the doorway, then floundering on the ground like a salted fish, ultimately wriggling to the other side of the door like a worm. "Are you out of your mind?" The beautiful maiden refrained from cursing. Her concern for him was genuine. The cultivation technique bestowed by the senior sister was a method of distraction. Ning Tian's eyes brightened. It enabled one to perform tasks in the physical realm while simultaneously cultivating in the dream world. However, Ning Tian's gaze dimmed slightly. The distraction technique of the Nine Treasure glazed tile sect lacked such capability. The red-eyed figure regarded Zhen with an unusual expression, slowly articulating two words, "Unwang, Roll King." This was not a nickname conjured by Wufeng, but rather a trend circulating among the entire freshman cohort. Strength does not simply manifest out of thin air, except for his soul power, and Zhen continued his practice. As for the class content, he had instructed another of his NPC puppets to take notes. An hour later, and Zhen concluded his practice for the day. From a state of complete paralysis, he had progressed to being able to move one arm freely. According to the teachings, controlling one arm was not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lay in managing both arms with only half of one's consciousness, achieving full control over both sides of the body. This was a crucial step before reaching the final layer of awakening from the dream. And Zhen rose from the ground, and with a mere thought, the dust upon him fell away, restoring his appearance to one of neatness. "By the way, Ning Tian, do you know where I can order quality women's clothing in Shrek City?" The senior sister was quite proactive, yet her knowledge was somewhat lacking, prompting Zhen to wish to choose for himself. Ning Tian felt a sense of vigilance, her inner crisis intensifying regarding the young master of the Nine Treasure glazed tile sect. There is an embroidery house in the southern commercial street, clearly marked. A complete outfit costs around 400 gold soul coins, crafted from soul beast materials. The smiling young lady Ning Tian replied. "Oh, I see." The youth lowered his head slightly. "The senior sister previously gifted me 100,000 gold soul coins, which should suffice." "Senior sister? Why is it always about the senior sister?" Behind the petite golden maiden, a delicate white hand clenched into a fist, tightly. "And Zhen, have you been taken care of?" Wufeng couldn't help but interject with a teasing remark. "When sister?" Ning Tian admonished, though she too was curious about the answer. "The senior sister accidentally injured me earlier. I suppose it serves as compensation," and Zhen explained. "Was that during the time I missed class?" "When sister, don't speak carelessly." Just as Ning Tian sighed in relief, she heard the other respond, "It's not too bad. Being taken care of by the senior sister sounds rather appealing." The handsome youth's cheeks revealed a contemplative expression, as if pondering the feasibility of such an arrangement. In the realm of Shrek Academy, where the illustrious figures gather, cannot one possess a modicum of ambition? Wu Feng remarked, his expression tinged with disappointment. "No, no, no," and Zhen gently shook his head. "Why is it that, in your eyes, being supported by a benefactor is an exceedingly awkward matter? Is it not so?" Wu Feng retorted. "Is it not the case that those from prominent families, seeking greater resources and wealth, are similarly sustained by their family legacies? The family provides resources while the offspring of noble houses defend the family's honor, does it not?" Wu Feng pondered, then nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is so. So, if a wealthy woman offers resources and a young man seeks to win her favor, why is this considered such an embarrassing topic? Everyone contributes, all in pursuit of resources and wealth." The crimson-haired maiden fell silent, casting a glance at the young master beside her. It was peculiar. She found in Zhen's words to hold a certain truth, as long as it is legal and ethical. And Zhen does not disdain those who acquire wealth through such means, for they too exert considerable effort, be it in labor, sweat, or dignity. The world, more often than not, does not adhere to fairness. The environment and resources required for cultivation, the manpower and materials needed to hunt soul beasts, even the remedies for injuries sustained in battle, and the daily medicinal meals, Wu Feng, these are astronomical sums for an orphan. The crimson-haired maiden remained quiet, seemingly grasping that what she could easily obtain was, for others, a treasure of immense value. Yet, these matters pertain to others. Wu Feng, we are geniuses. The kind who can attract the attention of the dragon god Douluo. The youth beamed, regaining his former air of confidence. "As long as I desire it. I believe other empires would be more than willing to offer exceptional terms to retain me, perhaps even a royal marriage. To be supported by the senior sister is enticing due to her beauty. It is a worthwhile venture, a significant gain." And Zhen teased. The dragon god Douluo intervening to retain you? Ning Tian was astonished, yet chose to believe. Considering Zhen's radiant holy dragon and his prior performance in the soul fighting arena, which could utterly reshape the understanding of soul masters. As for the youth's claim that other empires would offer princesses for his retention, as the heiress of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School, she was acutely aware of those empires' limits. Be it for his lineage or prowess, those emperors would undoubtedly act, perhaps even sending two if one were insufficient. Exhaling slowly, the golden-haired maiden remarked, "He truly is a coveted prize. If we do not act soon, once his talents are fully revealed to the world, it will be figures of my father's caliber who will vie for him." And Zhen, a melodious voice rang out, clad in a resplendent silver mini-dress. She exuded purity and charm, cascading golden locks reminiscent of a celestial being. With every gesture, she embodied opulence, her alluring figure revealing a considerable expanse of smooth, fair thigh. The pure and noble maiden stepped forward, a blush creeping across her cheeks, her bashful demeanor surpassing all expressions of affection known to mankind. "I wish to extend a formal invitation to you." Her delicate hand rested upon her youthful bosom, and her cerulean eyes reflected a myriad of exquisite wonders. "Become my consort." Wu Feng stood quietly, her crimson lips parting slightly, at a loss for words. For the young master, and truly was the optimal choice. She ought to be elated for him. Yet, a profound bitterness surged within her heart. Was it truly so direct? Such a formal confession was a first for her. She had anticipated that Ning Tian would be more discreet. If only An had not held my hand earlier. Ning Tian awaited An's response. Was she merely Ning Tian's intended? Did An desire anything further? The youth glanced behind Ning Tian, a light chuckle escaping his lips, as if someone were on the verge of tears, and was somewhat taken aback. Wu Feng had surprisingly refrained from interrupting. True love, indeed. To witness the one you cherish walking into another's embrace. Why did it feel as though she were a minotaur? No, there was no tangible bond between them. Absolutely not. A choked rebuttal emerged. Wiping away a tear with her jade hand, the obstinate maiden turned her head away. "Fengmei." Ning Tian's long lashes fluttered gently, leaving her somewhat unsure of how to proceed. With a heart as delicate as a finely crafted clock, how could Ning Tian not notice Wu Feng's somewhat unusual affections? Yet, she had always regarded Wu Feng as a sister, and the possibility of anything beyond that was simply inconceivable. "More content is loading. Please wait a moment." Ning Tian. I accept your invitation." It was difficult for him to conjure a reason to decline such a beautiful girl's confession. A joyful expression blossomed on the golden maiden's face. However, Ning Tian felt a pang of discontent. Wu Feng, the red dragon maiden, sat upon the ground, her sheer blouse failing to conceal her stunning form. Her arms wrapped around her knees, and her graceful legs adorned in black stockings. "Would you like to join us?" And extended a whimsical invitation. Wu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Ning Tian was stunned. With a sigh, the golden maiden, following her heart's desire, stepped forward briskly. "Fengmei, do you wish to continue living with me?" Ning Tian could not abandon the sister with whom she had grown up. Since An was willing. This seemed to be the most favorable outcome. "Scoundrel!" The tearful red maiden exclaimed vehemently. "Young master." Wu Feng plunged into Ning Tian's embrace, pleading, "Do not leave me. You truly favor her over me." And merely wished for Wu Feng to be happy and content. She had unwittingly acquired a beautiful maiden as a partner. Incorrigible. "What do you think, Ning Tian?" And turned her gaze toward the young lady. "I too do not wish to part with Fengmei." "Then it is settled. We shall be together. In our trio, two are my wives." "Very well, you shameless rogue." With a satisfied expression, Wu Feng nestled in Ning Tian's embrace, content as long as she could be with the young master. Ning Tian, having acquired the prodigy in Zhen, did not part ways with Wu Feng, allowing her to remain by his side. And Zhen was graced with the elegance of a refined lady and the vivacity of an athletic girl. Each of them had a promising future ahead. However, it was clearly stated that only I could kiss my wives. And Zhen cupped Ning Tian's face, savoring the sweetness of the girl amidst her bashful demeanor, all while Wu Feng looked on with a begrudging expression. After a moment, they separated. The young man raised an eyebrow playfully at the pouting Wu Feng and chuckled. "Care to try?" "I just kissed Ning Tian." The golden girl blushed profusely. "Rawr." The little dragoness lunged forward, intent on punishing the scoundrel. Chapter 41. Double the joy, a splendid reunion with a beautiful conclusion. Truly wonderful. And Zhen lifted both exquisite feet, one bare and smooth as fine art, the other clad in sheer black stockings, showcasing a perfect curve and resilient muscles, testament to her owner's active lifestyle. "You lecher," the red dragon girl exclaimed with disdain. And Zhen, the golden lady, blushed deeply. She had heard tales of men who could not resist their urges once they had a girlfriend. When she extended her invitation, she had prepared herself for affection, provided it remained within certain boundaries, yet she had not anticipated this situation. I have my reasons, and Zhen explained, divulging the complexities surrounding his intentions, the encroachment of the world's soul. Ning Tian's blush faded slightly. I apologize. Wu Feng felt a twinge of guilt, quietly raising her other stocking-clad foot to rest in Zhen's embrace. It's quite all right. I can manage on my own most of the time, she reassured, recalling her family's thorough education in such matters. A noble family placed significant emphasis on this kind of instruction. The delicate foot pressed against Zhen's chest, and the girl's cheeks flushed anew. Since I am now Zhen's girlfriend, some traditional family teachings led Ning Tian to feel a responsibility to meet her partner's needs. Albeit within acceptable limits, young master. Wu Feng could not allow her lady to engage in such behavior and quickly withdrew one of her stocking-clad feet from Zhen's hold. Regardless of circumstances, she intended to remain with her mistress. As class concluded, Zhen opened his eyes with delight. Two beautiful girls together, though initially awkward. Their unexpected synergy was remarkably harmonious. Double the joy. As more content loads, Ning Tian opens her eyes, her azure gaze still holding onto a lingering shyness. How dirty. Wu Feng's eyes brim with disdain. And Zhen, unfazed, wears an expression of distaste, yet one cannot deny the brilliance of it all. And Zhen, shall we go for a meal together? Sure. And Zhen has already informed Wang Dong and Hui Yutong in the virtual realm about her plans for the evening. A manual on mastering time management. At Jiubao Pavilion, it is her second visit, though her status has shifted. She is now under the patronage of a young lady. Suddenly, Ning Tian recalls that Zhen previously mentioned she would be customizing women's clothing. The Red Dragon girl, mid-meal, becomes serious, her gaze fixed on the boy across from her. Consider it a gift for the senior sister. It seems the senior sister will have to handle her own clothing customization from now on. Oh, how scandalous. A delicate foot clad in black stockings playfully nudges Zhen beneath the table. Really? Zhen glances at Wu Feng, then sets down her utensils. What are you planning? Wu Feng on guard. The handsome youth turns around and pulls the golden lady into his embrace. The bashful girl feels her chin lifted. Her rosy lips parted as the boy persistently seeks more. Wu Feng's eyes widen in surprise, her feet stamping in frustration, yet powerless to intervene. After a moment, the soft Ning Tian leans against Zhen, who, with a smile, declares, Wu Feng, this is Ning Tian's first kiss in reality. How infuriating. The fierce Wu Feng offers her initial kiss. Soft and delightful, it carries a unique charm. Embracing two enchanting maidens, Zhen joyfully finishes her dinner. Returning to the dormitory, the gentle older sister has prepared the bed, donning white socks and a semi-transparent nightgown. After a shared intimacy, the evening's training begins, affectionately bonding with Wang Donger. Time passes swiftly. Days flow by, training under the sun, bonding with the beautiful maidens in the virtual world. In the morning, she accompanies Yutong and Wang Dong to the cafeteria for lunch. In the afternoon, she spends time with Wu Feng and Ning Tian, and in the evening, they dine out. Their romantic entanglement remains undisclosed. Wu Feng believes it essential to keep their relationship hidden, fearing the young master might face scrutiny. Announcing that Ning Tian and Zhen are together suffices. Yet, Ning Tian feels this is unfair to Wu Feng. Neither can persuade the other, leading to their current predicament, which, in turn, grants a certain scoundrel some respite. After dinner, before training, it is Zhang Lishuan's time, savoring the experience to the fullest. The qipao, ceremonial dress, home-long skirt, and apron. Each time, the bashful older sister impeccably meets Zhen's every request. It is indeed difficult to fathom that this gentle and flawless wife is the youngest soul master of Shrek in 3 millennia. Zhen confesses that he is utterly enchanted by the softness he experiences each night. The new student assessment involves groups of 3. A total of 311 first-year students will ultimately be halved, leaving 150 groups to remain at Shrek Academy. The following day, in the new student Class 9, Zhen stands as a 32nd level support system soul master. Class 9 also includes Ning Tian, a 32nd level support system soul master, and Wu Feng, a 27th level assault system soul master. Suddenly, a blonde-haired youth across from Zhen raises his hand. Teacher, I have an objection. What is it? Responds a female teacher in her late 20s. The blonde youth points at Zhen, declaring, he is not a part of the support system. This contention stirs the new students, who have already taken note of the brilliant star that is Zhen. Having consecutively defeated the Outer Academy's twin stars despite limited social interactions. Zhen tilts his head in curiosity. A golden soul ring illuminates the air, and a magnificent 7-layered tower materializes in the youth's hand. The blonde retorts, regardless of what he claims to be, he is still your opponent. The teacher furrows her brow slightly. Then I concede. She nods in acknowledgement, having anticipated this outcome. The name of the radiant holy dragon has long echoed throughout the academy, and she doubts that the trio, with their highest level being only 23, possess any winning potential, much like the previous matches. It would be wiser to conserve energy for the upcoming revival competition. That evening, as Zhen nestles into the embrace of the older sister clad in black silk, he enters the virtual world. Who awakes from the great dream is still in its second phase, but according to Zhen's calculations, he should reach the final dream awakening stage by the end of the semester at the latest. Yutong is already at level 19, he muses, pulling the adorable blue-haired girl closer and gently rubbing her cheek. It's all thanks to my big brother Zhen. The blushing Hui Yutong can only remain dazed, accepting his affections. I am already at level 29. Wang Dong proudly lifts her chin, and Zhen affectionately ruffles the girl's hair, prompting a mock glare from Wang Dong. With her twin martial souls and various treasures consumed in her childhood, her potential is the strongest among the trio, even without considering Zhen's soul power talent. Yet, she lacks enthusiasm for cultivation. After 2 months of nightly inactivity and nearly 2/3 of the following month spent in idle cultivation, coupled with the use of soul-boosting pills, she is now merely a step away from level 29. By the way, the blue-haired girl looks up at Zhen, big brother Zhen. Wang Dong, and I would like to try the martial soul fusion skill. Chapter 42, Sister Dream, Elix in the Virtual Realm. The NPC characters are a precise reflection of reality. Here, one can experiment without consequence. Even if this body were to be damaged, it would bear no actual repercussions aside from sensation. When Yutong employed her mental probing, I felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Perhaps we could even utilize a soul fusion technique together. Wang Donger exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, the little girl resembled a child eagerly awaiting praise. Moreover, Brother Anjin, when I concentrated my mental probing into a singular strand, it seemed to produce an effect akin to a psychic attack. Yes. Our victory over those twins who utilized a soul fusion technique was largely thanks to Yutong, Wang Dong added, affectionately ruffling Hui Yutong's hair. Anjin smiled silently. The young boy crouched down, gazing at the adorable Yutong before him. Is that true? He asked. As her cherry-like lips parted, her sparkling eyes met their reflection. The little girl fell silent, her small hands nervously clutching her skirt. Wang Donger sensed something amiss. Yutong, were you trying to deceive me? The exquisite beauty placed her hands on her hips. I'm sorry, Wang Dong. Yutong sincerely apologized. All right. Anjin drew the two girls closer, remarking, everyone has their own secrets, don't they? Even among good friends, a degree of personal privacy is essential. Wang Donger calmed herself. Wait. Her dreamy eyes scrutinized Anjin suspiciously. If that is the case, do you have something you're hiding from me as well? The young man nodded gently. All right then. Wang Donger seized Anjin's sleeve with her fair hand, glaring at him fiercely. You better not admit it. Well, if you want me to deny it, I shall. He replied teasingly. I've never encountered someone so thick-skinned, Wang Donger exclaimed, recalling how firm his face felt when she stepped on it. Shouldn't we return to the main topic, such as the soul fusion technique? Anjin suggested. The enchanting girl shot him a glare, yet nodded her head slightly, resolved to uncover whatever secrets he was concealing. Anjin turned his gaze towards Huoroli. You may experiment here. However, Yutong, would you mind introducing me to the large worm and the gray sphere residing in your mind? The little girl was taken aback. Wang Donger expressed her astonishment. Did Anjin just get that right? How does he know such things? And why is there a large worm in Yutong's head? Brother Anjin, you know? Hui Yutong exclaimed. Her mouth agape in surprise. Not only do you know Sister Dream, but you're also aware of the gray sphere that even Sister Dream is unfamiliar with. Of course. It's the Dream Eye Silkworm, right? May I meet it? Certainly. Hui Yutong finds it impossible to refuse Zhen. Previously, she had promised Sister Tianming to keep it a secret, but now that Zhen has been informed, the need for secrecy has dissipated. However, it ultimately depends on Sister Tianming's willingness. Sister Tianming chuckled, and Zhen nearly lost his composure. Just tell her I am the fiancé of the Ice Emperor, and that my beloved Bing Bing despises pests. If she is willing to meet, she will surrender when faced with the pull of affection. Hui Yutong logged off. Who is the Ice Emperor? The jealous girl leaped onto Zhen's back, her fair legs entwined around his waist. With a fierce tone, she declared, the possible object of affection for the pest in my mind is the ice blue emperor scorpion, ranked among the fierce beasts. Her fingertips gently tickled the soft soles of the girl's feet, forcing Wang Donger to descend from Zhen's back, leading to an embrace and a kiss, all in one fluid motion. The girl's hands initially pushed against the boy's chest, but gradually transformed from struggling to an embrace that sought to merge their beings. Their figures intertwined as one, and Wang Donger relished this sensation, basking in the warmth and emotional security provided by her beloved. After a moment, the soft, powdery blue-haired beauty nestled against her lover. Donger, trust me, I will never harm you. When the time is right, I will reveal everything to you. In her powder blue eyes shone the innocent yet sincere affection of a young girl, brimming with thoughts of Zhen. That guy directly mentioned my sister's name and suggested that she surrender? Humph, does he take her for a fool? And Zhen claims to be the Ice Emperor's fiancé, and Bing Bing detests pests. If she wishes to meet, so be it. Even if it's a 10,000-year soul beast transformation, she remains the king of 1,000,000-year soul beasts. Hui Yutong entered the virtual realm, and Zhen, sister Tianming, has agreed. Good. Dress Wang Donger and Yutong in fitted long gowns, and let Wu Feng Ming Tian from upstairs out first. The surroundings transformed rapidly into an endless ocean. With a thought, a glistening ice silkworm with 10 golden rings and a small gray sphere fell from Hui Yutong. The soul rings served merely as keys to unlock permissions. Had it not been for the need for disguise, and Zhen would have found it unnecessary. Yet sometimes, using them out of habit, he would admire the beautiful patterns of the soul rings, which he had cherished in his past life. At this hour, Ilex remained dormant, and it was uncertain if he could be summoned. Permissions, sentient beings. In the next moment, the gray sphere, previously resembling a lifeless object, suddenly floated upward. Ilex had arrived, and it seemed he brought more than just consciousness. And Zhen sensed an entity watching him, yet he could only perceive the surface, unable to delve deeper. Who? Which audacious individual dares to claim to be Bing Bing's fiancé? A crisp female voice rang out. She was a golden beauty. Her exquisite and three-dimensional features possessed a hint of baby fat, and her voluptuous figure was accentuated by a loose-fitting white nightgown adorned with golden trim. Though she exuded an imposing aura, she radiated an air of languor, reminiscent of a slothful girl who had just awakened from slumber. What the? Tianming Bingkin exclaimed sharply. In the next moment, she unleashed a torrent of invective at the gray orb floating nearby. Are you out of your mind? I've arrived here, and you're still tagging along, vying for space, aren't you? Greetings, esteemed predecessor. A voice captured Tianming Bingsan's attention. Turning her head, she spotted a young lad bowing gently before her. Anjin seeks the favor of Ilex. Indeed, the golden beauty lazily lifted her chin, her arms crossed in front of her, exuding an aura of mischievous arrogance. It seems you have heard of me. Do you recognize me, old friend? A venerable voice emanated from the gray orb. Necromantic catastrophe. The god of undead sorcery, esteemed Ilex. I have long admired your illustrious reputation. Tianming Bingkin interjected, astonished. How does this fellow seem to know the little gray orb? Moreover, why does it have such an impressive moniker, being both a calamity and a deity? Is that lad addressing her? Has she been overlooked? Wang Dong pulled Hui Yutong to his side. The necromantic catastrophe, the gray orb murmured, recalling Anjin's earlier words. I remember now, I do not belong to this realm. Upon my death, my soul was so potent that it tore through the fabric of space, resulting in this fragment of consciousness arriving in this world. Though the gray orb remained motionless, Hui Yutong felt a gaze settle upon her. During the fusion of that large creature and this girl, a significant energy fluctuation occurred, drawing my attention. So that is the case, Tianming Bingkin muttered to herself. Esteemed predecessor, may I propose this? My martial soul, which is this world's mundane system, functions as a realm capable of absorbing external energies. Perhaps you might consider residing with me. My martial soul could nourish your consciousness, Anjin suggested. TSK. Is the lad feeling envious? The gray orb swayed gently, its ancient voice resonating. Your soul's status within this small world is elevated. I cannot extract any useful information from it, yet this world is unexpectedly feeble. Is it appropriate to skin others upon arrival? Anjin sighed. Though he felt a sense of relief, this indicated that his world could withstand the presence of such a fragment of consciousness. Such formidable beings disdained deceit. Anjin sensed Ilex's scrutiny and was not surprised. Ilex was far from a benevolent old man. The necromantic catastrophe, even the leader of the Holy Spirit sect would be reduced to insignificance before him. Habitual, I suppose. What do you think of my suggestion? Certainly. I do not wish to be accused of bullying a young maiden. Moreover, I have already approached, and you must have felt the might of my presence. It is somewhat incredulous, for my abilities previously only allowed me to transport the consciousness of others. The essence of the mind, where intention resides, brings forth power. I, Ilex, explained that I am but a strand of consciousness. Otherwise, one cannot predict the repercussions that may ensue. I am grateful for the teachings from my esteemed senior, Zhen. Ilex did not inquire about the purpose behind Zhen's actions, nor did Zhen divulge it. Hey, don't treat me like I'm invisible. The ice silkworm, Tianming, exclaimed in irritation. Although this fellow managed to extract the small gray sphere, she, a magnificent soul beast of 1,000,000 years, felt utterly disregarded. Ilex, disliking the noise, found it bothersome. Suddenly, Hui Yutong sensed the gaze upon herself once more. Little girl, Once my consciousness has recovered a bit, I can impart some knowledge to you as a token of gratitude for your company during my slumber. Ah, all right. Thank you, esteemed elder, Hui Yutong replied, echoing in Zhen's respectful manner. And Zhen turned toward the agitated golden beauty, whose enormous pride seemed to swell with her every movement, even in her relatively loose nightwear. Tianming, the ice silkworm, had fallen into a crevice of ice during her youth, directly encountering a ferocious beast with hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. She was pursued by an enemy, plunged into the sea, and subsequently captured in the Stardow forest to serve as a blood supply, ultimately evolving into the first true soul beast of 1,000,000 years since the fall of the dragon god. Now, she could finally stand toe-to-toe with the 10,000-year soul beasts. Harboring a secret affection for her natural enemy, the Ice Emperor Scorpion, the young man recounted her past, as if reading from a tome. How do you know so much about me? The languidly voluptuous beauty was taken aback. You were sent by those fellows from the Stardow forest, Tianming speculated, contemplating the most plausible scenario. Haha, well, your presence is no longer required here. Suddenly, it seemed to him that Tianming had served her purpose of merely satisfying his curiosity. Surely, no one would be so desperate as to take action against a mere insect. Chapter 43. Teacher's martial soul fusion skill. Hui Yutong exchanged a glance with Wang Dong. They both recognized the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. And Zhen possessed an abundance of knowledge, an otherworldly visitor who could contend with a 1,000,000-year soul beast. Hey, you stop right there. The barrier fell silent. The world was instantly enveloped in quietude. Considering the significance of Tianming to little Yutong, and Zhen refrained from employing the tortoise-shell binding technique. And Zhen designated a space for Ilix. The land nurtures its inhabitants, and its inhabitants nurture the land. For Ilix, this exalted realm was indeed a remarkable place. Not only imbued with pure celestial energy, but also possessing the capacity to significantly aid in the restoration of his consciousness. Regrettably, the younger generation remains oblivious to the appearance of the Tower of Eternity. Otherwise, I could undoubtedly provide you with a homely, welcoming experience. You seem to possess a profound understanding of this old man. A voice, aged and resonant, inquired. Ilix pondered, perplexed by how this child from another realm appeared remarkably acquainted with him. It is an honor to hear of your esteemed reputation. Alas, I have not had the opportunity to express my desires in the past. Since you are so well informed about me, speak. What is it that you seek? As the saying goes, an elder in the house is akin to a treasure. A charming and endearing youth approached, expressing a wish to take you as a mentor. The legacy of necromancy, the half-plane of the undead, and the guidance of a formidable master. How enticing. Not to mention, the ability to create a half-plane is a feat that even deities might struggle to achieve. Ilix felt entirely constrained by his previous world. Oh, I recall having taken on a disciple before. The Grey Orb reminisced, finding the little one intriguing. Very well, I shall accept you as my apprentice. Ilix held a keen curiosity about Zhen. This little world seemed to hold fragments of his past, while some memories eluded him. The things Zhen articulated felt oddly familiar. It appeared he was also well acquainted with that great insect. How fascinating, truly fascinating. With one less Ilix, the dynamic between Wang Dong and Yutong tilted to 3 against 2. However, since Ilix had never merged with the trident of the sea god, the difference should not be substantial. Embraced in a warm embrace, and Zhen observed 4 ethereal lights flickering around the beautiful maidens, golden, white, ice blue, and dark gold. It appeared to be progressing smoothly. Compared to the original narrative, the absence of Ilix meant that the radiance of the sea goddess trident did not manifest upon Wang Dong, and there was no assistance from the heavenly dream ice silkworm this time. Perhaps it was because Wang Dong and Yutong's spiritual power now surpassed that of the original tale, allowing for better control. Regardless, such seamless progress was undoubtedly a positive development. Goodness, are these 2 young ones' spiritual affinities truly so high? The languid beauty gasped in surprise. With a swift motion, the youth raised his hand only to bring it down, eliciting the pang of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The voluptuous form quivered. Do not utter such words. It would lead Yutong astray. If you possess the skills, step outside. I could defeat you with a mere finger. The heavenly dream ice silkworm brandished its claws. But that was the extent of its prowess. This being was exceedingly strange, possessing such a keen understanding of her. Yet here, in the realm of another, she was merely a small creature at their mercy. Infuriating. The heavenly dream ice silkworm was silenced, infusing her own spiritual power into the body of the other. 2 distinctly different energies began to intertwine in a cyclical flow. As the energies circulated, it seemed as if a certain condition had been met in a fleeting moment. The blue-haired girl's eyes fluttered open, and a radiant golden light shimmered forth, as resplendent butterfly wings unfurled behind Wang Dong. The imprint was set. and Zhen was already prepared to copy the homework. A pair of enormous, golden ethereal eyes emerged behind Hui Yutong, radiating a faint hue of purple. A resplendent, fully formed goddess butterfly unfurled its wings upon Wang Dong, with blue and golden flames igniting its form, resembling the grandeur of a moth drawn to the flame, gradually enveloping the ethereal eyes. As the spiritual butterfly vanished, the purple-golden eyes blazed brilliantly, suffused with a splendid blue hue. Those immense, profound eyes burned with blue and golden light, as if something was gathering momentum. In the next moment, a dazzling explosion of intertwining blue, gold, and purple brilliance erupted, revitalizing the soul power within Hui Yutong and Wang Donger. And Zhen embraced a breathless, beautiful girl, exclaiming, "Brother and Zhen, it seems we have succeeded." The martial soul fusion technique. The two young women wore expressions of excitement and exhilaration on their cheeks. It was a linear attack, capable of simultaneously striking multiple foes under suitable conditions, temporarily depriving soul masters of their martial souls or the souls of soul beasts. And Zhen articulated the formidable effect of their martial soul fusion technique, suggesting they name it. Resting her small head against Zhen's chest, the girls animatedly engaged in discussion. "Let us combine it into one, the golden path of withering brilliance," Wang Donger remarked, gazing at the lingering resplendent gold upon the sea. "That sounds impressive," Hui Yutong agreed. "But what of the soul power you fused earlier? From my observations, your cultivation level would significantly elevate in such a state." "This, the power of Donga?" Wang Donga responded. "That works." The joyful girls resembled children who had just received a new toy, the augmentation of the virtual world and the essence of their innate talents, alongside the power of Donga, made Zhen feel the urgency to strive harder lest he be overtaken by these two spirited girls. He sought guidance from his mentor on who awakes first from the great dream, and the sage's casual insights on the applications of soul power and consciousness greatly benefited Zhen. The senior sister's proficiency was increasingly impressive. He felt increasingly reliant on her. The serene and gentle senior sister, having been nourished over the days, exhibited a newfound allure in her mature demeanor. Her high-neck, white-knitted sweater appeared snug, while beneath her black pencil skirt, a pair of sheer black stockings accentuated her curvaceous silhouette. Grateful for the ability to refresh his state, Zhen genuinely worried for his well-being. Gulp. The elegant black-haired beauty tilted her fair neck, her cheeks flushed as she adeptly assisted the boy in dressing. "Do you not wish to?" he inquired. "Senior sister." Zhang Lishuan's cheeks flushed. The forbidden sensation ignited a thrill in the elder sister's mind. With a gentle farewell, the senior sister watched Zhen depart the dormitory before tidying the room. After a while, Zhang Lishuan quietly exited the boys' dormitory, moving to a distance behind the frail old man sitting before the dormitory building, quietly observing the warm scene not far away. A refined young man stood beside the elder, wearing a graceful smile, while a girl with a sleek black ponytail appeared to be sharing amusing anecdotes with the elder. Her playful remarks brought forth a radiant smile on his face, encapsulating the joy of familial bonds. Chapter 44. The Past of Rainy Eyes on this day devoid of classes. Tang Ye pushed Mu En's wheelchair, accompanied by Bei Bei, to the assessment area of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Previously, the relationship between them and the Tang sect had been quite amicable, but given the current decline of the Tang sect, which had lost even its sole king, she presumed that Bei Bei's elders might not hold her in high regard. To her surprise, this venerable ancestor was exceedingly amiable and wholeheartedly approved of the relationship between her and Bei Bei. The spirited young girl promptly began to address the elder as grand ancestor, eliciting a beaming smile from him. As the elder aged, he found himself drawn to the vibrant energy of youth. "Your voice is so robust. You must be destined to live for 200 years. Is that so?" Haha. Bei Bei blinked, yet the words on the tip of her tongue remained unspoken. The grand ancestor was actually over 200 years old. Suddenly, the sacred sound of a dragon's roar resonated, momentarily affecting even the beast spirit soul masters in other arenas, with some dragon-type soul masters so startled that they reverted from their soul manifestation states. In one section of the audience, 3 individuals watched the boy, who radiated confidence and strength akin to a deity, as he effortlessly shattered a colossal wolf formed from flames with a single punch of his massive platinum dragon claw. Platinum particles gathered before his lips, and the imposing light dragon cast its gaze downward. In the next instant, a torrent of light erupted forth, prompting a nearby female teacher of Soul Emperor rank to activate her Millennium Soul skill, encasing the 3 stunned individuals before Zhen in a crystal as brilliant as diamond. This was Zhen's first demonstration of the Holy Light Dragon during the assessment. "Impressive," Tang Ye remarked sincerely. "Youthful exuberance," Mu En mused, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his murky eyes. The former dragon god Douluo had also exhibited such spirited vigor. As he observed in Zhen, Muin felt as though he were gazing at a younger version of himself. The arena fell into a state of chaos. Silence. Du Weiluan, following a refined middle-aged man, called out. For all beast spirit soul masters participating in this competition, those who disagreed with the outcome could register for a rematch in the afternoon. Following a decision by the Academy's higher-ups, and Zhen, Wu Feng, and Ning Tian's team were directly promoted to the top 4. Any students who contested this decision could issue a challenge. But the stipulation required at least 2 members of the team to be Great Soul Masters above level 25 or 1 Soul Sovereign. The victors would advance directly, while the vanquished would enter a resurrection match, with an hour allocated for registration. This decision was a necessary measure imposed by the higher authorities of the Martial Soul Department. The Holy Light Dragon, a being of extraordinary caliber even among true dragons, exerts a terrifying dominance over other beast spirits, particularly now that Zhen's strength had significantly surpassed that at the time of his enrollment. In their eyes, Zhen's team was destined to claim victory in this competition, providing other students with an opportunity to contest, while the imposed restrictions were designed to deter those who deemed themselves incapable of passing the freshman assessment from causing deliberate disruptions. This fellow certainly knows how to steal the limelight. Wang Dong's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Previously, she had been unable to match this individual, but now, with Yutong, they possessed a soul fusion skill. However, we do not meet the required standards. A petite and charming girl spoke up. Humph, then let's fight our way through. Wang Dong raised her fair fist. Hua Bin, shall we register? A statuesque woman with cat ears glanced at the golden-haired man beside her, aware of her fiancé's disposition. Register? Why not? The proud young man lifted his chin, believing himself to be the brightest star, with everything else mere stepping stones beneath him. Having cultivated to over level 25 by the age of 11 or 12 was no small feat, even in the talented assembly of Shrek Academy. His remarkable achievements overshadowed those of the external twin stars, and even Dai Hua Bin felt confident in his choice to challenge, thanks to his soul fusion skill. Oh, someone actually registered. How dull. Surely, Ning Tian and Wu Feng bought swimsuits and promised him a view in reality. In a secluded corner of the campus, a young man relished the sight of black silk-clad legs resting on his knees. Who? Dai Hua Bin, the golden-haired lady, eyes brimming with affection, gently captured in Zhen's lips, only for Wu Feng to suddenly bite down, the Crimson Dragon girl seemingly enamored by this manner. Let us go? And Zhen wished to take advantage of the day without classes to enjoy herself. Veron, what do you think? The voice of Yan Xiaozhe rang out from the elevated platform. And Zhen's team will undoubtedly triumph. Are you so certain? I can't conceive of a reason for their defeat. Adjusting his glasses, Du Weilan expressed his thoughts. Dai Hua Bin, a 3rd ring, and Zhu Lu, a 2nd ring, indeed possessed capabilities comparable to the Radiant Holy Dragon, yet soul fusion techniques are temporary. The only potential variable lies with Cui Yiji, if her allure proves effective. However, Ning Tian and Wu Feng could easily suppress that possibility, especially considering the Radiant Holy Dragon's inherent resistance to such charms. This assessment pertains solely to the Radiant Holy Dragon, which is merely a fraction of Zhen's abilities. Du Weilan couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, Yan Xiaozhe nodded gently. Such terrifying talent. And yet, an orphan. This truly feels like a gift bestowed by the ancestors of Shrek. I shall officiate this match. Du Weilan's figure materialized in the arena, assuring them not to hold back. He would oversee the flow of the contest, and should he rescue anyone from the field, it would count as a defeat. Dai Hua Bin, the golden-haired youth, bore an air of haughty coldness, a hint of malice flickering in his azure eyes. I understand. And Zhen nodded gently, his dark eyes calm, as if gazing upon a lifeless body, a wretched scoundrel, one of the culprits responsible for the demise of Hui Yutong's mother, who also tormented little Yutong. Dai Hua Bin paused, a fierce expression instantly clouding his features. You are courting death. Ning Tian looked at Zhen in astonishment. The usually gentle youth, known for his amicability towards classmates, was displaying unprecedented hostility towards another. Du Weilan, perplexed, could not comprehend the sudden animosity emanating from Zhen. 20 minutes prior, Zhen had sought out Hui Yutong, leading her to a secluded corner of the audience. Brother Zhen? The dark-haired youth grasped Hui Yutong's hand. Yutong, tell me, is he your enemy? Zhen pointed toward a youth in the assessment area, his icy demeanor evident. The spirit eye and purple extreme magic eye allowed Hui Yutong to clearly discern the visage of the young man. In the next moment, the girl's delicate form trembled violently, her complexion paling, as she gripped Zhen's wrist tightly, her pearly teeth biting down on her cherry lips, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. It's him, she gasped. A hint of blood lingered in the air, the scent belonging to Yutong. The soft, sweet cherry lips still held a trace of milk's fragrance. The young man, having taken Hui Yutong behind a wall, pressed his lips against hers. After a brief moment, Zhen carefully wiped away the tears from the girl's cherubic face. Yutong, I am here. Tell brother, I will avenge you. The petite and adorable girl nestled in Zhen's embrace, releasing her emotions. Cry it out, let it out. Zhen held the girl tenderly, his heart aching at her pitiful appearance, nearly shattering under the weight of her sorrow. At the age of 8, the tears flowed ceaselessly as the young girl recounted her tragic past. Just as in the original tale, 8-year-old Yutong was knocked down by one of Dai Huabin's guards while hanging out laundry. Hit her, commanded Dai Huabin without reason. 2 guards mercilessly pummeled the defenseless 8-year-old girl, who lacked any means of retaliation. Yutong's mother shielded her, pleading with them, but they rendered her unconscious. Mommy fainted for many days. She trembled as she recalled, filled with fear that her only family might leave her forever. A frail woman, already burdened by illness, succumbed to her injuries 2 years later, departing from Hui Yutong's life eternally. Yutong did nothing wrong. Why? Oh, why did they do this? The sight of her mother being beaten into unconsciousness left an indelible psychological scar on the 8-year-old girl, an enduring shadow that would haunt her forever. What are you doing here? Following the guidance of Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong found his way to this place in search of Hui Yutong, only to witness the tearful Yutong sobbing in Zhen's embrace. Zhen, have you been bullying Yutong? Wang Dong exclaimed, his hands on his hips. No, I haven't. Brother Zhen is innocent, the tearful little girl quickly replied. I'll help Yutong collect some interest. Handing the adorable child to Wang Dong, Zhen strode out, his eagerness to confront someone for the first time palpable. Teacher, do you possess a method to gradually incapacitate a person? Zhen silently inquired, knowing that as a necromancer, Alex would possess knowledge in this domain. Debts must be repaid, life for a life. I assumed you would simply eliminate him. Zhen recalled how he had allowed Alex to hear Hui Yutong's lament. Alex had no tolerance for the likes of Dai Huabin. For a proud genius to witness those he once looked down upon surpass him, gradually transforming into a mere shadow of his former self, was the greatest torment. Indeed, I still possess a fraction of my former flair. Acquire some of his blood or tissue, just a drop will suffice. Naturally, the more, the quicker the effect. Blood. It's not unusual for there to be bloodshed in battle. Let the battle commence. With a roar, the gold-clad youth's uniform tore apart as his muscles swelled, his demeanor shifting to one of primal ferocity, crouching like a tiger ready to pounce. A majestic and fierce dragon's roar echoed, infused with an element of brutality, akin to a king unleashing his wrath. Top-in, Dragon God Douluo Muin. Status, level 42 Soul Master. 4 rings, Soul Master, exclaimed a robust man, as unblemished as a needle yet with bronze skin, in his 50s, his face devoid of wrinkles. It was as if he had encountered something utterly astonishing, causing him to spray his tea toward Yin Xiaojia. Old Yin, has this kid taken drugs? Of course. This was not to imply that Zhen had truly consumed drugs, but from Qian Duoduo's 80 years of experience. Witnessing an 11 or 12-year-old at the 4th ring was indeed a surreal spectacle. However, the refined middle-aged man did not respond but instead gripped the railing before him tightly, even deforming it with his strength. He was certain that just a month prior, Zhen had only achieved the 3rd ring as a soul master. While they did not surveil the students, their attention towards Zhen had not waned. There had been no recent sales of such potent enhancement potions in the city. And given this clever boy's nature, it was implausible that he would indulge in self-destructive behavior. Eliminating all impossibilities and irrationalities leaves but one possibility. This young man's replication ability not only allows him to duplicate his teacher's martial spirit and soul rings, but can even mimic his teacher's cultivation for a limited time. A profound silence envelopes the atmosphere as golden waves of light cradle the youth, with a pair of platinum dragon horns resembling a regal crown. As if a radiant prince has descended upon the world. His handsome visage exudes a sacred yet commanding aura. The sensation is indeed overwhelming. Zhen, filled with excitement, savors the power of the moment. 5 or 6 minutes pass without incident. This cannot be. A fierce roar erupts. Dai Huabin, his expression contorted with rage, gathers white light in his mouth as a brilliant yellow soul ring ignites, emanating a formidable energy that launches a white light sphere directly toward Zhen. Impossible. How could anyone surpass him in excellence? With colossal platinum dragon claws clenched into fists, and amidst the astonished gazes of others, he unleashes a powerful strike at the white tiger's radiant wave without employing any soul skills. Boom. A shockwave erupts. Ning Tian, Wu Feng, you may descend first. The luminous figure breaks through the shockwave, an exhilarating sense of combat and hunting reflected on Zhen's face. In the midst of other students' bewildered stares, the 2 young ladies say nothing and depart the arena. Arrogance. A wave of intense humiliation surges within him. Dai Huabin has always engaged in battles with overwhelming odds. A bizarre purple glow ignites. The third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. In an instant, Dai Huabin's muscles swell further as his martial spirit manifests, tearing his shirt apart. With his arms and tiger paws appearing more lifelike, black patterns emerging on his skin. A yellow soul ring illuminates as a faint white glow envelopes Dai Huabin. As a direct descendant of the White Tiger Duke, his combat experience is undeniably extensive. Observing the approaching figure, a smug smile curls at the corners of Dai Huabin's mouth as he prepares to deliver a crushing blow with his enormous tiger paw. Fool. Meanwhile, a black-clad figure in leather stealthily appears beside Zhen, a brilliant yellow soul ring glowing behind her, her elongated fingers resembling a dagger imbued with dark ethereal energy. On the other side, a once pure and radiant pink girl lights up a yellow soul ring, her youthful beauty now enhanced, cascading pink waves of hair like a waterfall. Two fluffy foxtails sprouting behind her, her eyes a blend of innocence and allure, captivating all who behold her. Enchantment. Get away. A resounding and sacred dragon's roar reverberates. Ah! A heart-wrenching cry escapes. Chui Yiji feels as if she has collided with an unyielding object at an alarming speed, her entire being seemingly on the verge of shattering. Fresh crimson blood spurts from her mouth, and she collapses into unconsciousness. TSK, how can there be eggs that enjoy crashing into stones in this day and age? And Zhen remained oblivious to the true strength of his soul, not to mention the protection of the world surrounding him. Even the esteemed Ilex could uncover nothing. A mere second-ring soul master employing mental allure was far less formidable. It was as if he wielded a radiant platinum dragon claw, striking down upon the tiger claw before him. In the astonished gaze of the cat girl, another fist, seemingly enveloped in light, reached her abdomen with swiftness surpassing her own. Could a fourth-ring holy dragon be outpaced by this second-ring kitten? The dragon was a quintessential warrior, after all. The look of disbelief and horror in Dai Huabin's blue eyes was unmistakable. The overwhelming force in his hand compelled him to retreat, as sharp pain coursed through his arm, stimulating his nerves. Trash! With a heavy stomp on the ground, and Zhen lunged once more towards the retreating Dai Huabin. By the time Dai Huabin regained his senses from the agony, the platinum dragon claw was already less than half a meter from his body. The muscle memory from his extensive combat experience urged him to raise his arm, yet the pristine palm had already descended. The sharp sound echoed throughout the assessment area. It was not until Dai Huabin collapsed to the ground from this strike that everyone regained their composure. A burning sensation radiated from his face, a stark reminder that this proud youth had just been publicly slapped. Blood mixed with fallen teeth was spat out, the crimson handprint already stained with blood. Yet, for Dai Huabin, no amount of pain could rival the humiliation he now felt. I will kill you. His expression twisted into a frenzied grimace, resembling a malevolent spirit as he rose to his feet. In the next moment, the sharp platinum dragon claw lunged toward his waist, blood gushed forth. And Dai Huabin was sent flying, landing beside Zhu Lu. Huabin, the cat-eared Zhu Lu, clutching her abdomen, struggled to rise. Uffed. Chui Yiji was taken away for treatment. While the disheveled Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, both in disarray, were juxtaposed with the boy who suddenly burst into laughter on the field. In an instant, the tables had turned on Zhen, who had just moments ago been besieged. The Baihu Dai family had long been loyal guardians of the nation. Yet now they found themselves dethroned and reduced to mere loyal hounds. Do you possess a martial soul fusion technique? If not, then the two of you can just roll away. The boy, embraced by the light, crossed his arms with open disdain, looking down from his elevated position. This will make you furious. Uffed. Dai Huabin, supported by Zhu Lu, expelled a mouthful of blood, his expression twisted with fury as if he wished to devour Zhen. The hatred in his eyes was palpable. I will surely kill you. Zhu Lu. Suddenly, a tiger's roar erupted from Dai Huabin's mouth, and his previously waning aura surged explosively. In an instant, he transformed into a white tiger, while Zhu Lu, enveloped in a black spirit light, almost translucent, embraced Dai Huabin. In that moment, their eyes reflected one another, one filled with animosity, while the other glimmered with tender affection. In that moment, the white tiger and the ethereal spirit cat merged into one. A surge of black spiritual light erupted from within the white tiger, and in the blink of an eye, two figures vanished. A colossal, semi-transparent tiger materialized in the arena, its body adorned with white fur and black stripes, enveloped in a dense aura of soul power. Was it devoid of wings? The elder brother crushed his foes, while the little darling offered her embrace. Perfection. Chapter 46. Revenge Theoretically. NPC dolls are merely virtual beings devoid of consciousness, and even when endowed with virtual awareness, Distinguishing them from the Real is a challenging endeavor. They reflect another version of oneself, akin to a mirror revealing a parallel world. A resplendent yellow soul ring illuminated the surroundings. Under the scrutinizing gazes of soul masters and the formidable Limit Douluo, a figure seemingly composed of light gradually emerged behind Zhen. What a magnificent apparition it was. Dark silks were lifted by waves of light, and within those golden, luminous eyes resided an unwavering confidence, ambition soaring high, youthful vigor, and unparalleled brilliance. Teacher, even Yin Xiaozhe, often referred to as the cunning old fox, could not suppress his astonishment, despite having never witnessed this visage of his mentor. Yet, the familiar aura allowed him to recognize instantly. Uncle Master. In a corner of the assessment area, a scruffy old man stared vacantly at the ethereal figure, his chicken leg tumbling to the ground as memories of his youth flooded back. What an extraordinary young individual. The elderly man, urged on by Tanya, wore a benevolent and radiant smile. The vibrant apparition stepped forward, merging within Zhen's form. A phantasmal visage reflected upon the youth's face. And in the next heartbeat, it felt as if something within the cosmos detonated, a sensation so familiar, akin to countless times before. A torrent of mental energy surged like a tidal wave, converging upon the radiant platinum dragon claw. Roar! The ethereal white tiger let out a furious bellow, its eyes ablaze with rage, though its tail involuntarily recoiled. Use your soul skill. The arrogant Dai Huabin had never encountered such humiliation and reluctance in his life. Faced with the pride of his white tiger family's martial soul fusion technique, his opponent seemed entirely disinterested in utilizing a soul skill. What infuriated him further was the burgeoning fear and desire to retreat that stirred within him. No, it cannot be. We have lost, Yin Xiaozhe murmured softly. The colossal black and white tiger had lost the majesty of the king of beasts. This was not a dying retaliatory strike, but rather a desperate struggle before its end. The platinum dragon claw met the immense tiger paw. Boom. This was not a clash of titans, but a one-sided obliteration. The ethereal white tiger was sent flying, dissipating into the air, while the two figures plummeted to the ground like lifeless creatures. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Zhu Lu, who fainted, having absorbed more of the assault in her final moments. And Zhen took a deep breath. As the regal demeanor dissipated, a roguish smile emerged on the handsome youth's countenance. With the aid of old Mu's NPC puppet, he executed a fleeting display of sovereign prowess. To be candid, he had yet to master it. He would need to address his emotional turmoil shortly. He had perhaps overdone the pretense. The match concluded. Du Weiland's gaze fell upon the solitary youth standing in the arena. Was that the culmination of his mental energy infused into a physical assault, his self-created soul technique? Who was that shadow? More content loading, please hold on. Wow. The audience erupted in fervent applause. Praise for the victor. Adoration for the strong. I have not lost. A discordant roar pierced through the atmosphere. Blood trickled down Dai Huabin's forehead, resembling a fierce specter. He staggered to his feet, bellowing at Du Weiland, I can still stand. I possess soul power. I remain in the arena. Why declare me the loser? Du Weiland furrowed his brow slightly, gesturing for a nearby teacher to escort Zhu Lu away. The audience's cheers subsided. With audacity, he directed his ire at the principal. Does this person possess such boldness? Principal Du, a student feels that Dai's claims are quite reasonable, and Zhen suddenly interjected. I am committed to ensuring that every opponent who faces my students ultimately concedes without grievance. Du Weiland cast a glance at Dai Huabin, whose expression suggested that he would devour anyone who dared to oppose him, and coldly remarked, since it is your wish, let it continue. Undeterred, and Zhen, Dai Huabin stumbled, one arm limply dangling, while the other feebly raised a fist. Slap, slap. The response to Dai Huabin was two resounding slaps, perfectly symmetrical. Indeed, Dai Huabin still possessed soul power, yet the mental energy ravaging his body and spirit rendered him incapable of manifesting his martial soul, sustained only by a torrent of hatred within his already weakened form. Anti-Huo must have been in considerable pain at that moment, and Zhen mused. With a pale hand, he seized Dai Huabin's bloodied arm, forcefully pulling him towards himself, while delivering a fierce blow to his chest. One punch, and he collapsed, never to rise again. And Zhen dragged Dai Huabin, akin to a lifeless dog, casting him outside the arena. And Zhen's team triumphed, facing no further challengers, and directly advanced to the final four. Du Weiland announced the already determined results, and Zhen watched as the unconscious Dai Huabin was carried away for treatment. He needed to visit the restroom. Following Elder Yi's instructions, he used a towel to absorb the blood from his arm. A wisp of imperceptible gray aura escaped from Zhen's brow. All done. The aged voice was somewhat frail. According to the earthly system of martial souls in this realm, incinerating this would cause the curse within to drain the very essence of his martial soul. Thank you for your trouble, teacher. No worries, a breath of light has swept over us. It is time to put things away. And Zhen tucked the towel into the golden bracelet gifted by Ning Tian, a storage soul guide with a spacious interior of 52 cubic meters. Both Ning Tian and Wu Feng possessed silver and bronze versions, respectively, which could be considered couples items. The two girls were told that these were rewards from Ning Tian. And Zhen intended to have Yutong handle the final step. It is better to take revenge personally. And Zhen. The fragrance of the young girl enveloped him as the golden princess nestled against his chest. Ning Tian blinked, her azure eyes sparkling with admiration for the girl. Is it impressive? Truly impressive. The fourth ring soul master, who had managed to disintegrate the nether white tiger with a single punch, astonished Ning Tian with sheer delight. Ning Tian refrained from inquiring about any grudges between Zhen and Dai Huabin. A wise girl understands that couples require a degree of privacy, especially since their relationship had not yet reached such profundity. Knowing how to endear himself to someone as exceptional as Zhen was crucial for Ning Tian. 9 Treasure Pavilion? And Zhen said with a radiant smile. I know, Ning Tian replied, shyly turning her face away, fully aware of what Zhen was implying. She left a mark on Zhen's face before departing from his warm embrace. Wu Feng. And Zhen turned her gaze to the girl in knee-length black stockings and skirt beside her. You lecher. The red dragon girl, her cheeks slightly flushed, approached and left a mark on Zhen's other cheek. So Tsundere, find Wang Dong and Hui Yutong. For safety's sake, let us enter the virtual world. Apologies. And Zhen, I misunderstood you earlier, Hui Yutong explained to Wang Dong. The pink-haired beauty, clad in white socks, gently kicked Zhen's calf with her foot. And Zhen understood. And Zhen Gij. A blue cutie leaped into Zhen's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her cherry lips awkwardly brushed against the corner of his mouth before she sought the right position and captured his lips. Lip friendship. It felt as if his heart had lightened somewhat. Observing the young couple embracing and kissing, Wang Dong thought to herself. After a moment, the bold girl shyly lowered her head, her petite form curling up in Zhen's arms. Little Yutong, the rewards in the virtual world are insufficient. And Zhen said with a bright smile. Indeed. More content loading, please wait a moment. A voice whispered, barely audible, yet crystal clear to Zhen. All right. Now let us discuss another matter. And Zhen began, addressing the topic of curses. Yutong, it should be like this. That beast has brought this upon itself. Wang Dong exclaimed with fury, inciting his subordinates to assault the defenseless mother and daughter. In his eyes, the lives of others held no value, thus neither did his own. Hui Yutong looked at Zhen. Blood feuds must naturally be avenged. And Zhen crouched down, gazing intently at the young girl before him, and spoke. The Duchess of the White Tiger has tormented you and your mother. She deserves to perish. Dai Huabin, who shows utter disdain for human life, commanded his subordinates to beat Aunt Hua into a state of unconsciousness. He must be punished. Those guards, in their eagerness to curry favor with their master, have resorted to violence against you. They shall indeed pay the price for their servitude. We will not implicate the innocent. Our aim is solely to ensure that the wicked are brought to justice, avenging past grievances. Yutong, you possess a bright future ahead. Aunt Hua, in spirit, surely wishes for your happiness. We shall seek retribution, but do not allow the past to cast a shadow over your entire life. Move beyond it. I will accompany you as you stride towards the future. Brother Zhen, the girl with teary eyes looked at him. And I too. I will always be by Yutong's side, Wang Donger said, stepping forward to grasp Hui Yutong's arm. Thank you, Brother Zhen, Wang Dong. Hui Yutong expressed her gratitude, embracing the two of them, forming a heartfelt trio. In the present moment, as Ilex confirmed that no powerful adversaries were observing, and Zhen summoned a sphere of flame using his fire dragon martial spirit. Hui Yutong tossed a towel into the blaze, her brilliant eyes fixated on the cloth as it was consumed by the fire, turning to ash. That will suffice, and Zhen declared, rising to his feet. Yutong, that man is now but a small stone you've kicked aside. Turn the page on this chapter and witness his future as a mere jester. Indeed, the girl replied earnestly, nodding heavily as if a significant burden had been lifted from her heart, her lovely cheeks blossoming with a genuine smile. Mother, do you see? Yutong has encountered wonderful people. Observing the joyous girl, and Zhen exhaled in relief. The hatred within him had placed an immense weight upon Yutong, even stirring some deeply buried negative emotions. He would leave the vengeance to himself. All that mattered was Yutong's happiness. Hui Yutong and Wang Dong had a competition to attend that day, and Zhen proceeded to the Jiubao Pavilion, exchanging pleasantries with the receptionist before ascending to the top floor. Upon entering the young girl's chamber, the sound of rushing water filled his ears. Sister Wind's legs had such a delightful bounce. It was no wonder Zhen adored her so. Ah, young master, Sister Wind remarked, embracing something soft. Her thighs were pleasantly plump, It was understandable why Zhen often rested his head upon them, and Zhen felt the need to replenish his emotional state. Chapter 47. Zhen's pillow swimwear. A spaghetti strap dress. One exuded pure elegance, while the other radiated playful charm. The translucent black stockings became even more sheer when wet, transforming into a mysterious allure that perfectly accentuated the supple curves of her strong calves. Pervert. Creep. The fiery red dragon girl erupted in flames, steam rising as the moisture evaporated, incinerating the black stockings on her feet. Indeed, Zhen nodded in acknowledgement of his earlier actions, which he admitted were somewhat inappropriate. Zhen, you truly have no shame. That Tsundere beauty exclaimed with an air of disdain, while simultaneously stepping on his back. It does feel rather delightful, though. Zhen merely spoke the truth. The golden young lady, adorned in a short white dress, sat gracefully upon the sand, her delicate feet immersed in milk. With one hand propping her head, she beamed as she watched the playful antics between Zhen and Wu Feng, which culminated in the red dragon maiden's flushed cheeks as she nestled into the girl's embrace. It was undeniably comforting, Zhen mused. Of course, he would not show favoritism. A foot, exquisite as a work of art, rested in the boy's hand, remnants of milk still glistening on its fair arch. Wu Feng, standing on one foot, appeared slightly unsteady. She shot a fierce glare at Zhen before rising to her feet and wrapping her arms around her master, Ning Tian. Returning to the dormitory, the abundance of energizing food filled Zhen with a sense of vitality, leaving him with an urge to expend some of that energy, especially since the senior had not been around during the day. Time for cultivation. Following some guidance from Ilix regarding the application of mental power, Zhen's progress in the technique Who Awakens from the Great Dream had soared. Although he had yet to break through the bottleneck of simultaneously controlling both sides of his body, he could now maneuver one half with considerable freedom and ease. After a while, in the virtual world, Zhen sat up in bed, observing a small, adorable figure stealthily unlocking his door with a key. After tiptoeing inside, she locked the door behind her. With rosy cheeks, Hui Yutong glanced at the figure lying on the bed before unveiling a package she had been cradling. It was a blue dress, reminiscent of the azure sky and the deep sea, one that Zhen had purchased for 300 gold soul coins. The moment he laid eyes on it, he felt it would suit his Yutong perfectly. Hui Yutong shed her academy uniform, donning the dress that transformed her youthful form into that of an innocent neighbor girl, a flawless embodiment of a charming little sister. Wonderful, Zhen marveled, recognizing his keen eye for fashion. Her fair, slender legs were clad in white stockings, a captivating blush creeping from her neck to her cheeks. With delicate fingers, she gently lifted a corner of the quilt, stealthily slipping into bed beside him, adjusting her position with care. Brother Zhen, Hui Yutong inhaled his familiar scent, her small head resting gently against his chest. Ah, she exclaimed, startled as she was enveloped in a pair of arms, her wide eyes meeting his cheerful gaze. Brother Zhen, did little Yutong come to warm your bed? Without waiting for her response, Zhen pressed his lips against hers. Delicious, brother, she murmured, her sparkling eyes brimming with affection, her enticing cherry-red lips parting and closing, her soft body collapsing onto the bed. Zhen had no doubt that whatever he desired in this moment, Yutong would acquiesce. Thus, he whispered, let us rest. As more content loads, Zhen cradles the girl, tucking her beneath a soft quilt, accompanied by plush pillows that exude a sweet milky fragrance. Not a beast at heart, he reflects. In the vast ocean of consciousness belonging to Hui Yutong, a languid golden heiress turns over. Ever since that little gray orb departed, the presence of a creature residing here has rendered the space much more spacious and comfortable. Yet, one wonders about the origins of this young lad, whose past is even known to the little gray orb from another realm. Never mind, a brief slumber may provide clarity. The assessment for new students persists. The trio of Hui Yutong, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao charge forth with unrelenting vigor. Although Wang Dong has yet to attain the rank of Soul Master, his combat prowess has significantly surged with the aid of mental detection and sharing. With Xiao Xiao as controlling assistants and Hui Yutong as occasional soul impact, they have triumphed over teams comprising members of level 25 and above, successfully advancing to the top 4. Huang Chutian, Lan Susu, and Lan Luoluo stand among the formidable contenders. The enchanting twin sisters, despite their capabilities not ranking within the top 4 of this cohort, wield the fusion skill known as Heavenly Net, which delivers a dimensional strike, establishing them as the premier controllers of the first year. Wu Feng, are you ready? Zhen inquires, eyeing the eager red dragon maiden. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, he would intervene to ensure their safety. Of course, Wu Feng exclaims, having refrained from engaging much during this assessment, her hands itching for action. Then I shall assist you alongside Ning Tian, she offers, stepping forward, with Zhen and Ning Tian flanking her. It seems this is where we draw the line. Huang Chutian remarks with a faint smile, puzzled by the positioning of their adversaries. Shouldn't the primary attacker and Zhen be in the forefront? Regardless, their defeat appears inevitable. The radiant holy dragon of the fourth ring. The instructor has already informed them of the formidable nature of this martial spirit. The power of the spectral white tiger was indeed profound, yet it had been shattered by a single blow from their opponent. As the competition commences, a fierce roar erupts. The fiery dragon claw materializes, and two yellow soul rings illuminate in succession. Scorching flames envelop Wu Feng, akin to a fire dragon on the hunt, propelling her forth like an arrow released from its bow. 7 treasures. First, power. A delicate tower crafted from vibrant glass emerges in Ning Tian's grasp, with yellow and purple soul rings illuminating upon it, radiating brilliance. 7 treasures. Third, speed. The augmentation of power reaches 40%, and in this moment, even disregarding the 2 soul rings adorning her, Wu Feng rivals a 3-ring soul master. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, a white soul ring manifests beneath Zhen's feet, transforming the boy's eyes from a universe of inclusivity into a constellation of shimmering stars. Mental detection, mental sharing. Zhen recalls his identity as an auxiliary spirit master. As anticipated, no unexpected occurrences arise. The Hercules ape, Huang Chutian, and the Lan sisters were utterly incapable of withstanding the terrifying augmentation bestowed by the witch wind. The Jin team emerged victorious. The referee announced the outcome. No need for martial soul fusion techniques. Zhen remarked with a hint of surprise. Boss, we are no match for you. Huang Chutian expressed his resignation. I wish to see the results from the other side. I've heard that Dai Huabin's recent form is not quite right. If they were to lose, perhaps we could attempt to seize third place from him using a martial soul fusion technique. Huang Chutian's previous defeat had come at the hands of Hui Yutong's team, although he later deduced that it was Hui Yutong who had interrupted the Lan sisters' martial soul fusion technique. He did not believe he could breach Wang Dong and Xiao Zhao's defenses to eliminate Hui Yutong first. A person who had once been proud and undefeated found himself deeply mired in a significant setback. Zhen casually remarked, however, I believe your thoughts may indeed come to fruition. Suddenly, 2 immense waves of soul power surged forth, drawing the attention of both students and teachers present. Chapter 48. Perfection. Hui Yutong's team faced off against Dai Huabin's. Du Weilin intercepted the collision of the 2 martial soul fusion techniques, unaware of Hui Yutong's team's capabilities. He needed to ensure the safety of both groups of students. A dazzling tricolored light, blue, purple, and gold, shot forth, leaving a mesmerizing and distorted brilliance in its wake. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. Textbook-level soul ring configuration, while a white light wall effortlessly absorbed the onslaught of the tricolored light and the abyssal white tiger's attack. In an instant, the arena fell silent. Martial soul fusion technique versus martial soul fusion technique. This year's External Academy first-year assessment was undeniably spectacular, featuring 3 martial soul fusion techniques, including one possessed by a new student with the power of a 10,000-year soul ring. Zhen quietly observed Dai Huabin, who was celebrating what he believed to be a victory, despite the wounds left on Du Weilin. Dai Huabin, this may very well be the last time you wield the abyssal white tiger in your life. Remember to cherish this failure. Zhen approached and used the imprint templates from Hui Yutong and Wang Dong earlier that morning to refresh their state. Excellent. You performed admirably. Du Weilin's voice resonated, and the bleeding wounds on his back began to heal at an astonishing rate. At such a young age, he was able to execute a martial soul fusion technique. All eyes turned towards Du Weilin. Glancing at the referee, who had done nothing from a distance, Du Weilin spoke solemnly, the victors of this competition. He paused, pointing his finger at Hui Yutong and her companions, are Hui Yutong, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. The audience was perplexed, for they believed it was the abyssal white tiger that had harmed Du Weilin. Why? Dai Huabin, supported to his feet, exclaimed loudly. Is it because I shouted at you earlier, and Zhen? He noticed the figures that haunted him like a nightmare. Why? Zhu Lu could not help but question. Are you questioning my judgment? Du Weilin remarked coolly, casting a glance at them. He, Du Weilin, bore no animosity towards a mere student. Such inquiries undoubtedly undermined his years of dedication as the director of education. And Zhen sat upon the ground, immersed in a virtual realm, seeking the NPC doll of Dai Huabin. A spectral white tiger manifested before him, an embodiment that should have exuded the majesty of the king of beasts, yet appeared frail and ailing in its demeanor. Returning to reality, Du Weilin had concluded his explanation. The fusion technique of a soul master and a great soul master could not penetrate the protective soul power of a soul Douluo, as it was the precision of the golden path that facilitated such an effect. The netherworld white tiger, ensnared by Xiao Xiao, was utterly incapable of evading the assault and would be struck down in defeat. Brother and Zhen, the charming visage of Hui Yutong entered in Zhen's line of sight. However, hearing the boyish voice, and Zhen felt a peculiar sense of dissonance. That Dai Huabin hurled numerous threats your way just before he left. Indeed, like a rabid dog. Wang Dong articulated with exaggerated gestures. As before, pay no heed. And Zhen would not be swayed by the ramblings of a madman, for it would tarnish his good spirits. Summoning Wu Feng and Ning Tian, along with Xiao Xiao, the group of 6 proceeded directly to the cafeteria. As more content loaded, Xiao Xiao was aware of the amicable relationship between her 2 teammates and Zhen. After all, Zhen had directly approached their classroom to draw them into the dreamlike world where one could both attend classes and cultivate. Ning Tian, Wu Feng, Hui Yutong, and Wang Dong were also cognizant of this so-called dream world, a fact nearly all first-year students were aware of, yet this was their first time engaging in face-to-face conversation. And Zhen casually introduced Wu Feng and Ning Tian as his friends, while he referred to Hui Yutong and Wang Dong as his teammates. The young man, with an expression of calm, sipped his meat soup, despite the fact that 4 of the 5 girls seated with him shared extraordinary connections to him. This afternoon marks our final match, Wang Dong proclaimed, brandishing his fair fists, his pastel blue eyes scrutinizing Zhen, who sat between Wu Feng and Ning Tian. She sensed an unusual bond between these two and Zhen, as if something intangible hovered above them. Have your fusion techniques recovered? Zhen inquired with an indifferent tone. Wang Dong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The elegant young lady maintained a poised demeanor, yet her azure eyes frequently darted toward Hui Yutong, who sat among the trio. Brother and Zhen, Ning Tian had overheard the address. It was common for boys to refer to each other as brothers. Yet should it not be in Jin Go? Brother and Zhen, why does that sound so peculiar? Ning Tian cast another glance at Hui Yutong. Such an adorable boy. Surely Zhen harbors no such inclinations? As the esteemed young lady of the 9 treasure-glazed sect, Ning Tian has never been a delicate flower sheltered within a greenhouse. What she must confront is not a beautiful dream, but the stark reality of life. Although she has not personally witnessed the darker aspects of existence, she has heard ample accounts of them. Gently, Ning Tian grasped Zhen's arm, guiding his idle hand beneath the table and placing it upon her thigh. A stifled sound escaped the lips of the golden-haired maiden. Young master, came the concerned voice of Wu Feng. Cough, cough, I'm fine, just choked. After a few coughs, with her cheeks slightly flushed, Ning Tian lifted a bowl of sweet soup. It was evident that Zhen remained quite intrigued by the beautiful girl. Surely, he couldn't be attracted to both genders, could he? Xiao Xiao was quietly enjoying her meal. The girl's 6th sense tingled, sensing a peculiar atmosphere. You're Xiao Xiao, aren't you? Zhen suddenly spoke after finishing his meal. Yes. The petite and adorable girl, though lacking in striking beauty, exuded an innocence and vivacity reminiscent of a charming neighbor's little sister. Her delicate features were quite pleasing, and the forest green silk of her attire evoked the tranquility of the woods, with a single ponytail draping over her right shoulder. The girl felt a touch of nervousness in the presence of the boy she admired. The handsome young man's smile radiated warmth, accompanied by a mysterious and formidable aura, reminiscent of a king who effortlessly defeated the spectral white tiger with a mere flick of his wrist. To a teenage girl, he was nothing less than a walking embodiment of hormones. Don't be infatuated. Wang Dong's hand landed on Xiao Xiao's shoulder. What are you daydreaming about regarding my boyfriend? Xiao Xiao gasped. I'm not infatuated. As she regained her composure, she noticed that Zhen and the others had already departed. Wang Dong. This is a normal manifestation of a girl's adolescence, Xiao Xiao retorted defensively. By the way, she inquired, her slender legs clad in white ankle boots. Since you're so close to Zhen, does he have a girl he likes? What type does he prefer? Of course he does, Wang Dong replied, crossing her arms. Just as she was about to divulge the characteristics of her own persona, her dreamy gaze inadvertently fell upon Hui Yutong, prompting her to quickly amend. He likes cute girls, that's right. Oh, Xiao Xiao nodded gently, her eyes sparkling. That is perfect, I fit that type. Wang Dong, could you assist me? Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that Xiao Xiao was also a petite and charming girl. No way. She instinctively refused. Wang Dong, can you bear to see your friend remain single? Wang Dong, can you bear to see your boyfriend remain single? Those words resonated with her. I want to interfere with my friend's choices, Wang Dong justified to herself. The allure of Zhen was indeed remarkable. Ning Tian smiled brightly, expressing her lack of surprise. His excellence was so profound that it overshadowed the brilliance of all the stars, akin to the sun in the sky. Fortunately, she had acted swiftly. Alas, he was simply too handsome. What a thick skin, Wu Feng remarked. The first match of the afternoon determined the 3rd and 4th place, featuring Dai Huabin's team against Huang Chutian's team. Huang Chutian seized the opportunity remarkably well. In the morning, he unleashed the spectral white tiger, but in the afternoon, he lost the trump card of the martial soul fusion technique, encountering the formidable heavenly net. Although Dai Huabin's team possessed the alluring mental skill, the disparity brought by the million-year soul ring's soul impact was insurmountable. With Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu under control, defeat was imminent. Dai Huabin fought valiantly, yet suddenly coughed up blood, ultimately succumbing to defeat and securing fourth place. In the finals of the freshman assessment, and Zhen suddenly declared, "I will not employ the holy dragon of light martial soul." "I certainly do not require your concession," Wang Dong retorted, hands on hips, unwilling to accept such behavior. "No." And Zhen gently shook his head. "On the contrary, I wish for all of you to exert your full strength, and I shall do the same." "Of course." Wang Dong nodded earnestly. This would be a battle filled with fervor. And Zhen turned to Hui Yutong, who nodded seriously. "Prepare." Du Weilin appeared in the arena, and both teams retreated to their respective sides. At that moment, a disheveled old man, gnawing on a chicken leg, suddenly appeared on the high platform. "I have come to observe," he stated. "Surely, this match holds no surprises?" Not only Yin Xiaojia thought so, nearly all the students and teachers present shared this sentiment. This was not merely due to Zhen's earlier demonstration of dismantling the spectral white tiger with a single punch. Their acquired knowledge clearly indicated that it was impossible to consecutively employ martial soul fusion techniques at this stage within a single day. "I have a feeling this young lad might conjure something extraordinary," the old man mused. "And Zhen." Ning Tian looked at Zhen. "Watch my performance." A radiant smile spread across the youth's face. "Begin." The young figure dashed forth, the goddess of light's butterfly wings unfurling as Wang Dong surged ahead. The sound of flutes filled the air, and Zhen's pace slowed. Simultaneously, a peculiar mental energy enveloped his mind, but it dissipated in the blink of an eye. Mental interference. Hui Yutong recognized the strength of Zhen's soul power. The soul impact was entirely self-destructive. Indeed, Zhen remarked with admiration as a round, golden soul ring illuminated. Two nearly identical phantasmal figures emerged behind him, emanating a deep blue aura, their threads rising like crystalline blue silk. The two beautiful girls in the audience gasped. "Their mouths agape. Heavenly net." Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Hui Yutong suddenly felt an ominous premonition, and Zhen's brother would not be restrained any longer. The blue net continuously compressed their space for action, and this time, Hui Yutong could not unleash her soul impact. "Although you cannot utilize your martial soul fusion technique." "I certainly can." The boy's voice, tinged with mirth, echoed. Under the astonished gazes of all the teachers and students, a pair of enormous, resplendent eyes and a beautiful, ethereal butterfly appeared behind Zhen. The butterfly, ablaze with blue and golden flames, merging into the brilliant eyes. Awakening from the great dream was no mere empty phrase. It required adept manipulation of soul power. Now, with formidable soul energy, manifesting 2 or 3 marks simultaneously was no challenge at all. As the blue net vanished, a sound akin to a sigh resonated. The movements of Hui Yutong and her companions instantly slowed. Although somewhat juvenile, the golden path. And Zhen, Wang Dong's voice rang out, filled with frustration and anger. Chapter 49. The final assessment. Du Weilin once again thwarted the golden path. Enduring the same martial soul fusion technique twice in a single day, was there any dissent? Du Weilin directed his gaze toward Hui Yutong and her companions, who had dispelled their martial soul attachment. There was none. Hui Yutong shook her head. Du Weilin turned his attention to Zhen. A glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes as he proclaimed, "I hereby announce that the champions of this year's freshman assessment are the team of Zhen, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng." At this moment, the freshman assessment concluded successfully. The academy had witnessed your growth and progress. Tomorrow morning, there will be a freshman assembly to award the top 3 teams and assign classes. A tremendous cheer erupted from the audience. Although the victory of Zhen's team had long been anticipated, no one expected it to unfold in such a manner. 2 consecutive martial soul fusion techniques, both of which belonged to the opposing team, the Holy Dragon of Light, the Celestial Net, and that Golden Path. Where did such an anomaly emerge from? Zhen. The irate powder blue youth approached Zhen, glaring at him with a fierce expression. "You villain." Using her abilities against her. The finals concluded swiftly. The Celestial Net. The first soul skill of Jiu Feng Lai Yi Xiao induced deceleration. Both techniques were control-type soul skills, with the Golden Path possessing some offensive capability. Yet it too was blocked by Du Weilin. It was precisely for this reason that Wang Dong felt stifled. The tactics they had previously discussed, and his own prowess had gone unexpressed before the battle ended. "You compel me to exert my full strength," Zhen stated, raising his hands in feigned innocence. Humph. Wang Dong, feeling guilty, could only stomp his foot in frustration. "Tonight, I shall trample you." Congratulations, Zhen. Huoluali wore no trace of disappointment on her face. In her heart, Zhen had always been destined for first place. Zhen, Ning Tian and Wu Feng hurriedly approached, the golden-haired lady with azure eyes looking at Zhen with sheer delight. Another grand surprise. The control capability of the celestial net speaks for itself, and Zhen had astonishingly managed to wield the golden path, which could nullify the protective soul power of a soul Douluo. The assessment for new students has concluded, and those who have successfully remained at the academy now indulge in well-deserved leisure time, a reward for their diligent efforts over the past 3 months. The eliminated students must depart, heading to other prestigious academies. While they may not compare to the prodigies who remain, it is worth noting that those who meet the enrollment criteria for Shrek Academy are, in essence, elite individuals. Zhen and her companions joyfully gather for a feast at a high-end restaurant selected by Ning Tian. As the daughter of the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile sect, she is acutely aware of the significance of connections with her twin martial souls, Xiao Xiao, and the radiant divine goddess, Wang Dong. Even if Hui Yutong has not yet reached the second ring, her experience with Zhen's shared spiritual detection and martial soul fusion technique makes her a valuable acquaintance in Ning Tian's eyes. Wow, this meal must cost several thousand gold soul coins, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, astonished by the dishes that featured materials sourced from thousand-year-old soul beasts. Wang Dong cast a wary glance at Ning Tian, questioning the extent of their wealth. She harbored concerns about whether Zhen could resist the allure of a wealthy heiress. Although the eldest daughter of Haotian sect could easily afford such extravagance, spending nearly 10,000 gold soul coins on a single meal seemed rather indulgent. Ning Tian maintained a gracious smile. The Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile sect's wealth is indeed unparalleled. However, possessing great riches also necessitates the ability to safeguard them, a principle understood by every generation of the sect's leaders. From sponsoring soul masters and funding initiatives for free soul awakening for talented commoners, to supporting significant imperial endeavors without seeking any recognition or reward, and even making substantial donations to Shrek Academy annually, the world operates not merely on conflict, but on human relationships and social dynamics. Ning Tian was confident that upon learning of Zhen's recent achievements, her father would significantly enhance the resources at her disposal, including high-quality soul bones. The adage, a timely assistance is worth more than a mere embellishment, rings true here, especially as Zhen has already become somewhat like family. After dinner, the group departed contentedly. Upon returning to the dormitory, the academic workload in the Soul Guidance Department would likely intensify after class divisions were made. Perhaps it was the arrival of the butterfly that stirred the winds of change, or perhaps the already altered timelines. But Hui Yutong did not wait until after the new student assessment concluded, as in the original narrative, to officially join the Soul Guidance Department. Instead, she was brought over by Zhou Yi and immediately integrated into the program, quickly grabbing a meal after class before spending half an hour selling milk tea before rushing over. These past 3 months, Hui Yutong has been stretched thin, but the existence of the virtual world has allowed her to effectively fulfill the requirements of both her martial soul and the Soul Guidance Department. Zhen retrieved a card containing 20,000 gold soul coins. Let's discontinue the stall. This way, Yutong will have more time to study. Although their relationship had not unfolded as originally envisioned, waiting until Hui Yutong gained her second martial soul to solidify their bond, circumstances had already taken their course. However, it is fortuitous, providing a suitable reason and relationship for Yutong to accept his kindness. Wang Dong remained vigilant. Was that gift from Ning Tian? No. The item from Ning Tian was still within the bracelet on his wrist, and Zhen pressed the card into Huoluali's hand, explaining that it was part of the compensation given by the senior sister earlier. No, Zhen Gij, I cannot accept this, Hui Yutong refused. With a gentle motion, Zhen embraced Hui Yutong and captured her soft, tender lips. Her sparkling eyes widened in surprise, and instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Zhen's body. Suddenly, it dawned on her that Wang Dong was still present. However, the unexpected advance left her mind blank, causing her to forget that she was in front of her dear friend, lost in the intimacy with her beloved. Hands on her hips, Wang Dong observed the kissing couple. Hey, why are you doing this in front of me again? She huffed. Kicking off her shoes, Wang Dong sat cross-legged on the bed, silently staring at the two. After a moment, although their relationship had not been formally established, under Zhen's assertive demeanor, Hui Yutong ultimately accepted the card. Zhen departed the girls' dormitory, leaving behind the ireful gaze of someone who was gritting her teeth. Zhen Gij, the little girl stared blankly at the card in her hand. She understood that Wang Dong and Zhen Gij accompanied her every night to sell milk tea out of concern. They truly did not have to do that. If she accepted, Zhen Gij and Wang Dong would no longer need to waste their time each evening. She resolved to work hard. so she could stand beside Zhen Gij in the future, even supporting him. In the virtual world, Zhen, dressed in a white and blue strappy dress, with powder blue dreams swirling in the air, a beautiful little butterfly dashed forward, and a pair of porcelain-like legs sent the boy tumbling to the ground. You are finished. The delicate foot, as white as jade, came to rest upon Zhen's face. Although the virtual clothing was designed by Zhen, he was aware of what Wang Dong wore. Yet, he found great pleasure in the visual appreciation, the pure white complemented by the lovely goddess-like butterfly. Even if you call me sister, it won't help. Chapter 50. 30 years of change according to the performance of the new students during the assessment. The core disciples finally approved by the Academy included Ning Tian, Wu Feng, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Lan Susu, and Lan Luoluo. Du Weilin stood on the stage holding a folder and announced. The students below exchanged glances, each reflecting the confusion in the other's eyes. The captains of the top 3 teams, Zhen, Hui Yutong, and Huang Chutian, were conspicuously absent from the list. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze toward the most prominent figure of this new student assessment. Zhen remained expressionless. However, it was not merely due to him. Previously, he had informed the girls around him that he had become a core disciple, but rather because of his dear companion, Yutong. Zhen cast his gaze towards another group, meeting the somewhat aggrieved, deep blue eyes that seemed to dim the brilliance of the stars at that moment. Why? Ever since entering Shrek, she had devoted herself entirely to her endeavors. While others took their respite, she toiled. When others grew complacent, she persevered. Within Zhen's revitalizing presence, she dedicated over 20 hours a day to her studies and practices, save for meals and travel. The petite figure of the girl wavered slightly. It felt as though all her efforts were being dismissed in that instant. Zhen suddenly felt a swell of frustration rise within him. Excuse me. He slipped away from the group, hastening towards the dormitory with remarkable speed, even without activating his martial soul. Before him stood a striking beauty with long, flowing hair, pushing the wheelchair of an elderly man with hair as white as snow. Zhen obstructed their path and sat down on the ground. Zhen, Muon, the displeasure etched across the youth's face was palpable, resembling a child pleading with an elder. Sigh. A hint of helplessness crossed Mu N's features, akin to a grandparent besieged by a child's tears. Zhang Lishuan smiled gently as she observed the scene. Are you dissatisfied that Xiaojia has not included that child among the core disciples? Absolutely. Zhen leaned closer to the elderly man, saying, Sir, I am a reasonable person. Yet this matter is indeed a misstep on the part of Dean Yan. Pray tell, if it were truly Xiaojia at fault, I would seek to rectify it on your behalf. The aged voice, tinged with resignation, began to resonate slowly. Zhou Yi and teacher Fan Yu can attest to Yutong's diligence. She was reviewing knowledge points and practicing the Tang sect's secret arts in my dream realm at night. She labors for 22 to 23 hours a day. This alone is unparalleled within the academy. Mu En nodded gently. She is indeed a diligent child. Yet, that is not sufficient. A white soul ring illuminated, and the starry brilliance in Yutong's eyes shone brightly. Though she possessed a mere 10-year soul ring, this soul skill was extraordinary. Mental detection, mental sharing. Moreover, this range could expand as Yutong grew and developed. The abilities of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao also relied on this. Tell me, is a control-type soul master endowed with such a skill not of paramount importance? Mu En's murky eyes sparkled with understanding as he nodded slightly. A naturally gifted soul master for command, capable of surveying a full 360 degrees without blind spots. Those who have studied relevant knowledge are well aware of the potency of this soul skill. Although the Heaven Dream Eye Silkworm is deemed ineffective, that is only in the context of million-year soul beasts. The skills she offers are indeed formidable. If this detection were to coalesce into a tangible line, it could unleash a soul shockwave. Zhen utilized the justification that Yutong had previously used to deceive Wang Dong. A surge of spiritual energy erupted into the air. While others may have felt nothing amiss, the dragon god Douluo perceived it distinctly. Could this truly be a soul ring of merely 10 years? Zhang Lishuan pondered that such an ability would be more fitting for a 100,000-year soul ring. Zhen manifested a white soul ring, whether one believes it or not. The moment Yutong's soul ring appeared, it bore this very hue. Zhen had also replicated the disguise. Furthermore, there existed a martial soul fusion technique capable of dismantling the protective soul power of the soul Douluo. Was it not more formidable than the nether white tiger? Why then, could Zhu Lu be chosen while Yutong could not? It was all due to her innate talent, and boy, an unkempt elder appeared beside Zhen, taking a bite of a chicken leg as Xian Lao slowly spoke. The most crucial aspect of a martial soul lies in its potential and its mutations. Even if you were to provide her with a Xian Shui Dan, it would not alter the fact that her innate soul power is too low. With your dream realm, She might keep pace in the early stages of her training, but can each of her future soul rings truly possess the same marvel as the first? And Zhen opened his mouth, but refrained from responding. Certainly, the Academy could grant Hui Yutong the status of a core disciple within the martial soul department. A refined middle-aged man emerged, Yin Xiaozhe, who regarded Zhen and spoke slowly. But this is due to you, Zhen. Wait, why are you two titled Douluos here? Are you so idle? Zhen shook his head. Hui Yutong would not accept the core disciple status acquired in such a manner. Zhen departed. He was lifted and then returned to his original position. What is happening? Zhen glanced at the situation, one at 95, another at 98, and one at 99. I am not Emperor Tian. Why are you all surrounding me? Xiaozhe, what do you say? Zhen's classmate, Yin Xiaozhe, looked at him with anticipation. Aren't you going to fight for a chance for that lovely girl? No, Zhen replied earnestly, shaking his head. I will advise Hui Yutong to never entertain the notion of becoming a core disciple of the martial soul department. The me of today, you disregard. The me of tomorrow, you cannot aspire to. Yin Xiaozhe was taken aback. Director Yin, I believe this outcome is fair and just. Yutong is indeed not suited for the martial soul department. A youthful voice chimed with a smile. Something felt amiss. Very amiss. Xian Lao cast a sidelong glance at the smiling youth, sensing that he harbored some ulterior motives. Could it be that the girl possessed some hidden talent? Had he misjudged? Zhen, I have come to commend you for your strike that defeated the Nether White Tiger. Yin Xiaozhe found Zhen's sudden shift in attitude perplexing. Yet, to be candid, his view aligned with Xian Lao's. Hui Yutong's talent was indeed lacking. It is merely an illusion derived from the old man, Zhen stated candidly, essentially a projection of the elder borrowing my body for its manifestation. But I cannot do that. Would you like to learn? The aged voice of Mu In resonated, and in that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Zhen's talent was truly remarkable. With the ultimate Douluo dance, he replicated martial souls and fusion techniques, even employing Mu Lao's ruling the world. A 3-ring soul master could wield soul skills to achieve the prowess of a 4-ring soul sect, exemplifying an unfathomable reservoir of soul power. The reason for Xian Lao's unease and personal visit was Ning Tian. If they delayed any longer, the other party might very well abscond with everything. Why was that girl? Lu Xian, not sharing any intelligence? Teacher? Zhen inquired about Ilex's opinion. This individual possessed considerable strength. Should he wish to learn, he could. But he must complete the assignments I set forth. Ilex's voice emerged. He bore no objections to his disciple having other mentors, recalling that in his own past, he had numerous teachers, and what could a dying man possibly contest? Willing? Of course. Zhen nodded. It seemed that Su Tianran was indeed competent. No wonder his grandfather had confidently advised him to venture forth, assuring that his lineage posed no issue. Teacher, what is the name of that technique? Zhen asked. Seizing the opportunity. Ruling the world. A smile graced Mu Un's aged face, expressing his satisfaction with this, his final disciple, an impeccable heir to his legacy. A smile also adorned Yin Xiaozhe's face. It was within their grasp. They had conducted investigations into Zhen's origins and past. Junior brother. Yin Xiaozhe gently patted Zhen's shoulder. You must be strong. Am I really that fragile? Zhen questioned, perplexed. Due to your recent elevation to a core disciple of the martial soul system, we have conducted a background check and discovered traces of your biological parents. But they have long since passed. From now on, we shall be your family. What nonsense is this? Su Tianran clearly arranged for orphans. Where would parents come from? Zhen thought. Never mind. If lineage is of no concern, I shall inquire with my grandfather during the holidays. Yin Xiaozhe returned with his junior brother to complete the freshman conference process, concluding with a reminder that the additional reward for first place was a leg bone of the ancient void bright magic leopard, cautioning his junior brother not to absorb it, as he would prepare something far superior. Ning Tian and Zhen, who was equipped with an auxiliary soul master, were assigned to class 3. Zhen. Ning Tian produced a soul bone wrapped in a pouch. Wu and I hardly exerted ourselves. This is for you to handle. My family has arranged something for me. And this is not suited for Feng Mei. Compared to Zhen, a mere ancient soul bone was trivial. If you desire, I could arrange an entire set for you. Ning Tian's words hovered on the edge of his lips. I have just taken Dragon God Douluo as my master. Ning Tian's smile momentarily faltered. Had she just been robbed? Congratulations, the golden young lady expressed her heartfelt joy. The nature of Shrek Academy and the 9-treasure glazed tile school makes it impossible for them to become adversaries. Even if Zhen were to become the leader of the Sea God Pavilion, it would not diminish his status as the husband of the 9-treasure glazed tile school's sect master. Yet, there lingers a feeling of being overshadowed. I have no use for it. Brother Yin does not permit me to absorb it, so let us sell it and split the proceeds among the 3 of us. A 1,000,000-year-old soul bone is undeniably a rare treasure for others, yet Zhen truly finds it unremarkable. Yutong and Wang Dong have no need for it either. And using the soul bone to woo Xiao Xiao is not solely his reward. In this virtual realm, Yutong finds solace, and Zhen embraces the adorable lawn. Time flows, and the fortunes of youth can turn. One should not underestimate a girl of humble means. Brother and Zhen, Ho Yutong sniffles. The selection of a million-year soul beast is no mere coincidence. You are favored by fate, a cherished soul in this world. An 11-year-old girl, burdened by the loss of her mother and consumed by vengeance, is indeed remarkably strong and admirable. Yes, indeed, the languid gold mansion girl appears, and the dream-ice silkworm clenches her fists. Those fools are blind. You are indeed my host, and our goal is to ascend to divinity. Thank you, brother and Zhen. Sister Tianming. She leaps to a status parallel to that of Shrek Academy's second generation, alongside Xian Lao and Yin Xiaojia. Bei, Zhang Lishuan's great-grandfather. Oh, how chaotic. Are you satisfied? A lingering excitement adorns Zhen's flawless cheeks as he releases the dark reins. I am quite pleased, the soft-spoken senior praises. And Zhen senses a disconnect between them. The silk fabric, black and white, accentuates the curves of a beautiful woman's legs, while her fair hands adjust the slightly askew-horned adornment upon her head. With her jade-like arms, she draws the youth into her fragrant embrace, her slightly bashful voice resounding. Though it is grand, I am not pregnant, not yet. An orphan, lacking familial affection, though an extraordinary talent, remains merely an 11 or 12-year-old child. Zhang Lishuan thinks with a twinge of pity. And Zhen feels as though he is struggling to breathe. Chapter 51. Soul Spirits. The 8-month journey of learning commences. The instructor for the support-type Soul Master class is a recently ascended Soul Sage, who has served at Shrek for many years and possesses ample teaching experience in the support field. However, for Zhen, who chose the support class merely to slack off, it proves to be of little benefit. He is capable of excelling in any position. Yin Xiaojia has no intention of transferring Zhen to another class. Instead, he directly grants him an exemption from attending lectures. His aim is for Zhen to reside on Sea God Island, where the golden tree provides the optimal environment for cultivation. Furthermore, aside from Mu Lao's teachings, Zhen could receive superior theoretical knowledge from a dedicated instructor, possibly even Yin Xiaojia himself. Yet, Zhen is unwilling to part from Ho Yutong. Yin Xiaojia finds himself powerless against Zhen's stubbornness and must acquiesce to his wishes. In the morning, Zhen received guidance from Mu in front of the dormitory building. In the afternoon, he ventured into the virtual realm, clutching a stack of books obtained from the confidential library in the inner courtyard, the very place Wang Yin yearned to enter. These books were not for Zhen's perusal. They were intended for Ilex, who sought to delve deeper into the mundane systems of this world. Meanwhile, Zhen continued to practice Who Awakens from the Great Dream first. As for retrieving the books from the confidential library, other students and teachers could only dare to dream, as they lacked the qualifications to enter. Yet for Zhen, the path was utterly unobstructed. In the evening, apart from cherishing intimate moments with a beautiful girl, he absorbed Ilex's teachings. He decided to set aside Who Awakens from the Great Dream first for the time being, lest it disturb the senior sister's slumber. Zhen felt akin to a sponge, constantly absorbing knowledge. Basic theoretical concepts, ruling the world. And Ilex's soul lessons were presently intertwined with the application of soul control and mental strength alongside ruling the world and Who Awakens from the Great Dream first. Were it not for the presence of the big sister and the enchanting girl beside him, Zhen might have thought he was back in his senior year of high school. 3 months after the freshman assessment, he finally succeeded. Lying on the soft bed, a contented smile graced Zhen's face. He had successfully reached the 3rd layer of Who Awakens from the Great Dream first, where dreams awaken. Originally, with Ilex's guidance, he should have progressed more swiftly. However, the addition of other learning tasks had curtailed his practice time, resulting in this breakthrough only today. What? He had managed to coax the young lady into bed. Zhen blinked, realizing that his dorm room now held a dreamlike beauty. With large powder blue eyes that seemed to speak, long curled eyelashes, and a flawless complexion hinting at youthful innocence. The girl wore a pastel-hued camisole dress that revealed her delicate shoulders and slightly damp, fair legs. No mischief allowed, Wang Donger declared earnestly, hands on her hips. Indeed. Over the months, Zhen's greatest gain was nurturing deeper connections with several girls. Every rest day, Hui Yutong would immerse herself in studies within the Soul Guidance Department, leaving Zhen and Wang Donger with their own space together. It felt rather peculiar. Perched on the bed with her pert backside, Wang Donger experienced an indescribable thrill, as if engaging in something morally ambiguous. Nevertheless, she was Zhen's first girlfriend, and Hui Yutong had already shared slumber with him in reality. It's all your fault. She playfully kicked Zhen's calf with her freshly donned white socks. Her fair little face pressed against his chest, and her soft, fragrant body nestled in his embrace. "Yes, it's my fault," he replied, as his clingy, affectionate girlfriend purred. And Zhen found it utterly impossible to resist the charm of the adorable Wang Dong. As more content continues to load, it is noted that vitality, energy, and soul are all interrelated. Martial souls and spiritual essences intertwine. Through the lineage of blood, the martial soul is inherited. The soul rings, retaining their intelligence, represent a fusion of the soul beast, energy, and the blood of the soul master. However, to realize the creation you speak of, a connecting bridge is likely required. I recall that the contract from my world should meet this condition. And Zhen and Ilex are delving into the study of soul spirits, making considerable progress. In 4 words, it can be described as a cacophony of chaos. And Zhen is indeed immersed in this turmoil, limited only by the knowledge gleaned from the original text. The virtual world is a splendid realm. Currently, aside from divine consciousness, only external awareness can penetrate it, yet the NPCs within the virtual world possess souls, albeit devoid of consciousness. However, Zhen can manipulate energy and souls freely, without concern for adverse consequences, allowing for unrestricted experimentation. You are truly squandering resources. Before me stands a striking gray figure, entirely enveloped in gray, adorned in a flowing gray robe, resembling an ethereal specter. His form shimmers with a faint golden hue, exuding an air of sanctity and authority, each movement imbued with an otherworldly grace. At a glance, one can ascertain his superiority. With such a flawless simulated environment, the avenues for creation and experimentation are boundless. Yet you merely employ rudimentary abilities, akin to wielding a powerful artifact solely for bludgeoning. And Zhen's theoretical knowledge is indeed commendable among his peers. Yet one cannot expect an academically proficient middle schooler to engage in scientific research. But, with you as the teacher, why not proceed at your leisure? I shall cooperate wholeheartedly. And Zhen has replicated a 1,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit, while the other character template is modeled after Jiang Nan, who is at level 30 and has yet to acquire her 3rd soul ring. This is the most compatible pair he could find. The experiment continues. Days later, he declares, "I have recalled some additional insights, perfectly filling the last gap. This endeavor does pose a slight challenge, yet in this virtual world, if one cannot succeed after multiple attempts, he does not deserve the title of the god of necromancy." For Ilex, his limitations stem from his own condition, as a mere remnant of a soul. His thoughts are constrained. However, in recent months, he has made remarkable recovery, surpassing his expectations. Even in the most life-imbued surroundings, such progress would be unattainable. High-tier entities are indeed advantageous, akin to the offspring of a divine beast, perhaps lacking in strength, yet considered treasures capable of facilitating transformation for ancient ferocious beasts. The master-servant contract? A pink little rabbit, devoid of intelligence, rests atop Jiang Nan's head. Were it not for Ilex, perhaps the Douluo continent would remain devoid of soul spirits for millennia to come. This is a synthesis of knowledge from 2 worlds, a creation of a true master. In the realm of Douluo, there exists no concept of contracts. The path of martial souls is indeed clear, but simultaneously constrains the diversity of professions. Other forms of contracts may exist, serving merely as links, while master-servant contracts offer greater convenience, rendering spirit beasts incapable of resisting the commands of their soul masters. And Zhen recalls that the establishment of such contracts requires the mutual consent of both parties, with soul beasts willing to enter into a master-servant agreement. It is but a deception, yet I am human. Chapter 52, The Golden Soul of Life, Xiao Xiao. Should this information be divulged, you would be revered by countless individuals in the future, perhaps even worshipped for millennia. Soul spirits, soul rings, becoming a martial soul, victory and defeat through the martial soul. To transcend, one must acquire a soul ring. It takes a considerable duration for soul beasts to reach 100 years, except for those with extraordinary talent or fortuitous circumstances, which may only take several decades. However, a soul master, even awakening at level 3 or 4, can typically attain a soul ring within 4 to 5 years at the latest. As humanity's overall strength continues to rise, the future population of soul beasts will undoubtedly prove insufficient. Thus, artificial soul spirits emerge as a perfect solution. Perhaps, Ilex is indifferent to such matters. Time passes day by day. Although Ilex has granted approval, and Zhen does not immediately intend to present the method for creating soul spirits. How to explain its origin? Possessing a method for soul spirits is inconsequential, as Shrek is a formidable adversary to soul beasts. Of course, even if the soul beasts are unwilling, Ilex possesses means at his disposal. The sacred law of the undead. In terms of mastery over souls, even the deities of the divine realm cannot compare to this individual at their peak. A direct and forceful approach is certain. However, It is undeniable that such abilities must remain concealed. At dusk, a handsome young man strolls along the shores of the sea god lake. Should a high-ranking soul master be present, they would be astonished to witness the surrounding energies of the universe converging upon the youth at an astonishing rate. He resembles an unfathomable abyss, incessantly devouring the energy around him, causing even the flora and fauna in his vicinity to exhibit signs of withering. And Zhen, the young man halts his steps, turning around to see a petite and adorable girl sprinting towards him in white ankle boots, her forest green ponytail braided and swaying behind her. Xiao, what brings you here? Over the past few months, and Zhen has not interacted much with this girl, not due to disinterest, but rather a lack of time. Besides attending classes, he has 4 beautiful girls and an older sister awaiting him, not to mention they are not in the same class. This is from a friend of mine. I hope you will accept it, and Zhen. Xiao extends her other hand from behind her, lifting a cerulean envelope. A friend? And Zhen's gaze sweeps over the girl as flushed cheeks and evasive eyes. Very well. Upon receiving it, Xiao swiftly departs. TSK, the 5th one already. The teasing voice of a young man echoes in Zhen's mind. Apart from the intimacy shared with his girlfriend, Zhen rarely cloaks Lao's perception and vision from the outside world. I trust you are recovering well. Your voice seems rejuvenated. Zhen gently opened the girl's letter, simultaneously shielding Lao's senses, for children too deserve their privacy. Thanks to your good fortune, things are not too bad. The white stationery bore elegant handwriting, expressing the innocent sentiments of a youthful heart, yearning for friendship. Can you manage to deal with Xian Lao? You know, the scruffy old man from before. Oh, in the virtual realm, Zhen felt a slight tap on his head during this phase of awakening from slumber. Although he could simultaneously control both the virtual world and his physical form, the sensations remained synchronized. Are you so eager to send your teacher away? Isn't that a question? Zhen protested his innocence. And what about 4 months from now? Sensing the seriousness in the boy's tone, Yalex fell silent for a moment before responding, very well. After all, he is a consciousness. With the nourishment of this little world, it shouldn't be a problem to make an effort. And Zhen tucked away the letter from Xiao. But that would require quite a cost from you, dear teacher. Taking a deep breath, Zhen proceeded towards the Jiubao Pavilion. Teacher, what if we added a piece of spirit gold? Xiao Yutong, I apologize, but I promise to compensate you. Spirit gold. For the first time, surprise tinged Yalex's voice. Not because he was astonished that Zhen knew of such a thing. His student was far too enigmatic, possessing knowledge of his past greater than his own, but rather because he was astonished that Zhen could procure it. Even a droplet, no, even 1/5 of a droplet, would undoubtedly suffice to deal with that scruffy little fellow. I believe you may have even greater expectations. Yalex's current state had improved considerably since before. His consciousness was no longer feeble, gradually recovering under the influence of the virtual world, yet he remained incomplete. If one were to liken him to a human body, his organs were healthy, but his limbs and torso crippled. Certainly, he could sustain this body to fight, but it would undoubtedly harm his core consciousness. Pure celestial energy is splendid, but it is not the optimal source. Upon entering the first floor of the Jiubao Pavilion, a short woman hastily approached Zhen upon seeing him, producing a ring-shaped storage soul guide. Here is the soul-devouring blade you requested, but it is exceedingly perilous. It has already damaged several storage soul guides during transport. The young lady suggests you consider other engraving knives, even those ranked within the top 20, which would only require a brief waiting period. Please extend my gratitude to Ning Tian, and if possible, kindly secure one from the top 20 for me. Although he had no use for it, it could be a gift for Yutong. As for Ning Tian, he too had a present for her, though it would require some time. Understood. And Zhen hurried back to the dormitory, clutching a storage soul guide of considerable caliber that prevented its contents from spilling forth. At that moment, as the object emerged, an intense chill permeated the air, and a towering figure materialized behind Zhen. Ilex, wielding a knife adorned with ancient engravings, unleashed a mournful wail reminiscent of a dark serpent, shielded by a formidable presence, and Zhen felt no trace of malevolence. Simultaneously, the atmosphere within the dormitory was enveloped by a powerful consciousness. Amidst the cacophony of lamentations, it seemed as though a malevolent specter emerged from the blade, its ghastly visage hovering ominously, as if poised to devour Zhen whole. The strikingly handsome youth lifted his gaze, and within his lifeless gray eyes, an unparalleled sanctity emerged, a sensation Zhen had never encountered even in the presence of the radiant holy dragon. In the next moment, a pristine white light, pure as jade and snow, materialized in the air, cascading down upon the ominous spirit. Like dawn piercing the night, the apparition appeared to ignite, with tendrils of darkness peeling away from its form and dissipating into nothingness. Shortly after, A translucent azure crystal knife appeared in Zhen's grasp, seemingly brimming with boundless vitality. To be precise, it was essential to eliminate any semblance of doubt. Ilex, his figure slightly ethereal, regarded his student. Since you are aware of its name and have brought it here, you must surely comprehend its significance. And Zhen nodded gently, responding slowly. Vitality is the essence of life itself. Even that ancient creature, which has existed for 1,000,000 years, possesses a life force no greater than a droplet of spiritual essence. One unit of spiritual essence represents the vitality of an entire world. Ilex nodded in acknowledgement, a teasing glint in his eyes. Would you be willing to offer some to your teacher? Of course, and Zhen replied without hesitation, his youthful charm bordering on eagerness. With the foundational essence of my world, wouldn't that allow you to soar to new heights? Excellent. After casting a deep glance at Zhen, Ilex transformed into a small gray sphere, enveloping the azure crystal knife. As it succumbed to the pull of Zhen's essence, entering the virtual realm, I never anticipated that this fragment of my consciousness would discover such a promising disciple. I shall slumber for 4 months, and upon my awakening, we shall traverse the Douluo continent together. Steady. And Zhen contemplated the opportunities that awaited him on the Douluo continent. Meticulously planning his holiday agenda, everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly, save for one missing class. The following day, Zhen sought out the petite girl, inquiring whether she wished to venture into the dreamscape for training. Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Yet, in the next moment, as if struck by a thought, she flusteredly explained, Zhen, I did not intend to enter the dream world for training. Zhen possesses a dreamlike space where she can both learn and cultivate. A fact well known throughout the outer academy. Almost every student aspires to enter this realm, showering her with flowers, gifts, declarations of affection, and love letters. Zhen had previously been oblivious to the countless attention she received, including the subtle seductions from senior female students, who perhaps believed they stood to gain rather than lose. More content is loading. Please wait until Yin Xiaozhe makes an appearance. The usually gentle Dean, Yin rarely adopts a serious tone, yet he sternly warned the students, causing them to immediately retract such thoughts. They likely understood that within Zhen's exceptional talent, she had probably already caught the eye of some formidable figure in the school. Possibly even the dean himself. But aren't we friends? Zhen innocently blinked, her sincerity palpable. The girl's blush spoke volumes more than 1,000 words. Her white ankle boots unconsciously brushed against the ground, while her delicate fingers gently pinched the hem of her dress. Thank you. This way, I can leave a mark on you, and later I can pull you into my dream world at night. Xiao Xiao eagerly nodded, her dark green ponytail swaying with enthusiasm. Zhen, a soft voice emerged. Zhen turned to meet a pair of dreamy pink-blue eyes. This was Wang Dong's piercing gaze. Filled with suspicion, Wang Dong was utterly convinced that this individual harbored ill intentions toward Xiao Xiao. What a scoundrel! How dare you flirt with girls in front of me? Isn't it better that we are friends? Zhen gazed innocently at the somewhat bewildered Hui Yutong. Yes, it's a good thing, Hui Yutong replied earnestly. Since Zhen was allowing Xiao Xiao to partake in the dreamlike world of cultivation, she naturally felt happy for her friend. Wang Dong slumped over the table like a deflated balloon. Yutong, this Xiao Xiao is trying to steal you away. Wang Dong felt powerless to intervene. Xiao Xiao was her friend too, and she had no justification to stop her. As Zhen departed, Xiao Xiao expressed her gratitude towards Wang Dong. Thank you for telling me earlier. It gave me the courage to take this step. Wang Dong was left momentarily dumbfounded. Suddenly, she recalled her earlier advice to Xiao Xiao, suggesting that Zhen favored petite and adorable types. Oh no, I should have said this guy is into older sisters, or rather, into men. Chapter 53. Sharing the same blanket Zhen was under surveillance. Wang Dong was resolute in preventing any possibility of interference. She could not allow Xiao Xiao to encroach upon her territory. Wang Dong, you must believe that there can exist pure friendships between men and women. Perhaps I would believe that of others, but as for you, it seems more like lip friendship. Wang Dong retorted skeptically. If you could just release my leg, I might find you a tad more credible. You lecher. Zhen gently rubbed her slender, fair calf with her fingertip, stating with seriousness, this is a massage. I have learned how to do this. In Zhen's dormitory, a girl in a powder blue outfit languidly reclined on her soft bed, while Zhen sat on the opposite side, skillfully massaging her delicate, fair legs and rosy feet with his 10 dexterous fingers. Wang Dong relaxed under his touch, feeling quite comfortable. Months later, on the final day of the first semester, at the 9 Treasure Pavilion, an extraordinary assembly of young men and women gathered. The leader of the Tang sect, the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the legitimate daughter of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School along with her companions, and a near-level 3 soul master who had set records in the Douluo continent, the heir of the Haotian sect and a possessor of twin martial souls. and a descendant of the Sun-Moon Empire. No, the great ancestor of Shrek. Come, come, come. And Zhen beckoned the entering couple with a beaming smile. Do not feel constrained. Although Tanya, by seniority you ought to address me as great ancestor. I assure you, I am quite amiable. You may continue to call me in Zhen. Gritting her teeth, Tanya shot him a glare before turning her head away. She could not refute him, as he indeed had taken the great ancestor as his master. And sometimes they could be seen together in the dormitory building, although she had no idea what they were up to. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, she glanced at Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao. Then if our esteemed leader were to call you great ancestor, what should your disciples address you as? Wang Dong, suddenly sitting up straight, placed his fair fist before Zhen, his small canine teeth serving as a comical threat. No, raising both hands above his head. And Zhen replied earnestly, Wang Dong, actually, there's a splendid opportunity laid before you right now. What opportunity? To become one of Tang Ye's grandfather's generation. How does it feel to leap from student to elder? Isn't that enticing? And Zhen believed his suggestion to be rather brilliant. Enticing? You wish. Wang Dong forcefully shoved a piece of fruit into Zhen's mouth. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, she would have liked to silence him with her foot. You are Tang Ye's great ancestor, and you want me to be her grandfather? Isn't that akin to wanting to be her father? Beside them, Xiao Xiao watched the intimacy between the two with a hint of envy. Was this the camaraderie typical among boys? Over the course of a few months, she and Zhen had transitioned from mere friends to quite close friends, constantly under the scrutiny of his strikingly large eyes. At this moment, Hui Yuhao expertly intervened, pulling the two apart and seating herself between them. Through Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong glared menacingly at Zhen. For Yuhao's sake, I shall let you off this time. For Hui Yuhao, the past 8 months had been nothing short of extraordinary. Just over a month after the new student assessment, her soul power had reached level 20. However, following the suggestion of the Sky Dream Ice Worm, she refrained from utilizing her temporary identity as a core disciple of the martial soul system to acquire a soul ring. And Zhen concurred with the notion for several reasons. Firstly, the ability to absorb energy without the need for a soul ring. Secondly, the peculiar and formidable mimicry soul skill possessed by Huagu. And thirdly, Zhen had already devised a comprehensive growth plan for Yutong, eagerly awaiting the moment when her potential would soar. In the following period, Hui Yutong diligently proved her worth. Until a month ago, amidst Fan Yu's astonished and incredulous gaze, she inscribed a third-tier core magic array. Qian Duo promptly granted her the status of a core disciple within the soul guidance system, anxious that a moment's delay might result in Hui Yutong slipping away. He even expressed his intent to venture into the Star Do forest immediately to capture a formidable spirit beast with a powerful bloodline for her. However, Hui Yutong declined, stating she had already made arrangements with her teacher from the martial soul department. A hint of helplessness appeared on the cherubic face of the young girl, whose brilliant eyes radiated confidence and joy. Hui Yutong had truly entered this small circle through her own efforts. Of course, she also benefited from the assistance of the virtual world and the support of the 17th ranked engraving tool, Ice Language. Miss Ning Tian was engaged in conversation with Tang Yu regarding sponsorship for the Tang sect, reminiscing about the historical ties between the Tang sect and the Jiubao Glazed sect. The astute young lady sensed the potential for a resurgence of the Tang sect. Although she was somewhat skeptical about this revival, she noted that among the current members, only Bei Bei and Wang Dong held titles of nobility. The Tang sect resembled more of a children's game than a formal sect. Nevertheless, whether due to Zhen's influence or this burgeoning possibility, she was willing to invest 500,000 gold soul coins. In the world of business, success is never guaranteed. One must cast a wide net to catch fish, and this investment was a mere fraction of the resources at her disposal. Bei Bei quietly observed his excited girlfriend from the side. He understood the significance of this moment for Xiaoya, as it was not a gesture of pity from others, but an investment. This girl, willing to sacrifice everything for the rise of the Tang sect, was the very reason he had fallen in love with her indomitable spirit. Cheers! After a hearty meal, the guests reveled in merriment. And Zhen supported Wang Dong and Hui Yutong on either side, the young ladies slightly intoxicated, their spirits lifted by the lively atmosphere. And Zhen abstained from alcohol, opting for juice, as he disliked the disorienting feeling that accompanied losing control over his body and thoughts. The occasion was a rare opportunity to unwind after a taxing semester. He assisted the two back to their dormitory. And Zhen, hug me, the inebriated girl requested, not exhibiting any drunken mischief. Wang Dong rested her chin on Zhen's shoulder, her dazed gaze fixed on his cheek, instinctively leaning closer. Meanwhile, Hui Yutong remained composed, allowing Zhen to lead her, inhaling his familiar scent as she slowly closed her eyes, prompting Zhen to embrace her in his arms. In Zhen's dormitory, the elegant senior, adorned in a flowing black lace gown, bore a grand black bow tied at her neckline, with ribbons cascading down, teasingly close to her proud bosom. With a mere tug, one could indulge in a gift that would make any man's heart flutter. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, and Zhang Lishuan, who had sensed the unfolding situation, observed Zhen flanked by two newcomers. It was impossible to pry them apart. These girls were clinging too tightly, their arms wrapped around his neck in an embrace that he could not forcibly loosen. With a resigned sigh, Zhen declared that they would let it go for the evening. Zhang Lishuan glanced at her preparations, blinked, and acquiesced, insisting that she too would sleep beside Zhen. As dawn broke, a pair of dazzling azure eyes fluttered open, slightly dazed. The soft hues of powdery blue filled her vision, along with the familiar expanse of a chest. "And Zhengij?" she murmured, her senses sharpening as she recognized Wang Dong. In an instant, she was fully awake. Continuing the narrative, the scene unfolded with Wang Dong, somewhat disheveled, lifting her head slightly, her dreamy blue eyes reflecting the handsome visage of the boy beside her. In the astonished gaze of Hui Yutong, the somewhat tousled Wang Dong raised a leg, half her body resting atop Zhen, her delicate lips brushing against the corner of his mouth. Hui Yutong, struck by surprise, stood up, her small frame filled with confusion. Had Wang Dong just kissed Zhengij? Turning her head, Hui Yutong surveyed the room, which appeared unchanged from usual. Yet on the large bed, Zhen lay in the center, with Wang Dong draped over him, both clad in their school uniforms, slightly disheveled, likely due to their sleeping positions. But why had Wang Dong kissed Zhengij? After the kiss, still somewhat dazed, Wang Dong adeptly nestled into Zhen's embrace, her cheek gently brushing against his shoulder as she treated him like a large plush pillow, with her petite, white canine teeth nibbling on her cherry lips. Hui Yutong felt a tumult of emotions within her. Indeed, he was a scoundrel. In the depths of Hui Yutong's mind, the dreaming ice silkworm observed the external events with a knowing smile. Lazily sprawled, the golden beauty donned an air of mischief, her lips curling into a smile as she watched the unfolding drama. The adorable blue figure hugged her knees, her small, white-socked feet fidgeting, her brilliant eyes shimmering like a deep azure sea. Then, to the incredulity of the dreaming ice silkworm, Hui Yutong curled her body, mimicking Wang Dong's posture, leaning half her frame against Zhen, even lifting one of his arms to rest upon her own. The dreaming ice silkworm pondered, is this scenario taking a strange turn? Shouldn't one draw forth the white tiger dagger and deliver a couple of swift strikes to this scoundrel? The girl's greedy breath brought her a sense of comfort, her small head snugly pressed against Zhen's body. Hui Yutong possessed little, yet the two beside her were her most cherished treasures. Regardless of the truth of the circumstances, she could not bear to lose them. In the virtual realm, Zhen exhaled slowly. He had not practiced in the virtual world the previous night, but had instead enjoyed a natural slumber, awakened by Wang Dong's gentle nudging. "Ah, what is this? Caught in a scandal?" A striking youth, clad in gray, beamed at Zhen. It was Ilex, who had just concluded his seclusion. "Teacher, please do not tarnish my innocence with baseless accusations." Zhen protested, asserting he was no scoundrel, but rather a man of profound affection. Ilex shook his head lightly, unconvinced by Zhen's words. "Rest assured, even if they were to cleave you with an axe, I would come to your rescue. May I take a lesson from this?" Ilex quipped, sensing Zhen's lack of purity. He held little interest in his disciples' romantic entanglements, as long as he did not toy with others' feelings or become a third party in someone else's affair. After a while, having replenished Zhen's energy, Hui Yutong rose contentedly, straightened her clothes, and slipped on her shoes before departing. Zhen opened his eyes, a hint of exasperation mixed with tenderness as he gazed at Wang Dong, who lay sprawled across him, still ensnared in dreams. The girl's lovely visage bore a gentle smile, as if she were lost in a delightful reverie. "Even after being caught, you still sleep soundly. Sleep on. I shall indulge in a bit more rest myself." As the sun climbed higher, Wang Dong gradually opened her eyes, stretching her limbs contentedly. "How could it not be comfortable with you beneath me?" Zhen's voice resonated softly. He, assessing the empty dormitory, Wang Dong shed her pretense, lowered her head, and bestowed upon him a second sweet morning kiss, crossing her arms with a touch of pride as she declared, "To be pressed under this esteemed lady is indeed your great fortune." "Indeed," Zhen nodded, his voice laced with affection as he reassured his girl. "I would gladly remain beneath you for a lifetime." "Humph." With a proud tilt of her head, Wang Dong playfully kicked Zhen's thigh with her delicate sock-clad foot. "Get up and attend to me." "At your command." Rising, Zhen retrieved a wooden comb intricately carved with butterflies from his storage device, deftly grooming Wang Dong's short hair. He had always been the one to manage the long locks of the young lady from his dreams. Although the virtual world could easily handle such tasks, the small joys of life were essential. As he tended to her hair, and Zhen recounted the events of the previous night when the three of them had slept together. You were lucky, he teased. Wang Dong, still a bit groggy, had forgotten about her morning kiss. Perfect. All done. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Zhen sensed a familiar presence. Open up. And Jinji, Wang Dong, I've brought breakfast. Yutong. Wang Dong's expression suddenly grew tense. What is the matter? Hui Yutong turned her cheek, her adorable face filled with curiosity as she gazed at Wang Dong. It's nothing, Wang Dong replied, recalling in Zhen's earlier words about how they had clung tightly to his neck throughout the night. Surely, that would suffice as an explanation? Are you referring to the morning when you embraced brother and Zhen? Hui Yutong suddenly interjected after setting down her breakfast. That was an accident, Wang Dong stammered, flustered as he attempted to clarify. I understand. Hui Yutong gently nodded, a faint smile gracing her lovely cheeks. Last night, we were so inebriated that we couldn't let go of brother and Zhen, but it was your rather poor sleeping posture, Wang Dong. I shall never drink again. Upon hearing Hui Yutong's words, Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, then earnestly declared, let us move on from this. Aside from a large worm rolling about in Hui Yutong's sea of consciousness, Tianming Ice Silkworm was utterly perplexed. She couldn't fathom how Hui Yutong failed to recognize Wang Dong's actions as instinctive, which indicated that they had undoubtedly shared such moments more than once or twice before. Yutong, this fellow is a scoundrel. They are deceiving you. Hui Yutong placed sweet porridge before Zhen, seemingly oblivious to the warning. Sweet porridge, buns, pancakes. Hui Yutong, ever observant, knew well the culinary preferences of Zhen and Wang Dong. After finishing breakfast, a sudden silence enveloped the atmosphere, not due to the morning's events, but rather the impending moment of parting. Wang Dong was headed home, and Zhen had plans with the academy's instructors, and Hui Yutong was to accompany the teachers of the martial spirit department to acquire a soul ring. Two of the three had uttered falsehoods. All right. And Zhen broke the silence, placing his hands on the heads of the two young women. It's not as if we shall never see each other again. It's merely a brief holiday. Brother and Zhen. The petite figure leaped into his embrace, her delicate arms encircling his neck. The sweet and soft warmth filled Zhen's mouth. After a moment, the rosy-cheeked Hui Yutong gently rubbed her face against Zhen's. Farewell. Yes, farewell. And Zhen replied with a beaming smile. Reluctantly, Hui Yutong left, glancing back repeatedly. Scoundrel. A blush crept up the young girl's cheeks as Wang Dong whispered to Zhen. Pull me into the virtual world. After a while, the disguised Wang Dong hastily departed Zhen's dormitory, while the girl, having already packed her belongings, set off on her journey home. Your little feet are truly remarkable, Donger, and Zhen mused internally. It was time for him to commence his holiday adventure as well. With little to pack, everything was stored within his soul guide. He locked the dormitory door and, donning a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers, strode directly toward the Sea God Lake. Sea God Lake. Sea God Island. Golden Tree. And Zhen looked up at the ancient golden tree, marveling at its splendor. Truly magnificent. I wish I could consume it, he thought. A pair of ethereal butterfly wings unfurled behind Zhen, the goddess of light. Upon arriving at Sea God Island, Zhen made his way towards Zhang Lishuan's residence, guided by memory. His visits to this place had been infrequent. Apart from the initial time Zhang Lishuan had brought him here, his subsequent trips to Sea God Island were solely to the confidential library. In the virtual realm, Zhen located Zhang Lishuan's chamber, while in the real world, he ambled leisurely in that direction. Suddenly, a fiery figure akin to a flame sprite intruded upon the virtual domain, swiftly approaching Zhen. Who dares? I am your master uncle. A solemn and majestic dragon's roar resonated. With hues of yellow, purple, and black, for soul rings ascended. Holy light dragon. The newcomer commanded an abrupt halt. Tall and statuesque, with long, fiery red hair cascading to her waist, her alluring visage bore an icy demeanor, as if she were enduring some hidden torment. Are you Zhen? More accurately. Zhen, my master uncle, he asserted. Is this the manifestation of evil fire? Xiao Tao, junior apprentice. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, Yan Xiaozhe appeared beside them. Xiao Tao, you go ahead. Observing his apprentice's condition, Yan Xiaozhe swiftly deduced the situation. Understood. Casting a fleeting glance at Zhen, the somewhat familiar Xiao Tao wasted no time and dashed towards a specific direction. Junior apprentice, are you all right? Yan Xiaozhe inquired with concern. I am fine. Zhen felt a surge of confidence. His master had concluded his seclusion, and even when Xiao Tao was in the throes of evil fire, Zhen's quick reflexes had prevented her soul from being extracted. Yan Xiaozhe began to elucidate the issue regarding Xiao Tao's evil fire, a matter that weighed heavily on his mind. You are here to seek Lishuan, aren't you? It seems she is not present. She accepted an inner courtyard mission this morning. Is that so? Zhen departed. With a slow sigh, Yan Xiaozhe reflected on how a simple task he had casually assigned had inadvertently sent Zhang Lishuan away. This junior apprentice was admirable in many aspects, albeit a tad too sentimental, more so than he had been in his youth. Yin Xiaozhe was aware that their relationship had been affected by Lishuan's prior actions, coupled with the multitude of young women surrounding his junior. He had watched Lishuan grow up and felt compelled to lend a hand. One must not solely give. Sometimes, a strategy of allure and withdrawal is necessary. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Zhen appeared punctually at the academy's entrance, where a disheveled elder awaited his arrival. And Zhen's ostensible holiday plans involved exploring various locales, a notion that Mu In wholeheartedly endorsed, believing that young people should embrace the world outside. Thus, a certain idler of a powerful figure had been designated as Zhen's protector on his journey. Xian Lao, let us depart. The elder, munching on a chicken leg, took a swig of wine, his calm voice exuding the confidence of a titled Douluo. You may frolic as you please. I shall be right behind you. His experience in guiding students through practical training is indeed extensive. Chapter 55, Disappearance and Capture. The 4th level Flying Soul Guide. Measuring half a meter in length and a quarter of that in width, is notably more compact and exquisite compared to the standard military flying soul guides, boasting superior specifications across the board. And Zhen acquired it from the 9 Treasure Pavilion, specifically prepared by Ning Tian for his planned endeavors. As a level 40 quasi-soul master, utilizing a 4th level soul guide is a breeze for Zhen. After months of continuous, round-the-clock practice, despite experiencing a reduction in experience for a portion of the day, his innate full soul power, augmented by the virtual world and relentless training, has allowed Zhen to surpass his peers in cultivation. Suddenly, the old man thought that this young lad was quite suited for a soul guide. Upon leaving Shrek City, Zhen promptly took to the skies with the flying soul guide, while the disheveled elder trailed him at a distance, leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg. The elder, Xian, suddenly recalled that this young fellow had once mentioned his martial soul could store soul power. I share that sentiment. Do you not prefer tools that are more suited to your needs? Xian pondered in silence, his murky gaze fixed upon the youth whose hands were outstretched, reveling in the sensation of flight. If all goes well, this young lad might become the next, if not the next to next, master of the Sea God Pavilion. His disposition will significantly influence the trajectory of Shrek's future. One's own strength is paramount, Xian remarked after taking a sip of wine. Indeed, and Zhen concurred. In his view, both the Douluo continent, which resists soul guides, and the Sun-Moon Empire, which overly emphasizes them, have somewhat distorted paths of development. One side prioritizes self-reliance and shuns tools, while the other focuses excessively on tools and neglects personal growth. The essence of humanity lies within oneself, while tools reflect human ingenuity. The harmonious integration of both is the epitome of perfection. As they journeyed northward, entering the territory of the Heavenly Soul Empire, they arrived at a bustling city wherein Zhen busied himself purchasing candied hawthorns. The elder-s figure followed leisurely behind him. In the virtual world, Xiao Yutong can truly run, and Zhen exclaimed. Prior to his departure, he had entrusted Elder Yi to leave a tracking mark on Hu Yutong. Though the Tianming ice worm possessed immense spiritual power, its quality did not match that of Elder Yi's divine sense, especially considering the techniques sourced from another realm. Now, compared to the original Huoguo, Yutong had become even more formidable, with superior physical attributes enabling her to run faster. A striking gray-haired young man appeared before Zhen. By the way, how is your recovery progressing, teacher? The energy from the golden soul of living beings is quite abundant. I have utilized it as the core of my energy. However, my divine sense remains severely fragmented. Alikes, reflecting upon his current state, felt a terrifying power beneath the lifeless gray spiritual light, realizing that otherwise, he could attempt to transcend the limitations of this dimension. Dimensional limitations? Achieving divinity at level 100. In the divine realm, amidst the 5 great divine kings, and Zhen shared all he knew with Alex, including the transgressions of the sea god Tang San, who flouted the established rules of the divine domain. Once this boundary is breached, it is certain that the denizens of the divine realm would take notice. However, you are not a native of the Douluo world, nor do you belong to any of the planes shrouded by the Douluo divine realm. This is a vast world. Alex nodded gently. Indeed, it is perilous. Were he at the peak of his power, with his divine artifacts at his disposal, he could attempt to engage those deities on equal footing. Yet now, he is but a wisp of divine consciousness, unless he wishes to capitulate. The Alex who once faced the human empire and the Pope in his youth would never bow in submission. However, this is not the time for such contemplations. Are you prepared? Once we exit the city, there are so many people here, let us not endanger them. Moments later, a youth munching on candied hawthorn had already reached the outskirts, followed by an elder who nibbled on a chicken leg as he walked. The old man raised a wine gourd to his lips, and when it was lowered, and Zhen's figure had already vanished, leaving behind a ripple in the fabric of space. Boom. It was as if a soul-guided cannonball had exploded. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The terrifying surge of soul power instantaneously obliterated everything in its vicinity, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The disheveled elder now resembled a terrifying beast awakened from slumber. Who dares? A furious roar erupted. A pitch-black soul ring illuminated the air, and in the next moment, a monstrous creature, part tiger and part goat, with colossal horns, materialized out of thin air. A thick earthen glow radiated from its body, its towering height exceeding 30 meters, akin to a legendary beast. And Zhen has vanished before his very eyes. With bloodshot eyes filled with fury, the enormous Taotai divine bull soared into the sky, heedless of the nearby human city. As its terrifying soul and spiritual energy recklessly spread outward, unbeknownst to which esteemed predecessor had graced this place, here stands the heavenly soul empire. The figure adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings, shining brilliantly, soared into the air, battling the trepidation in his heart. Before he could utter a word, he was seized by the colossal martial soul that stood over 30 meters tall. Mobilize all forces within the city. A voice, suppressed with utmost rage, resounded. This young one is still lacking in strength. Several dozen miles away from where Xuanzi and Zhen had just been, a handsome young lad ambled leisurely through the forest as if taking a stroll. A gray figure, visible only to Zhen, walked alongside him. Teacher, let us proceed to Yutong now. Indeed, the training plan for Yutong is officially commencing. And Zhen's elder brother, Wang Dong, Teacher Xiaoya, senior brother, Teacher Zhou, Teacher Fan Yu. When I return, I shall bring you all a grand surprise. And Zhen, my beloved brother, when I return, I shall surely confess my feelings to you. By then, I will possess the strength to stand beside you. A petite figure dashed swiftly toward the north. The youthful Ho Yutong filled with an unwavering resolve for a bright future. Suddenly, a chilling voice, ambiguous in gender, echoed in her ears. Who goes there? The girl exclaimed, swiftly drawing a short blade from its sheath, lowering her body into a defensive stance. A sense of danger loomed within the depths of her mind. The celestial dream ice silkworm stirred, rising on all fours. TSK, what an adorable young lad. Why not come back with me and be my cherished consort? A figure, shrouded in a gray mist, appeared. Disgusting. Ho Yutong's cherubic face contorted with revulsion. The celestial dream ice silkworm remarked, what is happening? My spiritual power cannot penetrate this gray fog. What kind of force is this? It resembles the power of death, yet is intermingled with that of the soul. Yutong, we seem to be in peril. The celestial dream ice silkworm's expression turned grave. Never had it anticipated encountering such a strange and formidable presence outside of Shrek. The mingling soul power vaguely exceeding her own. Wait a moment. Why does this gray mist seem so familiar? Ho Yutong pondered. Did you not say you were obtaining a soul ring with your teacher? Chapter 56. The dawn of revenge. It seems difficult to conceal. Although the celestial dream ice silkworm may lack in other areas, it proved invaluable regarding spiritual prowess. Ho Yutong felt bewildered. The familiar voice was something she could never forget. And Zhen, the girl exclaimed in delight, her starry eyes gazing at Zhen's figure emerging from the gray mist. Just as she prepared to rush into his embrace, she halted her steps. The blue-clad girl stood with her head bowed, resembling a child caught in mischief. Oh dear, let me see where our school's teacher is. The young man exaggeratedly looked around, then swiftly stepped forward to envelop Ho Yutong in his arms. Their eyes met. Ho Yutong shyly lowered her gaze, her cherubic cheeks flushed with youthful guilt. And Zhen, I'm sorry. A child should not wander alone without a word. And Zhen gently raised his hand and patted her small rear, admonishing her. Do you not realize how perilous the outside world can be for a 12-year-old girl? Ho Yutong acknowledged her mistake. Observing Ho Yutong's reaction, the celestial dream ice silkworm fumed within the depths of her mind, stamping her feet in frustration. Do not merely admit your fault. This fellow also sneaked out without permission. He deceived you as well. The celestial dream ice silkworm lamented in exasperation. I wonder if there is a great insect now speaking falsehoods about me? Tianming Bingshan. This fellow can indeed hear her words. Sister Tianming she. I truly accompanied a teacher from the academy. And Zhen inserted a skewer of candied hawthorn into Ho Yutong's mouth, explaining, given my current circumstances, I cannot venture outside without a powerful companion. Otherwise, they would never allow me to leave. It's as if they wish to construct a vault to secure this precious gem. However, the endeavors I am about to undertake are not suitable for the academy's knowledge. I requested my teacher's assistance to evade their watchful gaze. And Zhen lowered his eyes, the girl's delicate pink lips dusted with a layer of sugar, utterly tempting. Just one taste, how sweet. When Ho Yutong emerged from the embrace of her beloved, she realized they were floating in midair, the surroundings shifting rapidly. Even with her spiritual eyes, the scene appeared hazy. Clearly, they were moving at an astonishing speed, yet Hui Yutong, being cradled, felt no pressure from the wind. As though she were standing still. Isn't Zhen's teacher that dragon god Douluo? Hui Yutong queried, puzzled. Hadn't Zhen previously mentioned this individual was the master of the sea god pavilion at Shrek? No, she is my first teacher, the necromancer of calamity. The god of deathly sorcery, Ilex. The one who resembled a small gray ball. A voice, laced with a touch of languor, interjected. Tianming Bingshan exclaimed. Where do you intend to take Hui Yutong? Something felt amiss to Tianming Bingshan. Her spiritual force revealed they were indeed heading south, and in the blink of an eye, Hui Yutong's previously half-day journey had become futile. Oh right. Hui Yutong suddenly recalled her purpose, to journey to Sister Tianming's homeland in the far north to acquire her second soul ring and complement her second martial soul. And Zhen, I have important matters to attend to, Hui Yutong said anxiously. Fear not. You are heading to the far north to capture the Ice Emperor Scorpion, are you not? I am aware, and Zhen gently caressed the girl's head, continuing, this way, you shall obtain the ultimate Ice Martial Soul, allowing you to reside with the Ice Emperor you admire. I am doing this for your benefit, Yutong. Tianming Bingshan's voice resonated. How do you know my plan? Hui Yutong responded, perplexed. Why shouldn't I know? And Zhen countered. What? Shall I present you with a copy of the legendary Tang sect, and slap it across your face? Since you are privy to my intentions, you ought to comprehend what a tremendous opportunity this is for Yutong. Twin martial souls, the ultimate ice, and a soul bone of beastly caliber. Tianming Bingshan's voice bore an unmistakable hint of ire. And Zhen nodded gently, holding the girl close, his calm voice resonating. All right, Tianming Bingshan, you may cease your chatter. If I cease my chatter, then you must return Yutong. No. And Zhen's fingers gently caressed Hui Yutong's soft, delicate cheek. The more he gazed at the adorable figure in his arms, the more he cherished her. I have my own nurturing plan for Yutong, and you have yours, now? Our plans have collided. Clearly, you can only watch as your scheme unravels while I pursue mine. A nurturing plan for Yutong? Hui Yutong felt a flush of shyness. Indeed. To be precise, it should be called a wife cultivation plan. Burying her head against Zhen's chest, Hui Yutong could only embrace him tightly. Sister Tianming, I believe we should consider Zhen Gij's plan, she earnestly suggested to Tianming Bingkan, fully trusting in Zhen. Yutong, you must not be beguiled by this scoundrel. Tianming Bingkan exclaimed, her head nearly exploding. How could this rogue enchant Yutong with just the word wife? Just as Tianming Bingkan intended to voice more objections, and Zhen spoke up. We've arrived. Where are we? Tianming Bingkan inquired, puzzled. A gray mist enveloped Zhen and Hui Yutong, yet it did not obscure their vision. They could see the outside world with remarkable clarity, while sound was muted. 50 miles northwest of Xinglua City, and Zhen replied. The Duke of White Tiger's mansion. The voice, filled with venomous hatred, was accompanied by the tightening grip of a pale hand around Zhen's. Before them stood a structure reminiscent of a palace, with golden domes and crimson doors, exuding an air of antiquity and solemnity, steeped in rich historical ambience. The waning rays of the sunset bathed the mansion in hues of gold and crimson. Isolation, a soft voice echoed, reminiscent of a decree from the heavens. In an instant, it felt as if an invisible barrier severed the expansive estate of over 3,000 acres from the world. 1 soul Douluo, 3 soul sages, and over a dozen soul emperors, plus some miscellaneous soldiers. A handsome young man clad in gray appeared beside Zhen, announcing, Soul Douluo, is Dai Hao at home? Ilex raised his hand, and in the next moment, a robust elder with a white mane materialized before them. The gray necromantic energy instantaneously sealed the elder's spiritual sea and body, rendering the esteemed Soul Douluo as helpless as a fish out of water, struggling on the ground. This is the Soul Douluo, not Dai Hao, Zhen observed. No wonder the esteemed Duke of White Tiger only had 1 Soul Douluo. Although he was the guardian of the Xinglua Empire, having just 1 Soul Douluo seemed rather weak. It was likely that Dai Hao had taken all the combat strength home, as perhaps no one anticipated an attack on the Duke's mansion, especially given its proximity to Xinglua City. Do you know him? Zhen inquired. I do not. Hui Yutong replied, astonished. Was this struggling figure truly a Soul Douluo? How could he appear so feeble before Zhen Gij's master? That little gray creature posed a greater threat than the old fellow who often lingered by their dormitory entrance. In the depths of her spiritual sea, Tianming Bingkan softly conveyed to Hui Yutong, which was precisely why she had taken no action. Originally, a mere wisp of consciousness, this entity has inexplicably grown immensely powerful over the course of a few months. Tianming Ice Silkworm is left in bewilderment. With a flick of his hand, Ilex effortlessly cast aside the Soul Douluo, rendered powerless by his bindings. What are you dawdling for? He gently placed Hui Yutong on the ground and, with a light prod of his finger on the girl's soft cheek, shattered the door. Then, vengeance. As more content loads, Ilex waved his hand, and two streams of gray spiritual light enveloped Hui Yutong's small hands. Vengeance. Hui Yutong appeared somewhat dazed. The memories of a year ago flooded her mind, recalling her desperate escape from this very place. Back then, she was merely an orphan with innate soul power at a mere level 1. Having only reached level 10 at the age of 11, she had no family, naively wandering to the fringes of the Star Doe forest, devoid of hope or future. The Duke's manor loomed over her like an insurmountable behemoth, forcing her to bury her deep-seated resentment within her heart. Her lips felt parched, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. Thank you, Brother Anjin. The blue girl bowed deeply to the gray-haired young man who materialized before her. Thank you, Senior. The power I bestow will exert up to 5 tons of force depending on the strength of your grip. Any soul master who dares to act against you here will be rendered powerless. The mist of the dead shall conceal your appearance for now. Anjin stated that you would use a false voice. Go forth. Everything here lies within his control. With a resolute nod, the blue girl approached the imposing redwood gate, taking a deep breath before unleashing her white-knuckled fist. In that moment, the oppressive weight of the Duke's manor, which had tormented her heart, shattered alongside the door. The burdens, much like the plaque inscribed with the Duke's name, lay crushed beneath Hui Yutong's feet. Who dares to be reckless at the Duke's manor? The patrolling guards, alerted by the commotion, witnessed a figure shrouded in gray mist striding through the shattered grand entrance. A thunderous shout served as a warning. But before they could summon their martial spirits, a tendril of gray essence pierced their brows. In the next instant, an overwhelming weakness surged through them, causing them to stumble and collapse to their knees. Bang! A wooden staff struck the guard, splintering upon impact. As the sharp pain coursed through him, a male voice echoed. I remember you. You were the one who knocked my mother unconscious that day. Those who had tormented her and her mother would never be forgotten. The small fist enveloped in gray mist collided with the guard's chest, causing him to spit blood before losing consciousness. Hui Yutong continued deeper into the manor, knowing well where the Duchess resided. Little Yutong is still too soft-hearted. Anjin stepped cautiously into the Duke's manor. He could have easily dispatched that man with a single punch. This indicated that Yutong had not allowed hatred to blind her, which was commendable. Yet, the scoundrels still deserved their fate, enveloped in the power of the dead. His hand picked up a stone from the ground, flicking it with a finger, producing a sound of shattering air and a bloom of crimson. Do not claim that you are merely appeasing Dai Huabin due to the necessity of survival. If you choose to be a wicked servant, you must accept the consequences of your actions. Your plight elicits pity, yet it does not serve as justification for your oppression of innocent souls. Meanwhile, Hui Yutong struck down a guard with a single blow. A dark-skinned woman, alerted by the commotion, rushed out, 7 soul rings hovering around her. According to the original narrative, one must possess the ability to execute a martial soul fusion technique to inherit the title of Duke, and it is mentioned that this Duchess is a royal princess. I have made a fusion of sorts. The royal family wed into the Zhu family, and their daughter, now a princess of the Star Luo Empire, awakened the martial soul of the phantom spirit cat, marrying Dai Hao. In Chapter 57, the vendetta is avenged. The poised noblewoman exuded a feline allure, appearing remarkably well-maintained, embodying the archetype of a cold yet elegant matron. Who dares? The 7th sequence of soul rings ignited, an overwhelming surge of soul power arose, only to be forcefully subdued in the next instant, an immense wave of weakness washing over her, causing the White Tiger Duchess to collapse onto the ground. Her splendid gown was now covered in dust, and the once haughty Duchess struggled to her feet, devoid of her previous arrogance. Pondering where the White Tiger Duke's estate had offended His Majesty, the title Douluo, this individual must surely be a title Douluo. Why had Elderting not appeared? After all, he was a soul Douluo. Had he already been assassinated? She needed to stall for time, awaiting the arrival of powerful allies in Star Luo City. Your Majesty, we are unaware of how we have offended you. The White Tiger Duke's estate and the Star Luo royal family are willing to do everything in our power to compensate for your losses. The once proud and frigid visage was now adorned with a sycophantic smile. She did not wish to perish. She could not afford to die. The figure shrouded in gray mist remained silent, advancing directly towards the Duchess, who was now weak enough to kneel on the ground. Within the fog, a pair of small, fair fists trembled with rage, and the eyes, sparkling like the depths of the ocean, brimmed with hatred. Hui Yutong's mind flickered back to moments spent with her mother. You villain! A voice, imbued with animosity yet youthful in tone, rang out, momentarily stunning the White Tiger Duchess. It sounded nothing like a title Douluo, but rather an adolescent child. As the gray mist around Hui Yutong began to dissipate, a cherubic face, adorned with tears of wrath, emerged within the Duchess's line of sight. The Duchess felt a sense of familiarity. Suing, a short blade materialized in Hui Yutong's hand, its sharp edge gleaming with a resplendent light. Did you ever consider this day would come when you tormented my mother? Hui Yuner, Suing suddenly recalled, recognizing whose likeness this was. You are Hui Yun'er's daughter, Dai Yutong. My surname is Hua. The petite foot clad in sports shoes struck Su Ying's abdomen, sending her sprawling to the ground. Yutong, Yutong, there is a misunderstanding. Su Ying cried out, clutching her aching belly. She did not wish to die. It was Dai Hao. He forced me to do this. Such utter falsehoods. A youthful voice resonated through the air. Su Ying turned her gaze towards the sound, only to see a young lad approaching, bearing several chairs. And Zhen grasped Hui Yutong's hand, causing the necromantic energy emanating from the girl to dissipate. It would be too easy for her to be struck down instantly. With a cheerful smile, and Zhen placed the chairs down, saying, use these. Hui Yutong, her eyes brimming with tears, nodded solemnly. Amidst Su Ying's desperate pleas, she raised a chair and brought it crashing down. One shattered, followed by another. Ah, wretched woman. It seemed the two had realized they would not let her escape unscathed. As a chorus of insults intertwined with cries of despair erupted. Your mother is a harlot, and so are you. Su Ying's words were abruptly silenced as Zhen stepped upon her face. With a tearing sound, the back of the opulent black gown was ripped open, revealing her fair back, the exquisite curve extending downward. Madam, you wouldn't want to find yourself cast into the slums, would you? Su Ying's body trembled at the suggestion. I recall you have two sons. Ugh. The Duchess of the White Tiger struggled violently beneath Zhen's foot. Please, Hua Bin and Yao Hong are innocent. The disheveled and dirt-streaked Duchess begged. You should remember how others pleaded when you tormented them in the past. And Zhen gently pushed Hui Yutong forward. Yes, I remember. Moments later, in a desolate place with but a solitary grave, Zhen held Hui Yutong and carelessly tossed the Duchess, who resembled a discarded dog, onto the ground. Mother. Hui Yutong leapt towards the grave. It's your turn. And Zhen's gaze turned icy as she watched Su Ying move. Su Ying knelt and crawled towards the grave of Hui Yun'er, her pale forehead striking the ground with force. I am sorry, Hui Yun'er. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I am a wretch. With tears glistening in her eyes, Hui Yutong pressed her cheek against the cold earth. Observing the once haughty Duchess of the White Tiger now kneeling, striking her head against the ground, uttering self-deprecating insults and confessing her past misdeeds. Mother, do you see this? The girl murmured softly, her gaze vacant, as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. But no one was left to respond to her call. You deserve to die? A voice filled with malice rang out as Hui Yutong, with all her strength, swung a sharp blade, a bloom of crimson blossoming in the air. In that moment, the rage within her reached its zenith, her starry eyes fixed on the figure falling lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any vitality. In the next instant, her pent-up hatred and fury melted away like spring snow. Breathing heavily, the blade dripped with blood as the girl pressed her hands against her knees. Her pearly teeth clenched tightly against her rosy lips, while tears as large as beans cascaded from her eyes. Whoa, it's all right now. And Zhen knelt down gently, tenderly wiping away the tears from the young girl's cheeks, embracing Hui Yutong in his arms. He had avenged a great wrong. He should be filled with joy. Brother and Zhen, the tearful girl lifted her charming face, her pitiful demeanor resembling a homeless kitten. Will you abandon Yutong? Of course not. And Zhen softly kissed the side of her face. I will always be with you, Yutong. With her delicate arms wrapped around Zhen's neck, Hui Yutong held tightly onto her family. They would remain together forever. Moments later, Hui Yutong bowed 3 times before the grave, saying, Mommy, I must leave now. Do not worry about me. I have encountered wonderful people who love me dearly, and I cherish them in return. We will live well together, and I will have a happy family. Yin auntie, I will take good care of Yutong, and Zhen whispered, under the vast expanse of twinkling stars. And Zhen quietly departed from Hui Yun'er's gravesite, a powerful force rising within him. Apart from the cold corpse of the Duchess cast back into the room, bloodstains and traces of activity, everything vanished without a trace, returning to its original state. The adorable girl, now drifting into dreams, lay nestled in Zhen's embrace, a gentle smile gracing her lips as if she were dreaming of something beautiful. So, how does my plan compare to yours, Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm? The individuals who had once bullied Hui Yun'er and Hui Yutong faced their reckoning. Hui Yutong had avenged her grievances, shedding the burdens of the past and her inner demons, emerging renewed. The Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm remained silent, her spiritual power sensing their northward movement. She would have to execute her own plan. Chapter 58. The third step of Yutong's nurturing plan in the early morning wilderness, within a spacious tent. And Zhen slowly opened his eyes, rubbing the sleep from them with his fingers. Instinctively, he reached out to the side, finding it empty. Yet the lingering scent of milk remained on the bedding. Waking naturally was a rare comfort. But where was his pillow? Stepping out of the tent, he beheld the charming blue girl busily tending to a pile of kitchenware outside, making porridge and chopping vegetables with a somewhat clumsy yet endearing domestic grace. Brother and Zhen, with delicate fingers brushing back a stray hair, the little girl, clad in an apron, set the meal on a small table, urging Zhen to sit down. placing a soup spoon and chopsticks before him. A bowl of porridge and 4 dishes awaited him, their enticing aroma and vibrant colors whetting the appetite. A virtuous wife and loving mother, Hui Yutong. Marvelous. The combination of Ling Miao's and Hui Yutong's culinary skills was indeed splendid. I'm glad you like it. Brother and Zhen, Hui Yutong beamed, watching the beloved boy savor the meal she had prepared. Today, Hui Yutong radiated vitality, her joyful demeanor reminiscent of any ordinary 12-year-old girl. The animosity of yesterday could no longer confine her spirit. She was on the verge of a brighter tomorrow. After their meal, and Zhen utilized the virtual realm to tidy up the dishes. Having finished, he stowed away the belongings from the previous night, as someone presumed missing. And Zhen could not appear in public, thus they were compelled to make do with a night in the wilderness. What shall we do next, brother and Zhen? Hui Yutong inquired with curiosity, completely unaware of their current location. Her azure hair was styled into 2 charming buns, and she donned a knee-length deep blue dress adorned with a delightful bow at the waist, complemented by a sky blue coat draped over her shoulders. Her petite feet were clad in white socks and short white boots. Rather than resembling a traveler embarking on an adventure, the girl appeared more like a young lady heading out for a picnic. Now, we shall proceed to the 3rd step of the Yutong cultivation plan. The first step involves nourishing the body with medicinal cuisine to instill confidence as a novice soul master at the threshold of level 3. The second step is to avenge past grievances, alleviating the burdens of inner turmoil. The 3rd step focuses on enhancing her innate talents, completing her second martial spirit, and transforming her into a true paragon of excellence. The 3rd step? Hui Yutong felt a hint of shyness at the mention of this term. Completing your second martial spirit. Yutong, and Zhen explained, his gaze fixed on her. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm has granted you a vacant slot for an ice attribute second martial spirit, which must be filled with the essence of an ice-type soul beast. The Ice Emperor Scorpion. The anxious voice of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm echoed in the air. I was confident in my ability to ensnare and persuade her. With the assistance of that little gray sphere, I can effectively manage any potential risks. No. Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, and Zhen gently shook his head, a meaningful smile gracing his face. In my plan, the Ice Emperor Scorpion will become my spirit, aiding me in breaking through this level 40 bottleneck. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm paused, a vexed tone emerging. You intend to usurp Yutong's opportunity. Scoundrel, more content is loading. Please wait. Have you forgotten what you previously stated? And Zhen dismissed the voice of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, silencing it manually. Honestly, the Emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. And Zhen was well aware that the Ice Silkworm's agitation stemmed from the Ice Emperor. But you are merely a lovesick admirer, he retorted with a chuckle, dismissing the absurdity of the situation. Yutong, and Zhen turned his attention back to the girl. Brother and Zhen, Hui Yutong disregarded the various conspiracy theories circulating in her mind, her sparkling eyes focused solely on the young man before her. I trust you. Moreover, with your remarkable abilities, I believe that after acquiring the Ice Emperor Scorpion, you will become even more formidable. The sincerity in the girl's innocent voice held no trace of jealousy or resentment. She was genuinely delighted for Zhen. How wonderful it is, Zhen reflected, feeling grateful for having such a devoted girl by his side. The Ice Blue Scorpion, a soul beast of unparalleled ice attributes, known as the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, is a formidable creature nearing 400,000 years in age. Strictly speaking, she can be regarded as the true progenitor of ice on the Douluo continent, even more so than the Snow Empress. And Zhen spoke slowly, yet the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm interjected, this is merely your narrow perception. Regardless of whether you have lived for 1,000,000 years, the existence of Douluo has encompassed countless millennia. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm continued. This world is far grander than you can fathom. And Zhen lifted the ban on the soul sound. What do you mean? It means that I intend to bestow upon my wife a more powerful martial soul. Huh? Can you really summon the Snow Empress? And Zhen envisioned the delightful form of Hui Yutong merged with the Ice Goddess martial soul. Surely, she would be adorable, an ice princess. If Yutong wishes, I could indeed procure her within 6 months. Such grandiose claims. Do you not fear the consequences of your words? The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, well aware of the Snow Empress's formidable reputation, understood that such an entity would never bow to a mere human, even in the face of calamity. Oh, you remain unaware of the current circumstances surrounding the Snow Empress. Calculating the time, and Zhen speculated that she must have failed in her attempt to stabilize her yin-yang martial core, resulting in damage to her essence. What? The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm suddenly sensed the gravity of his words. After all, this individual was shrouded in mystery, possessing knowledge of her past, her plans, the affairs of Shrek, and even the enigmatic little gray sphere that did not belong to this world. Had the Snow Empress truly encountered unforeseen misfortune? Guess. Damn you. The riddle maker revels in joy. What do you plan to give Yutong as her second martial soul? The heavenly dream ice silkworm felt a pang of reluctance regarding the matter of the Ice Emperor, yet she was no child. The current situation was beyond her control, and even Hui Yutong valued and Zhen's opinion more. Love? Ascendancy? The heavenly dream ice silkworm deemed her own life to be of greater importance. After years of slumber, pursued by arch-nemeses, traversing oceans, captured and absorbed by the ruffians of the Star Do Forest, and ultimately breaking free after 1,000,000 years, everything had culminated in a desperate gamble for survival. Moreover, the little gray sphere was indeed formidable. The heavenly dream ice silkworm reclined. The ice-blue Emperor Scorpion was a candidate, but as for selection, a brilliant smile illuminated in Zhen's face, a being not inferior to the ice god. And Zhen Gij, Hui Yutong's eyes sparkled with tears of emotion. Have you lost your mind? The heavenly dream ice silkworm exclaimed, her perspective shaped by countless years of experience. You intend to empower that little gray sphere. She could not comprehend how he could be so confident in persuading a divine-level entity to become Hui Yutong's martial soul. Empower? That little gray sphere was indeed a manifestation of divine consciousness. However, is such behavior not excessively perilous? Yutong cannot endure such turmoil. Tianming Ice Silkworm. In comparison to the Ice Emperor, values your own life more, does it not? Tianming Ice Silkworm remained silent. A strong individual possesses their own dignity. Yet, in this world, there exist certain matters that hold greater significance to them than their own dignity or even life itself. And Zhen's countenance radiated an air of complete mastery, with a brilliant, sunny smile. Yet Tianming Ice Silkworm felt an overwhelming sense of dread. To know all about you, that is the most terrifying foe. A creature existing in this realm will invariably find itself intertwined with a particular matter or person. Where there are emotions, there are vulnerabilities, which may even present a reality more intolerable than one's own demise. Take, for instance, the Duchess of the White Tiger, who ultimately bowed in self-degradation and repentance. Was she genuinely remorseful? No. She sacrificed her dignity for the sake of her son. Alas, she forgot to consider that her youngest son had already been rendered powerless, destined for a half-life worse than death. More content is loading, please wait. Cradling the girl in his arms, and Zhen preferred this embrace over standing alongside Hui Yutong. The girl was not heavy, and her softness, imbued with a fragrant essence, led in Zhen to bury his head in the crook of her neck, the faint scent of her youth lingering at his nostrils. Teacher, could you please locate the dense ice and fire energy within this forest? In the virtual realm, Hui Yutong and Zhen and Tianming Ice Silkworm sat together. A golden figure attempted to pounce, but golden chains ensnared it directly, constraining it. The broad sleeping robe could not conceal the ample plumpness, and the overwhelming arrogance left Hui Yutong in awe, a creature of excessive nourishment. It was quite appetizing to behold. Hey, you must at least tell us where we are right now. Tianming Ice Silkworm exclaimed. The Sunset Forest, capable of opening a half-plane of the undead. Ilex's mastery over spatial power is no trivial matter, especially with his current strength, which is but a thread away from divinity. What would take others days to traverse is but a simple endeavor for Ilex. Tianming Ice Silkworm appeared perplexed, uncertain whether to question why the destination was here or why Zhen had directly answered her inquiry. And Zhen rose, reaching out to playfully caress the soft cheek of the golden lady, exclaiming, "This is quite delightful." Tianming Ice Silkworm's expression shifted, and with a serious tone, she warned, "Do not even think about it. My heart belongs solely to Bingbing." Seemingly aware of her current predicament, Tianming Ice Silkworm added, "Even if you were to possess my body, you would not capture my heart. I am not so inclined toward a large, meaty insect." And Zhen released his hand, stating, "I was merely curious as to why that one did not consume you outright. Or perhaps the Silver Dragon King intends to nurture Tianming Ice Silkworm for 1,000,000 years before devouring her. What? Eat her? You are indeed sent by that band of rascals from the Star Do Great Forest, aren't you? If their master were willing to allow me to serve as a maid, I might consider joining their ranks." And Zhen remarked with a smile that was more ambiguous than genuine. Given the nature of the Silver Dragon King, such a proposition was utterly implausible. Oh. A look of disdain crossed the face of the Golden House lady. "You expect Emperor Tian to serve you as a maid?" With a sharp slap. And Zhen's hand landed heavily on the rounded, pert backside, causing a tremor. "I was referring to Emperor Tian's master." "Emperor Tian's master?" Tianming Bingcan asked, perplexed. "Wait, what do you mean? Is there a beast above Emperor Tian?" And Zhen chose to ignore Tianming Bingcan, for the action had already commenced. Toxic miasma. The 7 deadly flowers of the azure scales, various lethal substances that would be mere toys in the presence of Ilex. Yutong. And Zhen released the consciousness of Hui Yutong. We've arrived. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Chapter 59. The heist. It was a modest valley, yet it boasted an array of plants displaying an astonishing spectrum of colors. Sunlight filtered through the colorful poisonous clouds above, illuminating countless extraordinary plants that sparkled with unique spiritual light, easily discernible to anyone who gazed upon them. At the center of these remarkable flora lay a lake divided into two hues, crystal white emanating a chilling mist, and fiery red above which the warm air twisted and warped. To Zhen's perception, an endless vitality seemed to emanate from the lake. "Oh my!" Tianming Bingkan exclaimed. "The concentration of energy in this realm is at least 5 times that of the core circle of the Stardew forest. Such a treasure exists in this world." However, recalling what that young man had previously mentioned, it was likely that the circumstances here were closely linked to the formidable entity he had spoken of, one rivaling the ice god. In ancient times, there existed a dragon that proclaimed itself the dragon god, the progenitor of all dragons in the Douluo dimension. Its power sufficient to be deemed the king of gods. It had 9 offspring, each a paragon among the gods. Yet during the Dragon God War, the dragon god was defeated, leading to the demise or sealing of those dragon kings. Now, the Eye of Ice and Fire marked the site of the fall of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. And Zhen's voice resonated within Hui Yutong's mind. "Dragon King," Tianming Bingkan gasped. "A true dragon, without a doubt, existed above numerous soul beasts and the Dragon King. Do you intend for little Yutong to absorb the soul of the Ice Dragon King?" "Correct, but there are no rewards." "Huff." The Golden House Lady, Tianming Bingkan, took a deep breath, anxiety surging within her, a great malevolence rising and crashing like turbulent waves. "This is incredibly audacious. Humans and soul beasts are mortal enemies. Then why choose to empower Yutong?" Under the aegis of Alix, and Zhen strode boldly forward. "There are 2 souls here that are quite decent," Alix remarked. And Zhen grasped the crux of the matter. "They are souls, not divine souls. There are some characteristics of divine souls, but overall, they have descended to the realm of souls." In the depths of gray eyes, the lifeless glimmer mirrored the essence of the universe. Alix elucidated that their souls had been dissected and oppressed by the laws of nature. Their corporeal and spiritual powers extracted to forge this sacred land, this realm. Were they to reclaim these powers, they could indeed ascend back to divinity. However, their essence had already been assimilated by this very world, and beneath them lay treasures that, though once theirs, had now become the dominion of the land. To put it simply, the game characters had been stripped of their divine garments. It appeared that the situation was even more favorable than I had initially anticipated. Thus, it was likely that Hui Yutong would not require the Ice Emperor as a backup. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Even after eons, having lost their intellect, the innate qualities of the Ice and Fire Dragon souls would likely surpass those of the Ice Emperor. "Who?" A clear, vibrant female voice rang out, imbued with a sense of spirited vigor. A wave of heat enveloped the air, instantly raising the temperature within the valley. Before them stood a plant of striking crimson hue, towering and resembling a cabbage, as if sculpted from rubies. The ethereal fragrance of the yuyo flower wafted through the air, as the illustrious 8-cornered ice grass emerged. "You must be the leader here, right?" Under the watchful gaze of numerous botanical spirit beasts, the handsome youth slowly articulated the scientific names of 3 10,000-year-old celestial herbs, alongside the names they had chosen for themselves. "Who are you? How do you know Yuyo's name?" A gentle female voice inquired, brimming with curiosity. "Allow me to introduce myself," and Zhen thought it prudent to leave a favorable impression on his future subordinates. Displaying a smile he deemed charming. "My name is Zhen, and I am here to rob you." "The plants, huh? Robbery? Are you a villain?" After a moment of stunned silence, the yuyo flower finally reacted. Boom. The gray, handsome youth lifted his hand, and the lifeless power of the undead surged forth like seemingly infinite chains from his palm, exuding an ominous aura, pure, unadulterated necromantic energy. In the blink of an eye, before the myriad plant spirit beasts could respond, countless gray chains materialized above each of them with precision. Danger. For the first time since their consciousness had awakened, the multitude of plant spirit beasts felt the threat of death. Gazing upon the gray chains, it seemed as though their very souls were on the verge of being seized. The malevolent necromantic force acting as their innate nemesis. Merely a few morsels, Ilex thought, had it not been for the protection of Zhen and Hui Yutong. He would not even regard these plants with a second glance. The gray, lifeless gaze then turned toward the lake of red and white. An ancient tongue from another realm flowed from Ilex's lips. As the necromantic energy sealing the ice and fire duality, I began to operate in a specific manner, coalescing into an illusory, colossal formation high above. He intended to extract the 2 entities lurking beneath the ground. The pink blossoms trembled gently, seemingly in fear of the power of the departed, their delicate fragrance resembling that of a vulnerable maiden who had been wronged. "How could you be so cruel?" I warned. "This place was left by a certain individual eons ago." The voice of the fiery and beautiful Xinjiao echoed, a feeble threat in a realm governed by rules. How laughable. And Zhen, cradling Hui Yutong, surveyed the celestial treasures around them, bemused by the myriad of restrictions surrounding the hunting of soul beasts. Moreover, why should I adhere to the rules set by others? And Zhen wondered, perplexed by the numerous regulations surrounding a mere celestial herb. When he hunted soul beasts, they never spoke of any rules. It was merely the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, unless one could summon a powerful being to subdue me. Did the celestial herb have an owner? Dugabo? He had been dead for ages, and besides, these herbs were not of his cultivation. Tang-san. Just because a sign was planted does not mean it belongs to you. If that were the case, the Ice and Fire Dragon King should be the rightful owner. After all, these entities were nourished by the energy derived from the Ice and Fire Dragon King's corpse. But he was here for the hunt of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. I would seize the souls and extract the bones of this place's master. What significance did the herbs in the courtyard hold? You will incur divine retribution. Xin Zhao exclaimed in rage. That divine retribution is mine as well. You truly are a bandit, coveting everything. The multitude of plant soul beasts, whether they were 10,000 or 100,000 years old, found themselves utterly helpless, merely watching as Zhen searched among them, praying fervently that he would not choose them. Eventually, Zhen discovered what he sought. It was an unassuming herb, entirely green. Its center adorned with 3 white leaves, glistening with a translucent liquid akin to morning dew. Wangchuan Xiushui Lu, he said, pulling it from the earth. Yutong, open your mouth. The girl obediently parted her cherry blossom lips. The dewdrop-like liquid dripped into her mouth, and within moments, the herb withered, leaving behind several tiny seeds that resembled grains. Go. And Zhen instructed, tossing the seeds beside the fragrant celestial treasure. Find a good spot to plant them. Oh, the fragrant celestial treasure paused, then dutifully began its task. Purple light cradling the seeds as they burrowed into the soil. Yoo-hoo. Xin Zhao felt as though she had an incompetent ally. Why are you listening to him? Chapter 60. The Ice and Fire Dragon King's compromise after all. Wangchuan Xiushui Lu will be our companion, the fragrant celestial treasure explained. Xin Zhao was left speechless. The substance that Yutong had consumed was known as Wangchuan Xiushui Lu, and with the operation of the purple extreme magic eye, it greatly benefited her vision and spiritual energy. And Zhen retrieved a soft cushion, allowing Hui Yutong to sit cross-legged atop it. This fellow speaks the truth. The celestial dream eye silkworm sensed the medicinal power within Hui Yutong's body gradually converging towards her eyes. Following her sister's command, she activated her spiritual eye martial spirit. And Zhen stepped forward slowly, and with each step, the nearby plants trembled involuntarily. It was as if they were helplessly laid bare on a butcher's block, enduring an inhumane torment, for these plants had never encountered the outside world, having grown blissfully unaware in their sheltered existence. What shall I consume? And Zhen murmured softly. Perhaps a combination of the flame apricot and the star anise frost herb for a fiery ice body refinement? The temptation is quite profound. Moreover, with Ilex watching over, and the vitality of the life gold present, there is little to fear from unforeseen mishaps. No, please do not consume me. The flame apricot, resembling a ruby cabbage, quivered gently, its voice tinged with anger. If you must eat, do not include that fellow, the star anise. Do you think I am unaware that consuming you both together is utterly toxic? And Zhen retorted, medicinal substances must not be recklessly ingested. If you desire a fiery ice body refinement, you could directly utilize a portion of the ice and fire origin powers from these 2 dragons. Ilex interjected, his hands remaining in motion. This power is far more refined. As for whether my disciple's body can withstand such immense strength, it can be sealed away for gradual absorption. Could we possibly add a celestial mushroom chrysanthemum? And Zhen inquired, noticing a flower displaying a resplendent purple hue, its center protruding half a foot above the petals, glimmering with a faint golden radiance. Certainly. Suddenly, Ilex's gray eyes narrowed, ancient and mysterious runes reflecting within them, a surge of intense necromantic energy swelling forth. A vast mental force enveloped the area, and at that moment, even the most powerful spirit beast, the fragrant Chilua fairy, trembled in fear. The stronger one's power, the more one could appreciate the grandeur of the mountains. Under the protection of the gray necromantic aura, and Zhen and Hui Yutong felt nothing amiss. At that instant, 2 resounding dragon roars echoed, seemingly returning from the ancient past to grace this long-forgotten world once more. Still reeling from the earlier fright, the imposing dragon roar struck a profound terror within these plant spirit beasts, making them feel as though they were caught in a pair of sharp fangs. Whoa. More content loading, please wait. What is happening today? The fragrant Chilua fairy felt a tearful frustration, unable to frolic as usual, instead suppressing her emotions for fear that any sound might draw the attention of these formidable beings. The gray necromantic domain enveloped the 2 dragon roars and their aura, sealing off the space. Amidst the astonished gazes of 3 ancient plant spirit beasts, Two colossal phantasmal dragons emerged from the duality of ice and fire. Their forms majestic and imposing, one a fiery crimson, the other a pristine white. Their vast bodies seemed to eclipse the heavens, and as sunlight kissed their illusory scales, it appeared as though the very essence of ice and fire was inscribed upon them, a sublime amalgamation of violence and strength. Did the two venerable beings intend to summon the judgment of the 5 divine kings from the celestial realm? A voice, cool and ethereal, whispered in the ears of the dragon souls. Humans. The voice, laden with fury, surged forth, a tremendous malevolence bearing down upon Zhen. Yet, for Zhen and Hua Yutong, shielded by the power of the undead, it felt as if nothing could harm them. The flames surged, a primordial fire erupting with an intensity surpassing that of a volcanic explosion, as if to engulf the entire valley. The Ice Dragon King remained silent, its frigid gaze fixated upon the gray figure suspended in the air. This peculiar and enigmatic power was something it had never encountered in all its years. Wailing softly, the ethereal spirit of fragrant beauty lamented, "I am but a mere child of 10,000 years. Why must I suffer in the clash of titans? I would rather have been devoured by that person." With this turn of events, besides Jiao, all her companions were destined for demise. Jiao, live well for me. Alas, I shall never be able to bother you again. What a delightful spirit she was. And Zhen gazed at the swaying blossoms of pink beauty. It was time for him to take action. And Zhen turned toward the void, bowing slightly, his voice resonating with fervor. "I wish to report to the esteemed god of destruction and the god of life. I have discovered the severely wounded Silver Dragon King, a remnant of the dragon race, hiding in the aftermath of the dragon goddess split. Accompanying her is the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Tian, who once served the dragon god. Before the dragon goddess fall, a space known as the Dragon Tomb was established for the dragon race, and I happen to know its location. Within lies the core of the dragon god, along with countless true dragon bones, the soul of the radiant Dragon King, and even the remnants of a mountain dragon king." Wait. The voice of the Ice Dragon King erupted, anxious and urgent, as the overwhelming flames vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. A majestic male and female dragon, one crimson and one azure, materialized before Zhen, with Ilex appearing silently behind him. The young woman, transformed from the Ice Dragon King, regarded Zhen with a complex expression. "By my ancestors, this boy is indeed extraordinary. The severely wounded Silver Dragon King, the Dragon Tomb, the radiant dragon soul, the core of the dragon god. What knowledge you possess surpasses even that of the imprisoned Golden Dragon King. Fear not, esteemed elders. It is everyone's duty to report the remnants of the dragon race. I have already left a detailed report at home, and the wounded Silver Dragon King lies concealed within the starry forest at the heart of this continent. Once the news spreads, the gods will descend, and the 5 divine kings will weave a net of fate." The youth's face radiated excitement, as if he were embarking on a grand and heroic endeavor destined to etch his name into the annals of history. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings exchanged glances at the enigmatic lakes, whose depth was indiscernible yet not inferior to their own. They had suffered a resounding defeat, having been caught off guard by their opponent's vulnerability. "Enough," roared the more irascible Fire Dragon King. "What do you desire?" It was an overt threat, stark and unambiguous. Where had this audacious youth emerged from? They pondered how they could ascertain the veracity of Zhen's claims. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings shared a moment of understanding. Ever since their consciousness had been awakened, they had sensed a faint connection through their bloodline. Although they had perished early in the emergence of the Dragon Tomb, they were aware of its opening. Clearly, the Elder has not downloaded any anti-fraud measures. What if this junior is attempting to deceive you both? Come, let us journey together to the heart of the Star Do Great Forest to seek out the Silver Dragon King. And Zhen enthusiastically spoke of matters incomprehensible to the 2 Dragon Kings, eager to lead the way. "I can feel it." The Fire Dragon King's voice was laced with fury. This was the first time such a diminutive human dared to display bravado before them. Yet, inexplicably, he was genuinely intimidated by the threat posed. The Silver Dragon King represented the last glimmer of hope for the dragon race, while the Dragon Tomb served as a final resting place for their kin. With a wistful sigh, Zhen lamented that while using another's weakness as leverage was despicable, regrettably, as a non-dragon, he could not empathize with the 2 elders. "Did you awaken us merely to humiliate us?" "Certainly not," Zhen replied, shaking his head with utmost seriousness. "I have come to negotiate terms with you both." "What?" inquired the Ice Dragon King, his expression as frosty as his name. Zhen elucidated the concept of martial souls and related knowledge, gently stroking the soft cheek of Hua Yutong, who was absorbing the medicinal essence of the celestial herbs. "I hope the Elder will relinquish her consciousness to become the ice attribute martial soul of this girl beside me. I implore you not to use her as leverage against me, for you cannot afford to gamble with her." Relinquish consciousness, he emphasized, contrasting it with the Ice Emperor Scorpion from the original tale, who retained her intellect. The Ice Emperor's motive was survival and ascension alongside her host, driven by mutual interests, but the Ice Dragon King was different. Her concern lay with the dragon race. Greedy humans, the Ice Dragon King, resembling a Valkyrie, displayed a look of disdain. Indeed, I am greedy, for I also seek the soul bones of both dragon kings and the power that accompanies them. However, in return, I vow not to disseminate any information regarding dragon affairs, and once I ascend to divinity, I shall offer my assistance to the Silver Dragon King. And Zhen laid forth his terms. Very well, the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings readily acquiesced, not even probing into Zhen's confidence in achieving divinity or the extent of his promised support to the Silver Dragon King. Their acceptance was grounded solely in his assurance of silence regarding these matters. Even if it is merely this, they must acquiesce. The latter half of the statement merely serves to spare them some embarrassment. Even if it is but empty words, they possess no room to refuse. As Zhen aptly stated, they cannot afford to gamble. The two Dragon Kings exchanged glances, each perceiving the sorrow reflected in the other's eyes. They were once formidable figures. Even the ice and fire deities bowed before them. Yet now, they find themselves coerced and threatened by a mere mortal. The dignity of the strong? The pride of the Dragon Clan? If lost, so be it. These considerations have become but fleeting shadows, insignificant when weighed against the singular hope of their race. A resplendent yellow soul ring illuminated the air. The second martial soul, reflection. And Zhen had cultivated a habit of reflecting upon remarkable treasures or formidable beings he encountered. However, these creatures cannot continue to exist. The Fire Dragon King's gaze swept over the plant soul beasts behind him. Alas, the elegant fragrance celestial herb felt as if it could weep without tears. This is what it means when great figures engage in battle, and the ants suffer the consequences. The God King, the Silver Dragon King, the essence of the Dragon God. Are these matters they ought to comprehend? Would the esteemed ones believe me if I claim to have heard nothing? The elegant fragrance celestial herb pondered if it might assert itself. After all, it was born of the powers of these two. Yet, it was evident that the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings held no affection for the grass growing atop their graves. These beings that absorbed their energy. I have a mutually beneficial proposal, and Zhen said with a radiant smile. If we are all well, then truly, all is well. Chapter 907 of the Legend of the Dragon Kings discusses the Water Dragon King in the first half, transitioning to the Ice Dragon King in the latter half. The concept of the Ice and Water Dragon Kings, along with their conflicts, feels somewhat chaotic and inconsistent with earlier narratives. Considering the original work, the Snow Empress absorbed the ultimate ice, thus it will likely align more closely with the Ice Dragon King. Chapter 61. Even the basin was taken away. And Zhen, save us. The elegant fragrance celestial herb clung to him as though he were a savior, seemingly forgetting that he had come to rob them. How terrifying it is. A mere disagreement could lead to annihilation. The other celestial herbs, even the previously fierce fire apricot, instinctively looked to Zhen, the only one present who could rescue them. Of course, Zhen's smile was utterly sincere. To the elegant fragrance celestial herb, he appeared as a divine savior sent from the heavens. With a wave of his hand, a bottle of chilled juice materialized in Zhen's grasp, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings stared, momentarily bewildered, at what had just transpired behind Zhen. Something had seemed to materialize there. The chilled juice did not emerge from a storage soul guide, nor was it a product of the first soul technique, reflection. Rather, it stemmed from Zhen's yet-to-be-acquired fourth soul ring. Though the soul ring remained unclaimed, the authority of this virtual realm had already manifested, a phenomenon reminiscent of spatial authority, yet distinct from it. The ability to encapsulate elements of the real world, even living beings, within a virtual realm has been explored by Zhen, who previously conducted experiments with the plant known as blue silvergrass and the creature referred to as softbone rabbit. Once something is embedded in this virtual world, it cannot forcibly extricate itself from the state of martial soul manifestation. According to the esteemed Master Ilex, his virtual domain consumes the space inhabited by these objects, thus transforming into a hybrid of reality and illusion. Naturally, whatever is consumed must undergo digestion. I possess a remarkable strategy that not only respects the confidentiality desired by the Elder Ice and Fire Dragon King, but also accelerates your growth, Zhen said. Crouched before a vibrant pink flower, his smile radiant as the sun. Is that truly the case? Queried Yoxiang Chilua, her tone laced with surprise. Li Huaxing Jiaoshu felt an unsettling intuition regarding this human, recalling his previous attempt at robbery and his blatant disregard for established rules. However, a Jiao discreetly cast a glance at the imposing Ice and Fire Dragon King. As long as they survived, that was all that mattered, she mused. a sentiment echoed by many sentient plant soul beasts. Despite the uncertainty of their fate on this path, their desire to live remained resolute. Indeed, it is true, and Zhen's tone shifted. However, you capable combatants among the plant soul beasts must be bound. The current virtual realm was undeniably fragile, far less stable and powerful than the dragon tomb or the undead plane. These soul beasts were entering in their true forms. Unlike the third soul skill that only allowed for consciousness to enter, the turmoil of 10,000-year soul beasts could certainly pose a significant challenge. You are indeed a deceiver. Lihua Xingjiao Shu cried out, realizing this was tantamount to surrendering themselves to his whims. Whether we comply or not, it is evident that you harbor ulterior motives. From the original text, it was clear that these 10,000-year soul beasts had caused considerable distress to Hui Yuhao. Thus, how could Zhen possibly allow them unrestricted access to the virtual world, disregarding the protests of the plant soul beasts? And Zhen turned to the Ice and Fire Dragon King and Master Ilex. Masters, esteemed elders, please gather as much energy from the Eye of Ice and Fire as possible. Understood. The two figures transformed into dragon spirits, diving into the Eye of Ice and Fire. Although this power was no longer under their control, it had once belonged to them. While it could not be assimilated immediately, it could still be concentrated with the assistance of another formidable entity. The world is insatiable. The remnants of two dragon kings, whose power rivaled that of first-tier deities, even in their diminished state, constituted a substantial reservoir of energy. He yearned for rapid growth. The ultimate fire erupted once more like a volcanic explosion into the sky. This time, however, it was accompanied by the ultimate ice. The extreme heat and cold did not cancel each other out. Instead, they distinctly occupied opposite halves of the sky, causing the plant soul beasts, now endowed with consciousness, to tremble in fear. The sanctuary that once provided them warmth and protection now threatened their very existence. More content is loading, please wait. We promise. We promise. The enchanting fragrance of the ethereal treasure filled the air, instilling a profound sense of fear. With the leader's call, the instinct for survival compelled the plant spirit beasts to sway their bodies, bowing in submission before the youthful human, akin to subjects revering their sovereign. And Zhen remained still. The handsome youth seated cross-legged upon a soft cushion. He struggled to control his martial soul. His fourth soul ring was yet to be acquired, making it a challenge to wield such power at this moment. As for the contract concerning the soul beasts here, he intended to reserve his fourth soul ring for the Ice Emperor. He had already contemplated the future spirit for Hui Yutong. And Zhen, please help. The urgency echoed in the air. Are you angry with a Jiao, and Zhen? A Jiao apologized to Zhen. I am sorry. For the plant spirit beasts, who had dwelled here for ages without leaving, the essence of life and growth was of utmost importance. Several gray spiritual lights descended precisely before the formidable plant spirit beasts, a chilling voice resonating within their souls, urging them to open their minds. Without a moment to hesitate, the plant spirit beasts complied, feeling as though something new had been bestowed upon them. Ilex presented a standard master-servant contract. With a deep breath, Zhen opened his eyes, revealing the ice-fire duality eyes, reflecting the essence of dragons and celestial herbs, and the surroundings mirrored in those eyes. The yellow and purple soul rings appeared in succession beside Zhen, as he absorbed the overwhelming energy of heaven and earth, an immense greed instinctively igniting within his soul. They had all signed the contract. Ilex's cold voice brought a profound sense of security. I appreciate your guidance, teacher. Taking a deep breath, Zhen no longer suppressed the greed within his soul. Feast upon everything here. Surrender to the allure of the enchanting fragrance of the ethereal treasure. Those who resist shall not enter. Let them face the reckoning of the two dragon kings alone. His world was on the brink of manifestation. Boom. It felt as though a heavy hammer struck at the heart of every soul, except for Hui Yutong, who was under Ilex's protection. The enchanting fragrance of the ethereal treasure, executing Zhen's command, suddenly gazed skyward. Had the heavens split apart? No, another world was descending. A colossal, ethereal sphere loomed, resembling the silhouette of a realm. The ice-fire duality eyes, various celestial herbs, and within that sphere, she even glimpsed her own reflection. The plant spirit beasts trembled, compelled to follow Zhen's orders, awaiting the inevitable outcome. Their medicinal properties were so potent, surely this human would not wish to destroy them. I believe this individual is destined for divinity, mused the Ice Dragon King beside Zhen, reflecting on the remarkable occurrence before them, even in light of their vast experiences. A diminutive world of considerable elevation, yet so fragile. However, who exactly is this fellow? The world's consciousness does not manifest in such a manner. Ilax shielded the nearby Hui Yutong, who was in the midst of refining medicinal power, completely oblivious to the disturbances occurring outside. In her hands, she cradled a sphere, nearly the size of a human head, composed of icy white and fiery red hues. Chapter 62. The yellow-haired one protected by his daughter Boom. Above, vast thunderclouds materialized, enveloping the surroundings for several kilometers. The terrifying roars of thunder echoed the fury of the world, a formidable force from nature that sent the spirit beasts of the setting sun forest trembling in fear. Is a terrifying soul beast undergoing heavenly tribulation nearby? The residents speculated. This young man, in a certain sense, should be of the same lineage as the world itself. His status is exceedingly elevated. In the eyes of the two dragon kings, Zhen's soul rank is not inferior to that of the Douluo realm. This is the crux of the matter, Zhen's elevated rank. If he were of a lower status, perhaps affiliated with a lesser realm like the Douluo plane, he might not face such rejection. It is akin to someone barging into a house within the Douluo realm, even if he were merely an infant. Sneaking a few items would be forgivable, yet now he has audaciously reached into their refrigerator. How excessive! You are not one of their children. This is not a heavenly tribulation orchestrated by the divine realm against soul beasts, but rather the world's instinctive rejection, akin to a human's disinfection process. Indeed, Zhen was not surprised by this scene. The world as consciousness has cast you aside. Alax regarded his disciple. Ordinarily, such exclusion should only occur at the divine level. Yet this individual's status is exceedingly high. Now, there are but two choices. Either return the ice and fire duality, or retreat to another world. I shall not relinquish what I have consumed. With arms crossed, Zhen's demeanor was quite arrogant. The ice and fire dragon kings looked towards Alax. They were unable to assist. Alax refrained from taking action, for Zhen had stated he possessed his own solutions. Under the scrutiny of the heavenly thunder, Zhen buried his head into the embrace of the blue-haired girl, who had just completed her refinement, and opened her eyes. Yutong, save me. Ice and fire dragon king. Alax, huh? Hui Yutong, just having opened her eyes, was startled to find Zhen burying his head in her arms, exclaiming for help. Brother Zhen, what is the matter? Hui Yutong inquired, puzzled. Is there an enemy? Her starry eyes transformed into fierce orbs, the fire of anger igniting within as she surveyed her surroundings. The once picturesque scene, resembling a celestial paradise, now appeared as though it had been flayed, with the ground itself having sunk by several inches. The lake, once akin to a gem of ice and fire, had now been reduced to a bottomless pit. Has it been robbed? It intends to strike me. As more content loads, please hold on. Hui Yutong gazed at the sky in the direction indicated by Zhen's finger, where dark storm clouds loomed, seemingly boundless, as if the heavens were about to descend. The heavenly tribulation. Tianming blinked and was taken aback. She had just exerted all her strength to assist Hui Yutong in refining the medicinal essence, remaining oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Yet, she sensed that the divine wrath was directed at Zhen. What had this rascal done to provoke such ire? Yutong, flee, she urged. What are you doing, Alex? Your disciple is about to be struck. Tianming Bingcan was flustered. And as for Zhen, the calamity he had summoned was his own to confront. Why was he holding on to Yutong? No. Hui Yutong resolutely rejected Tianming Bingcan's suggestion to abandon Zhen. The young girl clutched her head tightly, though she felt helpless. She was determined to face the tribulation alongside her brother Zhen. If lightning were to strike, let it strike her as well. The Ice Fire Dragon King and Ilex observed the tightly embraced couple, seemingly prepared to face death together, and suddenly sensed an intensification in the energy of the tribulation, which had multiplied 2- or 3-fold in a mere half-minute, enveloping the entire Sunset Forest and even the nearby human towns. Yet, the lightning remained poised, not descending. Was it still gathering strength? Ilex readied himself to flee with the two at a moment's notice. Boom! A thunderclap resounded through the heavens. Amidst the dark clouds, white lightning danced erratically, and Ilex prepared to act. However, in the next instant, he halted his movements as the storm clouds dispersed, allowing sunlight to bathe the land once more. It was as if nothing had transpired. The three powerful beings turned their attention to the blue girl who clung to Zhen. Moments ago, they had sensed a surge of fortune from the Douluo world protecting these two, and Zhen, without a doubt, was loathed by the consciousness of the Douluo world, which would hardly favor him. Thus, the only logical explanation lay with this blue girl, the girl of fortune. The Ice Fire Dragon King exchanged a glance with Ilex, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. No wonder this enigmatic little one, who knew so many secrets of their dragon lineage, would take such seemingly futile action of hiding in the embrace of a young girl when faced with divine retribution. A common girl would not possess such abilities, but the girl of fortune could. This was the world's favor, akin to being the beloved daughter of existence itself. Of course, this did not imply that Zhen could entirely escape the world's disdain. However, it was undeniable that while in the presence of the girl of fortune, divine punishment would not manifest. Moreover, if this continued for an extended period, absorbing more of the girl of fortune's essence, He might even be recognized as one of their own by the Douluo realm. Who? Yutong's embrace was fragrant and soft, and Zhen nuzzled her affectionately. Boom. A thunderclap resounded, startling and Zhen, who immediately straightened his posture. And Zhen, brother, Hui Yutong said, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. Doesn't Zhen brother enjoy being embraced by Yutong? Having glanced at the vast, cloudless blue sky, and Zhen turned his attention to the Ice Fire Dragon King beside him. Ice Dragon King, let us begin. By the way, the soul bone should be the torso bone. With a countenance as cold as frost, the Valkyrie advanced a step forward, not as if walking toward death, but rather as if charging once more into the battlefield. And what of my dragon soul? The Fire Dragon King inquired. Though and Zhen remained silent, just as they wished to keep the matters of the Silver Dragon King and the Dragon Tomb hidden from others. And Zhen surely did not desire anyone to know that he was privy to such secrets, especially not from one of his own kind, the Dragon King. The younger generation has yet to conceive a suitable purpose for it. Although Wufeng possesses a red dragon martial soul, there is no secondary martial soul slot available. However, I do have a friend with a red dragon martial soul, and I hope you might assist in its evolution. Additionally, you also require a torso bone. This is straightforward. Evolving a dragon-type martial soul is akin to enhancing the bloodline of a dragon, albeit with gentler methods, as the human body, under divine levels, ultimately cannot match the robustness of a dragon. Ilex observed the somewhat peculiar atmosphere, where terms of respect were exchanged, yet the underlying intent involved self-dismemberment and soul extraction. A diamond-like gem, as translucent as a ruby and seemingly containing flowing magma within, was cast by the Fire Dragon King into Zhen's hands. This contains a portion of my essence blood. It can be ingested directly and will be absorbed and refined according to the host's bodily capacity. Once fully assimilated, it may grant strength comparable to that of my offspring. Dragon King's offspring? How does that compare to the radiant holy dragon? Indeed, a dragon's very being is a treasure, especially that of a Dragon King. And Zhen passed the drop of essence blood to Ilex for examination, prioritizing safety. He could only imagine how Wufeng would express her gratitude. The repayment from the Red Dragon Maiden, the Fire Dragon King remarked, observing Zhen with a sense of wonder. A top-tier talent, accompanied by the Daughter of Fortune, and mentored by a formidable figure whose depths elude even me. And Zhen offered a silent smile. After a brief moment, Tianming Ice Silkworm and Hui Yutong were prepared. Roar. The Ice Dragon King commenced. A majestic dragon's roar erupted, cold and domineering, as if time had reverted to the epoch when dragons ruled the world. The illusory frost giant dragon radiated a white icy flame, its consciousness and soul ablaze. The immense dragon's spirit enveloped the petite blue girl, and the ravaged valley was swiftly blanketed in snow, reaching absolute zero with ease. Kid, a tall and imposing man, was enveloped in a blazing crimson aura. His back turned to Zhen. His flame-like eyes, filled with a sense of longing, gazed upon the world for the final time. This dragon soul, my gift to you, does not seek the restoration of the dragon clan's former glory. I only wish for my kin to have a final sanctuary, a place of eternal rest. As the magnificent red dragon's soul fell to the ground, a glimmer of spirit emerged from its brow, transforming into a formidable middle-aged man adorned with dragon horns. Simultaneously, the frost-laden Valkyrie stepped forth from the ice dragon soul that enveloped Hui Yutong. Let us depart. MHM. The ethereal consciousness gradually faded into the universe. The Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King had met their ultimate demise, seemingly sensing the dissolution of the two Dragon Kings' essences. The dragon souls that surrounded Hui Yutong and Zhen instinctively howled at the heavens. Teacher. And Zhen turned to Ilex. The colossal Fire Dragon soul morphed into a fiery red orb, a miniature version of the Fire Dragon King's essence, now in a state of unconscious slumber within it. Their consciousness has already dissipated. Ilex casually grasped a fiery-hued skeletal fragment that appeared in his hand and tossed it to Zhen. Absorb it. Casting a glance at Hui Yutong, protected by the Ice Dragon soul, Zhen sat cross-legged to absorb his first soul bone. In a silvery space, a sleek, elongated silver dragon opened its mysterious purple eyes. She felt the powers of ice and fire, not as a dream, but as a profound sensation of their might. DT MHM. A contented sigh escaped her lips. With a crackle, Zhen stretched his body, his once well-fitting attire now taut against his form. Refreshing. Rising to his feet, he felt as though boundless strength coursed through him. Certainly, this must be an illusion. He sensed he had grown taller. As for the soul bone's abilities, where is that substantial soul bone of mine? Zhen felt a bit bewildered, unable to perceive his soul bone. Your situation differs slightly from what is described in the texts, Ilex remarked, appearing beside Zhen, his gray eyes scrutinizing Zhen's exposed upper body. The soul bone you absorbed is currently being assimilated by your essence, transforming to bear your aura, becoming akin to bones grown from your own being. Hence your inability to sense it. However, fret not. A surge of energy is being cultivated within, likely your soul ability. Chapter 63. Ice Dragon King Hui Yutong. With the manifestation of her martial soul, a clear dragon's roar resonated, causing the temperature around to plummet. Her blue hair, once shoulder length, transformed into waist-length ice crystal blue locks, crowned by petite, ice-white dragon horns akin to a queen's diadem. Her fair, supple skin bore a touch of icy chill, while crystalline white scales adorned the corners of her eyes, resembling beauty marks. The petite figure appears unchanged in height. However, at this moment, the girl emanates an aura reminiscent of the Ice Queen, akin to a colossal frost dragon awakening from slumber. Domineering is a more fitting description than noble. Powerful. Although there are grievances regarding Zhen's plan concerning Hui Yutong's second martial soul not being the Ice Emperor Scorpion, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm must reluctantly concede that Hui Yutong has surpassed her expectations significantly. Undoubtedly, the Ice Dragon King possesses superior attributes compared to the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Moreover, the enhancement of a true dragon's physique cannot be overlooked. What astonished the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm even more was Zhen's willingness to bestow the Ice Dragon King's soul bone upon Yutong. Although the tier of that soul bone had diminished from the divine level, it remains the soul bone of a dragon king. This young man is indeed generous towards his beloved. Yet, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm harbors a lingering question. Why did the previous divine retribution suddenly vanish? Zhen, dear. The imperious little queen leapt into Zhen's embrace. Tears of emotion streamed down her cheeks, only to transform into ice crystals upon touching the ground. The Ice Dragon King's soul bone is exceedingly precious. Hui Yutong never imagined she would possess such formidable power. All right. Zhen's hand gently caressed the girl's cheek, which felt cool to the touch, reminiscent of jelly chilled in a refrigerator. A taste confirmed this sensation. Indeed, it feels quite similar. Hui Yutong blushed. Yet her arms encircled Zhen's neck as she willingly bestowed a tender kiss. After a moment, they parted. Zhen, where are we? Hui Yutong, nestled in Zhen's arms, surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. They were in a cavern, and her mastery over the ice element allowed her to sense the icy world outside. Within a spacious tent, she lay on a soft bed, while a fiery red orb containing dragon soul energy floated above, radiating warmth and light. In the far north, the homeland of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, Zhen took over 2 days to absorb the soul bone, while Hui Yutong's process was comparatively slower. Although the sacrifice of the Ice Dragon King facilitated a smooth transition, sparing her the agony endured in the original narrative, the residual power from a being nearly as formidable as the Ice God was overwhelming. Coupled with the exhaustive seals imposed by the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, Hui Yutong's entire process spanned nearly 10 days. Though the Sunset Forest was shrouded by Teacher Ilex's domain, the previous divine retribution had still drawn the attention of human powerhouses. Zhen chose to take Hui Yutong directly to the far north. What of the soul bone's abilities? 2. Hui Yutong excitedly recounted her newfound powers to Zhen. One was the extreme ice dragon domain, a domain soul skill that, while manifesting the extreme icy world, invoked and controlled the ice dragon's soul with the dominion of the Dragon King. The other bore similarities to a frenzy, significantly enhancing her overall attributes and mastery over the ice element, akin to a last-ditch effort. However, it would leave her in a state of weakness post-usage. Excellent. The domain-type soul skills can be regarded as the dream techniques of soul masters, a furious manifestation of the warrior's answer. As for my situation, Zhen revealed a hint of helplessness on his face and elaborated on the assimilation of the soul bone. Naturally, Hui Yutong believed him. Next, I will secure the Ice Emperor and assist you in acquiring the second and third soul rings of the Spirit Eye. The third soul ring? More content is still loading. Please wait a moment. Zhen grasped the young girl's delicate hand. After months of idling and the energy derived from the Ice Dragon King martial spirit and soul bone, Hui Yutong's soul power level had undoubtedly reached the realm of a 3-ring soul venerable. Humph, this is my forte, came the voice of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. What level has Yutong's mental power reached now? Zhen inquired suddenly. It is approaching the formless state, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm responded, sensing its host condition. That dew is truly a wondrous substance. Once Yutong absorbs the 2 soul rings, I will unlock some of the sealed powers for her to absorb. And she should be there. A hint of excitement laced the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's voice. By then, Yutong, you will be able to envelop the ultimate ice martial spirit with your mental power, without worrying that its extreme attributes will impede your growth. Ah no. As if sensing something, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's tone shifted. Yutong, you should hasten to learn to compress your soul power. The Ice Dragon King martial spirit is truly extraordinary. Its growth rate is rather astonishing. After all, it is the Ice Dragon King martial spirit, unprecedented in history. There is also the shape-shifting Silver Dragon King and the Mountain Dragon King martial spirit, whose appearance remains uncertain due to the substantial changes in the timeline. It is only because the Ice Dragon King voluntarily sacrificed itself, along with the assistance of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm sealing most of the power, that Hui Yutong would not face the uncontrolled situation experienced by the previous owner of the Mountain Dragon King martial spirit during the era of the Dragon King legend. However, little Yutong's primary martial spirit is of the mental attribute, and as her mental power continues to strengthen, such a situation should not arise subsequently, unlike your abnormal soul. After a brief complaint, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm returned to rest. As for why it did not assist Yutong in obtaining the second soul ring, it was because it noticed that someone's hand had already reached towards Hui Yutong's waist. My circumstances are unique. In the realm of souls, even Ilex cannot definitively ascertain the level of Zhen's soul. But if we consider the mental power that Zhen can wield, it should be at the formless stage. Brother Zhen seems to have grown quite a bit. Hui Yutong nestled in her lover's embrace, maintaining the familiar posture, yet feeling an unfamiliar sensation. His physique had indeed promoted his growth by nearly 10 centimeters. He was now almost 170 centimeters tall, even among peers in the Douluo continent. He was quite tall, especially considering that Zhen was only 12 years old, and males typically develop later. Yet, Yutong still felt so small. In the past year, with ample nourishment, Hui Yutong has shed her previous malnourished appearance. Her skin has become soft and supple, and her cheeks now bear a charming hint of baby fat. However, her height has not increased significantly. Even after merging with her torso bones, there has only been a modest growth of approximately 3 to 4 centimeters. Yet, her petite stature remains endearing. And Zhen leaned in to whisper a few words into Hui Yutong's ear. A gentle blush appeared on her cheeks, and her delicate fingers nervously grasped her dress, the conflicted expression in her eyes swiftly replaced by affection. If Zhen Gij likes it this way, then so be it. First, let us get clean. Her fair, dewy skin glowed with a healthy flush, and her small, rounded toes gleamed like pearls. The soft soles of her feet, resilient and bouncy, were a testament to the diligent training she had undergone over time. The manifestation of her martial spirit was cool to the touch. This is what ice cream truly feels like, Zhen Gij, Hui Yutong's voice chimed. Her waist-length hair cascaded onto Zhen's chest as her outer garment slipped away. In truth, there were other parts of Yutong that were equally cool to the touch. Chapter 64, The Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Indeed, it was refreshingly cool. Zhen could attest to that. Much like the coolness of summer, it dispelled the internal heat. One must admit that ice cream is a rare delicacy. The unique blend of milky sweetness and the smooth chill of her skin combined to create an exquisite experience, whether held in hand or stepped upon. Deep within a cave in the farthest northern tundra, a young boy and girl lay closely embraced under the covers, savoring each other's warmth. In the virtual realm, a Jiao, please respond, or I shall have to pester you, a voice echoed. Oh, you are so annoying. The feelings of the plant spirit beasts were subtly complex at this moment. Having departed from the home they had known since birth, they found themselves in this unfamiliar territory. Their roots were embedded in the real earth, but the shallow layer merely encased them, providing little energy. Naturally, they did not rely on the soil for survival. Rather, it was the sun above that sustained them. A sphere composed of icy white and fiery red floated silently in the air, releasing a rich energy from the heavens and earth. One side exuded coldness while the other radiated heat. If one were to characterize the current energy expression of these plants as distinct from their previous environment, it would be that the energy now was far more abundant. The energy dispersed by the ice and fire duality sphere maintained a consistent concentration of energy within the canyon, and in the virtual world, the sphere was actively consuming energy. Not only providing the plants below with more energy than before, but also bearing the burden of energy drawn from the world around them. It seems you are faring well. A figure appeared silently beside the fragrant Chilua fairy. Zhen, Yu exclaimed in surprise, when did you arrive? Just now. Human, the ruby cabbage said with a serious tone. Where are you taking us? Human? Jiao. I have shielded you from the reckoning of the Ice and Fire Dragon King and provided you with a far superior environment for survival. Yet you still address me with such unfamiliarity? Although everything stems from him. Zhen stepped before the fiery apricot blossom, his pale hand reaching for the exquisite cabbage, which resembled a work of art. The fiery apricot blossom strained to arch its body backward, flames flickering upon its surface, a warning. However, such a warning contravened the master-servant contract. As the flames extinguished, the fiery apricot blossom's aura diminished abruptly, as if it had sustained a grievous wound. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a high-stakes gamble. Zhen surveyed the ethereal plants before him. Your release would only occur under 3 circumstances. First, absorption. Second, my demise. Third, my ascendance to divinity. In truth, aside from the first scenario, the the second would not disadvantage you, while the third would yield considerable profit. You are a thief. The voice of the fiery apricot blossom emerged weakly. I have stated this from the outset, and Zhen has long confessed. Should he be subjected to the trials like the original character Huogua, enduring each challenge methodically? What right do a group of plants, whose lives are in his grasp, have to test him? If one were to insist, it is merely the law of the jungle, a test of nature's rules. If Zhen is weaker than them, he is at their mercy. If he is stronger, they become mere dishes upon the table. And Zhen extended his hand towards the fiery apricot blossom, requesting a piece of fiery resin, no larger than a fingernail. The fiery apricot blossom questioned its own hearing. You only require this little? The cheerful voice conveyed a hint of hesitation. Has this human lost his senses? If this is insufficient, I shall return to seize more from you. Compliantly. The fiery apricot blossom provided a fiery red, translucent substance, the size of a fingernail. And Zhen exited the virtual realm. In reality, he opened his eyes to find a young girl had placed a meal upon the table. He extended his palm, and the small piece of fiery resin appeared within it. Second soul skill, impression. First soul skill, reflection. If he were to reflect upon such a precious treasure, what would ensue? Crack. And Zhen's body collapsed onto the bed. Brother and Zhen, Hui Yutong, who was ladling soup, was startled. In her perception, and Zhen's aura had suddenly weakened, as if he might faint at any moment. No harm done, and Zhen's feeble voice emerged, his head resting upon the soft, fragrant thigh of the girl, the faint scent of youthful femininity enveloping his senses. This fellow isn't scathed. Tianming Bing can immediately discern in Zhen's state. His soul power had been abruptly exhausted. Yet now an unknown source of soul power began to replenish his depletion. This clever lad, taking the opportunity to enjoy Yutong's company. How could he possibly be in any trouble? And Zhen concluded that the reflection of the treasures of heaven and earth had not backfired. Rather, the consumption was simply too great. However, there was no cause for concern, as the energies from the Eye of Ice and Fire were ample for him to squander. In the virtual realm, the fiery-hued apricot blossom gazed upon a piece of blazing resin, no larger than a fingernail, that had fallen beside her. Was this a return gift? That human's mind was indeed deranged. I lack a container for the resin at hand. Please assist me in safeguarding it. And Zhen's voice echoed. The crimson cabbage trembled slightly. And Zhen, you are overly oppressive towards the grass. Under the guidance of the dreaming ice silkworm, and Zhen and Hui Yutong successfully captured a millennium-old ice silkworm. Due to her understanding of her kin, the dreaming ice silkworm precisely controlled the range, allowing Hui Yutong to absorb a soul ring from a 1,500-year-old ice silkworm. What soul skill? Simulation. Just as I anticipated. By distorting space through mental fluctuations, it may lack offensive capability, yet it undoubtedly possesses a remarkably potent auxiliary ability. Following the absorption of the second soul ring, Hui Yutong's soul power reached the anticipated level of 30, encountering a bottleneck. The dreaming ice silkworm. Leave it to me. Although she had been away from her homeland for quite some time, the dreaming ice silkworm was still somewhat of a local authority. A nearly 3-meter-long white serpent was pierced through the brain by a dragon claw composed of ice crystals. 2,900 years old, the white nightmare serpent. An exceedingly rare spiritual attribute soul beast, excels in illusions, and possesses a formidable mental toxin, the dreaming ice silkworm elucidated. Before long, an eerie purple soul ring ascended from beneath Hui Yutong's feet. The third soul skill, mental toxin, with effects of hallucination and debilitation, can be used in groups, but is more effective when targeted at a single individual. The blue-haired girl exclaimed with excitement. It bears some resemblance to Huogua's mental weakening. Soul power level. After all, it is the soul bone of the Ice Dragon King. 35. Hui Yutong rejoiced. From being the lowest in soul power at the beginning of the semester, if she were still in her original freshman class, her soul power would undoubtedly be the highest. Aside from Wang Dong. Excellent. A gentle taste of Hui Yutong's cherry lips. Hui Yutong felt quite shy in response to Zhen's occasional displays of sudden intimacy. Now, it is my turn. And Zhen stretched his body. Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, Ice Sovereign. And Zhen, if you call me Sister Tianming, I can assist you in summoning the Icy One. The dreaming ice silkworm's triumphant voice sounded. And Zhen's response consisted of but 2 words. Teacher, I apologize for the trouble. And Zhen addressed the handsome gray youth who had appeared by his side. I too wish to test the strength of this realm's formidable beings. Ilex's hands itched. Having been unable to strike against Moon and the Ice-Fire Dragon King earlier, he could now only practice his skills on this little scorpion. Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. A formidable mental force swept across the northern lands, akin to a colossal hammer striking the hearts of every living being. In a hazy vision, one could almost perceive a magnificent entity wielding the sun and moon. My goodness. Observing the rising, unabashed aura, Tianming Binkan was momentarily perplexed. Was this being not fearful of the encirclement by the ice and snow emperors? Humanity. The biting cold winds heralded the wrath of the Ice Emperor. Suddenly, the sky transformed into a mesmerizing emerald hue, alluring and crystalline, as if the heavens had been dyed into a vast emerald gemstone. Concurrently, a dazzling radiance arose, a sacred light that dispelled the surrounding chill. A large question mark floated in Tianming Bingsan's mind. Wasn't that little gray sphere a harbinger of the undead calamity? What was this entity, even more divine than the holy dragon of light? Please hold on, more content is loading, came the explanation from Zhen. That is a power more enigmatic than darkness itself, a sanctified force surpassing even the light. Tianming Bingsan nearly doubted the clarity of his own mind. Alas, even the most resplendent light cannot suppress the malice within the human heart. And Zhen gazed at the bright figure engaged in a fierce battle with the emerald ice above, reflecting on how this was once a divine gift bestowed upon humanity. Yet, the foolish rulers forced the angels to descend into demons. The calamity of the undead shattered humanity's backbone, rendering them incapable of resisting the subsequent arrival of demon gods, ushering in an age of darkness for mankind. That wretched woman, Flona, truly deserved her fate. And Zhen glanced at the adorable being in his arms and bestowed a gentle kiss. Hui Yutong blushed. Compared to the teacher, he felt incredibly fortunate to possess such talents. The ability to craft soul-guiding devices, culinary skills, tidiness, warmth in bed, and a playful demeanor. And Zhen even believed that Hui Yutong could now pluck the heart-wrenching red flower for him. The Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Blue Scorpion over 100,000 years old, and the Ice Bear King. Tianming Bingsan sensed the approach of other soul beasts over 100,000 years old. Had the Ice Emperor truly not arrived? And Zhen murmured, at this juncture, the Ice Emperor should not have begun her reformation yet. He recalled that the Ice Emperor had sought the Ice Emperor's counsel before vanishing, having been absorbed by Hua. And Zhen reminisced about the time Hui Yutong was in seclusion, absorbing the Ice Dragon King's martial spirit while the teacher was out exploring. Human, you are formidable. But this is the extreme north. This shall be the end. Before them lay an exquisitely beautiful scorpion, her form composed of ice and emerald, gleaming like a jewel. As her words fell, a powerful force of heaven and earth surged forth, transforming the entire snowy realm into a piece of ultimate ice, with the scorpion, merely 1.5 meters long, embodying the essence of the earth. Indeed, it had become rather dull. The gray, handsome youth radiated a sacred golden aura, resembling an angel descended from the heavens. It had been a long time since he had wielded such powers. He felt somewhat out of practice. Alex extended a finger, and an exquisite force of light emerged, pushing the boundaries of brilliance. Let me ponder. This technique seems reminiscent of the sigh of the goddess of light. No. Even with the blessings of the far north, a lingering sense of dread still resided in the heart of the Ice Emperor Scorpion. How could a mere human possess such terrifying power? Ice cream. Ice cream. Ice cream. The importance of this matter cannot be overstated. The Ice Emperor's ice cream. Chapter 65, The Missing Snow Emperor. Is a titled Douluo challenging the three kings of the far north? The station officers in the far north beheld the sky, nearly cleaved in twain. At the climax of the battle, a remarkably radiant divine light traversed the emerald frost. Alex returned to the cave where he and his two companions had previously taken refuge. Heavenly tribulation, the creation of gods, the Snow Emperor. It appeared that, aside from significant consumption, the Ice Emperor, who had sustained no severe injuries, descended from the heavens, murmuring the words of the human warrior he had just encountered. King. 100,000-year-old Ice Scorpion surged forward, protecting the Ice Emperor. Although the soul beasts of the far north united against external threats, internal strife was not uncommon, especially apart from the unassailable Snow Emperor. Such was the nature of the natural order. The Ice Emperor, a terrifying titan standing 100 meters tall, approached, recalling that human, not inferior to the Snow Emperor. As for the rest, Titan, it is unnecessary for me to elaborate. With that, the Ice Emperor strode forward, and the 100,000-year soul beasts respectfully parted to create a path. The Ice Emperor felt a touch of turmoil within. The human warrior had the power to slay her, but chose instead to reveal his awareness of her lack of confidence in overcoming the impending heavenly tribulation of 400,000 years, inviting her to partake in the divine creation plan. It must be said, he spoke true. She indeed felt little faith regarding the forthcoming tribulation. What unsettled her most was his final utterance. I know news of the Snow Emperor. What did this mean? Had something befallen the Snow Emperor? It had indeed been a while since she last laid eyes upon him, and the Snow Emperor had not appeared when that human warrior emerged. She had to investigate. And Zhen, do you truly believe that Bing Bing is the sort to be swayed by mere words? The dreaming ice silkworm regarded and Zhen's expectation of the Ice Emperor's visit with disdain. Her Bing Bing was far too astute to be lured by the words of others. Because of love, dreaming ice silkworm, cradling the cool Hui Yutong in his arms, and Zhen sipped hot milk. He sought to have the Ice Emperor verify a matter. to ascertain whether the Snow Emperor was indeed present in the far north. More content is loading, please hold on. The fire dragon's soul provides light and warmth. In his embrace, it is cool. Outside lies a wintry landscape. It feels as though one is savoring ice cream indoors, warmed by the heating, amidst the chill of winter. Days ago, during Hui Yutong's seclusion, the original text provided scant details regarding the capture of the Snow Empress during her reconstruction. The only clue was that the Snow Empress had sought the Ice Emperor before her transformation into a martial soul. Thus, Zhen entrusted Master Ilex with the task of locating the Snow Empress's whereabouts to prepare for the subsequent subjugation of the Ice Queen Scorpion. However, Zhen found no trace of her. Puzzled, he noted the potency of the spirit and the energy of the golden life, as Ilex had nearly scoured the entirety of the far north within just 2 or 3 days, yet failed to uncover any signs of the nearly 700,000 Ice Maidens. Nevertheless, my master did discover this. Ilex produced a cluster of plant roots still adorned with frost and soil, teeming with energy that could possibly be the roots of the 10,000-year snow lotus you previously mentioned. Zhen cast the roots into the virtual realm. Yiyo, please help me identify the type of this root and its age. Certainly, it is a snow lotus. The ethereal voice of Yoxiang Chilua soon provided the answer. We also have one that is a millennium old. However, this one has indeed reached 10,000 years. 10,000-year snow lotus. Has the Snow Empress truly been reborn as a human? Or has the timeline of her sealing at the divine platform in the original text been advanced? Is it due to a time traveler or alterations brought forth by a different timeline? After all, Huogua has transformed into Holuali. Or is it possible that a certain deity has intervened in this world? Suddenly, a beam of emerald light pierced the cave, and as the temperature plummeted, a warm glow emerged, dispelling the cold. Human, what have you done to the Snow Empress? The furious roar of the Ice Emperor echoed towards Ilex. She had just ventured into the Snow Empress's territory. Although the Empress's subordinates were reluctant to divulge any information, she risked defending the Empress's majesty by searching her domain, ultimately yielding nothing. The Snow Empress is truly missing. Ice Emperor, I believe you must clarify 3 points. First, in this matter, it is you who seeks our assistance. Second, we are the more formidable force. Lastly, the issue of the Snow Empress is entirely unrelated to us. You cannot attribute the actions of others to us, just as we do not hold you accountable for the actions of other soul beasts. A voice spoke calmly. Wow, Bing Bing, you really came. Tianming Binkin exclaimed. At that moment, the Ice Emperor noticed the presence of several insignificant beings within the cave. There was a human girl radiating an enticing aura, yet simultaneously exuding a sense of pressure, and a human boy leisurely savoring his food. Above floated a fireball imbued with dragon essence, evoking an instinctual sense of threat. Tianming, you are still alive. A melodious voice emerged from a beautiful scorpion. Where ice and emerald seemed to compose a perfect painting, its joints distinct and seemingly crafted from the world's most resplendent gems. Bing Bing, my dearest Bing Bing, you truly remember me. She coughed, and Zhen ruthlessly interrupted the words of the mother insect, her expression revealing a contemplative demeanor. Even the Ice Emperor had failed to locate the Snow Empress, indicating that she was indeed missing and no longer in the extreme north. Ilex raised his hand to silence the sole voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, as the creature's incessant chatter was rather bothersome. Human, do you know the whereabouts of the Snow Empress? The gaze of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion fell upon Zhen, as this was her most pressing concern at that moment. I possess some knowledge, though whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. And Zhen retrieved an ice bowl previously crafted by Yutong, raising her hand to fill it with the frigid essence from the cold extreme spring. Gesturing towards a nearby chair, please, help yourself. Despite finding the situation bothersome, the Ice Emperor understood some aspects of human nature. And the contents of the bowl were indeed exquisite, containing highly pure ice elemental energy. The 1.5-meter scorpion vanished, replaced by a regal ice and snow queen. Her petite and charming figure, adorned with a frost-like beauty, featured long dark green hair styled into 2 playful buns. Her captivating cheeks were accentuated by orange-yellow eyes that exuded an air of dominance, complemented by a beautiful emerald gown and delicately slender legs that resembled exquisite art. With 2 snow-white feet gracefully suspended in the air. Adorably, Zhen longed to embrace this enchanting figure. And Zhen, holding on to Hui Yutong, sat beside her, while the Ice Emperor positioned herself opposite them, with Ilex seated in between, vigilant against any sudden aggression from the Ice Emperor. And Zhen intended to articulate the original narrative. The 10,000-year-old snow lotus, which had been harvested, indicated that the Snow Empress had opted to embark upon the path of reconstruction once more. Yet it seemed she had undergone a discernible transformation. Following the failed attempt to balance the yin and yang soul core, the Snow Empress had suffered damage to her essence and felt incapable of enduring the impending cataclysm of 700,000 years. Damage to her essence. The Ice Emperor was taken aback. Is this fellow spouting nonsense? Allow me to finish. Casting a glance at Ilex, the Ice Emperor took her seat. By a stroke of fortune, she had acquired a 10,000-year-old snow lotus, using it to reconstruct her humanity. However, in this exceedingly weakened state, she unfortunately encountered a human wielding a divine sealing platform who had ventured into the core of the extreme north, ultimately leading to her being sealed away. Hui Yutong listened intently. The Ice Celestial Maiden, with her cultivation spanning over 60,000 years, had met such unfortunate circumstances. Despicable humans. The Ice Emperor seethed with anger. Had it not been for the presence of a powerful being capable of slaying her, everything in this place would have long been consumed by her wrath. Do you believe me now? And Zhen had yet to produce the root of the 10,000-year snow lotus, though in truth, it held little persuasive power. I am reluctant to believe, yet I have indeed been unable to locate the Snow Empress. The Ice Emperor spoke despondently. The fact that even she could not find her, coupled with prior events, was sufficient to indicate that the Snow Empress was no longer in the extreme north. However, the Snow Empress would typically notify her of her comings and goings, as she was the backbone of the entire extreme north, and a responsible Snow Empress would not vanish without reason. This left only one possibility. The Snow Empress had encountered misfortune. But how do you know this? The Ice Emperor gazed at Zhen. You can't possibly be that despicable human, can you? This is my secret. Do not look at me like that. If I were that person, with a master as formidable as mine by my side, I would have long since threatened you with the Snow Emperor. And Zhen recalled the original text where the Snow Emperor stated that if there were a next life with a different gender, she would marry the Ice Emperor. Being sealed within the God-sealing platform, those who possess the qualifications to wield such a high-level soul guide must undoubtedly be a level 9 soul master, a title de law. And Zhen gently caressed the soft cheek of Hui Yutong nestled in his embrace. Once the God-sealing platform is activated, the proud ice goddess would surely refuse to allow the soul bones to fall into human hands, leaving only one choice in such a moment of weakness, self-detonation. The Ice Emperor gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words. She understood the Snow Emperor's pride. She was the true sovereign of the far north, and in such circumstances, she would undoubtedly act thus. I will seek her out. She will surely rescue the Snow Emperor. Pardon my frankness, but you, a beast, would merely deliver soul bones to humanity. And Zhen rose to his feet, his blazing gaze unreservedly directed at the petite beauty. Ice Emperor, I have a proposal for a 3-way victory for you, me, and the Snow Emperor, a plan involving soul spirits and the God-making project. Would you be interested in learning more? Chapter 66. This is what you requested. The souls of soul beasts can be extracted in a unique manner from their bodies to form contracts with soul masters, transforming into soul rings. This not only preserves their consciousness, but also aids the soul masters in battle. And Zhen began to introduce the soul of the Fire Dragon King. To Zhen, the contract with a soul spirit was akin to a blind date. To gain the other's body and a lifetime together, one must first present oneself satisfactorily. While Ilex was indeed proficient in matters of the soul, coercing a fierce beast into signing a soul spirit contract without risking damage to its consciousness was still perilous. Observing the orb that housed the Fire Dragon's soul, although she found the speaker's tone somewhat arrogant, the Ice Emperor undeniably sensed a significant threat emanating from it. If even an unconscious dragon soul exuded such power, how terrifying must this dragon have been in its prime? Thus, does she possess the soul of the Ice Dragon King? The Ice Emperor turned her gaze to Hui Yutong, who was nestled in Zhen's arms, sensing a somewhat familiar, yet distinctly different aura from the dragon soul within this human girl. Indeed, Zhen nodded gently. What is your martial soul? The world. Subsequently, Zhen guided the Ice Emperor to experience his 3rd soul skill, which involved transporting one's consciousness into a virtual realm. Considering the threat posed by Ilex, who could easily kill her, the Ice Emperor acquiesced. After experiencing the virtual world, the Ice Emperor's consciousness returned to her body, her amber eyes still reflecting lingering shock. Your aptitude is extraordinary. The Ice Emperor had never encountered a martial soul like this. The soul that resembled the essence of the world was indeed transformative to the Ice Emperor's understanding. Does your excellency believe I possess the potential for divinity? Yes, not only that, but I possess a teacher of extreme Douluo level at the Human Academy, a figure of significant stature and influence. When treasures of the caliber of 100,000-year soul beast embryo emerge, their retrieval becomes relatively straightforward. And Zhen is prepared to mobilize substantial human and material resources to seek out the Snow Empress, not merely due to a promise made to the Ice Emperor, but also because he desires both the Ice and Snow Emperors. These qualities underscore his strengths. The Ice Emperor is likely only a few hundred years away from facing the cataclysm of 400,000 years. Indeed, the Ice Emperor is somewhat taken aback by how well the other party is informed, but considering the situation with the Snow Empress, it seems unsurprising that she is aware of her impending fate. You lack certainty. Precisely. The Ice Emperor nods lightly. Ice Emperor, The opportunity for immortality lies before you. Whether it be the Shrek's 7 monsters who ascended to divinity a myriad of years ago, or the earlier deities of the sea god and the angel god, my innate talent far surpasses theirs, and I have now inherited the legacy of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Ice Emperor, is this probability not worth wagering? It is either death by waiting or a gamble. However, I cannot guarantee that your soul spirit technique will allow me to retain my consciousness. This is the Ice Emperor's foremost concern. Yet, the Ice Emperor has no retreat. And Zhen places a grape into Hui Yutong's petite mouth. At that moment, both Zhen and Hui Yutong vanish before the Ice Emperor, and in the next instant, the gray, deathly still power of the undead envelopes the entire cave, resembling an intricate web. Today, one must either become a soul spirit or face extermination. And Zhen's voice resonates, now imbued with a chill absent before. First courtesy, then conflict. Knowing such matters, unless one becomes an ally, and Zhen trusts only that corpses can keep secrets, the kind where even the soul is extinguished. Moreover, in the realm of soul beasts, it is ultimately force that more readily persuades the adversary. The Ice Emperor remains motionless. The petite maiden, like a queen, sits calmly and unflinchingly in her place, raising the bowl of ice spring water to her lips and drinking it all in one go. I have consented. The Ice Emperor's orange-yellow eyes now resemble a clear, undisturbed well. She does not resist, for she desires not to perish, nor to see the Snow Empress die. Whether it be in the current hunt or succumbing to the tribulation in a few hundred years, she is unwilling to accept either fate. The final straw for the Ice Emperor is not the missing Snow Empress described by Zhen, but rather the specter of death itself. Having lived for nearly 400,000 years, and now presented with a chance at immortality, she realizes that though freedom may be lost, living is preferable to dying. You shall not regret your choice today. And Zhen's figure quietly materializes, a joyful smile gracing his face. Yet, I have one more condition. A slender, fair leg is raised, and the Ice Emperor's delicate cherry lips curl into a smile that is both inviting and enigmatic. Arrange for the return of the race? Go ahead. No, that is not it. The Ice Emperor shook her head in denial, having already stated her intention to retreat before arriving. The recent battle with that human had sparked a unique revelation within her, prompting her to consider a final surge before the impending deadline, though the hope was exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, for the human lifespan scarcely extended beyond a few centuries, aligning closely with her anticipated retreat duration. What is that? And Zhen inquired, perplexed. Her delicate, pink toes gently tapped against the table, and in the next instant, an immense force sent the table flying aside. Your earlier threat has greatly angered this emperor. And Zhen suddenly sensed an ominous shift. Since your aim is to make this emperor your soul partner, should you not apologize? Perhaps by kissing this emperor's foot? A hint of pride and mischief graced the Ice Emperor's petite, exquisite face as she raised one of her jade-like feet. Although the Ice Emperor and Hui Yutong shared similar heights, both possessing dainty feet, Hui Yutong's were soft and plump, ideal for massage, while the Ice Emperor's feet resembled icy artworks, pristine white with greenish veins, exhibiting a flawless curve. And Zhen glanced at Hui Yutong outside the realm of the dead. Fear not. Your little girlfriend cannot hear or see what transpires within. Alex furrowed his brow, visibly displeased with the Ice Emperor's actions, unaware of his disciple's usual behavior. This is utterly insulting. With just a word from Zhen, I would act immediately. The Ice Emperor turned her gaze to Zhen, who trembled slightly. She was willing to become Zhen's soul, yet she refused to occupy a subordinate role. The prolonged dialogue and actions of this individual, rather than directly sending that powerful entity to hunt her down, were merely attempts to make her into the so-called soul partner. She needed to ensure he understood she was not to be trifled with. With such exceptional talent, a Dragon King inheritance, and guidance from a powerful mentor, he must possess considerable pride. Begged this emperor. Then I shall graciously forgive you. Taking a deep breath, Zhen stepped forward and glanced at his teacher, Alex. Teacher, you must bear witness. This is what she demands. And Zhen's fingers brushed against the Ice Emperor's cool ankle as he lifted her jade foot. A strange sensation surged within the Ice Emperor. It was the first time a being had touched her ankle. However, witnessing the conflicting expression on Zhen's face, her own countenance radiated with triumph. And Zhen felt a pang of conflict. How should he proceed? He was neither a foot fetishist nor a rogue. As a model student, he believed his previous behavior had indeed been somewhat disrespectful to the Ice Emperor, and an apology seemed warranted. Slurp. Alex silently turned away. This individual was not his disciple. A peculiar sensation emanated from the sensitive soles of the Ice Empress, incessantly stimulating her perception. The young queen with twin tails found herself momentarily entranced in her seat. What? Pervert. A tremendous force abruptly retracted her foot, and under the Ice Empress's command, the saliva clinging to her foot crystallized into frost and fell to the ground. The petite Ice Empress cast a disdainful glance at Zhen. This is what you requested. I am merely apologizing as per your demand. And Zhen, maintaining a placid expression, produced a handkerchief to dab at his lips. Authentic ice cream. The words that the Ice Empress was about to utter were stifled by this remark. You had better be sincerely apologetic. The small girl could only shoot a fierce glare at Zhen. It felt as though becoming this fellow's spirit was akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Let us commence the spirit contract. Ilex turned to speak, showing no desire to intervene in his apprentice's predilections. The Ice Empress nodded gently. By the way, she said, her eyes filled with a hint of disdain as she regarded Zhen. What soul bone do you desire? The right leg bone, I suppose, having acquired a torso bone. And Zhen's next optimal choice should have been the powerful arms of the Ice Emperor Scorpion. However, for Zhen, the soul bone would be assimilated, rendering any choice nearly equivalent. He decided to forego the arm bones for now, hoping for a chance to acquire the hand bones later. Very well, let us begin. Standing between the Ice Empress and Zhen, Ilex summoned a virtual staff composed of black, white, and gold hues. Ancient runes from another realm flowed from Ilex's lips, and a golden hexagram formation materialized on the ground, densely inscribed with runes that enveloped Zhen and the Ice Empress. The spirit contract was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in the initial version of the contract, which demanded a terrifying expenditure of mental energy when the subject was a ferocious beast, compounded by the Ice Empress's nearly 400,000-year cultivation. The quantity of mental energy posed no issue for Zhen, as the virtual world was abundant and replenishment was swift. The energy from the Ice Empress would rely on Ilex's ceiling, nurtured by the virtual realm, along with a whole piece of living gold as a power source. Ilex was in a far better state than depicted in the original narrative. 2 days later, as Hui Yutong endured the agonizing wait, she finally witnessed the spectral realm gradually dissipating. Brother Zhen, the young girl dashed forward, leaping into Zhen's embrace, her beautiful legs entwining around his waist. Although the cave's temperature hovered around -20 degrees, it was hardly cold for Hui Yutong, who possessed the Ice Dragon King's martial soul. Not bad. A melodious voice resonated, and as Hui Yutong turned towards the sound, she beheld a charming, delicately featured girl with a hint of arrogance in her emerald twin tails, her pristine feet dangling in the air. Bing bing, the excited soul voice of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm echoed. And Zhen, hasten, impart the soul spirit technique to me. I wish to be with Bing Bing. Begone. The response to Tianming Bink and was a merciless icy rebuke. The Ice Emperor turned to his host and commanded, and Zhen, do not allow Tianming Binkin to approach me. Naturally, as you are my soul spirit, I shall take responsibility for you, and Zhen stated earnestly. At least you possess a modicum of conscience, the Ice Emperor thought, finding the statement somewhat peculiar. And Zhen began to examine the newly unlocked powers. Amidst the astonished gaze of Hui Yutong, a resplendent orange-golden soul ring illuminated, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur. In the next moment, a wild and primal energy surged forth, reminiscent of the true form of the Ice Emperor Scorpion manifesting here. Fourth soul skill, corrosion. The virtual realm invades, gradually eroding reality. As long as the virtual world is vast enough, it can consume and digest an entire dimension, thereby fostering the growth of the virtual realm. Hence, he has indeed sent the ice-fire duality, I, and the celestial herbs into his own stomach. Chapter 67, The Great Treasure Hunt Era. Compressing the rapidly escalating soul power is not merely to solidify the foundation, but also to prepare for the subsequent condensation of the soul core. The setting of Douluo is somewhat chaotic. The soul core is one of its elements. Nevertheless, this aspect remains exceedingly crucial, especially since Douluo 2 lacks the battle prowess provided by battle armor and is intertwined with the breakthrough to Title Douluo and Limit Douluo. And Zhen need not worry about soul strength, but the cultivation of soul power and physicality must rely on his own efforts. At the age of 12, he boasts a soul rank of 44. After all, most of the energy from the Fire Dragon King's soul bone and the Ice Emperor has been sealed. Previously, when reading novels, encountering characters who inexplicably surged to level 99 was frustrating. But now, having traversed into this world, one yearns to become a Title Douluo in a day and a Divine King in 2. Yet, true cultivation must be undertaken step by step. Recently, he has absorbed an abundance of exceptional resources, starting with the Fire Dragon King's soul bone, followed by the Ice Emperor's soul spirit, soul rings, soul bones, and the celestial herbs yet to be consumed. When forging the contract with the soul spirit, leveraging the energy from the previously sealed Fire Dragon King's soul bone and the energy from the Ice-Fire duality sphere within the virtual world, the Ice Emperor, originally only a few hundred years away from the 400,000-year threshold, successfully broke through this bottleneck, just as in the original narrative. This implies that the Ice Emperor's soul spirit is indeed a genuine 400,000-year soul spirit. Although the energy has been sealed, the enhancement of physical capabilities is substantial. With so much energy sealed, I feel akin to a walking bomb. No, more accurately, I should be likened to a mobile power bank. As he spoke, and Zhen suddenly glanced at Hui Yutong. Tianming Binkin Power Bank. Every soul beast that has used it sings its praises. Sister, I sense you are contemplating something exceedingly impolite. The ethereal voice of Tianming Binkin resonated. Before she could articulate her thoughts, her attention was once again captured by the floating twin-tailed maiden beside her. Bing Bing. My beloved Bing Bing. Ilex resumed his efforts to shield them. The elderly gentleman does not despise the hustle and bustle. However, the sound of the insects is indeed quite irksome. And Zhen gently caressed Huoluali's head, proclaiming, our journey to the far north has come to an end. Yutong, your holiday expedition is officially over. Hui Yutong appeared somewhat perplexed. Brother and Zhen, are you not going anywhere else? I have made certain commitments to the Ice Emperor that I must attend to. However, there are still matters I need to address, and Zhen replied. The Ice Dragon King possesses a formidable martial spirit, likely accompanied by a unique innate domain. Having recently imprinted Hui Yutong's martial spirit, which was once comparable to that of the Ice God in its prime, it is evident that despite significant energy depletion, its quality as a martial spirit has undoubtedly reached divine levels. Innate domain, Hui Yutong was unable to perceive it. This lad speaks truly. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm communicated within the sea of consciousness. I can sense a powerful energy within the martial spirit, somewhat akin to soul skills. It must be the innate domain he mentioned. We must align our testimonies, and Zhen stated. Having already crafted a narrative that included not only his own experiences, but also plausible explanations for the additional items that Yutong possessed. The sudden acquisition of soul bones could perhaps be justified through alternative reasoning, but vanishing under the watchful gaze of Elder Xian necessitated a solid explanation. Upon our return, the Academy will likely seek me out. Simply say this, Shrek City. Today in Shrek City, the sun shone brightly once more, with vendors opening their stalls early for business. Yet, the atmosphere was markedly different. Despite the usual vibrancy, an air of seriousness and tension enveloped the city, a condition that had persisted since the commencement of the Academy's holiday. Recently, a rather sensational event had transpired on Douluo continent. Rumor had it that the treasures of the gods had been left behind on Douluo. This rumor was not without merit, as the once enigmatic title Douluo, who rarely made appearances, had recently been seen with increasing frequency, their anxious demeanor suggesting they were in search of something. Former graduates of Shrek had recognized the title Douluo and Soul Douluo, who had suddenly appeared and were frequently seen, identifying them as alumni of Shrek Academy. The guards of the three great empires had been tirelessly patrolling the city day and night. Moreover, whispers suggested that various sects were also in pursuit of something elusive. According to individuals returning from the Stardow Forest, a fierce battle had erupted there recently, with one party allegedly being the formidable golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, who topped the list of fearsome beasts on the continent. Influenced by such an atmosphere, a fervor for treasure hunting swept across the continent. On Sea God Island, Zhen Ancestor, the silhouette of a dark-haired beauty gracefully descended upon the island, her tranquil visage devoid of the usual gentleness. Her reddened eyes betrayed a profound sorrow, while her parched cherry lips hinted at a long absence of sustenance, rendering her entire demeanor exceedingly haggard, as if she had not rested for many days. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, reclined on a chair, seemingly in a light slumber. However, to a top-tier expert, it would be evident that the already frail elder's aura had become distinctly disordered. It was not the work of the soul beasts. Muin had just returned from the Stardow Forest, and Zhen had gone missing, vanishing under the watchful gaze of the formidable Titan Douluo at level 98. Muin's initial suspicion fell upon Tian, yet facts soon proved Tian's innocence. Xian Zi ventured out across the continent in search, vowing to return only after finding Zhen. The elders of Shrek's Sea God Pavilion also set forth to seek, sending out all disciples and teachers of Soul Sage rank and above. They reached out to the three great empires and various sections. The situation was exceedingly peculiar, after all, and Zhen had been mere meters away from a level Douluo at that time. Yet, the event had transpired, and they could only exert their utmost efforts in the search. The treasure that the entire continent sought was quietly approaching Shrek City. This should suffice. On a public road approximately 1,000 meters north of Shrek City, and Zhen gently laid down Hui Yutong, cradled in his arms. Do you remember what I told you? Yes. Hui Yutong nodded earnestly. Very well, go ahead. Concealed by Ilex, and Zhen observed his girl enter Shrek City. Let us proceed, teacher. He needed to seek the whereabouts of the Snow Emperor, the 10,000-year Snow Lotus, reborn as a human, if it were to be sealed like in the original tale. and Zhen knew that there was a person whose power could rival that of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile sect and Shrek, perhaps enabling a quicker discovery of the Snow Emperor. Tianming City, located on the fringes of the Mingdo mountain range and Mingdo forest, was one of the closest cities to the Sun-Moon Empire. Did the Snow Emperor leave traces here, in the sea of his spiritual consciousness? The two-tailed lowly Ice Emperor appeared somewhat anxious. No, but there is someone who can assist us in locating the Snow Emperor. The 9th-level soul guide device, the Divine Platform. Such an item could only originate from the Sun-Moon Empire. The original Douluo continent's 3 great empires do not possess 9th-level soul engineers. Thank you, the Ice Emperor suddenly remarked. She found in Zhen to be quite commendable. The soul spirit contract, and Zhen required her soul rings and bones, while she needed in Zhen to attain the chance for immortality. A mutual benefit indeed. Yet, and Zhen was genuinely committed to finding the Snow Emperor. As in Zhen's gaze penetrated into the sea of his spirit, the proud little queen had already turned her head, her twin tails swaying. And Zhen stepped into an antiquated courtyard hidden within the confines of Elex, deliberately creating a bit of noise. I wonder which esteemed predecessor has graced this place. A refined and melodious male voice echoed. Grandfather, it is I? The Snow Empress had mysteriously vanished ahead of schedule, adding an intriguing layer to the timeline. Speaking of which version of Dreaming of the Red Dust do you all prefer? Chapter 68. Becoming one family. I was originally a twin martial soul, but my second martial soul, the Ice martial soul, was on the verge of shattering. Following the enigmatic guidance of my martial soul, I journeyed to the far north, where I encountered Brother and Zhen midway. He was in the company of a powerful and mysterious figure who claimed to be a divine envoy. Recognizing Brother and Zhen's exceptional talent, Brother and Zhen mentioned that the divine envoy had accepted him as a disciple and promised him certain opportunities, assessing whether he would be worthy of inheriting divinity by the time he reached the rank of title Douluo. Hui Yutong recounted, this is a world imbued with divinity. Some create their own divine positions to ascend, while others receive divine legacies to achieve divinity, with such numerous opportunities concentrated upon a single deity. Does that not seem rather fitting? The divine envoy is not a mere figment of imagination, but rather a pivotal character in this narrative of Elex. By the time Brother and Zhen reaches title Douluo, he will have matured accordingly. As for the name of the deity, without having become an heir, I am not yet entitled to know. Should not the divine be perceived as mysterious, powerful, and exalted in the hearts of mortals? Brother and Zhen sought assistance from the divine envoy, who led me to a cave containing a dragon pill. Upon absorption, I acquired this martial soul, and the soul bone was also bestowed upon me by the divine envoy, said to be a remnant from the fallen ice dragon. Subsequently, Brother and Zhen took me to obtain my second and third soul rings, indicating that the divine envoy intended to guide him in acquiring soul rings and imparting certain teachings, allowing me to return to Shrek City to report my safety to Old Mo. In a living room, Zhou Yi, Muan, Zhang Lishuan, and Hui Yutong gathered. The six-ring soul emperor, Zhou Yi, had not participated in the search for Zhen and was organizing her belongings when Hui Yutong suddenly burst into her teacher's dormitory, urging her to take her to Sea God Island, claiming she knew of Zhen's whereabouts. Zhou Yi, caught off guard by the lack of any prior notification, found herself bewildered. Then, an elderly man appeared, followed closely by a weary woman with long, dark hair. It was then that Zhou Yi realized that the elderly gentleman, often seen basking in the sun before the student dormitory, was indeed the legendary dragon god Douluo, Muan. Listening to her student recount such a legendary and incredible experience, Muan found it plausible. It made sense that only a spatial adept at the levels of 98 or 99 could whisk someone away in the presence of a 98-level Douluo. Moreover, the aura surrounding this girl hinted at an overwhelming pressure of a higher being. The quality of her martial soul undoubtedly surpassed that of his radiant sacred dragon. That dragon pill was exceedingly precious. There are soul bones that complement Long Dan. If the other party truly harbors ill intentions, it is inconceivable that they would bestow such a precious item upon Hui Yutong simply at Zhen's request, allowing her to return safely. Your martial soul is on the brink of destruction, yet you did not inform me. You have learned to deceive. You claim to me that the teachers from the Soul Guidance Department assisted you in obtaining your soul ring, while telling Fan Yu that it was the teachers from the Martial Soul Department who guided you. Zhou Yi was genuinely infuriated. A 20-level soul master sneaking off to the extreme north. How dare you? What will you do if something goes wrong? Were it not for the presence of a senior, she would have surely given this little girl a piece of her mind. Ah, little girl. Zhou Yi, adept at disguises, immediately discerned that Hui Yutong's pretense was nearly non-existent. I see my mistakes, Hui Yutong murmured, her head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing. Child, what is your martial soul? Muan suddenly inquired. The Ice Dragon King, the king of ice dragons. Indeed, this esteemed individual is a divine envoy and also my teacher. After Zhen recounted the general events of the past year, she omitted details regarding Hui Yutong, Wang Dong, and Ilex, as well as the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings and the Eyes of Ice and Fire. In the elegantly appointed living room, Zhen took a sip of juice, seated across from a distinguished middle-aged man, exuding an air of profound knowledge. This was Jing Hongchun, the head of the Mingda Hall and a 9th-level soul mentor. At this moment, even the seasoned Jing Hongchun was rendered speechless by the astonishing experiences his grandson had undergone over the past year. Accepted as a disciple by the Sea God Pavilion Master, he became a forebear of Shrek and associated with the young lady of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School. At 12, he became a 4-ringed soul master. Having encountered a 400,000-year soul beast, the Ice Empress Scorpion, a divine envoy, Jing Hongchun rose, respectfully bowing to the gray-clad youth calmly savoring tea at another table. I have encountered the esteemed divine envoy. Thank you for your guidance towards the younger generation. He is also my disciple. You may converse. In the next moment, Ilex vanished from sight. Jing Hongchun was taken aback. He had not sensed a trace of his presence. Divine envoy, Jing Hongchun turned to his grandson, moving to the table to retrieve a flask of wine, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. You've all grown up. It is improper not to indulge in a little wine. Come, let us drink together. Then I shall inform Xiao Meng that you urged me to drink. Forget it. I do not wish for that girl to dismantle my office again, Jing Hongchun conceded. This location was one that Zhen had previously arranged with Jing Hongchun. During Shrek's vacation, Jing Hongchun would reside here for a month, and should Zhen encounter any difficulties, she could seek his assistance. Sire, I am concerned, the elder said. That Su Tianran is in collusion with evil soul masters. He is no good. And Zhen spoke up suddenly. Alas, Jing Hongchun sighed. You are aware? The teacher informed me that within the Spirit Hall, there exist 2 Limit Douluos, Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao. The former possesses a twin martial soul, while the latter is renowned as the Dark Holy Dragon, comparable to the dragon god Mu-In in ancient times. All matters are attributed to the divine emissaries. 2 Limit Douluos. Jing Hongchun is aware that the Spirit Hall harbors titled Douluos of the 9th rank and above, but what are your plans regarding these 2 Limit Douluos? Jing Hongchun understands that although his grandson appears carefree, he is, in fact, remarkably precocious and cunning. He has now become a disciple of a divine emissary, with the potential to inherit divine status in the future. Though my long-term aspirations remain uncertain, in the near term, I intend to remain at Shrek Academy. While the martial soul issue has been resolved, given my current standing, I still have considerable hope of becoming the master of the Sea God Pavilion at Shrek. I hope my grandfather can help me keep Su Tianran in check. Although Su Tianran previously granted him a position out of respect for Jing Hongchun, his newfound fame may compel him to undertake undesirable tasks. I plan to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Whether it is this menace collaborating with the Spirit Hall or the knowledge of Zhen's undercover identity, Su Tianran must be dealt with. This is not a problem. Jing Hongchun readily agreed, for Su Tianran still relies on his support. However, his grandson harbors ambitions of becoming the master of the Sea God Pavilion. I heard from Teacher Mu-In that Shrek seeks to develop soul-guiding devices. After the upcoming Soul Master competition, I intend to propose to my teacher the establishment of an exchange program with the Mingda Hall. At that time, grandfather, you could send a few individuals to Shrek. Just ensure that Meng and Xiao do not come. I shall then bring my companions to your side. And Zhen recalled that the Sun Moon Imperial family has a princess. It is time for a change in the position of Crown Prince. An exchange program? Jing Hongchun nodded gently. His grandson has matured, and it appears he harbors considerable ambition. By the way, I came to seek my grandfather's assistance in locating the 9th-level soul master from the Sun Moon Empire who previously crafted the divine sealing platform or in journeying to the far north. And Zhen briefly recounted the tale of the Snow Empress, sealed by the divine sealing platform for nearly 700,000 years. The Snow Empress embryo. Jing Hongchun felt a surge of excitement. This is an extraordinary treasure, with the potential to acquire a second martial soul. Grandfather, and Zhen's face bore a hint of helplessness. This is the Snow Empress, the sovereign of the far north. Do you truly believe that with her capabilities and pride, she could be absorbed by humans to become a martial soul? Jing Hongchun's expression stiffened. While soul beasts of a mere 100,000 years may still be formidable, a Snow Empress nearing 700,000 years is utterly beyond reach. Acquiring such an embryo is akin to obtaining a bomb that, once activated, would erupt. And Zhen summoned the Ice Emperor. This is the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, the Ice Emperor. Teacher of the Divine Emissaries has devised a method known as soul spirits, which can preserve the intelligence of soul beasts. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress have been friends for many years, and I plan to enlist the Ice Emperor's assistance in persuading the Snow Empress to become my soul spirit. Oh, the astonishment of the past years pales in comparison to today's events. The fearsome Ice Emperor Scorpion. Ice Emperor, greetings. A cold voice emerged from the ageless twin-tailed girl, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Given the circumstances of Zhen and the assistance in locating the Snow Empress, it appears that only you, little Zhen, are fortunate enough to enjoy the presence of the Snow Empress. With a discerning gaze, Jing Hongqian retracted his scrutiny of the Ice Emperor, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter." With the important discussions concluded, familial matters took precedence. Do not disappoint Xiaoming, Jing Hongqian warned Zhen, his gaze solemn. Otherwise, despite your being my grandson, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Grandfather, I am not a scoundrel, and Zhen replied, retrieving several jade vials from Jing Hongqian. This is the 8-petal immortal orchid, which solidifies the foundation and purifies impurities, aiding in the cultivation of soul masters. It is prepared for Xiao Xiao so that he may refrain from consuming pharmaceuticals. Otherwise, he may truly miss the opportunity to attain a title. This is the water fairy jade muscle bone, which nourishes the tendons and fortifies the bones, facilitating the flow of energy through the meridians and enhancing physical constitution. It is for Xiaoming, he continued, and half of the Qilua heart, which renders all toxins ineffective within a certain radius. Even if toxins enter the bloodstream, it can neutralize them if held in the mouth. Her cultivation of ice toxins is perilous. It serves as her safeguard. Grandfather, procure a soul bone for her so that Xiaoming can store toxins within it. The haunting cries of the fragrant Qilua immortal product echoed in Zhen's ears. Woo-woo. Zhen is a big bad guy, stealing half of my treasure. Woo-woo. Do not weep. I shall return it to you soon. Zhen had previously imprinted the Qilua heart. This is yours, grandfather, which can significantly enhance soul power and assist in compressing it with the mixed element immortal herb. He explained the usage method. Jing Hongqian carefully stowed away the jade vials. These were given by the divine teacher. They will not harm your foundation, but rather solidify it. Grandfather, please remain discreet and avoid drawing attention. Rest assured. Jing Hongqian suddenly felt the weight of age. His grandson had grown up. While asking the teacher for so many items, a flicker of concern crossed his mind regarding whether his grandson's actions might displease the divine master. Grandfather, these items are more precious than 10,000-year soul bones in God of Douluo. Yet in the divine realm, they are abundant, and Zhen replied nonchalantly. Since you have never been to the divine realm, I can speak freely about it, especially with the divine teacher by my side. One more thing, grandfather. Regarding the orphan background you arranged for me, why did Shrek uncover the existence of my parents? And Zhen recalled this perplexing matter. Ah, you have indeed grown up. With a sigh, Jing Hongqian's eyes reflected a hint of nostalgia. This leads us to your lineage. In the past, I discovered that a couple of soul masters with swan martial souls perished in the Sun and Moon Mountain range. The encounter was fleeting. Jing Hongqian had already lingered here for quite some time, as numerous affairs awaited his attention in the Sun and Moon Empire. How do you intend to address the relationship between the Sun-Moon Empire and Shrek? Ilex suddenly inquired, having familiarized himself with certain matters concerning this continent. Humanity requires soul masters and soul-guiding devices, yet malevolent individuals sow discord among them. If we eliminate the wrongdoers, harmony can be restored, and no virtuous soul shall suffer as a result. Chapter 69. Returning to the academy. After all, the child has grown. It is time he learns the truth. Gazing towards the direction of Shrek Academy, Jing Hongqian spoke softly. He genuinely regarded this child as his own grandson. Some truths cannot be concealed from a child for an entire lifetime. Biological parents? The swan martial soul? On the journey back to the academy, Zhen found himself somewhat distracted. According to his grandfather, a couple possessing the swan martial soul met with misfortune in the Sun-Moon Mountain range. The child, entrusted to others just before their departure, became an orphan when they failed to return at the appointed time, ultimately being placed in an orphanage in Mingdu. That child was him. The couple hailed from the Doling Empire on the original Douluo continent, for reasons unknown. They had traveled to the Sun-Moon Empire and resided there for 2 months. Zhen's current background had been altered based on the lineage of his biological parents, suggesting that the couple had never journeyed to the Sun-Moon Empire but had perished shortly after Zhen's birth. Why was Zhen's background so convincingly authentic that Shrek Academy could not uncover any flaws? Because, despite Zhen having no first-hand experience in the Doling Empire, all that pertained to his parents' past, there was indeed factual, a measure of truth intertwined with a measure of fiction. Zhen felt that the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Regarding his biological parents, to be honest, he had never met them. His earliest memories were of life in the orphanage. His feelings were complex, sorrow for their passing, yet he knew not their visage. Having only recently learned their names from his grandfather, their surname was Shui, and they possessed the swan martial soul. The swan martial soul is not particularly powerful, as it can manifest among commoners. However, with the surname Shui, it evokes a sense of familial connection. Though the main city where his parents lived was quite distant from the Doling imperial capital, he decided to set aside those thoughts for now. He had siblings, a brother and an elder sister who resembled a younger sibling, and a grandfather. Today, Shrek City seemed to have regained its former vibrancy. The once serious atmosphere appeared to have dissipated. From a distance, numerous powerful beings were making their way towards Shrek City. The very individuals who had previously ventured out in search of treasures. The actions of various organizations had also ceased, as the treasure-hunting frenzy across the continent had been abruptly curtailed. As he approached the western gate of Shrek City, a gust of wind met him, and Zhen felt as though he were being lifted. It was that scruffy fellow. Ilex's voice echoed in Zhen's mind. Xianlao. And Zhen felt a hand examining him, probing gently until it was confirmed that he bore no injuries. Indeed, he had become considerably stronger. Only then did Elder Xian release him. As long as you are unharmed. That is all that matters, he said, his voice reflecting the relief of a heavy burden finally lifted from his heart. And Zhen turned his gaze to the elderly gentleman before him. The disheveled figure of the old man appeared even more unkempt than usual. His greasy hair was matted and dust-laden, and his tattered attire obscured his eyes. I apologize, Elder Xian, for causing you concern, and Zhen expressed sincerely, feeling a deep sense of remorse towards the old man, especially since the burden of blame had unjustly fallen upon him. To convey his apologies, he brought forth a local delicacy as a token of his regret. Although Elder Xian had not lent his support in the matter at hand, their bond was strong. Who would harbor ill will towards a benefactor? As long as you are safe, Elder Xian nonchalantly turned away, seizing a chicken leg to eat, the grease causing his eyes to glisten with a droplet of energy. When he witnessed Zhen vanish before him, a sense of impending doom washed over him, fearing that a tragedy from the past might repeat itself. Fortunately, all ended well. Come, let us return. That girl, Le Xian, is quite anxious, he declared, grasping Zhen's wrist. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves on Sea God Island. Elder Xian. And Zhen called out to the elderly man who was preparing to leave. He retrieved a large gourd emitting a warm, earthy glow, resembling a colossal earth dragon. The earth dragon golden gourd, aged 90,000 years, was of such high quality that it could only attain sentience after 100,000 years. This particular specimen was reminiscent of the future one with a cultivation level of 190,000. Whether as compensation for Elder Xian or to fortify his powerful ally for the future, this earth dragon golden gourd was meant for him alone. Although many celestial herbs existed within the ice and fire dual eyes, none were as suited to Elder Xian as this one. And Zhen was not a dragon from a fantasy realm, hoarding treasures for a lifetime without purpose. Treasures held value because of their utility. If they had no practical application, they were no different from refuse. What is this? Elder Xian inquired, astonished, as his martial soul expressed a yearning for the object. The earth dragon golden gourd. A celestial herb acquired from my mentor, the divine envoy, and Zhen explained, offering the gourd and elucidating its benefits. No, I cannot accept this. Elder Xian firmly shook his head, suppressing the desire emanating from his martial soul. Young one, I appreciate your kindness, but at my age, consuming such a treasure would be a waste. Elder, you are the most suited for this. The Taotai divine bull possesses the bloodline of the earth dragon. It may well assist you in advancing further, and Zhen insisted, not allowing Elder Xian to protest. He tossed the gourd into the air, declaring, I shall seek out Sister Le Xian now. Elder Xian, witnessing Zhen's actions, hastily caught the earth dragon golden gourd. To treat such a treasure with carelessness was unthinkable. Xianzi, since it is a gesture from the child, you should accept it, he ultimately conceded. Muwen's aged voice echoed in Xian Lao's ear. Old Mu, my time is limited. The situation in the Sun and Moon Empire is becoming increasingly unstable. Before the children come of age, they require a sturdy tree to shield them from the storm. In the cozy living room of Zhang Lishuan, the eldest sister of the inner courtyard was in a melancholic state. To prevent Zhang Lishuan from acting impulsively and potentially getting lost while seeking solace, Muwen confined her to the Sea God Island. There were already enough individuals venturing out. Her absence would not be missed. After learning that Zhen was safe, it became even less permissible for her to roam freely. At this moment, aware of the eldest sister's sorrow, a few female students from the inner courtyard came to visit the sister who had always cared for them. One was a voluptuous young woman, her alluring cheeks flickering like flames, while the other, a snow-white princess, exuded a cool and solitary demeanor reminiscent of a proud plum blossom. Eldest sister. A silhouette suddenly pushed open the living room door. Just as Ling Luoqing frowned, the eldest sister, who moments ago bore red-rimmed eyes and a haggard appearance, rushed forward and embraced the young man tightly. Thankfully I have grown taller, or I would be unable to breathe. All right, and Zhen gently stroked the long, flowing hair of the black-haired senior, feeling her ample form tremble softly within his embrace, as if the two were destined to merge into one. I have returned, haven't I? Zhang Lishuan was unyielding. Hey, senior, please don't tug at my clothes. Senior, there are others present. The senior's longing was rather fervent. In an unusual moment of tacit understanding, Ling Luoqing and Ma Xiaotao exchanged glances, both surprised by the scene before them, yet sensing they ought not to linger. Observing Shrek from other factions felt inappropriate, yet Shrek was now a powerhouse, the heir of the Sea God Pavilion. Moreover, resources were meant to be utilized rather than merely hoarded. Assisting Xian Lao and rescuing Old Mu was the extent of what Shrek could offer for now. Further specifics would depend on the protagonist's ascension. Chapter 70. The heir of the dragon god Douluo, a beautiful woman, lay quietly on the bed, her fair skin adorned with an alluring blush. Her garments were carelessly strewn across the floor. Zhang Lishuan's pride rose and fell with her breaths. A long yet curvaceous leg draped languidly over the bed, her toes, once curled, now unfurling from their previous position, and Zhen rested upon the familiar softness. His hand placed upon the senior's tender skin, savoring the beauty of youth. Would you like to hear about my holiday experiences? Yes. Her rosy lips parted and closed, the inky strands of hair cascading carelessly over the pillow, while the affection in Zhang Lishuan's gaze seemed on the verge of spilling over. Lishuan. And Zhen sat up and grasped her alabaster arm, as the soft senior slumped directly into his embrace. Zhang Lishuan knelt on the bed, her pert hips pressing against her delicate, sheer-clad feet. She leaned forward, stretching her slightly fatigued body, and then, in accordance with Zhen's request, positioned her upper body downwards. The tale begins with my departure alongside the divine teacher. And Zhen commenced a more elaborate narrative. Zhang Lishuan experienced firsthand the growth Zhen had undergone during this holiday. How did it feel? Remarkable. The senior's cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue, her slender fingers instinctively playing with her silk attire. Her mind was utterly unable to comprehend the subsequent words that escaped Zhen's lips. Even the charming young boy had matured. Senior, I was referring to physical strength. Zhen remarked with a hint of exasperation, gently pinching Zhang Lishuan's cheek. What are you thinking? Zhang Lishuan's delicate hand rested upon Zhen's chest, her fingertips gently pressing against it, where she could sense a fervent and powerful energy concealed within. Indeed, there remains a portion of strength within the soul bone that is yet to fully integrate into my body. In the serene confines of the young girl's chamber, a gentle beauty draped in a light veil sat upon the lap of a handsome youth, her arms encircling Zhen's neck, her petite head nestled against his chest. Open your mouth, Zhen suddenly commanded. With eyes filled with affection, she gazed at the young man before her, her feet clad in sheer silk resting upon the soft carpet laid out for Zhen's gaming pleasure. The senior, with her long, dark hair cascading down, sat cross-legged on the carpet, the silky strands swaying gently. Incorrect, Zhen sighed. What are you thinking, senior? Zhang Lishuan responded, puzzled. She recalled that this directive corresponded to this very action. As more content continued to load, Zhen reached out to pinch the edges of Zhang Lishuan's lips. Open your mouth. Oh. A golden fruit appeared in Zhen's hand, large enough to fit in his palm, gleaming like a magnificent pearl, yet upon closer inspection, it was composed of countless golden specks. Starry Spirit Pearl. He placed it into Zhang Lishuan's mouth, watching her consume it, before elaborating on its effects. Its medicinal properties were gentle, arguably among the most human-friendly celestial herbs, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to thrive, and once ingested, it could eventually transform into a soul core. Coincidentally, Zhang Lishuan's upcoming cultivation involved condensing a soul core to ascend to a titled rank, and her martial spirit was also that of the moon. How precious! Zhang Lishuan's cheeks did not exhibit the joy Zhen had anticipated. She felt a responsibility towards Zhen, wishing to compensate him, yet here she was, receiving such a rare celestial herb. Have you thought about how you will repay me? Zhen asked with a beaming smile. After all, she was his first woman, and Zhen's feelings for Zhang Lishuan were quite complex. He was not the kind of man to abandon someone after a fleeting encounter. After more than half a year of companionship, even raising a small kitten would evoke feelings, let alone a senior sister with long black hair who is utterly devoted to him. However, Zhang Lishuan's inner mission prevailed. She decided not to dwell on such matters. As for gratitude, her thoughts inexplicably drifted to the novels and scripts she had borrowed from a junior in the inner courtyard. With her spiritual power momentarily sealed, she gently pushed Zhen down. Let me catch the culprit hiding unhealthy books within the academy. The knowledge contained in those tomes was abundant. After spending an entire day reflecting on Zhang Lishuan's feelings of longing, Zhen emerged from the senior sister's chamber, truly marked by her presence. Zhang Lishuan had retreated to absorb medicinal energy, primarily to condense her soul core. She had already possessed considerable confidence, and now with the acquisition of the starry spiritual pearl, she might be able to form a soul core with unique attributes. Zhen intended to visit his mentor, the dragon god Douluo, Muin, Zhang Lishuan had mentioned that Mu had fought against Di Tian for his sake. Teacher, do you have a way to dispel the malice of soul beasts? Negative emotions? Are you seeking to save that little one with a radiant aura? Although he possessed the capability to save his mentor, he hesitated due to selfish interests. Witnessing the demise of a teacher who had selflessly imparted his knowledge felt inhumane. During those months, Muin had unreservedly shared his wisdom, and his care for Zhen was undeniable. Although Muin wished for him to protect the academy, his feelings were genuine. He even sought out Di Tian despite his ailing condition upon realizing Zhen's disappearance. Zhen still retained a sense of conscience. There was a hint of relief and teasing in Ilex's voice. It seems your position as the Sea God Pavilion Master may be delayed for quite some time. Muin was not that kind of person. If I were capable, he would willingly step aside for more deserving individuals. The position of the Sea God Pavilion Master in Shrek Academy held significance equivalent to that of the thrones of the three great empires, perhaps even surpassing them. While Shrek City thrived, it could not rival the three great empires in size. However, Shrek had an abundance of powerful individuals at its disposal. The three empires could only muster a few titled Douluos in public. Furthermore, most of the world's formidable beings had emerged from this academy, granting it extensive connections, knowledge, and treasures. Even as the academy maintained its essence, the accumulation over the years was staggering. A millennium ago, the Soul Master Holy Land was the martial Soul City. Today, it is the Soul Master Holy Land, Shrek Academy. The authority of the Sea God Pavilion Master is nearly a combination of the Pope and the Grand Priest's powers. Since becoming the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall was no longer an option, one might as well become the Sea God Pavilion Master. At the center of Sea God Island, the largest structure is the Sea God Pavilion, standing 6 stories tall. Within it lies an abundance of treasures coveted by countless soul masters, yet it is also the place where the strongest of Shrek congregate. Though at times, the most potent area of Shrek may very well be the open space in front of the new student dormitory. From a distance, Zhen observed an elderly man with white hair squinting, seemingly napping in a recliner. The essence of martial spirits enveloped him, embodying the radiant holy dragon, illuminating the presence of the 49th level soul master, Muon. Suddenly, a resounding and sacred dragon roar echoed through the air. The brilliant sun was grasped in the claws of a platinum dragon, merging tangible and intangible spiritual power, as if the king of dragons unleashed a thunderous roar, striking towards the slumbering elder. With a frail hand raised, a subtle wave of soul energy flickered, effortlessly countering the potent strike of the platinum dragon's claw. Excellent. A look of satisfaction glimmered in Muon's murky eyes as he regarded his disciple, noting the adeptness in the application of spiritual power. You have grown significantly during this holiday. Our excellence shines like a beacon in the night, impossible to conceal. Zhen displayed a hint of youthful pride, exclaiming to his teacher, I have truly broadened my horizons on this journey. There are countless treasures in this world. Our Shrek has its share of remarkable items as well. Seemingly recalling something, Muin gently shook his head, yet lamented the absence of even a single celestial herb, expressing concern for Xianzi's earth dragon golden melon. It is good to assist, Elder Xian. A pure smile graced the youth's cheeks. By the way, teacher, you previously mentioned that you could not stand due to severe injuries. Zhen produced a recliner and settled beside Muin, stating, the divine teacher has provided me with some celestial herbs. Perhaps they could aid in your recovery. Zhen understood the principle of discretion regarding wealth, yet this place could almost be considered his domain. The title Douluo of Shrek assured him of the character of his companions. Moreover, one should be cautious while traversing the night, lest they encounter Ilex. Celestial herbs. A flicker of hope flashed in Muon's eyes before dimming. His frail hand gently patted Zhen's head, his voice warm and kind. Your intentions are appreciated, but it is best to keep them for now. My ailment is not one that celestial herbs can remedy. He recalled the tales of Shrek's ancestors who had procured celestial herbs, having sought them in his youth, yet perhaps fate had other plans. Though he did not find the celestial herbs, he did discover the dragon pill, having repelled his adversary in a fierce battle against poison, causing them to fall due to their injuries. He too sustained grave wounds, seeking healing and breakthrough through the power contained within the dragon pill. Success and failure both stemmed from the dragon pill. Who could have anticipated the malice hidden within? Muin slowly recounted his past experiences, producing a flawless white pearl from his withered hand, its immaculate light radiating warmth, as if a gentle sunbeam illuminated one's heart. The dragon pill. Zhen's eyes sparkled with excitement, not merely due to the rarity of the dragon pill, but out of curiosity regarding this item, which in the original text proved to be even more detrimental to the dragon god Douluo than Yi Shishui. Teacher, may I touch it? A gentle smile spread across Muin's face as he placed the dragon pill into Zhen's palm, saying, here. Several hidden gazes scrutinized the interaction between the elderly man and the youth. The legacy of the dragon god Douluo is being passed on, to some extent, reflecting the transmission of the mission and responsibilities of the sea god pavilion master. Muin has designated a successor, and Zhen scrutinizes, and after a moment, returns it to Muin's embrace, sensing that this luminous giant dragon seemed somewhat feeble in its past life. A hint of disdain lingers in the boy's innocent voice. Yin Xiaozha, is it not so? Are you truly dismissing such a precious treasure? The elders of the sea god pavilion. Teacher, you should keep it. I possess one as well, though it is merely a dragon's soul. As he speaks, the soul pearl of the fire dragon king materializes in Zhen's hand. And in an instant, an intense heat and oppressive aura permeate the sea god pavilion. The moment the pearl appears in Zhen's grasp, the radiant dragon elixir in Muin's hand dims slightly. The divine teacher bestowed this upon me, instructing me to carry it, saying it would prove useful in the future. A sense of inexplicable frustration rises within the illustrious Muin. Teacher, and Zhen retracts the fire dragon king's soul, suggesting, shall I contact the divine teacher to see if he can help you dispel the malevolent energy within you? The elders of the sea god pavilion and Yin Xiaozha, recovering from their astonishment, display signs of excitement. If the divine master can indeed eradicate Mu Lauren's inner turmoil, the life force of the golden tree could wholly extend his lifespan. The divine master, a flicker of interest ignites in Muin's murky eyes. He is quite curious about this divine master. While other factions may regard Shrek unfavorably, Shrek presently embodies the protagonist's power as the heir of the sea god pavilion. Moreover, resources remain resources unless utilized. For now, this is what is granted to Shrek. Any further specifics will depend on the protagonist's ascension. Chapter 71. Salutations to the Dragon King. I am called Di Tian, the golden-eyed black dragon king, revered by the world as the beast god. Possessing a terrifying cultivation of 820,000 years, I bear the hopes of the soul beast clan upon my shoulders. Not long ago, my master, the Silver Dragon King, sensed the lingering presence of the fallen Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Although these two predecessors perished during the Dragon God War, their potent dragon souls remain. The current circumstances are unknown, and I have been commanded by my master to investigate the matters concerning the two elders. How infuriating! That Muin from Shrek, in a fit of madness, intruded into the core area of the Star Doe forest, claiming that I had captured his student. Absurd. What reason would I have to capture his student? Fortunately, the divine beast was out playing under the protection of the Red King at that time. This human possesses commendable cultivation, a light saint dragon martial soul, and astonishingly, he bears the aura of a dragon elixir. How detestable! To desecrate the remains of my dragon kin. A century ago, he was defeated by my hand, and yet dares to brandish the title of Dragon God Douluo. When the true dragon is absent, a mere monkey claims kingship. Were it not for the impending actions, I would have certainly left you in the Star Doe forest. Armed with the treasures bestowed by my master, I have journeyed in search, yet the signals of my quest fluctuate between pronounced and faint, even disappearing entirely. Especially regarding Uncle Fire Dragon. Yet, it seems that the Ice Dragon Kings and is located in the extreme northern region. The esteemed Fire and Ice Dragon King appears to have parted ways. The last trace of the Ice Dragon King's presence was detected in Shrek City. Within that city, a stern man with black golden eyes clutched two silver scales. One shimmered with a faint icy white glow, while suddenly, the other scale radiated a brilliant crimson light. Despicable Shrek. Despicable Moon. It is you humans who have seized what belongs to us, yet you come to place the blame upon us. The bulging veins on Emperor Tian's arms betrayed his fury, yet not a single ripple of soul power escaped him. No, it is unwise to act recklessly now. Especially with the circumstances surrounding the two Dragon Kings still uncertain. Caution is imperative, and a long-term strategy must be devised. Shrek boasts numerous titled Douluos. And while he could forcibly breach their defenses and ensure his own retreat, the current status of the two elders remains obscure. It would be disastrous if they were implicated. The contents are still loading, please hold on. And Zhen departed from the Sea God Pavilion, having arranged for a divine envoy to visit in 2 months. Throughout the encounter, he did not inquire about which deity's position he was to inherit, nor did he probe into any hidden treasures he might possess. As a mentor, Moon is undoubtedly exceptional. Personally journeying to the extreme north to verify that Huogua's second martial soul is the Ice Emperor Scorpion, yet he refrained from seeking further information. A true teacher does not delve into the secrets of their students, but focuses on providing guidance. It is time to find Yutong. Zhang Lishuan has retreated to consolidate her soul core, and it is likely to take considerable time. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the day, and Zhen quickened his pace, nearly forgetting about the impending divine retribution. A heavenly tribulation. A man with golden eyes and dark skin abruptly looked up to the sky. Although the thunderclouds had yet to form, he was all too familiar with that aura. Why would Shrek be facing a heavenly tribulation? Emperor Tian's first instinct was that it was due to the esteemed Ice and Fire Dragon King. Aside from the calamities faced by soul beasts every 100,000 years, typically only beings of significant rank could provoke the world's consciousness to actively summon a thunder tribulation, or perhaps some entity had committed an act of great wrath. However, before Emperor Tian could ponder whether to charge in due to this unforeseen development, he witnessed the nascent thunderclouds vanish in the blink of an eye. In the dormitory building, Yutong clung tightly to the adorable creature in her arms, feeling a profound sense of safety. The phenomenon of heavenly thunder can indeed be quite daunting. And Zhen nuzzled his cheek against the soft face of the girl, an intimate gesture that instinctively caused Hua Yutong to wrap her arms and her two delicate legs around him like an octopus. And Zhen, let me snuggle with Bing Bing. Bing Bing is not a name you can call her. The forest green-haired girl with twin ponytails materialized beside Zhen, curiously examining the human's room, ultimately fixating her gaze on the core formation of the soul guide array on the table, fiddling with it briefly before losing interest and setting it aside. Ice Emperor, should you find yourself in a state of ennui, why not engage in conversation with those botanical soul beasts? That insufferable specter has become quite bothersome. I would rather devour them. Allow me to procure some comics for you to peruse in the virtual realm. Comics? The little girl tilted her head in curiosity. They contain a collection of intriguing tales. And Zhen extracted the comics that Wang Donger had previously perused from the storage soul guiding device and infused them into the virtual world. I shall take a look. Bing Bing. The ethereal voice of the heavenly dream, Ice, Silkworm, resonated. And Zhen, you have brought me into the virtual world as well. Naturally. To the surprise of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, and Zhen responded with a cheerful nod, the purple millennium soul ring illuminating. The voluptuous golden maiden's consciousness entered the virtual world, instantly spotting a green-haired girl with twin ponytails reclining on a lavish ice blue princess bed. Her delicate white feet elevated as she flipped through comics on a soft cushion. Bing Bing. Regardless of her form, she adored every iteration. However, in the next moment, a golden chain emerged from the void, ensnaring the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm in a tortoise-shell binding, suspending her in midair, blindfolded and silenced with a small ball. Woe is me. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm was utterly bewildered. The voluptuous golden beauty swayed in the air, attempting to break free from her restraints, yet to no avail. The world seemed to quiet, and Zhen reflected. If the noise continues, a beating shall ensue. Do you have any plans, Yutong? Brother and Zhen, I intend to persist in practicing the inscription of the third-level soul guiding device's core formation. Clad in a white short-sleeve shirt that concealed her youthful form, and sky-blue trousers that revealed a segment of her fair calf, her petite feet adorned in delicate white socks and white sneakers exuded vitality. A delightful bundle of energy. Loading more content, please wait. In second grade, does Yutong still plan to continue dressing as a boy? After all, the Duchess of the White Tiger is deceased. And Zhen sincerely hoped that Hua Yutong would not be constrained. However, Hua Yutong leaped up and gently kissed the corner of Zhen's mouth. If I were to resume my female identity, I would have to return to the girls' dormitory, and then I could no longer warm brother in Zhen's bed at night. And Zhen was taken aback by this reasoning. Indeed, that is quite significant. Never mind, let us not dwell on that. And Zhen embraced Hua Yutong. It was a holiday now, and there was no need to engage with soul-guiding devices. Let us go out and have some fun. But Teacher Zhou insists that holidays are meant for surpassing others. And Zhen gently patted the girl's bottom, saying, for now, heed my words. Understood. The girl nestled contentedly in Zhen's embrace. And Zhen led Hua Yutong out of the academy, planning to first acquire a few tailored garments for her. As her body had grown considerably, her previous clothing no longer fit properly. To avoid revealing their whereabouts, they had refrained from venturing into the city. Entering the commercial street, a voice echoed in Zhen's mental realm. There is a black dragon behind you. It was the voice of Ilix. And Zhen turned around. A tall, ruggedly handsome man with golden eyes and dark hair followed closely behind him. The golden-eyed black dragon? And Zhen murmured, salutations to the Dragon King. Chapter 72, The Rebel. Salutations to the Dragon King? Did he just twitch his lips? No, that's off topic. With gentle fingers, he caressed Hua Yutong's cheek, instructing the teacher to convey to her the importance of maintaining a stoic demeanor. The black dragon must be Tian. There was only this one on Douluo continent, and it had golden eyes. And Zhen began to grasp Tian's intentions. A case of mistaken identity. While uncertain if the other party was feigning ignorance or was genuinely confused, and Zhen felt no anxiety, as he was buoyed by the assurance provided by Ilex. Panic only begets misfortune. Let us move to another location. With that, Zhen turned and strode towards an upscale dessert shop nearby, a favored haunt of Shrek students. Although the prices were somewhat steep, the flavors were exquisite, and private booths were available. Waitstaff, one couple set meal number 2, and one exclusive meal for singles. Once the server departed, An overwhelming darkness quietly enveloped the room. This chamber was not only shielded by the profound darkness of Dtion, but also veiled by Ilex's divine awareness. However, to prevent Shrek from sensing his aura and becoming agitated, Teacher Ilex had deliberately released a strand of his essence into the outside world. Thump. Uncle Fire Dragon King. Are you truly the Fire Dragon King? Dtion's towering figure trembled with overwhelming emotion, and Zhen pondered for a moment. The auras emanating from him and Yutong indeed bore the essence of two Dragon Kings. It seemed Dtion had not anticipated that the Ice and Fire Dragon King would be willing to become a human's martial soul, to relinquish its own dragon soul. Logically, such a proposition should be impossible. In order to unravel Dtion's intentions, one must ascertain what the Silver Dragon King had sensed. The soul aura of the Fire Dragon King illuminated the atmosphere. A wave of heat emerged, and within Dtion's golden vertical pupils, a magma-like essence flowed. A faint trace of the Fire Dragon King's soul aura quietly manifested on Zhen, its power modest yet remarkably unique, akin to the purest dragon flame. Suddenly, influenced by this aura, a chilling essence emerged. Ice-white strands cascaded down to his waist, adorned with scales resembling black ice at the corners of Yutong's eyes. Uncle, Aunt. Sensing the presence of kin, even with Dtion's formidable cultivation and centuries of experience, he could not help but unleash his emotions. Since the day he opened his eyes, Dtion's world had crumbled. The dragon god was gone. The dragon clan was lost. His brothers, sisters, parents, and elders had all vanished. Had it not been for the Silver Dragon King, Dtion would have been at a loss for how to endure. Yet, the master often drifted into slumber due to injuries, and for countless years, he, a lone dragon, had striven to uphold the banner of soul beasts, until the emergence of a hellish demon dragon, a true kin. Retracting his aura, and Zhen quietly observed Dtion, who knelt before him, prostrated on the ground. Throughout the life of Emperor Tian, one could liken his existence to a tragic play displayed upon a coffee table. Setting aside the future romantic notions of the original work, he has spent nearly half of his life in defiance against the heavens, battling against the injustices of fate, questioning why spirit beasts are unable to ascend to divinity. Yet, the decree that spirit beasts cannot attain godhood was established by the dragon god, whom he revered and idolized the most. With a stoic expression, Yutong lifted her gaze towards Zhen. Why was this elder gentleman lying here, calling her aunt? Get up, she urged. Although you have lost your father and your uncle is a mere illusion, you still have an unreliable master. Tears of joy welled in the corners of Emperor Tian's eyes, resembling a child who had just found a long-lost relative. Uncle, why do you and aunt now appear in human form? He inquired, perplexed. Moreover, the intimacy between uncle and aunt, embracing each other, seemed to suggest a bond of lovers. Were their feelings truly that strong? Do not call me uncle, nor her aunt. And Zhen replied, his tone tinged with irritation. I have learned of the events that transpired after my fall. The dragon god split into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. You are currently following the Silver Dragon King, correct? Indeed, Emperor Tian responded candidly, offering a brief update on his master's recovery. Oh, then you may return, and Zhen said, gently caressing Yutong's cheek. Uncle, aunt, will you not accompany your junior back to meet the master? Emperor Tian pondered, sensing something amiss in their demeanor, especially in Zhen's apparent reluctance towards the master. You should realize that we are currently in human forms, and Zhen remarked, a hint of resentment flickering across his face. You might want to ask the Silver Dragon King who was responsible for my demise. No, perhaps she has not inherited that part of the memory. Wasn't it those wretched Azure gods? Emperor Tian exclaimed, incredulous. No, it was the dragon god. My dear nephew, and Zhen lamented, resting his head on his hand with a sigh. Considering the familial bond implied by the term uncle, I can share this with you. Do not harbor any delusions of attaining godhood as a spirit beast. It is not merely this realm or the divine realm that opposes the ascension of spirit beasts. It is the old dragon god who forbids it. Unless a new dragon god emerges. Emperor Tian was taken aback. Were these words truly spoken by his uncle, the Fire Dragon King? He would have unleashed a furious dragon claw upon him by now. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. Open the door, and Zhen called. Accepting several trays of desserts, he placed one in front of Emperor Tian. Consider it a form of protection from the old dragon god for spirit beasts. However, the Silver Dragon King seems incapable of fulfilling that role. Who knows how long it will take for her to recover, and after so many years of slumber, one must wonder if her mind is still intact. And Zhen's words were laden with disdain, as he clearly held little faith in the Silver Dragon King's ability to lead the dragon race towards revival. In the original tale of the Dragon King, the situation in that era was remarkably favorable. The divine realm was absent, and the master of dimensions lay in slumber. What should have been a smooth sailing transformed into a tempestuous struggle. Astonishingly, the master of soul beasts allowed the son of the god king to take his life. It was indeed unfortunate for Emperor Tian to be entangled with such a predicament. The promised retirement during the era of the unparalleled Tang sect was no longer an option, and he watched helplessly as his lord squandered the favorable circumstances, not to mention the current dire situation. As for me, I shall lead the soul beasts to divinity. Once he achieves godhood, his soul will naturally ascend alongside him. After explaining that his lord, the Silver Dragon King, had sensed the presence of the Ice Fire Dragon King and sent him to investigate, Emperor Tian returned with a heavy heart and a meal fit for a solitary noble. And Zhen, a delicate hand rested on Zhen's shoulder, the beautiful visage of the Ice Empress filled with confusion. What do you mean by soul beasts cannot attain divinity? The implication was that even if soul beasts trained for 1,000,000 years, they could never surpass the 1,000,000-year tribulation for divinity. Akin to a 100,000-year soul beast facing a tribulation meant for 900,000 years. And Zhen briefly recounted the history of the Dragon Clan. The Ice Empress took a step back, her expression one of shock. Achieving godhood was a ruse. Their lifelong endeavors amounted to nothing but a deception. Enough, Zhen said, setting aside Hui Yutong and drawing his soul spirit into his embrace. You have already become a soul spirit. Focus on me regarding divinity. Pondering such matters will only bring you distress. The green-haired girl with twin ponytails appeared somewhat dazed, even as she lay in Zhen's arms, indifferent to his hand resting upon her lovely leg. 10,000 years ago, survival was paramount, but since surpassing that threshold, I have tirelessly pursued the elusive essence of divinity. The Ice Empress lamented. But, Zhen interjected with curiosity, you cannot even withstand the tribulation of 400,000 years. Ice Empress, she exclaimed, grasping Zhen's collar and shaking him gently. If you cannot speak wisely, then do not speak at all, and stop touching my leg. That was a mistake. Hui Yutong said, popping a sweet delicacy into her mouth, the sugary flavor dispersing delightfully. The little girl had many questions swirling in her mind, yet she refrained from asking them, believing that if her brother and Zhen chose not to share, she had no need for those answers. She had faith in her beloved. She carefully placed an assortment of sweets into the virtual realm, setting them on the nightstand beside the Ice Empress's bed, finally releasing her grip on Zhen's collar with satisfaction. Truly, as Zhen remarked, such thoughts were futile. It would be more enjoyable to return to reading comics and savoring the desserts of the human world. Meanwhile, the consciousness of the heavenly dream ice silkworm remained ensnared. Zhen and Hui Yutong shared an intimate moment. After finishing their couple's meal, they settled the bill and stepped outside to enjoy their day. Today's date was just beginning. As Emperor Tian hastened back to the core of the Stardow Forest, he entered a mysterious space. My lord, the silver dragon opened its enigmatic purple eyes. What is the situation? The esteemed Ice Fire Dragon King has transformed into human form and is currently pursuing studies at the prestigious Shrek Academy. Now that they have taken on human shapes, why do they not come to meet me? Tian remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. The two esteemed ones are currently not in a position to meet. His violet eyes, reminiscent of countless mysteries, gazed intently at the man kneeling before him, revealing the scene of their dialogue. The space rippled like the surface of a lake as Tian's memories of the day were projected through the mental force of his spiritual domain. One could only wonder about the state of one's mind. A handsome youth, displaying an air of disdain, emerged within the vision of the Silver Dragon King. Moments later, the projection concluded, plunging the mysterious space into an eerie silence devoid of even a breath. Tian knelt on the ground, awaiting his master's reprimand. The Silver Dragon King is the sovereign, while the 9 Dragon Kings serve as ministers. A minister must never speak ill of the sovereign. The Fire Dragon King, by his actions, seemed almost to directly accuse his lord of ineptitude and obsolescence. As a nephew, Tian naturally wished to shield his long-lost uncle from scrutiny. I truly cannot recall who decreed that soul beasts cannot ascend to godhood, nor can I remember the cause of the Ice Fire Dragon King's demise. Though the injuries would require at least 10,000 years to heal, the Silver Dragon King began thoughtfully. Yet, what does this traitor, Tian, believe gives the Fire Dragon King the confidence to lead soul beasts toward divinity? Tian carefully reflected on the day's events. Returning to my lord, the 2 Dragon Kings must have transformed into humans in a manner akin to soul beasts undergoing recultivation. My aunt, the Ice Dragon King, currently exhibits a spirit power fluctuation of over level 30, yet I sensed no such energy from my uncle, the Fire Dragon King. In fact, I was directly revealed when following him. Had it not been for the lingering aura on my uncle and the Ice Dragon King in his arms, I would not have recognized him. The Silver Dragon King pondered this revelation. It appeared that the Fire Dragon King harbored a secret. To lead soul beasts toward godhood, she was eager to ascertain on what grounds this traitor believed he could surpass her. Tian, When does Shrek Academy commence its term? And what is the enrollment process? After all, he was a significant figure under her command. Humph, traitor. Chapter 73. Senior Sister Guyuna. It was somewhat dull. In the new student teaching building, several teachers were busy registering new students who had passed their assessments, accompanied by a group of second and third-year students. Amidst the bustling crowd, a handsome young man leaned lazily on one hand, his head propped up, tapping his fingers lightly on a sign beside him that read, "Fill out the form." School had not yet begun, and Zhen had been conscripted by Yin Xiaojia to assist at the new student registration desk. The experience of last year was replaying itself. Though this time he was the senior, behind the laid-back Zhen, an even more relaxed demeanor prevailed. In a vast room within the virtual realm, beside the princess bed of the Ice Emperor, Zhen lay sprawled on another bed, flipping through Wang Dong's comics. This holiday has undeniably culminated in perfection for him. The Ice and Fire Eyes have been neatly packed away, the Ice Emperor has been abducted, his lineage revealed, and his strength has significantly augmented. Although the sudden emergence of the Emperor of Heaven posed a challenge, he managed to outwit him. For it was unthinkable to allow the latter to discover that he had desecrated the dragon souls of 2 dragon kings. While the Silver Dragon King could be used as leverage, and Zhen was not fond of unforeseen adversaries, the opponent would never entrust their safety to the promises of a mere human. With the guidance of his teacher, Ilex, the only entity capable of posing a threat to him on the continent was Guyuna. Despite Zhen's disdain for the character's maneuvers in the original narrative, one must acknowledge that she is part of the dragon god. Who knows what hidden capabilities she may possess? Though gravely injured, Ilex was not in a much better state, and it would be unreasonable to expect his mentor to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Once he ascends to godhood, he would effortlessly suppress the Silver Dragon King. Presently, Zhen awaits the maturation of the soul skills from 2 soul bones, transforming them completely before consuming celestial herbs and refining his body with the essence of the Ice and Fire Eyes' primordial power. Zhen, a delicate foot, wrapped in a layer of icy silk, gently nudged Zhen's face. The Ice Emperor, setting aside her comic, licked an ice cream cone with her dainty cherry lips and, with a slightly muffled voice, inquired about the continuation of the story. The fierce beast, with an experience spanning hundreds of thousands of years, found itself succumbing to the allure of human affairs. Here, with a mere thought, a book fell beside the Ice Emperor. The two had grown accustomed to this dynamic. For the Ice Emperor, stepping on Zhen felt akin to conquering him. Isn't this what you desire? Then let me humiliate you thoroughly. To her, this mere human was but a tool for her ascension to divinity. Yet, caution was warranted, and Zhen could bite back. For Zhen, given that she was his own soul spirit, he could tolerate her small whims, though he was certainly not a foot fetishist. He felt no thrill from the Ice Emperor's antics. And Zhen's NPC doll was in the midst of training. Senior, a melodious and ethereal voice broke the tranquility, prompting Zhen, who had been idly drifting, to lift his gaze. A cascade of neatly groomed silver hair flowed down her back to her thighs, exuding a crystalline quality. Her youthful beauty, while still in its infancy, was already comparable to that of the mature and captivating Ma Xiaodao. It was hard to imagine the level of beauty she would attain in adulthood. Her clear purple eyes sparkled, framed by delicate arched brows. Her youthful form already possessed enchanting curves, accentuated by a simple white dress that radiated an indescribable allure with every gesture. At that moment, the charming girl smiled brightly at Zhen. "Rebellious subject, I've caught you." And Zhen's previously languid eyes widened in astonishment, not out of the infatuation or dazed admiration that gripped others upon encountering a stunning beauty, but rather sheer shock. This classmate. And Zhen felt a slight panic, akin to the sensation of being caught in a nefarious act. Having previously masqueraded as the Fire Dragon King, she was now confronted by a genuine Dragon King. With silver-purple eyes, this being was strikingly beautiful. Surely, they could not be merely an inconsequential NPC from the original narrative. Although Zhen believed that the original story must contain many untold beauties, she remained composed. The enigmatic purple starry eyes, imbued with a subtle smile, gazed upon the youth before her. Despite being a newcomer, the girl exuded an air of authority, her hands resting upon the table. "Could you kindly assist me in filling out this form?" It appeared this rebellious subject had recognized her, perceiving the concealed aura she had restrained. Had it not been for the faint, fleeting presence emanating from him, she might have mistaken him for an ordinary human rather than the transformed Fire Dragon King. It seemed this individual had indeed encountered extraordinary fortunes, as is widely acknowledged, and Zhen was always eager to assist. Name, Guyuna. Perhaps it was a coincidence. Sharing a name was quite common. Age, soul power level, 11 years old, level 32. Martial soul, first martial soul elementalist, second martial soul silver dragon spear. This is quite absurd. and Zhen lifted her face, uncertain of what expression to display. Since when does a major antagonist disguise themselves as a novice to ambush others in the novice village? My dear, couldn't you recuperate properly at home? As she registered. Amidst the envious gazes of students and teachers alike, Guyuna gently cradled in Zhen's face with her delicate hands, a playful smile gracing her features. Senior, I have a disobedient subordinate at home. What do you suggest I do with him? A sudden cold laugh escaped in Zhen's lips, her expression shifting, leaving Guyuna momentarily taken aback. I believe the junior ought to be wary of being usurped by that subordinate, seizing her wealth. That rebellious subject. Guyuna remained unfazed. Rest assured, Senior, such a scenario is implausible. I shall ensure that my disobedient subordinate receives a proper lesson. Just a mere silver dragon king. You think you can educate him? And Zhen brushed away Guyuna's hand from her face, feeling no attachment to the delicate touch. Rising to her feet, she suddenly found the junior quite endearing. Would you like me to show you around the academy? That would be most appreciated. Under Zhen's guidance, Guyuna swiftly acquired her dormitory key, 2 sets of school uniforms, and a white freshman badge, placing her belongings into the storage soul guide on her wrist. It seems the junior hails from a prosperous background, and Zhen remarked thoughtfully. One must be cautious of certain greedy subordinates. Thank you for your concern, Senior. The enchanting girl wore a gentle smile, captivating those around her, yet her left hand, hidden behind her, was clenched tightly. Although she spoke of visiting, and Zhen did not take the young girl behind her to explore the academy, but rather made a beeline for the dormitory. Behind her, Guyuna crossed her arms, her violet eyes scrutinizing the man in front, seemingly contemplating how to punish him later. Teacher, and Zhen greeted the elderly man basking in the sun on a chair. Mu-In slightly squinted, catching sight of the girl trailing behind Zhen. A teasing remark escaped his lips, although the school did not prohibit girls from entering the boys' dormitory. The consequences were to be borne by them. This disciple of his seemed to indulge even more than he did in his youth. Upon returning to the dormitory, Guyuna, with her arms crossed and a regal demeanor, kicked the door shut with her white ankle boots. Rebellious subject. Although she was shorter than Zhen, the girl now sat on the bed with the poise of the room's rightful owner, her beautiful legs crossed. Hand over your treasures, and I may choose to overlook your previous disrespect. Rebellious subject? And Zhen locked the door. The young man turned around with a beaming smile, his fiery gaze akin to that of a hunter eyeing its prey. Guyuna, it seems you are a bit unclear about your position. It appeared that the role play must continue, and today he intended to defy authority. What do you intend to do, rebellious subject? The scene of Zhen bowing in submission did not unfold. As he approached with measured steps, Guyuna suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 73. Guyuna a bit tedious. In the new student teaching building, several teachers were busy registering newcomers who had passed the assessment, while a group of second and third-year students assisted. Amidst the bustling crowd, a strikingly handsome young man lazily propped his head up with one hand, lightly tapping a sign beside him that read "Fill out the form," while facing the nervous new students. School had yet to commence, and Zhen had been conscripted by Yan Xiaozhi to assist at the new student registration desk. This year, the scene replayed itself, but this time he was the senior. The relaxed Zhen often exuded an even greater sense of nonchalance. In the virtual world, within a spacious room beside the Ice Emperor's princess bed, Zhen lay on another bed, perusing Wang Dong's comics. For him, this holiday could be deemed a perfect conclusion. The Ice and Fire twin eyes were directly taken away, the Ice Emperor abducted, his lineage unveiled, and his strength enhanced. Although Di Tian had suddenly appeared, he managed to send him back with a ruse. After all, he could not allow the other party to discover that he had defiled the dragon souls of 2 dragon kings. While he could threaten the opponent with the silver dragon king, Zhen preferred to avoid unforeseen enemies. The other party would undoubtedly not place their safety in the hands of a human's promise. With the arrival of Teacher Ilex, the only one left who could pose a threat to him on the continent was Guyuna. Although Zhen holds a certain disdain for the actions depicted in the original work, it must be acknowledged that the opponent is a part of the dragon god. One can never be too certain of any hidden capabilities they may possess. Despite their severe injuries, Master Ilex's condition is not markedly better, and it would be unthinkable to have one's own mentor engage in a life-and-death struggle. Once he ascends to divinity, the mere silver dragon king shall be effortlessly subdued. Presently, Zhen awaits the maturation of the soul skills from 2 soul bones, anticipating their complete transformation. He plans to consume the celestial herb and refine his body using the exquisite primordial powers of ice and fire from the ice-fire duality eye. At that moment, a delicate foot, enveloped in a silky layer of ice, lightly nudged Zhen's face. The Ice Emperor set aside her comic, her cherry lips savoring a popsicle, and mumbled, albeit somewhat incoherently, about the continuation of the story. A fierce beast with millennia of experience is now being eroded and corrupted by human affairs. With a mere thought, a book landed beside the Ice Emperor. The two had grown accustomed to this manner of interaction. For the Ice Emperor, stepping on Zhen felt akin to conquering him. After all, was this not what he desired? Thus, she would humiliate him mercilessly. To her, this mere human was but a tool in her ascent to divinity. Yet, one must be cautious, for Zhen may retaliate. To Zhen, this was still his soul spirit, and he could tolerate minor emotional fluctuations. However, he certainly did not harbor any foot fetish. He felt no excitement regarding the Ice Emperor's antics. And Zhen's NPC doll was engrossed in training. Senior. A clear, ethereal voice rang out, compelling Zhen, who had been idly relaxing, to lift his gaze. A cascade of neatly arranged silver hair flowed down to her thighs, exuding a crystalline sheen reminiscent of silver. Her youthful visage, while somewhat naive, rivaled the allure of mature beauties like Ma Xiaodao. It was difficult to fathom the breathtaking beauty she would become in the future. Her clear purple eyes sparkled, framed by gently arched brows. The youthful figure already possessed captivating curves, adorned in a simple white dress that radiated an indescribable charm with every gesture. At this moment, the enchanting girl smiled warmly at Zhen. Rebellious subject. I have caught you. Zhen's previously languid eyes widened in shock, not in the enamored stupor that others might exhibit upon encountering such a stunning girl, but rather in sheer astonishment. This classmate Zhen felt a twinge of panic, akin to being caught in wrongdoing. He had just impersonated the Fire Dragon King, and now a genuine Dragon King stood before him. With silver-purple eyes and an exquisite beauty, she could hardly be an incidental NPC from the original text. While Zhen believed that many beautiful girls were likely omitted from the original narrative, he remained composed. Please, could you assist me in filling out this form? The mysterious girl, her purple starry eyes glimmering with a faint smile, regarded the boy before her. Despite being a new student, she carried herself with an air of authority. Pressing her hands on the table, it seemed this rebellious subject had indeed recognized her. She could surprisingly sense the concealed aura he had repressed. Had it not been for the faint, almost fading essence emanating from him, she would not have recognized this figure before her as the transformed Fire Dragon King, and might have mistaken him for an ordinary human. It seems this fellow has indeed encountered an extraordinary adventure. Naturally, it is well known that Zhen is always eager to assist. Her name is Guyuna. Perhaps it is mere coincidence. Sharing a name is not unusual. Age, 11. Soul power level, 32. Martial soul, first martial soul, elementalist, second martial soul, silver dragon spear. This is quite unexpected. And Zhen lifted his face, unsure of what expression to wear. Who disguises a major boss as a novice to ambush others in a beginner's village? My dear, can you not recuperate properly at home? As she registered as a new student, under the envious gazes of current students and teachers, Guyuna gently cradled Zhen's face with her delicate hands, a playful smile gracing her youthful features. Senior, I have a disobedient subordinate at home. What do you think I should do with him? With a sudden cold chuckle, and Zhen's change in demeanor left Guyuna momentarily stunned. I believe the junior should be wary of that subordinate usurping her inheritance. That traitor. Guyuna's expression remained unchanged. Rest assured, senior, such a thing is impossible. I will certainly educate my disobedient subordinate properly. A mere silver dragon king. You think you can educate him? Brushing aside Guyuna's hand from his face without a hint of reluctance, and Zhen stood up, suddenly finding a certain warmth in this junior. Do you require a tour of the academy, senior? Thank you for your assistance, senior. Under Zhen's guidance, Guyuna swiftly acquired her dormitory key, 2 sets of school uniforms, and a white freshman badge, stowing the items into the storage soul guide on her wrist. It appears the junior comes from a wealthy background, and Zhen mused. Then one must be cautious of certain greedy subordinates. Thank you for your concern, senior. The stunning girl wore a faint smile, leaving the nearby students momentarily speechless. However, her left hand, concealed behind her, was clenched tightly. Although she spoke under the guise of a tour, and Zhen did not lead the young lady through the academy for leisure. Instead, he headed directly towards the dormitory. With her arms crossed, Guyuna's violet starry eyes scrutinized the man in front of her, seemingly contemplating how to punish him later. Teacher. And Zhen greeted the elderly man basking in the sun on a chair. Muin slightly squinted his eyes, spotting the girl trailing behind Zhen. A teasing tone emerged. Though the school does not prohibit girls from entering the boys' dormitory, the consequences are borne by the individuals. His disciple is even more frivolous than he was in his youth. Upon returning to the dormitory, Guyuna, arms crossed, exuded an air of regal inspection, kicking the door shut with her white short boots. Traitor. Despite being significantly shorter than Zhen, the young girl exuded an air of confidence. Resembling the rightful owner of the dormitory as she gracefully sat upon the bed, her elegant legs crossed. Hand over your prized possessions, and I shall overlook your previous disrespect. Traitor? And Zhen locked the door to the room. The young man turned with a beaming smile, his fiery gaze fixated on his desired prey. Guyuna, it appears you are somewhat oblivious to your own standing. It seemed that the role play must continue. Today, he intended to defy authority. What do you intend to do, traitor? And Zhen did not perform the customary bow. Observing Zhen approach with deliberate steps, Guyuna suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 74, Defying Authority. Surely the junior could sense that the individual outside was a formidable force within this realm, a Limit Douluo. It was prudent to impose a restriction first, should matters escalate. And Zhen would struggle to contain this female dragon. In truth, Zhen had already instructed Professor Ilex to leave, ensuring that Muin would not detect any disturbances within the dormitory. I am well aware, she had sealed the dormitory's sounds with her mental power upon entering. Guyuna regarded Zhen with suspicion as he advanced directly toward her. Down you go. The ancient Silver Dragon King, a fully matured dragon, was about to be flipped over, and Zhen raised his hand and struck her posterior. Today, I shall overthrow you. Slap. Guyuna's mind went blank. What just transpired? The girl appeared incredulous. It was only when a sharp pang of pain registered in her brain that she realized she, the future dragon god and sovereign of soul beasts, had just been spanked by her subordinate, a traitor. Traitor. Her anger was not born from the contact between genders, but rather from the provocation of royal authority. In the presence of Zhen, the Fire Dragon King, while the earlier actions might have been deemed disrespectful, they had now escalated to outright rebellion. Traitor! Traitor! Did Guyuna truly grasp the meaning of these words? Her delicate hands pressed against Zhen's shoulders, and the girl's strength was surprisingly formidable. Although a soul master, she likely rivaled a powerful attacking soul king at this moment. Yet, this strength was insufficient against Zhen. This was a true melee, a legitimate confrontation. For dragons, their bodies were among their mightiest weapons. Even the Silver Dragon King, adept in elemental magic, inherited the memories of the dragon god regarding hand-to-hand combat. Sensing her strength waning, a faint silver radiance flickered in Guyuna's eyes, and Zhen was unexpectedly propelled backward by the surge in power. Traitor! The fair fists fell upon Zhen like raindrops, but with a swift turn. Guyuna reversed the situation, positioning herself atop Zhen, her petite form pressing down on the boy beneath her. Guyuna? Have you had your fill of this? And Zhen's hand seized the girl's wrist with precision, showing no mercy as he forcefully drew her upper body into his embrace. His legs ensnaring her delicate limbs, the two bodies grappling on the bed, each vying for dominance. With a resounding crash, the sturdy bed succumbed to the clash of their formidable powers. Hiss! And Zhen winced, his neck wounded, silver strands cascading around him. The girl's faint fragrance lingering at his nostrils. The sudden pain diminished his strength, allowing Guyuna to regain the upper hand. A triumphant smile gracing her face as she rode him. She playfully licked the blood from her lips, her silver hair swaying. Every part of their beings was forged for battle. Suddenly, Guyuna sensed something amiss. Look back. Fire Dragon King, how dare you harbor such thoughts? First, observe your current state, she said, glancing down at her slightly disheveled attire, her fair shoulder exposed. What of it? Though somewhat disarrayed. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in her mysterious purple eyes. Fire Dragon King, Guyuna suddenly exclaimed. Call me Zhen. And Zhen, tell me what you know about the Dragon God War, relinquish your fortune, and return to my side to assist me. The Silver Dragon Queen, Guyuna, elegantly tilted her alabaster neck. Once I consume the Golden Dragon King and achieve the Dragon God's greatness, you shall be my queen. Upon reflection, Guyuna realized she might indeed have such needs in the future. The ancient dragon god had his own wife and children, and naturally, she would require a queen of her own. Presently, the highest-ranking male dragons, aside from the destined Golden Dragon King, were likely limited to the Fire Dragon King before her. Could I seek out other young female dragons? And Zhen inquired, staunchly staunching his blood flow. How audacious! Guyuna retorted. As my queen, you dare to seek other young females? If that is your wish, I have a better solution. And Zhen, admiring the beauty in front of him, provocatively responded. You shall be my queen, but no, let's do this sequentially. You must rank behind the Rain-Eye Queen Dong. And Zhen, prepare to face your doom. Hand to hand, leg to leg, Guyuna resolved to impart a true lesson in blood, reminding him that the dragon god's might was not to be trifled with. Ugh, block your weapon. There was no other choice. This young female dragon bit with such ferocity, drawing blood as if flesh were being torn away. Over the past year, aside from that one incident with Zhang Lishuan, he had never sustained such severe injuries. Ugh, a flicker of disbelief crossed Guyuna's eyes. How dare this fellow kiss her? Such audacity. After a prolonged moment, they separated. Indeed, Amidst Zhen's somewhat astonished gaze, a hint of satisfaction graced Gu Yuna's countenance. Although the entire affair was not orchestrated by her, Zhen, I am quite pleased with your performance. Zhen felt a peculiar sensation. It was not reminiscent of a senior forcefully kissing a junior, but rather akin to a world dominated by women, or perhaps a beautiful man favored by an empress. Was the Silver Dragon King truly this assertive? Well, the Silver Dragon King certainly held a superior position over the Fire Dragon King. Moreover, it seemed that the current Silver Dragon King lacked the human persona of Nar, having never resided in the human realm. Her perspectives and methods entirely aligned with those of a true dragon. Now, relinquish what I desire, Gu Yuna demanded once more, a silver gleam fading from her eyes. The belongings of a minister rightfully belong to the sovereign. Gu Yuna, I do not appreciate your presumption. Taking a deep breath, Zhen was astonished to find himself easily extricating himself from Gu Yuna's embrace. Her strength appeared to have diminished significantly, returning to the feebleness observed at the onset. Your Grace, the Silver Dragon King, it seems you were just being unreasonable. Unreasonable? The secret arts are also my power. Raising his hand, Zhen, with no tenderness, subdued the Silver Dragon King with a single hand. Smack. With the impact of Zhen's palm landing on her pert, delicate rear, a blush of humiliation adorned Gu Yuna's exquisite cheeks. Zhen, traitor. Smack. Traitor. Smack. Zhen's assessment was that her waist was remarkably resilient. Quite splendid. Gu Yuna appeared to employ some method akin to a soul beast reformation, even though her physique resembled that of a soul sovereign rather than the elemental user of legend. Possessing the Silver Dragon Spear, she was far from a match for Zhen, who had absorbed the soul bones of the Fire Dragon King and Ice Emperor. He chuckled, pondering how Gu Yuna would react if she knew that the one suppressing her at this moment was a mere human. Smack. Zhen, you have gone too far. I have ceased calling you a traitor. Her long, elegant legs, clad in white boots, began to struggle. Smack. The lovely limbs fell limply. Click. The locked door was suddenly thrown open, Zhen, responding to the feedback from Gu Yuna's resilient form, turned around to find a charming blue-haired girl staring at them in astonishment. Hui Yutong appeared somewhat dazed, Zhen's elder brother was seated at the bedside, with a disheveled silver-haired girl reclining on his thigh, her cheeks flushed and her gaze dreamy. Had she arrived at an inopportune moment?